In the smoke of war in the interstellar age, I drove the last human battleship and perished together with the enemy. But when I opened my eyes again, I found myself reborn decades ago. The time when the mobile game Galaxy Age had not yet begun. The time when all the warships had not yet been reflected in reality. What shocked me the most was that all the warships I obtained in the game were reflected in reality one-to-one. 10,000 Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carriers, 100,000 Flawless Nebula-class cruisers, 500,000 Wandering Temple-class battlecruisers, 1 million Dreadnought-class destroyers. These huge fleets that should have existed in the virtual world now appear in front of me and are placed in the dock. I'm crazy, really crazy. Everything in reality overlaps so incredibly with the virtual world in the game. Countless ships, powerful weapons, everything is at my fingertips, but it also makes me feel deeply afraid. How should I face this sudden situation? Can I control these warships? Can they become the strength of my future, or will they drag me into the abyss of the abyss? I fell into deep confusion and fear, as if the fate of everything had been changed by this feedback. I slipped off the table and fell to the floor, and my phone fell out. My eyes were still closed sleepily, and I was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously picked up the phone. The time was clearly displayed on the screen. June 1st, 2035. I was shocked and looked around and found myself back in the home I had lived in 15 years ago. Could it be that I had traveled back in time? My heart tightened, and I quickly unlocked my phone. A familiar game screen appeared on the interface. Galaxy Age. My pupils shrank slightly. This game seemed inconspicuous at the time, but what happened later completely changed its fate. The battleships in the game are truly reflected in reality. Every player who owns a battleship can own a spaceship that can sail in space, and all the performance is exactly the same. From then on, the civilization of the solar system leapt from the stage where it was impossible to carry out manned long-distance voyages to the era of interstellar exploration. Players who own warships have become the focus of competition among countries. Scientists even wonder whether humans with such a powerful fleet can explore alien civilizations and even carry out interstellar colonization. However, just when everything seemed good, a powerful civilization in outer space noticed us. After probing, they determined that we had no support from a higher civilization, so a coalition of different races invaded the solar system. Although humans relied on warships to resist tenaciously, they were eventually trapped in the solar system in the face of enemies that were several times their number. But now, everything seems to have started over again. I went back 15 years, 1 month before the day of the Galaxy Age battleship feedback, July 1st, 2035. The feedback date for the battleship is... I suddenly recalled. My heartbeat quickened. It's a month from now. I opened the in-game store, which listed a series of battleships. Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier, Flawless Nebula-class cruiser, Wandering Temple-class battlecruiser. A wide variety of warships came into view, but most of them were gray. There were no blueprints, and because my current Krypton gold level was not high enough, I could not unlock these advanced warships. I am not short of money. I can be considered a first-generation rich, but I've always been frugal and did not spend too much money in Galaxy Age. What attracts me to this game is its freedom. Players can collect materials, explore the world, build docks, and build warships. What I enjoy more is the construction process from scratch. However, the situation is different now. I need to assemble a fleet as quickly as possible and build as many as I can. I checked the progress of the dock. It was still at 3%, so I quickly clicked Upgrade Now. It will cost 189 star coins to upgrade the dock immediately. Are you sure? I glanced at the balance and clicked Yes without hesitation. The dock upgrade progressed rapidly, but at 50%, the progress bar stopped. Insufficient materials for subsequent dock upgrades. I frowned and chose to purchase materials without thinking too much. You have purchased Robot Arm 16. You have purchased Transmission Device 27. Your shipyard has been upgraded to Level 2. Finally, the shipyard has been upgraded and I can produce Level 2 warships. A new production line has also been added to the shipyard, which can build 2 warships at the same time. This is not enough. If I want a stronger fleet, I have to upgrade the dock. I stared at the dock, thinking to myself, although I can manufacture Tier 2 battleships after upgrading, my goal is far more than that. I checked my current Krypton gold level, which is 4. Although it is not low, it is far from enough for me now. Without hesitation, I recharged 100,000 yuan and exchanged it all for star coins. The store finally unlocked the purchase rights for more warships. Looking at the account balance, I decided to top up some more money since I couldn't afford it anyway. After some operations, my Krypton gold level finally soared to level X, unlocking the most powerful battleship in the store. Finally reached the limit. I whispered, but I was already thinking about how to build and deploy the fleet next. I reopened the store. All the warships were restored to their original colors, and the top level 10 warships were all unlocked. However, to purchase these level 10 warships directly, I still need a corresponding blueprint. I immediately entered the player exchange. This is where players trade directly. All kinds of blueprints, warships, docks, and materials can be bought as long as someone is selling them. I first scanned to see if there were any blueprints for a level 10 battleship. There were quite a few items on the exchange, but most were low-level battleships and materials. I didn't find any items related to the level 10 battleship, so I opened the filter and only selected the level 10 battleship. Immediately, I saw some merchants selling blueprints for level 10 battleships. The first one was selling blueprints for the Dreadnought-class destroyer, priced at 11,000 star coins. The second one was selling it for 15,000 star coins. I couldn't help but complain, "How dare you say this is the cheapest on the internet?" I directly clicked on the first merchant selling blueprints and confirmed the purchase. After deducting the price of 11,000 star coins, I had a blueprint of a Dreadnought-class destroyer in my hand. Looking at the detailed ship section on the blueprint, I nodded secretly. Then, I checked the exchange to see if there were any other items related to the level 10 battleship. Unfortunately, level 10 warships are the top-level existence in Galaxy Age, after all, and only a very small number of players can get them. Either they are hardworking players who have a level 10 dock, or they are rich players who have spent millions of Krypton gold. I no longer expected to buy a finished warship from the exchange. After buying the blueprints, I left a message to the merchant who sold the blueprints. "Brother, do you have blueprints for these level 10 warships, such as the Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier, the Flawless Nebula-class cruiser, and the Wandering Temple-class battlecruiser? If you do, leave me a copy, and the price is negotiable." I didn't get a reply, but I didn't rush and just opened the store again. The Dreadnought-class destroyer, among the level 10 battleships, has powerful and comprehensive performance and is sold at a price of 1,000 star coins per ship. I stared at the streamlined, elegant ship and couldn't help but sigh. The Dreadnought-class destroyer was a top-notch ship even among the allied forces that invaded the solar system. Who would have thought that it could be purchased for only 1,000 star coins? In Galaxy Age, the largest fleet is the Galaxy Fleet, with a total size of 10,000 warships. The core of this fleet is 5,000 Dreadnought-class destroyers. The entire fleet was built by a super-rich second-generation man. He even hired a team to serve as commanders, as if it were a real fleet. It was precisely with the help of these 5,000 Dreadnought-class destroyers that the Galaxy Fleet was able to hold out for a long time under the siege of the Allied forces. 1,000 star coins per ship. The generals of these civilizations will probably go crazy when they see them. I couldn't help but laugh, but I felt a little nervous in my heart. Those guys have great ambitions to seize powerful warships. If they see such a price, I'm afraid they will really rush over. I clicked on the purchase interface for the Dreadnought-class destroyer and selected the max option. The number jumped directly to 9,999 ships. The system immediately popped up a prompt. "Are you sure you want to purchase 9,999 Dreadnought-class destroyers?" I clicked confirm without hesitation. However, after the purchase, the system gave a new prompt. "You currently do not have a dock for level 10 warships to dock. The 9999 Dreadnought-class destroyers you purchased will be temporarily docked in deep space. Please upgrade the dock level as soon as possible." If your warship stays in deep space for a long time and cannot be effectively maintained and replenished, the warship's wear and tear will increase sharply. Once the wear and tear reaches the upper limit, the warship will enter a scrap state and cannot be repaired. I frowned. I didn't expect there would be such a restriction. Although the game settings allow warships to carry a certain number of engineering personnel to perform maintenance during cruises, this type of maintenance is obviously not enough to keep the warships in good condition for a long time. In order to avoid excessive losses, I must upgrade the dock level as soon as possible. I turned and looked at my dock, where the first-class battleship was still parked. I stood in the vast star field outside the dock, and those Dreadnought-class destroyers were neatly arranged in the starry sky, like a huge star cluster. Each twinkling star represented a powerful warship. I couldn't help but clench my fists, feeling excited. These warships are all mine. The number of warships under your command has reached the fleet level. Please form a fleet and name it. Just as I was immersed in the magnificent sight of my own fleet, the system gave a new prompt. I entered the formation interface and saw my own shipyard and a list of all my warships. I removed the existing second-level dock and the first-level battleship from the formation and incorporated the 9,999 Dreadnought-class destroyers into a separate fleet. After some thought, I typed the word reverse blade in the name column. The Dreadnought-class destroyer is flexible and fast in performance, and is particularly suitable for performing special tasks such as penetration, encirclement, and counter-encirclement. To me, reverse blade is the best synonym for this fleet. After organizing the reverse blade fleet, I knew that the most urgent task now was to upgrade the shipyard to level 10. I don't know exactly how much it will cost, but given the nature of this game, it will be impossible to complete it in a short period of time without $1 million. I have already used the money in the card to buy warships, but I am not panicking at all. After all, as a first-generation rich man, my assets are far more than 10 million. The high-rise apartment I live in now is located in Seaview number 1 in the High City. It is worth 75 million yuan. If I am in a hurry to get rid of it, I can sell it at a low price and get 60 million yuan easily. More importantly, the company I founded, XAI, has made its mark in the field of AI and has maintained strong momentum. Since the launch of its products, XAI has defeated the AI technology of domestic internet giants and universities and has almost taken the lead in the industry. It is called the domestic version of OpenAI by many people, with a valuation of more than 7 billion yuan. A few months ago, XAI went public and its market value skyrocketed, once exceeding 10 billion yuan, and is still rising. I own 51% of XAI's shares. With this momentum, it's no problem to sell more than 5 billion. If given more time, according to the current growth momentum, the price of the shares will definitely be more than this. I estimate that it will not be a problem to exceed 10 billion. But the problem now is that I don't have much time. 1 month is very short, and I have to sell my shares quickly to raise enough funds as soon as possible. I turned on my phone, notified my direct superiors, and then rushed to the company. The company building was not far from my home, and I arrived there in a short while. As soon as I entered the company, before the car had even stopped, my secretary came to greet me. Mr. Liu, several senior executives are already waiting for you in the conference room. I nodded, got out of the car, and went straight to the conference room. A few minutes later, I walked into the conference room and was immediately surrounded. Someone excitedly asked, "Liu Feng, have you really decided to sell all your shares? Our company has just gone public. How can we sell shares at this time? This will definitely have an impact on the company's development." Liu Feng, we are brothers who started a business together, and the market value of the company is getting bigger and bigger. You should think twice before making such a decision. I have informed them of my plan in the group before, and the main purpose of attending the meeting today is to formally inform everyone of this decision. I wave my hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Selling shares is certain. The decision has been made. I'm just here to inform you. You're not only the company's senior executives, but also the partners in the business and shareholders of the company. But this is just a notification. There's no need to persuade me to sell my shares. Today's meeting is to find a suitable way to transfer my shares. Many of you have capital and ample funds behind you, and you are fully capable of taking over my shares. So I said you can contact your respective investors to see who is interested and compete fairly after making an offer. Also, I have a request. The funds must arrive within 1 week after the transaction. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere in the conference room became heated, and people began to whisper to each other. Some people even picked up their phones and started making calls. As a leading high-tech enterprise in China, XAI has a bright future. According to estimates by many institutions, it is only a matter of time before XAI's market value exceeds 100 billion or even 1 trillion. This makes XAI very popular among investment institutions, and almost every investment institution is vying to participate. I have been careful to control the company's capital structure to avoid losing control of XAI. But today, I suddenly announced that I would sell all my shares. Whoever can buy these shares will have full control over XAI. After the news came out, the domestic capital market immediately boiled over. Every investment institution saw the opportunity to gain control of XAI. At this time, on the top floor of the building next to XAI company, Dunan, the boss of a famous domestic investment institution, laughed out loud after hearing the news. The internet economy has been sluggish in recent years, but the AI industry has flourished. The valuation of OpenAI in country has exceeded 100 billion. In the future, the AI era will surely arrive. Dunin couldn't help but sigh. Lu Feng, you didn't want to raise funds in exchange for shares before, but now you want to sell them all directly. After laughing, a trace of solemnity appeared on his face. Dunin did not doubt that Lu Feng would sell his shares, but he was worried about the selling price of the shares. Although the AI industry is developing rapidly, investing in XAI will definitely not be a loss, but the lower the selling price, the higher the profit. He thought that if the competition was fierce and the price was raised too high, both sides would suffer losses. So he planned to contact other competitors to discuss a suitable price cap in advance to avoid overbidding. But no matter what, Dunin is certain in his heart that the AI era is about to come, and Lu Feng has missed the express train of this era. I don't care about these at all. I know that once the battleship appears in the real world, all economic models will be completely changed. Many companies may be retained, but their original scale will disappear. I need to convert my assets into cash quickly. For me, cash flow is the most important thing. Although I felt a little reluctant to hand over the company I founded, my determination became stronger when I thought about the battleships in the game appearing overhead in a month. A partner who has a good relationship with me came up to me and asked with concern, "Often, if you have any difficulties, you don't have to sell your shares. Let's work together to find a solution and overcome the difficulties together." Although the business world is cruel, I still feel warm in my heart when I see my friends care. I shook my head and opened the game Galaxy Era on my phone. Although it may sound incredible, before I could finish, my partner couldn't help but interrupt me, looking surprised. "Feng, you're not selling your shares just for this game, are you? If you don't want to tell the truth, you don't have to use this to evade me." Under his surprised gaze, I calmly closed the phone interface without saying anything more and silently swallowed back the words I wanted to say. I had expected this to happen. Even if I told them the truth, they would think I was making excuses or even think I was crazy. When my partner saw me put away my phone, he remained silent. He obviously felt that he had exposed my excuses and had the upper hand, so the subsequent persuasion should be smoother. He put on a look of sorrow and regret. "Since you have made up your mind, I won't ask any more questions. Feng, we founded this company together. We have been friends for decades. You, and I definitely don't want outsiders to control it. How about this? I can get the funds, 5 billion. It will be in the account in 2 days. As long as you ask now, the cash will be in your account in 2 days, and the company does not need to be handed over to outsiders. Everything will remain the same. Feng, as long as you want, you can stay in the company at any time after selling your shares. You can go to any department you want. I will arrange it for you." I listened to him word by word and finally interrupted him. "Let's wait until tomorrow. I have confirmed that the bidding date is tomorrow in this office." After saying that, I turned and left, ignoring the voices of the partners behind me. People in the business world may have feelings, but such feelings are ultimately insignificant in the face of interests. On the other side, in Dahai City's top river view villa area, in a riverview mansion with an independent dock, Wang Zhuo was soaking in the swimming pool. He casually opened his mobile phone and opened the game Galaxy Age. On the main interface, a huge level 10 dock was moored with densely packed warships. In the dock, there were several huge aircraft carriers hidden in the shadows, as majestic as giant beasts, but extremely rare, with only 10 of them. There are also cruisers emitting brilliant light and as beautiful as nebulae. The outer circle is the battlecruisers full of firing channels. The outermost circle, as dazzling as stars, is the destroyer group. This is the strongest fleet that Wang Zhuo is proud of, the Galaxy Fleet. Wang Zhuo, who has loved science fiction and interstellar adventures since childhood, accidentally discovered this realistic interstellar battleship game and became addicted to it. He spent tens of millions to build this fleet, including 1 million to build a 10-level dock, 5 million to buy 500 cruisers, and millions more to purchase other warships. In order to fully experience the feeling of commanding a fleet, he even recruited a dozen top players from other gamers to form an operations team. These top players are like his commanders, obeying his orders and cooperating with the warships he commands. The entire fleet is like a closely connected whole, and he is the emperor sitting at the center of this whole. Wang Zhuo enjoyed this feeling very much. Every time he led a huge fleet out on an expedition, he had a feeling of overlooking the starry sky and traversing the universe. He ranks first in the fleet number list, unrivaled. The other fleets, ranked 2nd to 10th, have less warships combined than him, and their fleet quality and personnel configuration are also not as good as his. However, just as Wang Zhuo was immersed in his fantasy of roaming the interstellar, the commander of his destroyer group sent a message. "Boss, there's a new fleet." Wang Zhuo waved his hand. "Don't talk to me about this. No one in the world can invest more than me. People are willing to spend tens of millions to buy a sports car, but no one is willing to spend so much money on a small battleship game like this." But someone really spent. Wang Zhuo was alert and quickly switched to the fleet rankings. Sure enough, his Galaxy fleet was still ranked first. However, the second-ranked one was not the original Country A with more than 1,000 level 10 battleships, but an emerging fleet called Reverse Blade Fleet. The Reverse Blade Fleet, 9,999 level 10 Fearless Reverse Blade-class destroyers. Wang Zhuo took another closer look and found that they were actually from China. Where did this guy come from? The domestic interstellar battleship community is not big. I basically know all the famous players, but I have never seen anyone willing to invest so much. There aren't any well-known competitions for this game, and it's impossible for the second-generation rich to invest tens of millions just for the sake of a brief moment of popularity in this game. Moreover, if you really want to play this game well, you have to understand a lot of knowledge. Fleet-level battles are much more hardcore than ordinary online games. This guy is probably some second-generation rich kid. He enters the game thinking about becoming the best. After playing for 2 days and losing interest, he will probably regret spending so much money on a bunch of metal shells that he can't operate. Wang Zhuo said this to his subordinates, but he felt something was wrong. No one knows this game better than him. His fleet of more than 100,000 has already dominated the rankings. If there's a fleet that can surpass his, there must be someone behind it. This guy just bought 9,999 of the cheapest level 10 battleships to show off his wealth. Wang Zhuo thought to himself, "No one knows this game better than me." However, he felt something was wrong. Since he had the money, why not buy a few more level 10 battleships? If he bought a dozen more, he would be able to surpass his own fleet and become the leader. This unusual low profile seems to be hiding some big plan. If you have the guts, buy 10,000 Silent Behemoth aircraft carriers and put them in my face. Wang Zhuo couldn't help but frown. How can I lose if I'm not suppressed by aircraft carriers? After leaving the company, I did not go home directly, but came to the real estate agency outside my community. As soon as I entered the door, someone recognized me. "Mr. Liu," the agent came over quickly. People who can live in this community are basically extraordinary, and the agency that can open a business here is naturally not an ordinary small agency. I have already done background checks on these residents, and every employee will check them in their free time to avoid offending some inconspicuous boss and causing trouble for the company. I got straight to the point and said, "I want to sell a house in Seaview 1. The agent immediately invited me into the VIP room, and soon after, the manager arrived. She was wearing a well-fitting women's suit, looking very capable, and bowed slightly to me. "Mr. Liu, are you going to sell the house worth 75 million yuan in your name?" I nodded and asked, "How soon can it be sold?" The manager thought for a moment and said, "Mr. Liu, your house is in a great location and will be easy to sell. We will contact our customers immediately and it will probably be sold soon." I shook my head slightly. "I don't need soon, just give me a specific time." The manager was slightly stunned for a moment, but then reacted and regained his professional smile. "Mr. Liu, your situation is considered an urgent sale. It can be completed within a week at the fastest, but the price will be slightly lower and may not reach the price you expected." "I don't care about the price. I only have one requirement. The faster the better. It's best if the transaction is done on the same day and the money arrives on the same day." "Okay, we will do our best to find high-quality buyers for you." After the manager agreed, he immediately called several staff members and arranged for them to contact interested customers. I am very satisfied with this efficient processing, which is straightforward and pragmatic without procrastination. Although the cost will be relatively high, I don't care about that little money at all now. The most important thing is to quickly convert assets into cash. Just as I was about to leave, an employee who had just left came back, holding a mobile phone in his hand, and said to me excitedly, "Mr. Liu, a customer has expressed interest in your house and wants to take a look at it first. Is it convenient for you to arrange it?" Oh, I was a little surprised. Someone wants to see the house so soon. The efficiency is pretty good. "Okay, I'll wait here. You can ask that person to come over and I'll take him to see it." I agreed without hesitation. The employee quickly made the call to make arrangements, and after hanging up, he got a signal from the manager to go out and contact the buyer. Your clients are pretty good. I smiled and chatted with the manager to kill time. The manager responded with a slightly proud smile. Thank you, Mr. Liu, for the compliment. Not long after, the client seemed to be nearby. A few minutes later, a Maybach stopped at the door of the agency. A middle-aged man got out of the car. When he saw me, he seemed a little surprised, then walked over with a smile. Brother Liu, I have some impression of this man. I once met him at a party for some bigwigs in the financial circle, but we were not very close friends. Brother Liu, I didn't expect that you would be the one selling the house. Since it's you, just give me a price. If it's suitable, I'll buy it right away, so I don't have to look around anymore. He said this quite straightforwardly and seemed to have great trust in me. I was a little puzzled because although we had met once, we were not close friends. But since he said so, and the warships will arrive in a month, I don't worry about others having any backup plans. If there are any backup plans, they have to defeat my fleet first. Then I won't be polite. Let's just go with a market price of 75 million. I gave the price directly. Seeing him nod his head and agree readily, the two sides quickly exchanged the necessary information. The agency manager also quickly took us through all the formalities, which took a whole day. As night fell and the lights gradually brightened, my account finally received more than 72 million yuan. After deducting various expenses, I looked at the money in my account and couldn't help but feel excited. There was basically nothing worth taking away from the house I sold, so I simply packed up my things and found a hotel to stay in. As soon as I entered the room, I couldn't wait to open my phone and log into Galaxy Age. At this moment, the first thing I have to do is to charge all the newly arrived 72 million in the card into the game and convert them into star coins. Star coins, 72 million. With enough star coins, I set my sights on the dock, which was only at level 2. Upgrade. Insufficient materials required to upgrade the second level dock. The materials required for this upgrade can be purchased directly, and 300 star coins are required. Do you want to use star coins to purchase the required materials? I clicked the purchase button without hesitation. You have purchased 50 robotic arms. You have purchased 120 transmission devices. You have purchased 180 production robots. Your dock is being upgraded, and the current progress is 1%. If it was before, I might wait for the progress to be completed slowly. But now, I was impatient and directly clicked Upgrade Now. It will cost 500 star coins to upgrade the dock immediately. Are you sure you want to spend 500 star coins to upgrade the dock? I clicked the confirmation button impatiently, feeling a little impatient. After confirming this time, there were no other prompts, and the second level dock was finally upgraded to the third level dock. Your shipyard has been upgraded to level 3. You can produce level 3 battleships in the shipyard. A new shipyard production line has been added, and 3 battleships can be manufactured at the same time. After the upgrade, your dock base can now maintain 50 warships no higher than level 2 at the same time. It can berth up to 500 warships no higher than level 3. Looking at the expanded dock against the backdrop of the starry sky, I smiled with satisfaction and continued to choose upgrades. I don't know how long it took, but when I pressed confirm, I finally saw that the dock had been upgraded to level 10, and I felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Your shipyard has been upgraded to level X. You can produce level X warships in the shipyard. A new shipyard production line has been added, and you can produce 10 warships at the same time. After the upgrade, your dock base can now maintain 2,000 warships no higher than level X at the same time. A maximum of 20,000 warships no higher than level X can be berthed. When I saw this tip, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. I looked at the reverse blade fleet in front of me. Finally, there was a place to park. The space of the level 10 dock was extremely spacious, and the fleet got the habitat it deserved. I checked my star coin balance, and I still had 71 million star coins left. For this level 10 dock, I spent a full million star coins, which was nothing to me, and I even felt it was a bit cheap. I quickly issued an order to transfer the entire reverse blade fleet that had been anchored in deep space to this level 10 dock. As the order was given, the silver-white Dreadnought-class destroyers gathered at the edge of the dock like swimming fish. Standing next to the dock, seeing the Milky Way formed by nearly 10,000 warships, I felt a strong sense of satisfaction in my heart. Just as I was admiring this magnificent scene, a red suddenly flashed on the message bar. I opened it and saw that it was a message from the merchant who had bought the blueprint of the Dreadnought-class destroyer from the player exchange. He wrote, Brother, the blueprint for the Tier 10 battleships are extremely hard to come by. I had to work very hard to get the blueprints for the Dreadnought-class destroyer. After seeing this message, I keenly realized that he didn't say that he didn't have the blueprints, but that the blueprints were difficult to obtain. It seems that he should have blueprints for other level 10 battleships. I quickly replied, as long as you still have the blueprints of the level 10 battleship, and the price is not excessive, I will never bargain. Just make your offer. After sending the message, I quietly waited for the other party's reply. Not long after, I saw the other party's reply. Su Jinxiang seemed a little happy. Brother, I won't hide it from you. I still have a blueprint of the Flawless Nebula-class cruiser, but I looked at the message he sent. He was obviously still hesitating. He continued typing. This blueprint was originally ordered by a foreigner. I was very lucky to get it. It is in short supply in the market, and the premium is very high. According to my understanding of the market, a Flawless Nebula-class cruiser blueprint can be sold for at least $150,000, with a premium of about $50,000. The price set by that foreigner is $170,000. But I think it's better to sell it to our compatriots than to foreigners. He hasn't paid me yet anyway. The price I'll give you is not a ripoff. $160,000, a fair price. Seeing this, I replied without any hesitation. Okay, send a trade request. A trade request quickly appeared on my screen, and the huge Flawless Nebula-class cruiser blueprint appeared clearly in front of me. I quickly entered 160,000 star coins to meet the transaction conditions, and the next second, the blueprint was in my hands. At the same time, when Su Jinxiang saw the extra 160,000 star coins in his account, he stood there in a daze for a long time. Su Jinxiang is not a professional businessman, but a deep player. He has been playing this game for many years and is almost one of the first players. Having been fascinated by the starry sky since he was a child, he fell in love with this game at first sight. Unfortunately, his family is not well off, so he cannot spend too much money on the game and can only improve his game progress by brushing materials. He made great efforts to build a level 10 shipyard and a level 10 Dreadnought-class destroyer. He worked hard to get materials and upgrade every day and finally built a level 10 warship. He understood that his family could earn 60,000 to 70,000 star coins a year, and 160,000 star coins was equivalent to his income for more than 2 years. For him, this money means a lot. It not only proves that his hard work has paid off, but also makes him feel that he is no longer fighting alone. He thought gratefully that perhaps choosing to sell the drawings to his compatriots would be a more trustworthy option. At this time, Lu Feng, I sent him another message. What is the size of your fleet now? Although Su Jinxiang was a little confused, he answered truthfully. 300 first-level battleships, 300 second-level battleships, 200 third-level battleships, 200 fourth-level battleships, 10 10th-level Dreadnought-class destroyers. Seeing the number of fleet configurations, I already roughly understood in my mind that Su Jinxiang must have worked hard all the way up. The composition of these warships is so mixed, but even so, the number is not small. At least after the battleships arrive, they will gather together and become a force that cannot be ignored. I think he is definitely not an unknown person. The nobody I was referring to was not the situation before rebirth, but the current situation. So I asked, what's your name? Let's get to know each other. Maybe we can maintain a long-term deal. Su Jinxiang was stunned at first, then quickly replied, I am not a professional businessman. I basically use all the materials I get myself, otherwise there would not be enough. I am selling these 2 drawings because I have them. After saying that, he felt a little impolite, so he quickly added, my name is Su Jinxiang. It's okay for us to get to know each other. When I heard the name, I couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and my mind began to recall the situation before my rebirth. After the warships came, the first owners of the warships were filled with joy and pride, becoming lawless overlords and the objects of competition among countries. In order to attract these warship owners, countries used all kinds of means. As a result, battleship owners had many privileges. During that time, the whole world became a mess because of the appearance of battleships, and everyone was shocked by this sudden change. Until the establishment of the combined fleet, several large fleets absorbed small and medium-sized fleets to form several combined fleets, forming a tripartite situation. Su Jinxiang is the leader of one of the joint fleets. Most of the members of this fleet were former civilians and not very strong, but it was this civilian faction that became the only joint fleet that remained standing after the coalition of alien civilizations invaded the solar system. They did not choose to surrender until the last battleship crashed. Su Jinxiang can be said to be one of the last lines of defense for humanity and deserves respect. I was silent for a moment before I replied, "My name is Lu Feng. Come to High City when you have time. I'll treat you to a visit." "Okay, thank you, boss." Su Jinxiang's tone became friendly, and he seemed a little excited. I responded with a smile, then changed my mind and asked, "By the way, can you tell me where you got these blueprints? I'm willing to pay for this information." Su Jinxiang was a little reluctant. "No need to spend money. It's okay to tell friends and news." He then pondered for a moment, then added, "Based on my years of experience, there are several star regions where the drop rates of level 10 materials and blueprints are higher than in other star regions." Su Jinxiang marked the locations of these star regions one by one and sent them to me via message. He added, "In these star regions, exploring planets, attacking armed facilities, destroying enemy fleets, and killing space beasts may all drop blueprints." I thanked him. "Thank you." Then, I quickly recorded the coordinates and traded 50,000 star coins to Su Jinxiang. For this information, 50,000 star coins is already a bargain. Su Jinxiang didn't want to accept it at first, but after I insisted, he finally accepted the deal. He thanked me repeatedly and said he would definitely treat me to a meal. I smiled and didn't pay any attention to it. After closing the chat bar, I finally had time to pay attention to the blueprint of the Flawless Nebula-class cruiser in my hand. The Flawless Nebula-class cruiser is the most powerful comprehensive battleship in Galaxy Age. The battleships in Galaxy Age are divided into 3 categories: comprehensive battleships, attack battleships, and engineering battleships. The Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier, the Wandering Temple-class battlecruiser, and the Dreadnought-class destroyer are all attack warships, while the Flawless Nebula-class cruiser is a comprehensive warship. An integrated battleship means that it integrates firepower, supplies, and support. It is a moving fortress that can cruise away from the dock for a long time. A single Flawless Nebula-class cruiser is enough to shock a planet or even an entire galaxy, and possesses overwhelming combat power. In the store, the price is 10,000 star coins each. You already have the blueprint of the Flawless Nebula-class star cruiser. You can purchase the Flawless Nebula-class star cruiser. Submit purchase quantity. I entered 5,000 without hesitation, preparing to purchase 5,000 Flawless Nebula-class cruisers. "Are you sure you want to buy 5,000 Flawless Nebula-class cruisers?" I said sure. The next moment, 5,000 huge warships appeared neatly outside my dock. Each Flawless Nebula-class cruiser shone with a nebula-like magnificent light, and the exquisite armor had no flaws. From a distance, it looked as huge and magnificent as a flawless nebula. According to my estimation, the length of each Flawless Nebula-class cruiser is over 10 kilometers, which is more than 10 times that of the Dreadnought-class destroyer. Moreover, their configuration far exceeds that of the Dreadnought-class destroyers. Not only are they equipped with powerful firepower, they also have extremely powerful shield generators that can cover surrounding ships. I couldn't help but be intoxicated by the size and power of these warships. Especially the scene of them appearing in the real starry sky in the future is simply unimaginable. At the same time, the fleet rankings also changed. The Galaxy fleet, which originally ranked first, has been surpassed by the Reverse Blade fleet, which now ranks first with 15,000 warships. Wang Zhe was quite shocked by the composition of the NI Ren fleet. Although his Galaxy fleet was strong, it was still inferior in comparison. 5,000 Flawless Nebula-class cruisers simply made him feel powerless to contend with. What a sin! Wang Zhe gnashed his teeth as he looked at the list. How dare this guy buy warships so crazily? He thought angrily. Although I can take out this money, I can't possibly invest it all in the game. After I bought the Flawless Nebula-class cruiser, I immersed myself in the beautiful scenery in the game for a long time until I turned off the game with satisfaction. Before closing the game, I took out 50,000 star coins and 2 million star coins and posted them in the purchase area of the player exchange. Looking for the blueprints of the Wandering Temple-class battlecruiser and the Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier. The price I offered was much higher than the market price, in order to get the blueprints as soon as possible, so as to avoid any more trouble. As for when to get the blueprints, it depends on luck. After turning off the phone screen, I walked to the window and looked out at the colorful riverside scene and the gorgeous high-rise buildings, but I had some thoughts in my mind. Su Jinxiang's appearance reminded me of something. Humans are such diverse creatures. There are even people like the Adventists. I muttered to myself. The Adventists are those who voluntarily submit to the coalition of alien civilizations, hoping that they will arrive and rule over humanity as soon as possible. Their existence has been secretly making small moves and even disintegrated human resistance from within, ultimately leading to the disastrous defeat of several major joint fleets. If the Level 10 battleships in Galaxy Age were not so powerful, humans could have held out longer. This is also why I am reluctant to issue a warning to various countries. On the one hand, there's a 99.9% chance that I will be regarded as a lunatic. On the other hand, even if some countries are trustworthy, the people within those countries are not worthy of my trust. The only way I can do this is to invest all my funds to expand the size of my fleet. The key to expanding the fleet is tomorrow. Tomorrow, my shares will be put up for public auction. How much the shares worth more than $5 billion can be sold for depends on tomorrow. The next morning, I got up early, washed up, and went to the hotel restaurant for dinner. While eating, I was browsing various news on my phone. In the gossip column, I saw a news release from financial media. According to undisclosed gossip, XAI's head Lu Feng announced yesterday that he would sell his shares. It is reported that Lu Feng owns more than 50% of XAI's shares. According to XAI's current share price, these shares are worth at least 5 billion yuan. The comments below were not very friendly. Another capitalist who cashed out as soon as his company went public. I used to think Lu Feng was a true entrepreneur with a dream for technology, but now it seems that he is just another capitalist. These comments made me frown slightly. It seemed that this news was deliberately released by a certain capital institution. I opened the stock price check app and found XAI. Sure enough, the stock price was falling, and the time of the fall was almost the same as the time when the news was released. These are heartless guys. I couldn't help but sneer. There are so many little tricks. These capital controllers are at the top of the pyramid of society. They do things for profit and intrigue, but they didn't expect that after the battleships are responded, the wealth they have worked so hard to accumulate will disappear in an instant. In the future, those who were once at the top of the pyramid will become no different from ordinary people. I was looking forward to that day. I turned off my phone, quickly finished my breakfast, walked out of the restaurant, and called a car to go to the company. As soon as I entered the company gate, I saw a familiar figure. It was the middle-aged man who bought my house yesterday, Ling Xingfa. I remember his name was Boss Ling. When I saw Boss Ling, I couldn't help but stop. What? Boss Ling is also interested in participating in the bidding. I asked with a smile. When Ling Xingfa saw me, he walked over with a smile and patted my shoulder. I've been following Brother Lu for a long time. Of course I am interested. Did you come to me specifically to buy a house yesterday? I asked curiously. Actually, it doesn't matter to me who buys my house. But it's a little confusing that this guy is so well-informed. No, I just saw Brother Lu by chance yesterday. Ling Xingfa waved his hands quickly. To be honest, I was also quite surprised when I saw your house. After hearing what he said, I didn't continue to discuss the topic of buying a house, but turned to the main business of today. No wonder Boss Ling was so straightforward yesterday. Did you want to gain the upper hand in today's bidding? I said half-jokingly. Ling Xingfa waved his hand and said with a smile, Haha, no, Brother Lu, you are too kind. Everything is based on the principle of fair competition. Then I naturally welcomed Mr. Ling. Let's go in together. I responded with a smile. No matter who buys my shares, as long as the money is in place, it's fine. Since Boss Ling is interested, it wouldn't be bad to go in with him. At this time, the top-floor conference room of XAI was already full of people. In addition to the company's internal executives, there were also many people representing the capital institutions behind it. The people from these capital institutions separated and sat together. The atmosphere was a bit tense, and everyone's eyes were full of competition. I noticed at a glance that the bosses of these capital institutions are all industry celebrities. I smiled, walked to the middle seat, and sat down, and got straight to the point. Now that everyone is here, I will tell you the only requirement for purchasing my shares. The full amount must reach the designated account within a week. I looked around to make sure no one raised any objections. Well, the bidding will begin now. 405 billion. As soon as I finished speaking, a capital institution from Guangxing quoted a price. At this time, although XAI's stock price fell, it still maintained a considerable value. It can be seen that these capital institutions do not intend to make the bidding process easy. The subsequent bidding quickly entered a white-hot stage, and the price also rose sharply. 4,600 million, 4,700 million, 4,800 million. Guangqing Capital made another bid and shouted to others, XAI's stock price has already dropped this morning. It's not worth it if it goes above this price. Hearing this, I smiled contemptuously. This guy deliberately shouted, ostensibly as a signal to other capital institutions, but actually as a hint to me. Sure enough, in the next few minutes, no one made another bid, and everyone seemed cautious. Every capital institution is very smart and knows in their hearts that Lu Feng's bidding is just to raise the price, and they will not let Lu Feng succeed easily. This bidding has turned into a psychological battle between me and these capital institutions. Let's see who loses patience first. How about this? We'll add another 50 million. Dunan, the boss of a long-established capital institution in Dahai City, suddenly spoke up, breaking the silence of several minutes. Mr. Liu asked for the funds to be deposited within a week, so the sale of shares usually requires a discount. In addition, XAI's stock price has fallen, so the price we offer is already very sincere. Dunan's words sounded very confident, and even gave people a sense of victory in their grasp. Mr. Liu, do you agree to this price? If you agree, we can sign the contract on the spot, and the funds will be in your account within 5 days. I glanced at him and didn't speak immediately. This price was obviously far from what I expected. Every 100 million less means I lose thousands or even tens of thousands of warships. The value of these warships in the future cannot be measured by 100 million. Therefore, I will never let go of any opportunity to make more money. The meeting room suddenly became silent, and neither Du, Nan, nor the bosses of other capital institutions spoke. No one was willing to give in, and the atmosphere was frozen. Just then, a voice came from the back of the conference room, breaking the silence. 5.5 billion. This price made everyone in the conference room hold their breath, especially the bosses of several capital institutions. 5.5 billion was far more than the bottom line they had agreed on. They all thought that if they put some more pressure on the deal, the price would be around 4.8 or 4.9 billion, but suddenly someone who didn't play by the rules showed up and disrupted their plans. Everyone looked back and saw a middle-aged man sitting at the last seat in the conference room. He was looking at everyone with a smile. Hello, bosses. I'm a businessman from Gangsheng. I just bought a house in Dahai City and plan to settle down here for a long time. He bowed slightly and greeted politely. The capital institutions present began to discuss in low voices. I noticed that there was a senior executive of XAI standing next to him. It was obvious that he had been paying attention to XAI for a long time. I didn't expect that Mr. Ling would be so interested in my company that he was willing to buy my shares at this price. He really helped me a lot. This offer of 5.5 billion broke the deadlock. The previous tricks of the capital institutions were instantly ineffective. If you want to buy my shares, you have to be serious. Dunan obviously no longer had the composure he had before. He looked at Ling Xingfa in frustration, knowing that he would have to spend several or even billions more. Ling Xingfa, a businessman who started his business by building factories in Hong Kong, was not in the circle of capital institutions at all. He didn't take it seriously at first, because how could an industrial company like his come up with so many billions of cash at one time? However, he did not expect that he would really become Cheng Yaojin who caused trouble today. I think Boss Ling might be joking. He shouldn't be able to come up with so much money. Mr. Liu should verify this. Although Dunan's words were a joke, his eyes were fixed on Ling Xingfa with full vigilance. Ling Xingfa remained calm and said with a smile, "Of course I can come up with the money. Unfortunately, I invested in Chengdu AI a few years ago. Chengdu AI's stock price increased several times after it went public. I sold it at the highest point of Chengdu AI's stock price and made a lot of money. I am very optimistic about XAI now. Would you bosses give way to me?" Hearing this, Dunan snorted coldly. 5.6 billion. Ling Xingfa responded calmly. 5.7 billion. Dunan and Ling Xingfa confronted each other instantly, and the atmosphere in the conference room gradually became heated. With each round of bidding, I couldn't help but be happy. Every time I quote a price, I can make a little more. 100 million can buy 100,000 Dreadnought-class destroyers, even 1,000 Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carriers. 59 billion. Ling Xingfa continued to follow up. Seeing this number, Dunan's eyes were filled with anger. He knew that this price was already far higher than the market price of XAI shares. If he continued to raise the price, he would take on more risks. If XAI's stock price fails to rise further, he will lose all his money. He couldn't help but wonder why Lu Feng would sell his shares at this time. Was there something wrong within XAI that caused Lu Feng to want to cash out early? This thought instantly took root in his mind and made him start to waver. He glanced at Lu Feng, who was sitting there motionless, and wondered if his calmness was just an act. But from the slightly twitching corners of Lu Feng's mouth, he didn't see any signs of disguise. Finally, Dunan gritted his teeth and quoted the final price, 6 billion. Except for Ling Xingfa, other capital institutions chose to wait and see for the time being. 6 billion, this price, still has great hope of being able to close the deal. If Ling Xingfa raises the price again, then he will give up this opportunity. Fortunately, Ling Xingfa did not raise the price this time. He just bowed to Du Nan with an unclear meaning. Dunan looked at me, and I nodded in agreement. He breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally over. I sold 51% of XAI for $6 billion. Although the risk was high, the investment was still worth it. When I get control of XAI, the first thing I will do is to find out if there are any hidden dangers within the company. As long as there are no major problems, I should be able to make back the 1 billion yuan. After signing the contract, Dunan patted my shoulder and said, Lu Feng, have you ever considered continuing to work for XAI? I will definitely pay you well. I shook my head. No, I have my own things to do. At this moment, my heart is still burning with enthusiasm, and I am eagerly waiting for the funds to arrive so that I can immediately invest in Galaxy Age and continue to purchase more warships. Hearing this, Dunan frowned and said earnestly, Lu Feng, as a veteran, I have more experience than you. The AI industry may be the key point for the next technological explosion. Don't miss this era. I gently shook off Dunan's hand on my shoulder and said calmly, you don't need to worry about this, because I know not only the key point of the next technological explosion, but also the exact time. Chapter 10, 10,000 Wandering Temple-class battlecruisers. The share transaction was settled, and just when Lu Feng was about to return to the hotel, Boss Ling stopped him. Brother Lu, I want to invite you to my home. My home is your home. No, your original home. Boss Ling rubbed his hands, looking like he had been expecting something for a long time. Lu Feng felt that the way Boss Ling looked at him was not right, and he even asked him to go to his house. He suddenly felt a chill. He took a half step back. Boss Ling, I'm a little busy lately and don't have time. Seeing Lu Feng like this, Boss Ling knew that he had misunderstood something and immediately slapped his forehead and started to explain. Brother Lu, don't get me wrong. Actually, someone in my family is your fan and has always wanted to meet you, so... Only then did Lu Feng breathe a sigh of relief. As the head of a large company, he is well known and it is normal for him to have fans. I'll go if I'm free. I have something to do these 2 days. I'll call you then. After all, he did me a big favor and helped me get an extra 1 billion yuan, so there's nothing wrong with going to meet him. Okay, I'll call you then. You're going back now, right? I saw you didn't drive when you came here, so I'll ask my driver to take you. Lu Feng did not refuse and returned to the hotel in the middle-aged man's Maybach. As soon as he returned to the hotel, Lu Feng turned on his mobile phone and logged into Galaxy Times. Since last night, he has begun exploring the coordinates that Su Jinxiang gave him. He divided the fleet into 10 teams, each consisting of 500 Flawless Nebula-class cruisers and 1,000 Dreadnought-class destroyers. Leiden Sector, as the most chaotic star zone in the game, it is also the most dangerous star zone. The reason for the chaos is that there are countless giant star beasts lurking in the deep sky here. An asteroid that can be seen everywhere may turn into a giant beast with an open mouth in the next second, swallowing up passing ships. But with high risk comes high returns. Deploy the fleet to explore the Leiden Star sector, and you will obtain a considerable amount of materials each time, and there is a certain chance of obtaining blueprints. But the prerequisite is to be able to kill those terrifying star beasts. Usually, it takes hundreds of warships of the same level to kill a giant star beast. The higher the level of the star beast, the more warships are needed to kill it. People without a certain amount of financial resources can easily suffer losses when hunting the giant beasts in the sky. But for Lu Feng, this is not a problem. Lu Feng deployed 5 teams here, constantly wandering in the Leiden Star Zone, launching saturation attacks on any star beast that jumped out. Each team has 1,500 level 10 warships, and their firepower is so strong that those star beasts are often reduced to ashes as soon as they show their true colors. You killed the level 7 star beast and obtained mechanical arm *14. You killed a level 8 space beast and obtained a level 8 battleship blueprint *1. You killed a level 10 space beast and obtained a level 10 battleship shield generator fragment *1. You killed the level 8 star beast and obtained level 8 battleship armor *29. You killed a level 9 space beast and obtained a level 9 battleship cannon *1. These pop-up prompts have been popping up since last night. But most of those killed were level 7, 8, and 9 star beasts, and there were very few level 10 star beasts. The blueprints of a level 10 battleship will only drop from a level 10 star beast. At this time, a kill reminder caught Lu Feng's attention. You killed the level 10 star beast Hilton and obtained an audio clip containing information. It even has a name. The dozen or so level 10 star beasts killed before did not have their own names, only the title of level 10 star beast. This shows that the level 10 star beast Hilton that was killed is quite special. And the kill reward is also extraordinary. An audio clip. This is a reward that has never been offered before, and I have never seen a similar reward anywhere else. Lu Feng immediately became interested and searched the warehouse and found the audio clip. Its icon is just a series of undulating wavy lines, and clicking on it will show its introduction. An audio clip contains information, but the audio clip is damaged. Collecting all 3 clips can restore the audio clip to a complete one. With a complete audio clip, it may be possible to locate the source of the audio clip. Lu Feng couldn't help but ponder it. Judging from the 3 audio clips, there should be at least 2 special beings, like the level 10 star beast Hilton in the Leiden Star region. I don't know if this audio is the only one. It would be very troublesome if someone else got there first. Thinking of this, Lu Feng decided to transfer all ships directly to the Leiden Star Zone to speed up the sweep. Find the remaining 2 special level 10 star beasts hiding in the Leiden Star Zone as soon as possible. As soon as the mobilization order was issued, the 5 teams far away from the Leiden Star area immediately changed direction and headed toward the Leiden Star area in a mighty manner. As one giant ship after another, shining with light, entered hyperspace on the spot, the next moment, a fleet thousands of kilometers long appeared in the Leiden Star sector. As shown in the picture, the Dreadnought-class destroyers are circling around the Flawless Nebula-class cruisers like fish. As they shuttle back and forth, their dark blue tail flames leave magnificent colors in the deep space. There are 9 more fleets like this one. Each fleet began a sweep through galaxies one by one. The sweep lasted a whole day, and 10 fleets killed countless space beasts in the Leiden Star sector. Lu Feng looked at the materials in the warehouse that were measured in thousands, and estimated that it took at least 1,000 star beasts to be killed. But among these thousands of star beasts, there was no special level 10 star beast with a name. It was not known whether it was due to luck or the special level 10 star beast sensed the danger and took the initiative to avoid it, resulting in Lu Feng not being able to obtain the second audio clip. But Lu Feng got an unexpected surprise. There was an extra drawing in the warehouse. Wandering Temple-class battlecruiser blueprint. Looking back at the kill record, Lu Feng discovered that a certain fleet dropped this blueprint after killing a level 10 behemoth in the afternoon. You killed a level 10 behemoth and obtained a level 10 battleship, Wandering Temple-class battlecruiser blueprint *1. Lu Feng calculated that he had killed nearly 100 level 10 star beasts before one of them dropped. The explosion rate is around 1%. Shockingly low. This was the result of him having 15,000 level 10 warships sweeping the area at one time. If you're an ordinary player, it is difficult to have so many level 10 battleships to kill level 10 star beasts. It would be impossible to have his efficiency. With the blueprint, Lu Feng put aside the sweep of the Leiden Star Zone and opened store. One of the 4 top-tier level 10 battleships in the store, the Wandering Temple-class battlecruiser, has been lit up and is officially available for him to purchase. Wandering Temple-class battlecruiser, price, 2,000 star coins/ship. Lu Feng glanced at the star coin balance, and there were still more than 20 million star coins. Click buy. You already have the blueprint of the Wandering Temple-class battlecruiser and can purchase the Wandering Temple-class battlecruiser. Submit purchase quantity. 10,000 ships. Chapter 11 Second Audio. When 10,000 gray-black warships were lined up outside the dock, the scene was quite spectacular. Wandering Temple-class battlecruiser, 5 kilometers long. Compared with the Dreadnought-class destroyer, its volume is many times larger. In front of the battlecruiser, a series of circular rings linked by mechanical devices formed an extra-large planetary cannon. The muzzle of the planetary gun alone can fit an entire Dreadnought-class destroyer. As a planetary cannon, its maximum power can directly penetrate a planet, reach the planet's core, and cause it to disintegrate. In addition, the Wandering Temple-class battlecruiser is also equipped with 10 hyperorbital laser cannons and 40 orbital laser cannons. These orbital laser cannons are large-caliber weapons that the Dreadnought-class destroyers do not possess. They are densely distributed throughout the hull of the Wandering Temple-class battlecruiser, aimed at the up, down, left, right, front, and back directions, and can launch large-scale saturation strikes at any time. In addition, conventional weapons, such as laser cannons, tracking missile arrays, defensive laser dot arrays, etc., are configured on the Wandering Temple-class battlecruiser in more than 10 times the number of those on the Dreadnought-class destroyer. It is one level higher than the Flawless Nebula-class cruiser. Although its size is not as large as the Flawless Nebula-class cruiser, its firepower is undoubtedly the strongest. The Wandering Temple-class battlecruiser is the most powerful weapon built for war. Everything on the ship is configured for these gunfires. After admiring the Wandering Temple-class battlecruiser, Lu Feng resisted the urge to go up and fire at it right away. Integrate 10,000 Wandering Temple-class battlecruisers into the reverse blade fleet in the dock. With the existing 15,000 ships, Lu Feng now faces a problem. That is, the only level 10 dock is not enough. It looks like we need to build a second level 10 dock. But there are only a few 100,000 star coins left, and a level 10 dock would cost $1 million. We can only put it aside for now and start construction after the $6 billion arrives. Lu Feng did not let these 10,000 Wandering Temple-class battlecruisers sit idle. He immediately transferred them to the Leiden Star region and incorporated them into the original 10 squadrons. The number of warships in each of the 10 squadrons expanded to 2,500, but the size of the entire fleet increased by more than half. Scattered across the starry sky, it is still vast and stretches for thousands of kilometers. Boss, check the fleet list. Wang Zhuo was staring at the ceiling blankly. He raised his cell phone weakly when he heard his subordinates calling him. He glanced at the reverse blade fleet, which was ranked first on the list. Oh, another 10,000 Wandering Temple-class battlecruisers have been added. It's just 20 million, which is definitely a drop in the bucket for that guy. Then he put down his phone numbly. He continued to stare blankly at the ceiling. He seemed like a middle-aged man who suddenly lost all interest in sex and fell into a state of electronic yongwei. Wang Zhuo no longer wants to enter Galaxy Age. When his men saw him like this, they couldn't help but rush over and shout, "Boss, don't be like this. Cheer up. Even if their final size reaches 30,000 ships, we still have a chance to overtake them. I've calculated that if our Galaxy fleet is doubled in size and the number of aircraft carriers is increased by 500, as long as that rich second generation doesn't know how to command, relying on the flexibility of aircraft carriers and the combination of various warships. With our command system and a micromanagement of the command system, we can defeat their fleet of 30,000 warships." The light in Wang Zhuo's eyes gradually returned. "Real? I'm sure of that." The subordinate nodded vigorously. "I received news that the reverse blade fleet was pulled to the Leiden Star region by that rich second generation to sweep the space beasts. According to my observation, he will simply distribute all the warships to 10 squadrons and then pull them together to attack. He probably didn't hire someone to manage the fleet like the boss did. He probably operates such a large fleet by himself. It's difficult for him to operate such a large fleet accurately by himself. This way, we have the opportunity to take advantage of it." Wang Zhuo thought about it and realized that if this was true, he could indeed defeat the enemy's fleet of 30,000 with only 20,000 troops. The fewer the better. As for why there is a need for war, the game itself encourages fighting between players, and it is common for players to directly fight or even engage in battles. Why not fight a battle you can win? He doesn't play games just to keep so many warships gathering dust in the dock. Moreover, he has not had a single day of good eating or sleeping since the reverse blade fleet replaced the Galaxy fleet to take the top spot. He is still unhappy. After being the overlord for so many years, he was surpassed in a short time by a sinful, rich second generation who suddenly appeared. It's a sin, and still a sin. Wang Zhuo didn't want to endure it anymore and made some calculations in his mind. Doubling the current fleet size would require 10,000 level 10 warships. Among them, 500 Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carriers, plus 9,500 other types of level 10 battleships, will cost about 70 to 80 million. This accounted for 1/5 or 1/6 of all his assets, and it was in cash. It's a bit difficult to take it out at once, but you can get it from the old stuff. Wangzhou thought of his father, who never liked him playing games. Because I invested 20 million in Galaxy Age, I was accused of being a spendthrift and was almost kicked out of the house. The old man is so rich, it's time for him to give him some gold coins. At 10 o'clock in the evening, when Lu Feng had swept to the last galaxy in the Light and Star Zone, he finally discovered the second named Level 10 Star Beast. This giant star beast was different from any other giant star beast. When it saw Lu Feng's fleet, it turned around and ran away. No matter how weak the star beasts encountered before were, they would take the initiative to appear and attack when they encountered an active fleet. Without exception, it seemed like this was how they were programmed. But when this giant star beast, named Hilta, saw Lu Feng's branch fleet, it did not stop for a moment, and its dark body ran out of the galaxy like a giant snake. NPCs with names are different. Lu Feng chuckled. The branch fleet that discovered Hilta continued to approach at a leisurely pace, not paying any attention to Hilta, who was getting farther and farther away. In the distance, 9 branch fleets of the same size were approaching the galaxy from all directions. Gradually, a huge encirclement was formed. The encirclement is still shrinking, and the center is Hilta. At first, Hilta didn't realize it, but after a while, it stopped moving and stood still. Its huge, slender body like a snake is covered with golden eyeballs. At this moment, all the golden eyeballs are looking at the fleet surrounding it. It looks like it is waiting for the next big battle. Such a human side made Lu Feng realize that it was quite intelligent. I became more curious about the source of the audio. By collecting 3 audio clips, you can locate the source of the audio. What will be the source of the audio? Just as Lu Feng was thinking, the battle between the level 10 star beast Hilta and the fleet had already begun. Hilta's combat power is not comparable to that of ordinary level 10 star beasts. According to Lu Feng's estimation, it is at least equivalent to the combat power that a cluster of 500 level 10 battleships can exert. But unfortunately, the person it met was Lu Feng. The encirclement formed by 25,000 level 10 battleships was like a dense net. In an instant, millions of lasers in the dense net rushed towards the same target. The light produced at that moment was so bright that it even obscured the light emitted by the stars in the galaxy. After the white light, only some black residues remained at the center of the fire. You killed the level 10 star beast Hilta and obtained an audio clip containing information. Chapter 12: Positioning Audio Coordinates. When everything was settled, Lu Feng checked the audio in the warehouse. An audio clip contains information, but the audio clip is damaged. Collecting all 3 clips can restore the audio clip to a complete one. With a complete audio clip, it may be possible to locate the source of the audio clip. The introduction is exactly the same as the first audio clip. With 2 audio clips in hand, Lu Feng only needs the last clip to repair the complete audio. This allows you to locate the source of the audio. But where is the last special level 10 behemoth? His 10 squadrons have already wiped out dozens of planetary systems in the Light and Star Zone. Only 2 special level 10 behemoths were discovered. That leaves only 2 possibilities. One is that the 3rd special level 10 behemoth is still hiding in the Light and Star sector. The second possibility is that it has escaped to another star region. Considering that both situations were possible, Lu Feng split 5,000 Dreadnought-class destroyers and 5,000 Wandering Temple-class battlecruisers into 100 small fleets. Each small fleet consists of 50 Dreadnought-class destroyers and 50 Wandering Temple-class battlecruisers. With this fleet size, it continues to roam in the Light and Star sector, continuing to search for the 3rd special star beast that may be hidden in the Light and Star sector. Lu Feng transferred the remaining 15,000 warships to the second target, the La Barco garbage dump. The La Barco garbage dump is not far from the Light and Star Zone and is one of the coordinates provided by Su Jianxiang. This place is filled with all kinds of garbage, including warship wreckage, abandoned rockets, and broken corpses. It can be called a public garbage dump. Exploring among the garbage, you might make unexpected discoveries. For example, some drawings. Compared with the Light and Star region, the La Barco garbage dump seems quite deserted. From time to time, Lu Feng can see others hunting star beasts in the Light and Star region. But at the La Barco dump, there's almost no one, because few people know that you can find something by rummaging through the garbage. And even if someone knows this, coming here to rummage through garbage is too inefficient and is far less effective than hunting for star beasts. As a result, in such a large area, Countless piles of garbage lie in the darkness, with no one visiting. The fact that there are not many people means Lu Feng can have it all to himself. Lu Feng was delighted when he saw the screen full of garbage and the destructible prompt popping up next to it. He really loves setting off fireworks. He controlled 15,000 level 10 battleships and headed directly towards the endless garbage dump A. Each ship launched a saturation fire attack on the garbage dump closest to it. Laser beams flashed in the originally dark garbage dump. People who didn't know what was happening would think that two large fleets were exchanging fire. Although the Lebalco garbage dump is large and contains a lot of garbage, Lu Feng's 15,000 warships are no pushovers. The huge number of warships and their strong quality make the advancement speed of the entire fleet not slow at all. Those piles of garbage that are tough for ordinary players to chew are just a matter of concentrated fire in front of a wandering Temple-class battlecruiser. If one round doesn't work, try second round. There is nothing that can't be solved by cannons. Lu Feng, a devout believer of the Truth Cannon Church, thought so. But just as the boundless darkness of the Lebalco garbage dump was gradually eroded by the light of artillery fire, a giant beast was awakened deep in the garbage dump. He leaped out of the garbage dump, which was still in the dark, and ran towards the light at the end of his sight. The giant beast's body is as big as half a moon. It looks like an alien monster with countless tentacles and golden eyeballs all over its body. Its huge body, which was over 1,000 kilometers long, knocked through the garbage dump in front of it, creating a gap with a diameter of 100 kilometers in the garbage dump. The behemoth arrived at the outskirts of the Lebalco garbage dump with unrivaled momentum, facing the fleet of warships that were clearing the garbage. It crashed straight into a Flawless Nebula-class cruiser, opened its mouth and bit through the Flawless Nebula-class cruiser's shield, and then directly bit half of the Flawless Nebula-class cruiser into pieces. But the fleet of warships was not a pushover. The moment Lu Feng discovered the giant beast, he reacted immediately and maneuvered all the ships towards the place where the giant beast appeared, while concentrating fire on it. The nearest hundreds of wandering Temple-class battlecruisers simultaneously activated their front-end planetary cannons. After accumulating energy, hundreds of thick rays hit the giant beast from the muzzle of the planetary cannon, directly destroying a small part of the giant beast's tentacles and golden eyeballs. The giant beast roared in pain, tumbling in the aftermath of the planetary cannon, as if it felt fear. But around it, warships continued to join the battlefield, bombarding it with planetary cannons one after another. Cut off its tentacles one by one. The lights of laser cannons and orbital laser cannons never stopped. Soon, the beast was silent, and its huge and mutilated corpse floated in the starry sky thousands of miles away. The charred black marks on the corpse showed that it had provoked an existence that it should not have provoked. You killed the level 10 star beast Hilda and obtained an audio clip containing information. You have collected 3 audio clips containing information, which can be restored into a complete audio clip. Do you want to restore it? The 2 pieces of news that popped up one after another made Lu Feng overjoyed. This behemoth is indeed the 3rd special level 10 star beast with a name. Now all 3 audio clips are collected. He immediately clicked on a repair. The next moment, the 3 audio clips containing information in his warehouse disappeared and were replaced by complete audio clips. Lu Feng couldn't wait to click on it, wanted to hear what information the complete audio contained and where it came from. Following Lu Feng's operation, the interface of Galaxy Age was replaced by a constantly jumping line. A sound slowly appeared in Lu Feng's ears with the rise and fall of lines. It was a strange sound, and the empty and quiet background made people get goosebumps and feel a chill in their hearts. It felt like being in the deep sea and hearing the screams of whales that humans cannot hear at all. The fear and sense of inaccessibility from the soul arise spontaneously. This audio clip seemed to be sent by a certain creature in the universe, and should have been received by those 3 special level 10 star beasts. This is another special level 10 star beast? Or the birthplace of the star beasts? Lu Feng, who was becoming more and more curious, clicked on location, which appeared after listening to the audio. Then a coordinate appeared in front of Lu Feng. The area where these coordinates are located is far away from the player's activity area and is almost at the edge of the map. There, the majority of the world is filled with empty, dead, dark starry sky, and only rarely can you see a star emitting heat and light. There's something. Chapter 13. Money is not everything. Lu Feng was not in a hurry to have the fleet collectively jump to that coordinate. He felt that no matter what that thing was, it would definitely not be as easy to deal with as Hilton, Hilta, and Hilda, the 3 level 10-star beasts. Although the game, Galaxy Age, does not have something like missions that are common in traditional games, but you may collect all kinds of strange monster items in it. There's likely a story hidden behind these items. As the plot progresses, many behind-the-scenes stories will be revealed that will not be shown to most players. These backends often give players some unique benefits. It is said that a few years ago, a player's ship accidentally entered a black hole and survived. Inside the black hole, he discovered the remains of a civilization. There were still many wreckages of warships in the ruins, and among those wreckages, the player found an intact warship. Relying on the battleship that survived in the black hole, the player activated and controlled the intact ancient battleship. The ability of that ancient warship is extremely special. It can carry warships within a certain range into a completely unobservable state. Unobservable means that it cannot be observed in any medium. Optical observation, sonic echo detection, hyperspace detection, gravitational detection, all means are unable to find the battleship. In other words, it is entering a true invisible state. After the player came out of the black hole with this battleship, an alliance sent out a coalition of tens of thousands of battleships to explore the black hole again. But not a single ship passed through the black hole, and all of them became part of it. Therefore, Lu Feng could not rush forward with a lucky or arrogant mentality. He must make full preparations first. And he doesn't have to rush, as he's the only player who has collected all 3 audio clips. He is also the first person to know this coordinate. There's no need to rush. In a few days, the 6 billion funds will be in hand. There is no need to rush these few days. Thinking of this, Lu Feng selected the few warships that were damaged in the battle and sent them back to the dock for repairs. The rest continued to rummage through garbage at the Lebalco dump. Moreover, the 10,000 warships in the Leiden Star Zone were also reassigned by Lu Feng to the Lebalco garbage dump to rummage through the garbage. After doing all this, Lu Feng turned off his phone, lay on the bed, and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, a full 25,000 warships spent the entire day cleaning up garbage at the Lebalco garbage dump. You destroyed 7 garbage dumps and obtained 32 garbage dumps. You destroyed 6 garbage dumps, obtained 54 garbage, and 1 level 3 battleship jump engine. You destroyed 9 garbage dumps, obtained 71 garbage, and 1 level 6 battleship blueprint. The rewards from rummaging through garbage can hardly compare to killing giant star beasts. What you get after digging through the garbage is often garbage. The less trash, the more garbage. While thinking, Lu Feng destroyed all the garbage in the warehouse. It needs to be cleaned every 1 or 2 hours, otherwise the warehouse will not be enough. He would spend the whole day sitting in front of his phone, checking from time to time to see if there was anything good and cleaning up the garbage at the same time. Late at night, Lu Feng counted today's harvest. Although the drop rate of turning over garbage is 10 times lower than that of killing star beasts, Lu Feng's fleet turned over too much garbage. He obtained a large amount of materials and blueprints below level 9, and even a blueprint of a Dreadnought-class destroyer. These gains are okay, but for Lu Feng, they are not what he needs. Looking at the landfill with more than half of the garbage pile still left, Lu Feng could only hope for some harvest later. But on the 3rd and 4th days, even when the entire fleet had searched the garbage dump thoroughly, Lu Feng still did not get the harvest he expected. On the contrary, Lu Feng's warehouse was filled to the brim with all kinds of materials. Today, the Lebalco landfill can no longer be called a landfill. The star field that was once filled with space junk has completely returned to the dark, deep space. Countless piles of garbage were cleared away in just 3 days under the day and night bombing of 25,000 warships. What's left are just bits and pieces of debris, which are of no great value. There is nothing here to attract Lu Feng anymore. Lu Feng had to turn his attention to the next target. Just then, a text message interrupted him. The text message was sent to him by someone from a capital institution. The 6 billion funds have been deposited into 6 accounts under his name as per his request. Boss, the funds are in place. The subordinate looked at the extra 80 million star coins in the account excitedly, turned around and shouted to Wang Zhuo. Wang Zhuo was not at all surprised by this expected event. He waved his hand, indicating to his men that this was just a small matter. If it weren't for the old man's strict supervision, I would have charged you 800 million, not to mention 80 million. After saying this, Wang Zhuo felt a little guilty. He really couldn't bear to part with 800 million. Just a game. It's not worth spending 800 million. Wang Zhuo did not dwell on this matter for too long. This was more than the first or second time he had tried to save face in front of his subordinates, and he was used to it. All he wanted now was to expand the size of his fleet immediately. Then he would go and fight that sinful, rich second generation. As long as he could win, he would be happy even if he ranked second on the battleship list. He is the strongest second, hard power first. Looking at the extra 80 million in his account, Wang Zhuo moved his fingers and bought more. 500 Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carriers, 2,000 Flawless Nebula-class cruisers, 2,500 Wandering Temple-class battlecruisers, 5,000 Dreadnought-class destroyers. He bought very quickly. As long as he buys fast enough, the heartache of spending money will not catch up with him. Just 1 minute later, the fleet on his mobile phone interface had changed dramatically. A total of 10,000 extra warships were lined up outside the dock. The size of the entire Galaxy fleet has doubled. Moreover, their level of eliteness is far beyond the previous 10,000 warships. Those 500 Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carriers are definitely the bulk of the force. He was confident that under his command, the new fleet's combat effectiveness would be 2 or 3 times that of before. I can definitely beat that evil rich second generation to a pulp. Away, that guy is still in a Lebalco garbage dump? Yes, boss. Very good. Let everyone take their positions and command their respective parts. Wang Zhuo watched the fleet on the screen move out from the dock like a school of fish leaving the sea and gather in the starry sky beside the dock. The most powerful fleet in the history of the Galactic Age is about to go on an expedition. Their supreme commander will achieve the greatest victory of his life today. When he thought of this, his heart was suddenly filled with pride. Starship fleet, move out. Target, Lebalco garbage dump. We want everyone to understand that money is not everything. Chapter 14, that's just because you haven't spent enough. The Lebalco garbage dump. The reverse blade fleet, which was about to call it a day and move on to the next target, was gathering in an area of airspace. Just as Lu Feng entered the jump coordinates, countless jump lights appeared around the assembled fleet. As the light faded, huge warships slowly appeared one after another. The first to appear were the Dreadnought-class destroyers, followed by the larger and more massive Wandering Temple-class battlecruisers and the Flawless Nebula-class cruisers. Finally, there are some huge warships like behemoths, with squadrons of carrier-based aircraft surrounding them. That is the Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier. Looking around, these sudden uninvited guests were all level 10 warships, the same as his fleet composition. And there's also the Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier, which he does not have now. All the warships appeared in clusters. Each cluster is centered on a 30-kilometer-long Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier, with 10 Flawless Nebula-class cruisers evenly distributed around the aircraft carrier. Each Flawless Nebula-class cruiser carries several Wandering Temple-class battlecruisers and Dreadnought-class destroyers, placing them within its own protective sphere. Such an array is like an onion ring, with one circle wrapped inside another, forming a combat defense circle layer by layer. There were about 500 such battleship clusters on the entire battlefield. Each cluster of warships was positioned at intervals, and although their numbers were lower than that of the Niren fleet, they were able to surround Lu Feng's fleet. At first glance, it looks very professional. Those who are familiar with the game Galaxy Age will know that it is impossible for one person or a single player to perform such precise operations. Lu Feng was stunned for a moment by the cluster of warships that obviously had ill intentions, and then he reacted. He glanced at the Galaxy fleet, which had suddenly surged to 20,000 ships on the fleet list, and smiled as expected. It's really expanded. Although he was surrounded, Lu Feng was not panicked at all and stopped the jump operation he was originally planning to perform. He even stared with interest at the fleet of warships that looked like they were ready for war. I heard that this guy spent a lot of money to hire a command team. Is this the fleet under the command team's meticulous operation? A cluster of battleships is on high alert. A single cluster of battleships does not have an advantage in numbers when facing a large fleet. But when hundreds of such warship clusters cut into the battlefield, the effect they produced was completely incomparable to the rigid and inflexible fleet salvo formation. It's a good tactical thinking. Just as he was thinking, a message popped up on the game interface. Galaxy Fleet Commander, Commander the Reverse Blade Fleet, as the 2 strongest men in the Galactic Age, we must have a duel. Come, let's see who is the overlord of these stars. Seeing this news, Lu Feng couldn't help but burst out laughing. This guy is so old, but still so immature. But you're still polite. You came to say hello before the fight. In return, I will give you a small gift. Lu Feng tapped the recharge button and then quickly entered a number. After confirming the 0 after the number, Lu clicked to confirm the recharge. The next moment, the star coins in Lu Feng's account skyrocketed. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Like an old-fashioned counter, the numbers on the balance were rolling rapidly. As the numbers rotate extremely quickly, they continuously enter the counting level to the next level, driving the digits of the next level to rotate wildly. 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, 1 billion. The further the digits go, the faster the scrolling speed becomes. Finally, the numbers stopped rolling when they reached the billion level and stayed at 3. The following digits are reset to 0 one by one, except for a few $100,000. The star coin balance in Lu Feng's account reached 3 billion star coins in just 10 seconds. Lu Feng just took a look and opened the store without any hesitation. His eyes immediately fell on the 4 level 10 battleships at the top. I hope this little gift won't scare you. Lu Feng muttered softly. Although I can't do such a sophisticated operation, I know one thing. If you are poor, command tactics. If you are rich, pull together and attack. He pointed to the 3 types of warships with lit icons. You already have the blueprint of the Dreadnought-class destroyer. You can purchase the Dreadnought-class destroyer. Submit purchase quantity. 1 million. You already have the blueprint of the Wandering Temple-class battlecruiser and can purchase the Wandering Temple-class battlecruiser. Submit purchase quantity. 500,000. You already have the blueprint of the Flawless Nebula-class star cruiser and can purchase the Flawless Nebula-class star cruiser. Submit purchase quantity. 100,000. You have purchased too many warships. Are you sure you want to buy them? Sure. The next moment, the expected fleet of warships did not appear, and the screen in the game froze for a while. The picture remained motionless for more than 10 seconds before it recovered. Lack of dock. 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 As if reporting an error, his game interface was filled with pop-up information bars. Lu Feng simply ignored all of this and looked towards the starry sky behind the information board. Everything in the starry sky left Lu Feng stunned for a while. After a long time, he slowly uttered 2 words. Waji. The starry sky at this moment can no longer be described as starry sky. The starry sky is filled with stacks of warships that are as small as stars. But if you look closely, you can find that each warship is still arranged in a neat array in a certain pattern. The sky is vast, yet not complicated, and the warships that fill it with their own patterns are endless. No matter which direction you look at it from, there's always one column that is stacked. Millions of warships stood silently in the quiet starry sky, like soldiers waiting for a general's inspection. A solemn and murderous atmosphere spread from the silver-white and gray-black hull of the warship. This can already be called a sea of battleships. Such a magnificent scene made even Lu Feng, who had seen big scenes before, feel overwhelmed with excitement. Just looking at it like this is enough to shock me. It is hard to imagine what it will be like when a fleet of millions of ships appears overhead. Lu Feng slowly gave orders to all the millions of warships. Jump to the Lebalco dump. Why hasn't this guy replied to me yet? Aren't you going to reply to me with "This is our fateful duel"? I'm the only one posting this. So doesn't that make me look like a middle school student? Wang was staring at his phone and waited, but he didn't see the guy reply to his message. Boss, please check the list. At this time, a sound as if my younger brother away had constipation was heard. At that time, the voice was a mixture of unbelievable. Am I seeing right? This world is really crazy. Is it a bug? And inexplicable. Wang was subconsciously opened the list. The next moment, his eyes froze. His voice was constipated, just like a Waze. How much is this? He leaned his head closer in disbelief, hoping to see the numbers more clearly. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million. After counting the numbers, he, in a way, fell into endless silence at the same time. At the same time, a sentence popped up in my mind. Money is not everything. That's just because you don't spend enough. Chapter 15, just one wave. Further out from the 2 confronting fleets, the dark airspace was slowly changing. The peaceful space was gradually distorted, creating continuous ripples in the observable reality domain. This is a phenomenon that occurs when too many objects jump from hyperspace to the same area at the same time. The game presents this point quite realistically. The ripples spread over an area of about zero point 0.1 light years, and the entire area was filled with strange phenomena and constant turmoil. Behind the ripples, a fleet that seemed to stretch as far as the eye could see and cover the entire universe gradually emerged. Millions of warships jumped to the Lebalco garbage dump at the same time. An operation of this magnitude was so large that even players operating several light years away noticed the anomaly. Some players who were carrying out daily fleet tasks noticed that the starry sky in the distance suddenly distorted and then returned to normal. Some players who were performing hyperspace jumps in the nearby area were surprised to find out. At this time, it is impossible to enter hyperspace jump. The game keeps prompting the words, "Jump failed." Some players also discovered a particularly eye-catching number on the fleet list. 1,625,000. The total number of warships actually reached 1 million. Even if you add up all the ships in the game, Galaxy Age, there may not be this many. Some smart players immediately linked this ship number to the anomaly near the Lebalco garbage dump. What happened to the Lebalco dump? It seems that the reverse blade fleet has been sweeping garbage at the Lebalco garbage dump for 3 days, and the number of the reverse blade fleet has increased dramatically. How much does this cost? The Galaxy fleet has also gone there, and the Galaxy fleet has doubled in size. It's so funny. The reverse blade fleet has expanded 80 times in an instant. The topic of the Galaxy Age World Channel suddenly became the Lebalco garbage dump and the reverse blade fleet. Wang Zhuo rotated the game perspective 360 degrees, but there were endless warships in every direction. His cluster of 500 warships was at the center of an endless encirclement of warships. This is a true encirclement, airtight with no gaps. Encircled by such a large number of warships, he felt powerless and insignificant. This cluster of 500 warships is like a small boat in a vast ocean among millions of warships. It can only go with the flow and cannot create the slightest wave. 1 million warships could overturn his small boat with just a small move. It was like facing the shining stars, and he was just a small firefly. Crazy, crazy, really crazy. Wang Zhuo stared blankly at the millions of warships on the screen. He now had an urge to find a guy who was willing to recharge 1 million warships at once and ask him if he had a problem with his brain. He now understood why that guy didn't have time to reply to him. TNND, the relationship is going to be recharged. Just as his mind was full of thoughts, the millions of warships took action. As the first laser was fired, it meant the first shot had been fired. The next second, the screen was filled with lasers and rays replacing millions of warships. After a few seconds, when the lasers and rays dissipated, none of their warships could be seen on the screen anymore. The cluster of 500 warships was reduced to ashes in the first round of salvos. He couldn't even put up the slightest resistance. At this moment, the mansion where Wang Zhuo lived was so quiet that the only sound that could be heard was the waves of the Huangjiang River outside. Wang Zhuo's men, those in the command system, didn't even have time to operate before they were wiped out in the first wave of collision. The so-called command tactics are just a joke in the face of the qualitative change in the number of warships. Silence and frustration filled everyone's heart. Wang Zhuo silently clicked on the dock list and looked at the gray warships marked as badly damaged, waiting for repairs. 20,000 ships were lined up in an orderly manner, without a single exception. Wang Zhuo exited Galaxy Age and stared at the Galaxy Age icon on his phone, a battleship with its head held high flying toward the star. Watch for a long time. In the end, he deleted the icon without saying a word. Hee, I hope you're satisfied with this gift. Lu Feng smiled with evil humor. In fact, he couldn't say that he liked Wang Zhuo, but he didn't hate him much either. Wang Zhuo is just a rich second generation who loves science fiction, the starry sky, battleships, and other elements, and is also a bit naive. He is even naive enough to unconditionally trust the men he hired. After the battleship arrived, he still delegated some power to his subordinates. He had no idea that some of his men had already surrendered or surrendered. As a result, the main fleet defending the solar system was completely wiped out in the Jupiter defense circle due to internal rebellion. It's so sad, but he doesn't have Wang Zhuo's subordinates, so he doesn't have to worry about this. He had nothing but money and warships. Now that the million-strong fleet was displayed at the Lebalco garbage dump, his eyes were filled with nothing but satisfaction. He was now looking forward to the day when the warship would arrive soon. What will it be like when this spectacular million-strong fleet appears in the solar system? He also noticed that people in the World Channel kept talking about his million-strong fleet. After the Starship fleet was destroyed in the first wave of attacks, word spread about the battle at the Lebalco garbage dump. It seems that some news was released by an eyewitness inside Starship fleet and spread in the circle of Galaxy Age. The Galaxy fleet attempted to ambush the Reverse Blade fleet with 20,000 to 25,000, but the Reverse Blade fleet spent millions of warships, and the 20,000 warships of the Galaxy fleet were destroyed in just one round of concentrated fire. This piece of news, summarizing the entire situation, instantly spread to the ears of all online players. Someone even compiled a list of the biggest battles in the history of Galaxy Age. The Battle of the Lebalco garbage dump ranks first. Some curious people have calculated that this million-strong fleet is made up of the cheapest level 10 battleships, the Dreadnought-class destroyers. It will also cost nearly $2 billion. Anyone who can have this cash flow cannot be an unknown person. Many people are already speculating on who will be the owner of this million-strong fleet. He kept mentioning the wealthy people in the country on the World Channel and discussed with everyone the possibility that he was the owner of the Reverse Blade fleet. Lu Feng also saw his name in it. This did not surprise Lu Feng. Or rather, he doesn't care. Even if he was recognized, he would still choose to invest all his money in Galaxy Age. This may arouse the curiosity and attention of many people, and even cause others to investigate. But the warships will arrive in more than 20 days. When that day comes, all the old order will have nothing to do with him. Everything people do now is in vain. Chapter 16, 80 Level 10 Docks. Go home. Lu Feng dragged the interface on the phone and swiped for a long time before selecting all the warships. Set the target to the dock, and then jump together. As soon as the scene turned back to the dock, the prompt "Missing Dock" appeared continuously. Of that million-strong fleet, only a fraction of 20,000 ships were able to return to the dock. The remaining warships are still neatly lined up in the starry sky outside the dock. Although it looks spectacular, it is not a big deal. Lu Feng suddenly got a headache. Assuming there is one level 10 dock for 20,000 warships. He also needs at least 80 level 10 docks. That is 80 million. The money is not much, but this shipyard cannot be purchased by just clicking your finger. Thinking of the last experience of upgrading the 10th level dock, Lu Feng felt a headache. Just pressing the confirm button is numb. It is estimated that no one in the game Galaxy Age has ever purchased 80 level 10 docks at once, so there is no such option. But it was impossible for Lu Feng to contact the official customer service and ask them to create a function for purchasing a 10-level dock in one go overnight. It is hard to say whether the officials of this game are human or not. Anyway, Lu Feng has never seen any activities with official logos since he started playing this game. The officials behind Galaxy Age seem quite mysterious. Lu Feng could only create new first-level docks one by one, and then click to upgrade them one by one. Your dock number 2 has been upgraded to level 2. Your dock number 2 has been upgraded to level 3. Your dock number 2 has been upgraded to level 4. Your dockyard number 2 has been upgraded to level 8. Your dockyard number 2 has been upgraded to level 9. Your dock number 2 has been upgraded to level X. It took almost 1 million and several minutes to upgrade dock number 2 to level 10. After dock number 2 appears next to dock number 1, 20,000 of the million warships can be stationed there. The dock with a diameter of 300 kilometers was soon filled with 20,000 warships. Looking at the fleet of battleships in the starry sky, it seemed like there was never a shortage of them. Lu Feng sighed. The road ahead is long and arduous. Turn around and start the construction and upgrading of dock number 3. Your dock number 3 has been upgraded to level 2. Your dock number 3 has been upgraded to level X. Your dock number 10 has been upgraded to level X. Your dock number 20 has been upgraded to level X. Your dock number 30 has been upgraded to level X. Your dock number 40 has been upgraded to level X. Your dock number 50 has been upgraded to level X. Your dock number 60 has been upgraded to level X. Your dock number 70 has been upgraded to level X. Your dock number 80 has been upgraded to level X. Lu Feng didn't know how much time had passed. He just remembered that he kept clicking until he felt sleepy. He could even click the upgrade confirm buttons skillfully with his eyes closed. In the end, 80 docks were finally built. Oh no, there's still 2 missing. It should be 82. Looking at the 25,000 warships left in the starry sky, Lu Feng almost forgot to build 2 docks. The last 2 docks were skillfully built in just a few minutes, and now all the warships had their own homes. Not a single battleship was wandering in space. Lu Feng had charged 100 million star coins before he started construction, but now only more than 10 million are left. Plus, he still has a balance of 2.9 billion in his card. He still has more than 2.91 billion yuan at his disposal. Lu Feng was thinking about how to allocate the remaining funds. First of all, the most important thing is the only level 10 battleship that has not been unlocked, the Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier. Why, in the interstellar age, when we already have technologies such as shields and laser beams, do we still need things like carrier-based aircraft? Lu Feng thought about this question a long time ago. But then he got his answer. Because not all warships are equipped with all-round shields. The existing shield is a counteracting shield. When facing energy weapons such as lasers and rays, this type of shield can offset the damage to the warship's hull with energy output of the same power. This shield is like a range position. Once there is external energy that it can recognize touching the position, the shield generator placed inside the battleship will output energy of the same power as the external energy. This is also why the battleships in Galaxy Age are getting bigger and bigger. The larger the size, the more shield generators can be installed to connect them. Therefore, many times, when 2 warships fight each other, it all depends on which side has greater energy output. If one side's attack energy output is greater than the other side's defense energy output, it can naturally destroy the opponent's shield and easily penetrate the battleship's fuselage. If one side's defensive energy output is always greater than the other side's offensive energy output, it means that no matter how the other side attacks, it cannot break the defensive shield at all, and the defending side will be invincible. If the energy output of both sides is similar, both sides are in a stalemate. At this time, a strike from a third force can easily tip the balance. The kinetic weapons carried by carrier-based aircraft are this third type of attack. Once kinetic weapons are launched, they're difficult to interrupt without physical defense, unless the escort warship's laser rapid-fire cannon can hit the shell directly. Therefore, the electromagnetic guns and concussion bombs carried by carrier-based aircraft can easily cross the shield's position range and approach enemy warships, ultimately changing the situation of the battle. However, if carrier-based aircraft want to launch weapons at close range, the aircraft carrier carrying the carrier-based aircraft needs to approach the enemy warship in advance. Otherwise, in an interstellar battlefield that covers thousands or tens of thousands of kilometers, the operating distance of carrier-based aircraft is too long. To achieve this goal, the cooperation of other warships is needed. Lu Feng believed that the configuration of the Galaxy Fleet's battleship cluster already had this idea in mind. The combination is quite reasonable. Unfortunately, in front of his million-strong fleet, the battleship cluster was wiped out in one wave before its combat capability could be fully utilized. In the face of absolute strength, even the most reasonable tactics are nothing more than tricks. I didn't find the blueprint for the Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier in either the Leiden sector or the Lebalco garbage dump. Lu Feng checked his purchase requests in the player exchange again. I have offered 2 million star coins to purchase a Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier, but no one has responded so far. I don't know if this thing is really scarce or the number is not enough. So far, Lu Feng has only seen the Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier in the Galaxy Fleet. It seems that I have to grind more and try to get the blueprint of the Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier as soon as possible. There's still more than 20 days left. His luck shouldn't be so bad that he can't get a blueprint for such a long time. Chapter 17, Invisible Position. Just when Lu Feng was wondering where to go to get the blueprint, a message popped up. It's Su Jinxiang. Boss, do you still accept finished warships? Su Jinxiang's words made Lu Feng stunned. He thought that he bought too many warships at one time, causing others to mistakenly believe that he had a large shortage of warships. But Su Jinxiang's next words made Lu Feng immediately change his mind. I have a friend who has a very special warship. Because his family was in trouble and he needed money urgently, he wanted to sell it, but he couldn't find a suitable buyer. As he spoke, Su Jinxiang also sent a screenshot of the game. It was a small battleship that was completely different in style from the current Tier 1 to X battleships. The battleships sold in game stores now are avant-garde and bright in style, with an integrated battleship shell and assembly line shape, making them look like high-rise buildings in modern society. This small warship is covered with angular armor and external turrets, weapons, and observation towers. compared to modern skyscrapers, this is a medieval Gothic fortress. This aroused Lu Feng's interest, and he replied immediately. What's so special about this ship? I wonder if the boss has heard of the guy who accidentally entered the black hole area a few years ago and survived. Lu Feng understood what he meant. You mean this is the battleship that guy brought out of the black hole? The battleship that can perform range invisibility? Yes, the boss has heard about this too. Lu Feng thought, what a coincidence. He was very interested in this battleship. In the game, this battleship may just be a little special, possessing a unique range stealth capability. But once this ability is put into reality, I can't even imagine the effect. And he had seen with his own eyes the role played by this special warship. The Adventists are hiding among humans, secretly plotting to cause the fall of the Earth through internal and external collaboration. One of the two powerful weapons in their hands is this battleship. It brought the most elite fleet of the alien coalition, bypassed all monitoring means in the solar system, and appeared directly above various human countries. It became one of the last two straws that broke the camel's back for humanity. It's a pity that Lu Feng didn't see what the warship looked like at that time, so he failed to recognize it at the first time. Thinking of this, Lu Feng became more cautious and asked casually, after so many years, this battleship has been in the hands of the discoverer? At this point, Su Jinxiang began to hesitate. Well, because the price he asked for was a bit high, and the fact that this ship doesn't really help improve combat power in the game, so it has never been sold. When talking about price, Lu Feng couldn't help but smile. How much does he want? 1 million. I also advised him that it would be impossible for anyone to buy such a high price just for a small stealth warship. But his family is in financial difficulty, so he wants to make a fortune from this. Alas, he is a little crazy. Su Jinxiang couldn't help but sigh when he said this. Lu Feng understood it now. It seemed that one of the future members of the Advent faction was the friend Su Jinxiang mentioned. Those who can become Adventists have some special experiences that ordinary people have never had. Okay, I want it. Lu Feng accepted the deal without any hesitation. 1 million is not a lot. Lu Feng felt that this deal was quite a good deal. What is the cost of just 1 million to buy a warship that can be unobserved and is absolutely invisible? Boss, I'm just asking. I don't have any hope. Now, it was Su Jinxiang's turn to be stunned. Although he knew that the boss opposite him, the owner of the reverse blade fleet, the absolute winner of the Battle of the Labalco garbage dump, the #1 person in the galaxy age, was a very rich guy. But I didn't expect that 1 million would be spent in the blink of an eye for a useless warship. He had originally planned to persuade Lu Feng not to let him be taken advantage of. After all, he just couldn't resist his friend's request and had to agree to ask for him. Thinking of this, Su Jinxiang regretted that he had let the cat out of the bag and told his friend that he knew the boss behind the notorious reverse blade fleet. If he hadn't let the secret slip at the time, this friend would never have come to him and asked him to help sell the warship. Well, why don't you think about it again? That's 1 million. But after speaking out his words of persuasion, Su Jinxiang realized, it seems like I'm using my own ideas to speculate about rich people. In my opinion, 1 million is a lot, enough to buy 2 houses in a small county town. No matter how rich a person is, he would not treat 1 million as nothing. But perhaps in the eyes of truly rich people, there is no difference between 1 million and $100. The enemy spent billions on buying warships. You have spent billions, and you still care about this 1 million? Well, I'll tell him to list the battleship on the player exchange. You can go and see it yourself, boss. Su Jinxiang said nothing more and turned to contact that friend. Lu Feng didn't have to wait too long. Soon, he saw a strange battleship being sold for 1 million star coins in the item sales list of the player exchange. Without any hesitation, Lu Feng directly clicked to buy. Lu Feng completed the purchase almost in the first second after the strange warship was put on the shelves. Although no one should compete with you for it, you still have to be quick in case something unexpected happens. A small warship whose shape was out of tune with the surrounding warships appeared in Lu Feng's dock. Its name is Shadow of the Void, and unlike other warships, this name cannot be named according to the owner's preference. As a special battleship, it had its own specific name from the very beginning. Void Shadow. This name fits its characteristics. Lu Feng was very satisfied with this battleship and liked it more and more the more he looked at it. I also tested its performance. After selecting the Void Shadow, the operation interface will become completely different from that of other warships. It has a special option that flashes blue light. Open invisible position. Chapter 18. commissioned to purchase a special warship. Lu Feng tried to click on the option to turn on the invisible stance. Immediately, the Void Shadow entered a transparent state wrapped in blue light. The blue light outlined the contours of the Void Shadow and spread to the surroundings. With the Void Shadow as the center, a spherical area was drawn around the Void Shadow. This spherical area is the invisible position of the Void Shadow. Everything in the field will enter the same invisible state as the Eye of the Void. Lu Feng made a rough estimate and compared it with the Flawless Nebula-class patrol ship, which was 10 kilometers long. The radius of this sphere reached 10 kilometers, just enough to fit a Flawless Nebula-class cruiser. The range actually reaches 10 kilometers. This has exceeded Lu Feng's expectations. From the perspective of the universe, 10 kilometers is not a lot, but Lu Feng is already satisfied enough. He originally thought that the Void Shadow's invisible position could only accommodate warships like the Dreadnought-class destroyer. I didn't expect that even a big ship like the Flawless Nebula-class cruiser could be accommodated. Although the length of the Flawless Nebula-class cruiser is only 10 times that of the Dreadnought-class destroyer, its actual volume is several times larger. One Nebula-class star cruiser is as big as 100 Dreadnought-class destroyers. Lu Feng tried again to see how many warships the Void Shadow could accommodate after activating its invisible stance. So they quickly maneuvered the warships into the small sphere in the invisible position like squeezing into a subway, leaving only a small gap between the warships. The warship that entered the invisible position was also wrapped in transparent blue light like the shadow of the void. In Lu Feng's vision, only a blue outline remained. Of course, for the enemy units, they can't see any trace at all. One after another, the warships entered the invisible position. The first ship tested was the Flawless Nebula-class cruiser, followed by the Wandering Temple-class battlecruiser and the Dreadnought-class destroyer. The final test showed that the Void Shadow's invisible field could accommodate 20 Flawless Nebula-class cruisers, either 200 Wandering Temple-class battlecruisers or 2,000 Dreadnought-class destroyers. The tiny Void Shadow was crowded with giants that were much larger than it. Lu Feng couldn't help laughing at this rather funny scene. He could already imagine the scene in the future where the Void Shadow would appear behind the enemy, and an entire fleet would suddenly appear as a result. This million was well spent. After taking some time to calm down, Lu Feng began to think about an idea. Special warships like the Void Shadow, although rare, are not exceptions. He could just buy them back from their owners, as he does today. Anyway, there's still nearly 3 billion left, and he doesn't believe that a special warship can be more expensive than 3 billion. As long as he offers a high price, there is no battleship that he cannot buy. Lu Feng first searched the internet to see if there were any cases like the Shadow of the Void. Lu Feng searched the internet using keywords such as Galaxy Era and Hidden, and actually found quite a few cases. But not all of the hidden rewards were battleships. Some people also received blueprints and rare materials. After some searching and screening, Lu Feng finally determined that there were only 3 cases in recent years where special warships were used as hidden rewards. One example is the Shadow of the Void. The Void Shadow is the most well-known of the 3. Just because of the good luck of its original owner, he was able to enter the black hole and come out, and also discovered the remains of ancient civilization and ancient special warships. Before this, no player could enter the black hole. The remaining 2 cases are not as famous as Shadow of the Void, but is also a special warship. Lu Feng decided to do whatever it took to capture these 2 special warships. But how can we contact the owners of these 2 special warships? The difficult problem facing Lu Feng made him a little troubled. Post a purchase request on the player exchange? Post a message on the World Channel? Doing this feels too inefficient. What if someone hasn't played Galaxy Age for a long time and can't see it? But if he doesn't do this, does he have a better solution? When he was in distress, Lu Feng suddenly remembered an old player. He had just learned about the existence of the Void Shadow from him. That is Su Jinxiang. He has been playing this game for so many years, and his network of contacts is definitely wider than mine. To this end, he contacted Su Jinxiang again, briefly summarized the matter, and Lu Feng expressed his intention to acquire the special warship. Finally, Lu Feng also emphasized that if the job was done, Su Jinxiang, the middleman, would receive a commission. Although Su Jinxiang repeatedly said no, Lu Feng did not reply to him, obviously not listening to him. When Su Jinxiang thought of this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. This guy is really rich and inhumane. But Su Jinxiang changed his mind. Lu Feng came to find him, and he really found the right person. His understanding of this game is one of the best in the entire Galaxy Age circle. Having spent so many years watching Galaxy Age, he knows everyone who is slightly famous. It just so happened that the owners of those two special warships were people he knew. Since Boss Lu has found me, I must get this done. Su Jinxiang remembered the 50,000 yuan in information fees that Lu Feng transferred to him last time. He did not treat Lu Feng as a sucker just because Lu Feng was generous. On the contrary, he felt that he could not let Lu Feng down. I want to help Mr. Lu negotiate the lowest price. Perhaps he is just an insignificant little person, but even a little person like him can play his role in unexpected places. Su Jinxiang's eyes were burning with fighting spirit. After explaining the matter to Su Jinxiang, Lu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It's nice to have someone to do things for you. This way he wouldn't have to be distracted by looking for the owners of those two special warships. Lu Feng put his mind back on the right track. He still needs to continue to improve his strength. For this reason, he could not relax for a moment in these 20 days. Right now, he was planning to go somewhere. In Galaxy Age, there are many hidden rewards like the Void Shadow. Only a small part of them have been explored and discovered by players. So far, there are only more than 10 cases in total, and only 3 of them are special warships. But this does not mean that there are no hidden reward trigger points in Galaxy Age. He currently has a location that is likely to trigger a hidden reward. 3 audio clips emitted by the 3 level 10 monsters with names. It is derived from a coordinate. That coordinate is at the very edge of the map that players can explore. It is empty and silent there, and it is extremely difficult to find stars and planets. What kind of things would exist in such a place? Lu Feng was very curious. Chapter 19, you awakened the ancient beast Hilachisis. I didn't dare to rush in before because I was afraid of accidents. But now he has a fleet whose formations alone could fill up an entire planetary system, and a special warship that can become invisible. With a fleet of this magnitude, he already has enough strength to explore the reality of that place. After selecting all the warships in the dock, Lu Feng chose to jump. Please enter the transition coordinates. Last time I listened to that strange audio, I located the coordinates, which are not complicated. After Lu Feng entered the coordinates, accompanied by the fluctuations of hyperspace, the huge fleet disappeared beside the dock. Lu Feng's game perspective also switched to a dark and silent star field. Unlike those starry sky areas, the stars here are dim and sparse. Even the field of vision has been affected to a certain extent. Such an environment made Lu Feng become extremely alert and cautious. Fortunately, interstellar travel does not rely on vision. On his map, the area was named Lost Edge. Lost Edge, this name is quite interesting. Lu Feng glanced at the star map and found that the planet closest to him was a lonely star floating in the sky. Within dozens of light years, there is no other planet or planetary system except this star. After thinking for a moment, Lu Feng decided to send the fleet to take a look near this star. But not the entire fleet went over. Firstly, the number of warships he currently has is too large, and it is inconvenient to operate them all. Secondly, I am afraid of risks. So Lu Feng selected 2,000 Dreadnought-class destroyers, and then selected the Shadow of the Void to activate the invisible stance. A blue light spread out, and the 2,000 Dreadnought-class destroyers and the Void Shadow all entered stealth mode. Only then did Lu Feng feel relieved, and he controlled the small fleet, slowly approaching the star. As Lu Feng got closer and closer to the star, a huge star with an orange-yellow main body but emitting faint blue flames became more and more conspicuous in his field of vision. From Lu Feng's game screen, the faint blue flames gently rippling around the surface of the star extended out from the star at one end and connected back to the star at the other end. It's like several long ribbons floating on the surface of the star. Lu Feng had seen something similar on the sun. That is the solar wind, a ribbon-like stream of high-speed particles. But the solar wind is not as huge and magnificent as the ribbon flame stream on this star. The blue ribbon flame spanned half the distance of the planet, flowing slowly and gracefully. Against the backdrop of orange and yellow background, it feels weird and inexplicably harmonious at the same time. The blend of blue and yellow spreads light and heat into the surrounding dark airspace. This strange phenomenon made Lu Feng more curious about this star. There are blue stars and orange-yellow stars in the universe. But Lu Feng had never seen a star with these two colors at the same time. With confidence in the Void Shadow's stealth capabilities, Lu Feng operated the fleet to move closer to the star and observe it carefully. As the Void Shadow got closer and closer to the ribbon-like flame stream, Lu Feng vaguely heard a hint of strange audio. Just like the complete 3-in-1 audio, against the background of the empty and silent universe, the high-frequency sound sounds like the cry of a whale in the deep sea. Lu Feng couldn't help but feel panic and unapproachable. But this feeling was quickly suppressed by Lu Feng's reason. There's something weird about this star. Lu Feng raised his mental alert level to the highest level while observing every detail of the star, hoping to find some clues to identify the star. On the surface of a yellow-blue star, ribbon-like streams of flame float slowly. After watching for a long time, Lu Feng discovered that the flow of flames seemed to be moving in accordance with the regular expansion of the stars. This discovery gave Lu Feng an incredible idea. This star is alive. Looking at the yellow-blue star so close, Lu Feng felt that the strange sound coming from the phone was getting louder and louder. The originally steady and long cry gradually became short, as if some creature had woken up from sleep. At this time, Lu Feng noticed an irregularly shaped meteorite floating not far away. This meteorite has a rounded shape on one side and an uneven shape on the other. It looks very similar to the fragments of a shattered planet. The fragment was captured by the gravity of the yellow-blue star and moved closer and closer to the direction of the yellow-blue star. As the fragments got closer and closer to the yellow-blue star, the strange cry became more active. Lu Feng could now be sure that the strange cry came from inside the star. He stared at the screen without moving, watching what would happen when the fragment came in front of the star. Soon, the fragments floated near the star as expected, but the next moment, a huge crack appeared on the surface of the yellow-blue star. The crack was like a huge mouth, swallowing the entire piece of debris. When the fragments were swallowed, the huge mouth closed, and the high-pitched cry resounded through the dead universe, penetrating the eardrums and reaching the soul. You're satisfied after your meal, right? Lu Feng curled the corner of his mouth. In that brief moment, he had already understood everything. This star is not a planet at all, but an extremely huge creature. Maybe this is the mother of those 3 special level 10 beasts. Thinking of this, an extremely bold idea popped into Lu Feng's mind. The reason why planets and stars are so scarce here is simply because it is outside the borders of the map. Perhaps the rest of the planets were all eaten by this guy. Lu Feng couldn't help but turn the screen's perspective to check the guy's full appearance. The 2000 Dreadnought-class destroyers carried by the Void Shadow were nothing more than a small black that in front of it. He made a simple estimate and found that the diameter of this thing might be tens of millions of kilometers, which is about 10 times the size of the sun. What kind of hidden reward is this? Should I kill it? Lu Feng couldn't help but think about it. Since the coordinates obtained from the audio brought him to this big guy, he would definitely not return empty-handed. Maybe only by killing this huge creature can he get the hidden reward. Anyway, our fleet does have the ability to accomplish this goal. While thinking, Lu Feng controlled the huge fleet that was still watching from a distance. He needed to set up a formation so that every ship in the fleet could directly face this behemoth, then come directly with a super saturation attack. Fortunately, I brought the fleet I bought with 3 billion. Otherwise, the initial 20,000 level 10 battleships would not be enough to defeat this behemoth. At this moment, Lu Feng was extremely grateful that he did not act rashly at the beginning. The Void Shadow and 2,000 Dreadnought-class destroyers quietly left the side of this giant. It took a lot of effort to spread out more than 1 million warships into a sphere in the distance, and then the sphere continued to shrink with the behemoth as the center. After getting close to a certain distance, Lu Feng saw a prompt pop up on the game interface. You awakened the ancient beast Hilachisis. Chapter 21 billion star coins to purchase a stellar behemoth. The moment he saw the message, Lu Feng's heart skipped a beat, but he kept a very calm mind and manipulated his fingers to press the fire button. 500,000 wandering temple-class battlecruisers simultaneously activated the huge planetary cannons at the front, and a full 500,000 planetary cannons fired thick rays at the same time. Preceding the planetary cannon were various railguns, laser cannons, and ray arrays, with laser beams shooting from almost every corner towards the giant orange-yellow sphere suspended in the center. At the moment the weapons fired in unison, The light produced far overshadowed the brightness emitted by the giant ball. It was as if a more powerful star exploded here. Such power is enough to destroy a real star of the same size. Plow a planet 1,000 times. Even the behemoth in front of us is no exception. Lu Feng is extremely confident. But only then did he notice that there was another tip below the tip. You awaken the ancient beast Halachisis. You can now spend 1 million star coins per time to hire the ancient beast Halaxis. Wow, wait, cease fire. Only then did Lu Feng realize that this thing was not meant to be killed, but to be hired. This thing itself is really a hidden reward. But endless lasers and rays have bombarded the ancient beast Halaxis. It let out an even more shrill roar. The eerie cry echoed throughout the universe, and its huge body began to fall apart. Now, it was Lu Feng's turn to be stunned. Is this guy going to die right now? Perhaps the designers of Galaxy Age never thought that anyone would spend 3 billion to build a fleet and directly kill the ancient beast Halachisis. Thinking of this, Lu Feng felt even more annoyed. I have fallen into a misconception of thinking. As the orange-yellow sphere disintegrated into pieces and the blue ribbon flames spread into the universe, it looked like it would not survive. An invisible ripple spread out from the body of the giant beast Halaxis. Wherever the ripples went, everything seemed to be frozen. Even Lu Feng's game screen froze at that moment and was completely inoperable. But this situation only lasted for a short time, and the next moment, everything returned to normal. Lu Feng looked towards the ancient beast Halaxis in the field, but saw a complete, undisintegrated orange-yellow giant ball quietly floating there, with several streams of dark blue flames surrounding it like ribbons. Several new prompts popped up in the information bar. He quickly looked at the system prompt. You killed the ancient beast Halachisis. The ancient beast Halachisis traced back to itself. You can now spend 1 billion star coins to buy the ancient beast Halaxis. The moment he saw this message, Lu Feng felt as if his heart skipped a beat. Then came ecstasy. He ordered the purchase without hesitation. Apart from anything else, this backtracking alone is worth the 10 billion. As 10 billion was deducted from his bank card, Lu Feng received a notification. You can now control the ancient beast Silaxis. Seeing a new special unit in the operable list, Lu Feng quickly clicked to check. Stellar Behemoth Ancient Beast Halachisis. The Star Beast is his race, the Ancient Beast is his honorific title, and Halaxis is his name. Stellar Behemoth? When Lu Feng saw the name, he was stunned for a moment. He had heard the name Stellar Beast. This legend came from the alien coalition that invaded the Earth. Legend has it that there are 3 strange beasts in the universe. These beasts live in the starry sky. They are extremely huge and rely on devouring planetary matter for survival. Each beast has its own unique abilities. The Stellar Beast is an extremely rare existence headed by these 3 strange beasts. It is said that 7,000 years ago, a giant star was discovered near the center of the Milky Way. The giant stellar beast devoured the stars in the center of the Milky Way, which attracted the attention of a level 5 civilization, and they immediately sent an interstellar fleet to clear it out. But none of the ships in that interstellar fleet were able to return to their original civilization, and even attracted the attention of stellar behemoths. The stellar behemoth transformed into a superstar, came to the civilization's home planet, and swallowed up the entire planetary system. The mother planet was destroyed, and the rest of the territories were not spared. One planetary system after another was devoured by the stellar behemoth and turned into nutrients for its growth. When the higher level 6 civilization discovered it, this level 5 civilization had already been completely destroyed, with only a few survivors. And that giant star beast was also extremely cunning. It did not confront the 6th level civilization head-on, but hid in the endless deep space and eventually disappeared without a trace. From then on, the level 6 civilization issued a wide-area announcement throughout the entire river system. Anyone who discovers any trace of a stellar beast will be notified immediately. The name of the stellar beast spread. And now, he had a stellar behemoth in his hands. And 20 days later, can it also become a reality? Thinking of this, Lu Feng looked at Halaxis with a different look in his eyes. From some special perspectives, the value of this stellar behemoth exceeds that of his fleet. In addition to the basic functions, the control interface of Halaxis also has 2 forms that can be switched. One is the star state, the other is the behemoth state. Lu Feng knew that Halaxis was currently in a stellar state, but he was very interested in the behemoth state. The volume of a star state reaches tens of millions of kilometers. Can the volume of a behemoth state also be so huge? He pressed the button for the behemoth state. The huge orange-yellow star in the game screen flows like a molten metal ball. Sometimes it turns into a dark and hideous tentacle beast. Sometimes it turns into a sturdy humanoid monster. And sometimes it turns into a dragon-like creature with 12 wings and 9 heads. It seems that it has no fixed form of a giant beast, or it can transform into any form of a giant beast. Those giant beasts, each with a wingspan of tens of millions kilometers, covered the sky and blocked out the sun. Even if you put the sun in front of them, it would just be a small fireball in their hands. Seeing this, Lu Feng couldn't hide the smile on his face. The expectations in my heart grew stronger. Looking at the sky outside the hotel, it was already very late, so we maneuvered the fleet back to the dock. As for Halaxis, since it is too conspicuous, I can only put it here for now. In the blink of an eye, all the dense fleets surrounding Halaxis entered the hyperspace and disappeared. And Helix also turned back into the giant star, floating quietly in the universe, emitting its own light and heat. After doing all this, Lu Feng turned off his phone and took a hot bath. After taking a shower, I put on a bathrobe, stood in front of the hotel's large floor-to-ceiling window, and looked at the bright and bustling city scenery outside. Less than a day after receiving the $6 billion, $4 billion had already been spent. The money hasn't even warmed up yet. After getting the blueprints of the Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier, we will have to spend another $10 billion to buy the aircraft carrier. The last billion is needed to supplement some supporting engineering warships. Otherwise, it won't work if we only fight but don't have logistic support. If you do the math, there isn't much left of the last $2 billion. However, Lu Feng was not in a hurry. With his existing fleet strength, it was enough to satisfy him. There are as many as 1.6 million powerful warships, and if they were fully deployed, they would be able to cover more than one solar system. There are also unexpected surprises, such as the Void Shadow and the Star Beast Halaxis. With his strength, he has the confidence to challenge not only the coalition of civilizations that invaded the solar system, but even the 6th-level civilization at the top of the Milky Way. Chapter 21. Clearing out the pirate fleet. The most prosperous area in Dahai City is also the bank of the Pujiang River, where many financial institutions gather. The top floor of a building. Du Nan, the boss of the capital institution, carefully read through all the reports and internal secrets of XAI. That's no problem. Everything is moving in a good direction. According to the information revealed in these materials, XAI will be able to reach the 20 billion mark within this year. Dunan couldn't understand why Lu Feng wanted to sell his shares so quickly when the company was in such good condition and on a growth path. By the end of the year, the value of Lu Feng's shares will double. It is impossible for anyone to not understand such a simple account. Although Du Nan bought more than half of XAI shares at a premium of 1 billion yuan, looking back now, he doesn't feel that he lost money at all. By the end of the year, the shares he held would be worth 10.2 billion, and he would be able to make a full profit of 4 billion. What is the 1 billion premium? He couldn't help but shake his head, half mocking and half regretful. Hey, Lu Feng, have you really encountered any difficulties? At this time, his secretary knocked on the door, and he shouted, "Come in." A secretary came in with a bank statement. "Mr. Du, this is Lu Feng's account statement today. They got this by using their internal connections in the bank." "Show me now." Dunan immediately took the receipt impatiently. The first item on the statement was the income of 6 billion. Dunan looked at the time and found that it was the same time he transferred the money. But not long after, there was a deduction of 3 billion. Dunan was slightly surprised and looked at the time. This deduction occurred shortly after the 6 billion was received. So quickly, it seems he really needs the money. Dunan glanced at the payee, which was empty, and turned to ask the secretary, "What's going on with this payee? It's impossible that there isn't even a payee for a payment of 3 billion. Dunan looked at the following deductions: 80 million, 1 million, and 1 billion. All these deductions went to this empty recipient. The secretary suddenly looked embarrassed. "Mr. Du, we don't know what happened to this payee. We really couldn't find it. It's a secret account, and the bank account shows it's empty." Dunan immediately frowned in dissatisfaction. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even if it is a secret account, there will be some clues. Keep investigating." "Yes." The secretary turned and left, only to come back after a while. "Boss Du, we found out. Someone heard some explosive news in a certain game. Game. Dunin couldn't figure out what this had to do with games. Yes, there was a wealthy man who spent a large amount of money on in-game items in a game called Galaxy Age. Some people estimate that the amount was around 3 billion, which coincides with the deduction, and the time is also about the same. Even someone as rich as Dunan was stunned when he heard the news. In the game? Spend 3 billion? Are you crazy? Dunan couldn't help but shake his head again. This Lu Feng has gone astray, what a pity. Dunan couldn't understand why someone was willing to spend 3 billion yuan in the game. No, more than that. There was another 10 billion. It adds up to more than 4 billion. He muttered quietly, playthings lead to loss of ambition. Then I stopped thinking about it. Now that there was no problem with XAI, his next focus would be on the reorganization of XAI's senior management. Except for the core technical personnel, all other senior executives must become his people. When Dunan thought that the 6 billion investment would increase several times, or even dozens of times in a few years, he couldn't help but smile proudly at his good vision. The next morning, Lu Feng got up early and logged into Galaxy Age. He will send all the fleets out today to draw the last blueprint. Lu Feng divided the fleet into more than 100 branch fleets in units of 10,000. Lu Feng sent out more than 10 branch fleets to several key star regions. He also sent out several branch fleets to those not-so-key star regions. Therefore, in today's Galaxy Age, almost all players can see that large-scale branch fleets marked with a reverse blade fleet are quickly sweeping through the star area. An old player was leading dozens of his warships to engage in a fight with a pirate fleet not far away. The intelligence of the pirate fleet is not very high. As long as he arranges his fleet's formation slightly, he could defeat the opposing level 7 pirate fleet with minimal losses. The fact that he was able to defeat a level 7 pirate fleet with only 50 or 60 warships was something to be proud of. This cannot be achieved without a deep understanding of the game and command ability. But as he was fighting, he discovered that a level 9 pirate fleet had suddenly appeared behind the level 7 pirate fleet. A level 9 pirate fleet was simply not something he could defeat at his level. But the level 9 pirate fleet came straight towards him, and together with the level 7 pirate fleet, they blocked his retreat route. The veteran player couldn't help but sigh, thinking that he had really bad luck today. The downside to attacking a pirate fleet is that there's a certain chance that it will call for support from a higher-level pirate fleet. Just when he was about to give up, he suddenly saw a huge fleet that was so huge that the end of it could not be seen jumping over the top of his battleship. Its size directly covered dozens of mobile phone screens, and no matter how you turned your eyes, you couldn't see the end. The corners of the old player's mouth twitched involuntarily. A fleet of this size is too exaggerated. He felt that the mobile phone he bought for hundreds of dollars was getting hot and might explode at any time. Could this be the reverse blade fleet that has too much money to spend? The old player thought of the fleet that has been very popular recently. He never dared to dream of a fleet numbering in the millions. The fleet above ignored the old player's warships, and only some of the Dreadnought-class destroyers on the periphery activated their weapons. After one round of attacks, the level 7 pirate fleet with dozens of warships and a level 9 pirate fleet with hundreds of warships were turned into a pile of scrap metal without any ability to fight back. Then, this huge fleet continued to advance toward the area ahead where the pirate fleets were densely populated. The fish-like Dreadnought-class destroyers are guarding the Wandering Temple-class battlecruisers. Among the Wandering Temple-class battlecruisers are the Flawless Nebula-class cruisers that are like fortresses. None of the enemies encountered along the way could survive a round of attacks. All of this made the old player envious. If he had a fleet of this size, would he still be struggling to build a level 7 pirate fleet? You destroyed the 7th level pirate fleet and obtained 1,200 Imperial Merit points. You destroyed the 9th level pirate fleet and obtained 1,800 Imperial Merit points. You destroyed. Lu Feng looked at the Imperial Merit points that kept increasing. He received several such reminders every second. In addition to the materials and blueprints that can be dropped by clearing out the pirate fleet, you can also gain additional Imperial Merit points, able to exchange items required by players in the Wade Empire. However, when Lu Feng looked at the exchange list, he found that the items that could be exchanged were basically some common things. Rare ones, such as the blueprints for level 10 battleships, are not available. However, even though it could not be exchanged, Lu Feng still sent 10 branch fleets to wipe out the pirate fleet. The explosion rate of the pirate fleet has always been good. The coordinates Su Jinxiang gave before included here. He had a blueprint of a Dreadnought-class destroyer that was dropped here. Chapter 22, Huge Pirate Base. As the largest neutral NPC camp in Galaxy Age, the Wade Empire rules over several star regions. Each sector is about the same size as the Leiden sector. These star regions are where pirate fleets appear. As a permanent task, all players can search for pirate fleets to destroy them, and they can obtain Imperial merit points by doing so. If you find a pirate fleet's lair and destroy the pirate base, you will gain more merit points. Wade Empire, Dogan Sector. As the most remote star region under the rule of the Wade Empire, it has always had the largest number of pirate fleets. It does not include many high-level pirate fleets. The higher the level of the pirate fleet, the more difficult the strategy will be. Therefore, few players come to the Doan Sector. Most players will farm low-level pirate fleets in safer star regions. But today's Doan Sector is in turmoil. The 17 planetary systems within 50 light years were like a pot of boiling water, with lasers crisscrossing and warship wreckage scattered everywhere. Under Liu Feng's command, 3 mighty branch fleets advanced towards the planetary system in the center of the Doan star zone from 3 directions. Every time they pass through a planetary system, they will immediately disperse to search for pirate fleets, and then use ruthless, full firepower to annihilate the pirate fleet in the entire planetary system. Whether it is a low-level pirate fleet or a high-level pirate fleet of level 8 or 9, there is no difference in front of a fleet of such a scale. In a planetary system, Liu Feng's branch fleet had just wiped out a level 9 pirate fleet of 1,000 ships, when a level 10 pirate fleet of twice the number, 2,000 ships, rushed out from the asteroid belt ahead. Although this branch fleet has a total of 10,000 level 10 battleships, there are also 500 fortress-like Flawless Nebula-class cruisers that provide uninterrupted shielding and support. However, a lot of casualties were still suffered in the battles between the pirate fleets, especially this level 10 pirate fleet with 2,000 warships, which narrowed the gap in the quality of individual warships and caused even greater losses to the branch fleet. After destroying this level 10 pirate fleet, the branch fleet's losses and damaged warships reached nearly 1,000. The increasing battle damage attracted Liu Feng's attention. Only then did he notice that this branch fleet sent to the Dawn Star Zone had lost nearly 1,000 warships. At the same time, he also checked and found that this branch fleet had destroyed about 40,000 to 50,000 pirate ships. The casualty ratio reached an astonishing 40 to 50 times. Although there were many casualties, the battle results were also remarkable. In comparison, the other 2 branch fleets in the Dawn sector did not have such a high number of enemy kills. Liu Feng couldn't help but wonder why this fleet had killed so many enemies, almost the sum of the other 2 branch fleets. He looked at the battle log and found a problem. Generally, a pirate fleet consists of dozens to hundreds of ships. Even a level 10 pirate fleet would not exceed 1,000 in number. But there are already several pirate fleets numbering over 1,000 in this planetary system. These pirate fleets, numbering over 1,000, cause considerable trouble to the branch fleet. Just as Liu Feng continued to check the battle log, another pirate fleet rushed out from the meteorite belt in front of the branch fleet. It was a level 8 pirate fleet with a total of 5,000 ships. The level is not high, but the number is almost close to the current branch fleet. There's something weird in the meteorite belt. Liu Feng realized this immediately. He wanted to go in and take a look. But before that, Liu Feng turned his gaze towards the pirate fleet that emerged from the long meteorite belt. Then, in the operation list, he directly selected 30 branch fleets. After the selection is completed, jump directly. Target, meteorite belt. As the operation was completed, dots of glow appeared above, below, and around the pirate fleet. Suddenly, 30 bright areas appeared in the dark, deep space. The huge cruiser, as bright as stars, held up a shield, covering the battlecruisers with huge cannons floating around it, and the destroyers that shuttled back and forth as fast as swimming fish. Hundreds of warships as bright as stars gathered together to light up those areas. Together with the surrounding 3,000 wandering Temple-class battlecruisers and more than 6,000 Dreadnought-class destroyers, tens of thousands of warships spread out across the airspace, creating an extremely spectacular sight. After dispatching 30 branch fleets, Liu Feng casually clicked on the free attack. Immediately, countless lasers and artillery fire erupted in deep space, causing an even brighter light. The pirate fleet, consisting of 5,000 warships, had not even completely broken out of the meteorite belt before it was turned into ashes and wreckage in a series of explosions. You destroyed 100 level 8 pirate fleets and gained 150,000 Imperial merit points. Lu Feng was shocked when he saw the system prompt. This fleet of 5,000 pirate warships turned out to be not one, but 100 level 8 pirate fleets. This directly allowed him to gain 100 times the merit points. A full 150,000. Now Lu Feng became more interested in the meteorite belt. After making sure that this level 8 pirate fleet had been destroyed, Lu Feng directly controlled the fleet of 300,000 to surround the asteroid belt from all directions and advance towards where the pirate fleet appeared. Although the meteorite belt is large, searching it is not a difficult task in the face of 300,000 warships. About 1/3 of the Dreadnought-class destroyers took the lead and rushed into the meteorite belt. The laser cannons installed on the Dreadnought-class destroyers continuously smashed the threatening meteorites into pieces. This group of Dreadnought-class destroyers cleared several wide roads for the subsequent large forces. The meteorite belt absorbs the warships like a sponge absorbs water. Soon, the moisture in the asteroid belt was absorbed to the extreme and could no longer accommodate warships. But at the same time, Lu Feng's fleet also discovered the existence he wanted to discover in the asteroid belt. A series of huge docks and factories. These huge docks and factories were built on large meteorites, and pirate warships constantly flew out of them, gather in front of the cluster of buildings. Sure enough, this is a pirate base. But this is the first time that a pirate base of such a large scale has been discovered. A rough count shows that there may be hundreds of meteorites with buildings on them. If you add the buildings suspended in the gaps in the meteorite belt, the number would be even greater. No wonder the pirate fleets that came out of here before were in the thousands. That could be a pirate fleet sent to other planetary systems or other star regions. But unfortunately, they were all blocked at the door by Lu Feng's fleet and were destroyed, and the base was also found. Lu Feng did not hesitate. As soon as the order to destroy everything was given, a war of annihilation in the meteorite belt began. Chapter 23: Neutron Star Battleship's Launch Core. A thick planetary cannon streaked across the interstellar space, and a loud bang occurred on the dock, turning the meteorite on the dock base into rubble. Countless lasers penetrated the building structures of docks or factories. Some warships that had not yet left the factory were also hit in the same way, and were penetrated along with the factories themselves, turning into scrap metal. You destroyed the pirate shipyard and gained 10,000 Imperial merit points. You destroyed the pirate shipyard and obtained 9,000 Imperial merit points. You destroyed the pirate arsenal and received 8,000 Imperial merit points. You destroyed the pirate arsenal and received 5,000 Imperial merit points. You destroyed an unformed level 10 pirate fleet and received 1,200 Imperial merit points. You destroyed the unformed 9th level pirate fleet and received 1,000 Imperial merit points. System prompts appeared one after another, and Lu Feng only saw that his Imperial merit value was skyrocketing. The merit value, which was originally in units of 100,000, quickly rose to 1 million and was still rising. Directly clearing out the pirate base would yield gains faster than searching for pirate fleets everywhere. Soon, the vast pirate base was reduced to ruins in a series of explosions and fires. Lu Feng also received a prompt from the system. You destroyed 1/4 of the pirate main base, obtained 1 million Imperial merit points, and obtained 1/4 of the neutron star battleship's starting core. The first half just made Lu Feng smile slightly, and he felt that he had gained a lot. But the last sentence made Lu Feng shocked. Neutron star battleship? Is this true or false? The little pirate actually has the launching core of a neutron star battleship. A neutron star is a star formed when gravitational collapse occurs at the end of its life. It is the densest star besides a black hole. Often the diameter of a neutron star is only a dozen kilometers, but the matter within this dozen kilometers can weigh hundreds of millions or even billions of tons per cubic centimeter. The total mass of such a small neutron star is almost as heavy as an entire sun, even heavier. This alone is enough to illustrate how powerful it is. If other characteristics of neutron stars are also utilized, corresponding weapons can be developed. Neutron star battleship. Just hearing the name makes Lu Feng shudder. Such an existence is definitely a galaxy-level killer. But such a powerful weapon and its activation core is actually in the hands of the pirates. Lu Feng was doubtful about this. He quickly opened the warehouse and searched for something called the startup core. Finally, his eyes fell on a sphere that was only a quarter of its size. The quarter-round sphere glowed with a silvery white glow, and the cuts on both sides were neat and smooth. Obviously, this thing is only part of the complete core. Click on the item to view it. Neutron Star Battleships, Startup Core 1/4. The activation core handed down from an unknown era can safely enter and activate the Neutron Star Battleship. It has been divided into 4 parts and is in the hands of the former Emperor's family of the Wade Empire and the current pirate group. Along with the activation core, there is also a star map marking the location of a Neutron Star Battleship, but the star map has been hidden by the current Wade Empire and is nowhere to be found. After reading the introduction of this startup core, Lu Feng roughly understood the situation. The pirate fleet they are now hostile to is actually the ruling family that once controlled the entire Wade Empire. But later, perhaps due to rebellion or internal family divisions, the current pirate groups lost control of the empire. It may be out of reluctance, or it may be to regain what was lost. These losers never gave up the fight against the current empire and became roving pirate groups. The ancestors of the pirate group got 2 things from nowhere. One is the starting core of the Neutron Star Battleship, and the other is the star map of the location of the Neutron Star Battleship. The pirate group only had time to take away the launch core of the Neutron Star Battleship, and the rest of the star map is still in the current Wade Empire. Then, for safety or something, the pirate group divided the Neutron Star Battleship's launch core into 4 parts and kept them. Then a core was in your hands. Lu Feng filled in the entire story in his mind based on the introduction of the startup core. That makes sense. There are no so-called missions triggered in Galaxy Age, and what there are just fragmented narratives. The fragmented stories are told through items like this core, and players are required to fill in the gaps in their own imagination. There are no guidelines or goals, just letting the players decide how to act in this big world. For Lu Feng, although the system did not say anything explicitly, he already knew his goal very clearly. That is, to get the complete Neutron Star Battleship startup core and the star map marked with a Neutron Star Battleship. Then in the remaining 20 days, find the Neutron Star Battleship, finally brought back to the real world. Thinking of this, Lu Feng directly opened the control interface. In the fleet list, scroll directly from the beginning to the end. All branch fleets entered the Dawn Star Zone. The remaining 3 pirate main bases are most likely in the Dawn Star Zone. You want to turn the Dawn Star Zone upside down to find these 3 pirate main bases. As the order was given, a huge fleet of up to 1.6 million people once again converged on the same star region. Every branch fleet outside the Dawn sector dropped their work and jumped directly into hyperspace. The target is heading straight to the Dawn Star Zone. A few players who remained in the Dawn Star Zone were surprised to find that 7 or 8 fleets with a size of over 10,000 people suddenly jumped into their planetary system. These fleets formed a network and searched the entire planetary system in all directions. Wherever they passed, no pirate ship could escape such a dense encirclement. The same scene is playing out in the 17 planetary systems of the Dawn sector. The stranded players felt as if this was no longer the base of pirates, but the base of the Reverse Blade fleet. The high-level pirate fleet that they had to spend a lot of effort to deal with was nothing more than a plaything in the hands of the Reverse Blade fleet. As a result, the Dawn Star Zone once again became a hot topic of conversation on the World Channel. Last time, it was the Lebalco garbage dump. This time, it was the Dogan sector. The sight of millions of fleets gathering together is enough to attract attention. But Lu Feng had no time to pay attention to the heated discussions about his fleet on the World Channel. He had just learned of a place that was suspected to be the main pirate base. There were a large number of pirate fleets gathered there, and one of his branch fleets was engaging in a firefight with them. Every second, a large number of warships are injured or destroyed. He once again mobilized 30 nearby branch fleets to provide support. Chapter 24. Star map of the positions of 5 billion neutron star battleships. A planet in a planetary system that is so far away from its star that it almost does not belong to the planetary system. Because it is far away from the star and cannot receive the star's heat, the surface of this planet is icy blue and is almost entirely covered with ice and snow. But if you look closely, you can see many black spots on the endless ice field on the surface of the planet. When these black spots are magnified, they're actually standing antennas, looking into the sky and monitoring everything happening in space. At this time, a battle had just ended in the space outside the planet. More than 10,000 pirate ships were fired upon by warships that outnumbered them by dozens of times and were turned into piles of scattered parts. Fleets of ships lined up in neat rows, surrounding the planet tightly. About 100,000 wandering Temple-class battlecruisers aimed their massive planetary cannons at the ice fields on the ground. The magnificent and huge Flawless Nebula-class cruiser, like an interstellar barrier, propped up a vast shield behind many warships, building an impenetrable line of defense. Above the ice field, there was no movement except for the red light on top of the antenna flashing from time to time. But before long, dozens of ice fields cracked to both sides at the same time. The huge steel door drove the covering ice and snow to retreat to both sides, exposing the underground hangar. There was a rumbling sound in the hangar. In addition to the roar of the warship, there was also the sound of factory operations. Pirate warships are gathering in the hangar, waiting for the moment the door opens, and then they will all rush out from underground to face the blockading fleet outside the planet. However, faced with a blockade fleet that was several times larger and had firepower several times greater than theirs, these pirate warships were often blasted into pieces as soon as they appeared by hundreds of laser cannons flying from nowhere. There was not even a hint of effective resistance. You destroyed the unformed 9th-level pirate fleet and obtained 1,000 Imperial Merit points. This is a major pirate base. The pirate fleets that were originally in orbit around this planet have all been wiped out by the branch fleet that came to support them. Lu Feng looked at the planet that was completely covered by ice. According to his observation, the underground of this planet had been transformed by the pirates into their arsenal. It is even larger than the pirate main base in the asteroid belt. But Lu Feng was not in a hurry to destroy the main pirate base here. If he wanted to destroy this place, it would be simple. The cluster of wandering Temple-class battlecruisers could directly launch planetary cannons and aim at the planet. A concentrated attack from 100,000 rogue Templar-class battlecruisers would be enough to destroy the planet 1,000 times. But he didn't do that. He just ordered a fleet of 300,000 to blockade the place. As soon as a new pirate ship appears, destroy the pirate warship. The cause is simple. After he mobilized all his fleets to the Dome Star Zone, his Imperial Merit points skyrocketed at an extremely exaggerated rate. It soon reached the 10 million level. When his Imperial Merit value exceeded 10 million, Lu Feng received a prompt from the system. The Wade Empire opened up the exchange of hidden items to him. At this moment, when he opened the Empire Merit Points exchange interface again, the exchangeable items were very different. Neutron Star Battleship Position Star Map. Exchange requirements: 100 million Imperial Merit Points, 5 billion star coins. Lu Feng couldn't take his eyes off the first icon that flashed with golden light. The Neutron Star Battleship's Position Star Map can be redeemed directly. However, the exchange price was a bit too much for Lu Feng to afford. It would cost a full 100 million Imperial Merit Points and 5 billion star coins. Looking at his 10 million Imperial Merit Points, which was less than 1/10 of the requirement, Lu Feng couldn't help but calculate how long it would take to reach 100 million. After thinking it over, Lu Feng realized that it might not be enough to just plow through the pirate fleet in the Dome Star Zone. This requires captivity. He couldn't rush to destroy the entire pirate main base. As for the 5 billion star coins, Lu Feng thought about it for a long time. He now has almost 2 billion and is 3 billion away from 5 billion. He had to find a way to get to 3 billion. Thinking of this, Lu Feng thought of someone. Seeing that there was nothing to do in the game, Lu Feng continued to order the fleet to blockade this place. The remaining 1.3 million warships continued to clear out the pirate fleets and search for the pirate main base in the Dome Star Zone. After exiting the game, Lu Feng stretched himself to relax his stiff body. By the way, I glanced at the floor-to-ceiling windows of the hotel. The window was already filled with red clouds. I had been operating the fleet in Galaxy Age since I got up in the morning and had not stopped except for the lunch delivered by the hotel at noon. Lu Feng walked into the bathroom and saw his messy hair in the mirror. He couldn't help but sigh that the past few days had been really crazy. In order to improve the fleet's strength as quickly as possible, we never relaxed for a moment. The most important thing is that 4 billion was spent. This may be the biggest and most worthwhile expense I've ever made in my life. Lu Feng wiped his face with water, tidied his hair simply, then changed into a suit and left the room. Next to the hotel was the residential area where he used to live. Lu Feng skillfully found the entrance to the community and walked towards a building near the sea. Not long after, Lu Feng arrived downstairs. He took out his cell phone and called a number. Boss Ling, long time no see. Ling Xingfa on the other side was a little surprised. Brother Liu, why did you think of calling me? Are you free? I'm downstairs at Boss Ling's house. Before he could finish his words, the person on the other end hung up the phone. Not long after, Lu Feng saw a familiar figure walking out of the building. Brother Liu, you really came. Ling Xingfa was very happy to see Lu Feng and hugged him with a smile. Lu Feng also made a few polite remarks, then walked into the building with Ling Xingfa. The two chatted as they walked, and the topic was nothing more than the 6 billion that XAI company and Lu Feng sold. Ling Xingfa seemed to be quite sorry that Lu Feng left XAI. Lu Feng just smiled. After all, there were some things he couldn't say much about. He could only vaguely say that the world would change in the future. But Ling Xingfa didn't notice this. As they chatted, the two of them arrived by elevator. When the elevator door opens, you enter this nearly 400 square meter luxury house. Lu Feng is familiar with everything here. But the moment the elevator door opened, Lu Feng couldn't help but be stunned. Although everything remains the same as it was before, in the front is a little girl sitting in a wheelchair. The little girl was no more than 8 or 9 years old. She was wearing a loose shirt. The most eye-catching thing was her eyes. Her eyes were covered with a blue cloth, which passed through her long hair that was scattered behind her and tied into a bow at the back of her head. Lu Feng stared at the strange little girl for a long time. He felt a strong sense of disobedience. Is this a game of hide and seek? Feeling that the atmosphere was becoming a little awkward in the silence, Lu Feng took the lead in breaking the silence. Ling Xingfa's face became extremely gloomy at this moment. He shook his head as a response to Lu Feng. Then he called softly to the little girl. Xiaoya, this is Uncle Lu Feng. Call me Uncle. Hello, Uncle Lu Feng, the little girl called out crisply. Chapter 25 Fairy Warrior 001. The little girl didn't make any movement, but the wheelchair automatically moved forward and stopped in front of Lu Feng. She raised her head covered with blue cloth, as if looking at Lu Feng. But in fact, she looked up the big vase behind Lu Feng and passed by Lu Feng. Lu Feng also noticed that behind the little girl's head, hidden beneath her long hair, were some thin cables. The cables hung from the back of the girl's head and connected to the wheelchair. Lu Feng's expression suddenly showed some strangeness. It seems that something happened to this little girl named Xiaoya. Ling Xingfa thought Lu Feng was unhappy, so he quickly stood behind the little girl, and while calling Lu Feng to come in, he pushed the little girl into the house. Brother Lu, Xiaoya and I are very happy that you can come as a guest. We covered Xiaoya with a cloth in order to scare you. It's okay. Lu Feng shook his head and followed Ling Xingfa into the house. The facilities in the house were almost the same as before he left, basically unchanged, except for a few more items belonging to the new owner. Ling Xingfa pushed the wheelchair to a round table, asked Lu Feng to sit down, and placed desserts on the round table. Brother Lu came in a hurry. I only had time to prepare these. Ling Xingfa made a cup of tea for Lu Feng as he spoke. He is very nice to Lu Feng. After doing all this, Ling Xingfa sat down at the round table. Because of something that happened, I wanted to disturb Boss Ling. No, I'm so happy that Brother Lu can come. Whatever you need, as long as I can do it, I will definitely do it for you. Although I'm from Gangsheng, I also have some friends at the high city. Lu Feng didn't rush to talk about business. Boss Ling is so keen on investing in AI companies, not just because of the high rate of return. The one used by Xiaoya should be the brain-computer interface previously launched by XAI. Ling Xingfa chuckled and did not hide it. You are indeed an expert. You can see it at a glance. I led the development of this project. I know everything about it, from the cable materials to the software and hardware. The first time Lu Feng saw the cables behind Xiaoya's head, he felt that they looked familiar. Later, I recognized that this was an original feature previously launched by XAI. Access AI through brain-computer interface. However, because this technology was too far beyond current ethical concepts, the project was stopped after only making some prototypes. It has not entered the market on a large scale. However, Lu Feng knew that many trial works had flowed into the market and became samples for reverse research by major companies or research institutes. What Xiaoya is using now should be one of the prototypes that leaked out at that time. Although he knew that this was his own product, Lu Feng still had to sigh that Boss Ling was really bold. How dare they use an immature product on their own relatives? Even when they were conducting experiments on primates, they were terrified, as one wrong step could easily cause damage to the animal's brain. Finally, The project was stopped after comprehensive consideration of the risks. Otherwise, XAI will definitely become a landmark symbol and the beginning of the third technological revolution. Can I see it? Lu Feng looked at Xiaoya, then at Ling Xingfa. He was referring to the appearance of the little Yabu brought down. As soon as he said this, before Ling Xingfa said anything, Xiaoya immediately clenched her hands nervously and rubbed them on her legs anxiously. Ling Xingfa was silent for a while, then nodded. He held Xiaoya's hand and comforted her. "Xiaoya, it's okay." Xiaoya hesitated for a while before nodding slowly. She looked in the direction where Lu Feng had spoken before and whispered, "Uncle Lu Feng, don't be afraid of Xiaoya after you see this." Hearing her childish words, Lu Feng couldn't help but smile. He rubbed Xiaoya's head and said no. He touched the bow behind Xiaoya's head and pulled it gently. The blue cloth covering Xiaoya's eyes slipped down from one end, revealing her back. Those might be the most terrifying eyes Lu Feng had ever seen. Hello. This is a literal word, not an adjective. After just one look, Lu Feng silently covered Xiaoya with the blue cloth again. That was my negligence. Ling Xingfa on the other side lowered his head and muttered, "Those guys who sneaked into Hong Kong from Southeast Asia are the most desperate. For money, they can do anything. Dad, it's okay. Xiaoya doesn't feel any pain now." Xiaoya comforted Ling Xingfa in return. When Ling Xingfa heard this, his eyes suddenly turned red. "If I can help Xiaoya recover, I'm willing to give everything." Lu Feng remained silent for a long time before he opened his mouth to ask, "What happened to those people later?" "I'll have all the scum, including the mastermind, chopped into pieces and thrown into the sea." Ling Xingfa clenched his fists, as if this was not enough to satisfy his hatred. Lu Feng nodded. "Later, you came into contact with XAI?" At this point, Ling Xingfa stood up and took out a helmet with many nerve shocks from a room. "A few years ago, a friend got us a set of brain-computer interface equipment leaked from XAI on the black market, saying that this device might be helpful to Xiaoya. I didn't hold out much hope, but," Xiaoya said after using it. Ling Xingfa clenched his fists again and closed his eyes. She saw the light. Although Xiaoya still cannot see anything, she can vaguely sense the outside world. This is her only way to interact with the outside world. After Ling Xingfa said this, Lu Feng finally understood why Boss Ling had always been so enthusiastic about him and even wanted to spend a huge price to acquire XAI. He couldn't help but comfort her. "Boss Ling, maybe Xiaoya still has hope of seeing the world again." He thought for a while, wondering if it would be possible to regenerate severed limbs given the technological level after the battleship arrived. No, even the ability to regenerate severed limbs may not be enough. After all, the eyes involve the nerves of the human brain and have always been the most difficult part to conquer. He couldn't guarantee it. "I can't guarantee it. I can only say there is hope, and it will be in a month." Lu Feng decided to tell Ling Xingfa, "Boss Ling, I have an investment here." But before he could finish his sentence, he noticed a name engraved on the side of the helmet. "Lingya. Damn, I should have thought of that sooner." The memory in Lu Feng's brain was suddenly awakened. He suddenly changed the topic and asked Ling Xingfa, "What is Xiaoya's full name?" "Ling. Lingya." Ling Xing was stunned. These two words caused a huge wave of shock in Lu Feng's heart. The second secret weapon hidden by the Adventists among humans is a super biological weapon called Fairy War Girl. Fairy Warrior 001, Human Identity, Lingya. Among the invading coalition of civilizations, one civilization selected qualified humans and sent them for transformation. There is no difference between the transformed humans and normal humans. Only when in combat will it change form, revealing its extremely powerful combat power and transforming into an emotionless killing machine. Chapter 26, Another 6 billion investment. It was the Fairy War Girl's cooperation with the Void Shadow surprise attack that directly destroyed the last line of defense of mankind in the solar system. Fairy Valkyrie and Void Shadow became the last two straws that broke the camel's back for human civilization. Lu Feng's mind was full of thoughts, but finally, he regained his composure. The Fairy Warrior's powerful individual combat ability is the most powerful he has ever seen. It is said that the civilization that is able to transform suitable individuals also relies on the legendary ruins and facilities left behind by a perished imperial civilization. This extinct imperial civilization felt deeply that it was weak and miserable in the universe and was not suitable for a civilization that had already developed into the interstellar age. So it was decided, that all races would undergo mechanical ascension. But just as this decision was made, when the spacecraft from the neighboring civilization arrived, they found that all the people of the entire Empire civilization had disappeared without a trace, as if they had evaporated from the face of the Earth. No one knows whether they succeeded or failed. All that was left were empty planets and a vast number of unmanned facilities. That legendary relic facility not only has the function of transformation, but also the function of biological tissue repair. Lu Feng also recalled this important point. Because the famous fairy Valkyrie type 001 looks no different from a normal person. If Xiaoyao were still like this, she would never be described as normal. In other words, Xiaoyao was able to recover her eyes. Thinking of this, Lu Feng felt somewhat confident in his heart, but the details would have to wait until he saw the legendary ruins facility with his own eyes. Boss Ling, maybe it's not just a hope, but a great probability that Xiaoyao can recover. Lu Feng stared at Ling Xingfa firmly. But in order to achieve this probability, I need a lot of money. Lu Feng stated his ultimate purpose of looking for Ling Xingfa. It was all for the liquid funds in Ling Xingfa's hands. Ling Xingfa looked at Lu Feng in disbelief, and Xiaoya also looked at him with a hopeful expression. Perhaps you will find it incredible, but the most direct evidence will appear in less than a month. Lu Feng didn't say anything more specific. This is an investment opportunity, Boss Ling. If you're willing to believe me, the return on this investment will exceed any investment case you can think of. Lu Feng's voice subconsciously lowered. This will be a subversive change beyond the imagination of human civilization. Ling Xingfa did not ask any more specific questions, but just stared at Lu Feng's eyes for a long time. Lu Feng also accepted Ling Xingfa's gaze frankly. After a long silence, it was Xiaoya who broke the silence between the two. She tilted her head as if listening to something, then spoke. I can feel that Uncle Lu Feng is not lying. Uncle Lu Feng really believes that my eyes can recover. I see. Hearing this, Ling Xingfa simply nodded without any question, and then returned to his usual enthusiastic smile. Brother Lu, no matter how much money you need, even if it's all my wealth, I'm willing to invest in you. He has a deep understanding of Lu Feng. He had always placed his hopes on Lu Feng's XAI. So he had already investigated Lu Feng's character thoroughly. So he never suspected that Lu Feng would deceive him into investing. In other words, even if Lu Feng deceived him into investing, he was willing to do so. People like Lu Feng who can create XAI are worth investing in. This became even more certain after my daughter spoke up. Although she lost her eyes, her sense of hearing has become more acute. A person's tone of voice, breathing, heartbeat, etc. reflect a lot of things. However, she did not feel that Lu Feng had any tendency to conceal or lie in these aspects. Since Lu Feng is really sure, let's go crazy with him this time. Lu Feng nodded. We don't need all of Boss Ling's wealth. We just need working capital. If I'm not mistaken, Boss Ling should have about 6 billion in working capital. The last time XAI shares were publicly auctioned, Dunan successfully won them at a price of 6 billion. It was precisely the price of 6 billion that prevented Ling Xingfa from raising the price. It's not that he doesn't want to, but he really doesn't have any more funds. Otherwise, given his daughter's condition, Ling Xingfa would definitely bid for XAI shares at all costs. Ling Xingfa nodded without surprise. I do have only 6 billion in cash, but I can still raise more. Just give me a month. No, 6 billion is enough. 6 billion investment will bring you a rate of return you can't imagine, and your daughter's light. Ling Xingfa, who was sitting opposite Lu Feng, couldn't help but smile bitterly. To be honest, I still don't dare to fully believe it. I wouldn't even dare to think about it in my dreams. But since you said that the most direct evidence will appear in less than a month, I'm happy to wait and see. Lu Feng couldn't help but grin. Yeah, I never dreamed that the world would become so crazy. He was referring to the arrival of the warships. If he had not witnessed the rebirth with his own eyes, he would have thought it was just a fairy tale. I never thought that I would invest 4 billion into a game. In addition to these 4 billion, there are a full 8 billion waiting to be invested in the game. 12 billion, a number that would definitely drive everyone crazy. After finishing the business, Lu Feng didn't stay any longer. He stood up, said goodbye to Ling Xingfa and Xiaoya. But just as Lu Feng was about to leave, Xiaoya gently pulled the corner of Lu Feng's clothes. Uncle Lu Feng, can you sign an autograph for me? In her other hand, she held the helmet she had bought on the black market. Lu Feng smiled faintly, did not refuse and signed his name on the side of the helmet. The two words Lu Feng signed are extraordinary and full of vigor and vitality. This just shows that he has infinite ambition and is ready to do something big. Although Xiaoya couldn't see it, the corners of her mouth curved up when she heard the rustling sound of the signature. She also began to look forward to what Lu Feng said, that she could see the future of the world again. Not long after returning to the hotel, Lu Feng received a payment notification early the next morning. The 6 billion from Ling Xingfa has arrived. Lu Feng jumped up from the bed and opened Galaxy Age. List of exchangeable items for Imperial Merit Points. Neutron Star Battleship Position Star Map. Exchange requirements: 100 million Imperial Merit Points, 5 billion Star Coins. The item icon with golden light is still at the top of the list. 5 billion Star Coins have been met, and the next step is 100 million Imperial Merit Points. After a night of clearance, Lu Feng's Imperial Merit value increased by more than 10 million. At the current rate, 10 million Imperial Merit Points can be gained every 12 hours. It would take another 4 days to collect the remaining 80 million Imperial Merit Points. Chapter 27: The Reconstructor and the Fountain of Psalms. Boss, there's a new remittance in Lu Feng's account. At this time, on the top floor of a financial building by the Pujiang River, Dunan heard the secretary who hurried in and shouted, "Why are you panicking? Isn't it normal for there to be an extra remittance in his account?" Dunan couldn't help but frown at the secretary's reckless behavior. After all, for people at Lu Feng's level, there are many ways to make money. What's wrong with earning a little bit of money? Yes, it's 6 billion. Dunan stood up suddenly. How much? 600 million or 6 billion? Explain clearly. Take a look for yourself. The secretary placed a thin piece of paper directly in front of Dunan. Dunan frowned and looked at the contents on the paper. Lu Feng's account statements were obtained through internal bank connections. It shows that this morning, Lu Feng had an additional 6 billion in his account. $6 billion of funds definitely could not have been remitted to him by an unknown person. Have you found out who owns the remittance account? This time the secretary didn't shake his head again. He nodded and said, "It's an account under Ling Xingfa." Ling Xingfa? TSK. Lu Feng doesn't have another XAI share to sell. So how did he get Ling Xingfa to transfer the 6 billion to his account? It can't be that he got something for nothing with just his mouth. Dunan pondered it carefully. He could never understand the logic behind Lu Feng's actions. During this period, he made various business deductions, whether it was hyping up the battleship market in the game called Galaxy Age, laundering cash flow, or using the name of Recharge as a cover to transfer funds in order to avoid taxes. He found it unrealistic. Ever since he saw Lu Feng recharge 3 billion at one time, he felt that the world had become bizarre. Even when he had yachts and private jets, he never spent so much money. Could it be that Ling Xingfa gave Lu Feng the 6 billion to top up his game? The expression on Dunan's face changed into an indescribable shape. Subway, oldman.jpg. Once this most unrealistic idea appeared, it was like a booger deep inside his nostril, occupying his head firmly and unable to be picked out no matter what. His intuition told him that this was most likely the purpose of Ling Xingfa transferring money to Lu Feng. But his rich experience told him that Ling Xingfa was most likely not aware of the situation, and Lu Feng was deceiving Ling Xingfa by relying on his optimism and trust in him. He thought that if Ling Xingfa had not interfered in the last auction and quoted a price of 5.5 billion, he would not have to spend 6 billion at a premium of 1 billion to buy XAI shares. Although XAI is now operating healthily and everything is thriving. But Dunan was still unhappy about spending an extra 10 billion for nothing. Disgusting, huh? Dunan came up with an idea. He only spent an extra 1 billion, but Ling Xingfa might have spent an extra 6 billion. He called his secretary and said, "Use obscure channels to spread the news that Lu Feng may have spent 3 billion on the game last time. Note that you should also mention that Lu Feng may have spent even more money on the game." "Yes, I'll do it right away." After the secretary left, Dunan thought for a while and then called the secretary in again. "You can ask some people to research the game that Lu Feng plays later. If the average amount of money spent by each person is less than 10,000 yuan, the company will not be responsible for the extra money spent. Don't spend too much. If you become addicted to it like Lu Feng, the company will not be responsible for the extra money spent." Seeing the secretary close the office door, Dunan couldn't help but ponder. If anyone spends 10,000 yuan, they can almost understand a game. He just didn't believe that throwing $10,000 in there wouldn't be even a splash. Just when Lu Feng was waiting for the imperial merit value to rise to 100 million, Su Jinxiang contacted him again. Boss Lu, I have already negotiated with the owners of those 2 special warships. They are willing to sell them to you. Oh, everything is settled? What about the price? Su Jinxiang chuckled and started typing quickly on his phone. Boss Lu, don't worry. I have already negotiated the price. It is definitely a super low price, 180,000 yuan per boat and 230,000 yuan per boat. When Lu Feng saw the 2 prices, he was shocked. That's cheap enough indeed. The total amount is only 400,000, less than half of the Shadow of the Void. It's really a good deal. Okay, let them list the warship on the player exchange. After sending the message, Lu Feng opened the player exchange and waited for the 2 special warships to be listed on the player exchange. He didn't have to wait long before a special warship priced at $230,000 was put up for sale. It's the first one in the first row, very conspicuous. Lu Feng bought it directly. You have obtained the special battleship, Reconstructor. As soon as the battleship was obtained, this name attracted Lu Feng's attention. The Reconstructor sounds like an engineering battleship. When Lu Feng clicked on the detailed interface of this battleship, he found that his guess was correct. Reconstructor can quickly build around anything for which a template has been previously saved. Simply put, this is a battleship-level 3D printer. The special structure on the Reconstructor's hull can achieve this function. If you want to build fortifications or permanent fortresses in outer space, just load the preset blueprints and let the Reconstructor build them according to the templates on the blueprints. But this is not the most special thing about the Reconstructor. Other engineering warships can also perform these functions. The most special thing about the Reconstructor is that the materials used for its construction do not come from inside the battleship, but at any designated place in the outside world. In other words, as long as enough materials are piled up in one place, the Reconstructor can use these materials to build something in another place. There's a sense of void creation in it. Lu Feng was quite satisfied as he bought such a special warship for only 230,000 yuan. This guy will be the main force of future fortifications and construction. He turned his gaze to the player exchange to see if the second special battleship was on sale. Not long after, a special warship priced at 180,000 appeared in the first row. Click buy. Deduct 180,000 star coins. You have obtained a special battleship, Fountain of the Holy Song. This is an extra-large engineering warship. Its main function is to deploy a stance and heal the warships within the stance. Its range is quite large, 10 times larger than that of the Shadow of the Void, with a radius of 100 kilometers, enough to cover an entire level 10 dock. The Fontana can repair any damaged warship hull, key instruments, or systems within its range. The stance of the Fontana can also be switched to a biological targeting mode, healing organisms within range. After seeing the various capabilities of the Fontana, Lu Feng was quite satisfied. Although these special warships look a bit surreal, their capabilities are indeed strong. After receiving the 2 special warships, Lu Feng did not hesitate and directly gave Su Jinxiang 50,000 star coins. He can exchange these star coins for real money in the corresponding market. Chapter 28 Merit Value 100 million points. Several days have passed since we got the 2 special warships. In a few days, Lu Feng had searched the Dawn Star Zone thoroughly and found the remaining 2 main pirate bases, as well as numerous other pirate bases. Almost all the pirate bases were eliminated by Lu Feng's massive fleet, leaving only the last 3 main pirate bases. These 3 main pirate bases were kept in captivity by Lu Feng's fleet like milk-producing sheep. Use its mechanism of continuously producing pirate warships to destroy the pirate fleet. Even so, the amount of Imperial Merit points Lu Feng earned became less and less in the future. It starts from 10 million merit points every 12 hours and then gradually decreases. It seems that it will take more than 4 days to accumulate 100 million Imperial Merit points. At the same time, Lu Feng also noticed that a piece of news had been spreading in the outside world at some point. Lu Feng, the former head of XAI who sold his shares, actually put all his funds into one game and spent a full 4 billion in the game. The most money that was recharged at one time was 3 billion. The current report has immediately attracted the public's attention and pushed Lu Feng to the forefront. Every day, countless people gossip about Lu Feng, saying whether he is generous or stupid. Lu Feng was indifferent to these rumors. Just letting others talk would not affect his ambition of expanding his fleet. Moreover, he is not afraid at all that more players will enter the game after Galaxy Age becomes more well-known. Not to mention that there are only 20 days left. Even if ordinary people are given enough time to play Galaxy Age, it will take a lot of effort to get the first battleship without spending any money. Time is one thing, but on the other hand, we also have to collect materials, prepare battleship blueprints, and so on. In today's fast-paced era, it is difficult for anyone to persevere. Often, once the 3-day craze is over, the game will be left gathering dust on the phone. As for those who have some money, Lu Feng is not afraid of them. I invested tens of thousands of dollars into Galaxy Age, but it didn't even make a splash. Even advanced battleships cannot be touched. The $1 million threshold for a level 10 shipyard alone is enough to hold back most people. Moreover, even for those who are willing to spend money, such as Wang Zhuo of the Galaxy Fleet, they only have 20,000 warships. It's not even a fraction of what I deserve. Although I don't know who is secretly doing these tricks behind the scenes, no matter what they do, it will not affect my plan. Another 5 days passed. At noon that day, Lu Feng was guarding his mobile phone, watching that the Empire's merit value had reached the 95 million mark. There is still a gap of about 5 million merit points. This time, Lu Feng no longer kept the 3 pirate main bases as sheep in a sheepfold, but directly controlled the fleet to attack. An ice-blue planet on the outskirts of a star system in the Dome Star sector. The endless ice fields on the surface of the planet still open their steel gates from time to release newly built ships. In outer space, the warships orbiting like pearls are no longer silent. Nearly 100,000 wandering Temple-class battlecruisers simultaneously activated the huge cannons in front of them. The planetary cannon is charging. The next moment, a light as bright as a star explosion burst out on this planet located in the farthest corner of the planetary system. An entire ice-blue planet was covered in hellish flames. Earthquakes occurred in every corner, and larger cracks tore the planet into pieces. Those huge pirate factories hidden underground were also exposed one after another. The huge metal structure fell into the magma in the huge crack in the explosion and tearing. Finally, the entire planet was destroyed in a chain collapse. This was the result of Lu Feng intentionally controlling the power of the planetary cannon and concentrating fire at the lowest power. Otherwise, if the planet explodes too violently and affects the fleet in orbit, it will be troublesome. You destroyed the pirate shipyard and gained 15,000 Imperial merit points. You destroyed the pirate shipyard and gained 10,000 Imperial merit points. You destroyed the pirate arsenal and gained 10,000 Imperial merit points. You destroyed the pirate arsenal and received 15,000 Imperial merit points. A series of system prompts caused Lu Feng's Imperial merit value to surge by nearly 1 million. At the end of this series of tips, there was one that made Lu Feng smile. You destroyed 2/4 of the pirate main base, obtained 1 million Imperial merit points, and obtained 2/4 of the neutron star battleship's starting core. When I entered the warehouse, I saw 1/4 of the ball, which was exactly the same as the previous one. We are only 2 pirate main bases away from getting the complete neutron star battleship launch core. Destroying this pirate main base directly increased Lu Feng's merit value by 2 million. I don't know where the efficiency has gone to, which is higher than before. After the second pirate main base was destroyed, Lu Feng directly switched the game screen. The third pirate main base is a floating space station. It is called a space station, but in fact it can be called a space city. After countless generations of expansion, its scale has reached the size of half a continent. This place was also blockaded by Lu Feng's fleet of 300,000 troops. But at this moment, there is no need for the fleet to blockade this place anymore. As soon as the attack was activated, laser beams all over the sky pierced through the shield of the space city like raindrops. The metal supporting structure of the space city melted directly under the laser rain. The entire space city was like a piece of metal being baked on a fire. The temperature continued to rise until the entire space city turned completely into red-hot molten iron. In the face of absolute crushing power, a huge space city had no chance of resistance. You destroyed the pirate shipyard and gained 10,000 Imperial merit points. You destroyed the pirate arsenal and gained 10,000 Imperial merit points. You destroyed 3/4 of the pirate main base, obtained 1 million Imperial merit points, and obtained 3/4 of the neutron star battleship's starting core. Another 2 million merit points were instantly credited to his account, and he was only 1 million away from reaching 100 million, which was enough for Lu Feng to exchange for the Neutron Star Battleship's location star map. The Neutron Star Battleship's starting core also consisted of 3 pieces, forming a sphere with only 1 piece missing. All that's missing is a quarter sphere to fill the gap. The last pirate main base is a base built on a huge meteorite. The main body of this base is a huge antenna device, around which extensive military facilities have been built. A steady stream of pirate warships were produced from those military facilities and thrown into space. But now, the outside of this huge meteorite, which is as big as a small planet, is surrounded by a large number of neatly arranged fleets. The fleet was silent in deep space, with its laser cannons firmly aimed at the surface of the meteorite. Given the size of this massive fleet, a single salvo would be enough to vaporize the meteorite. Lu Feng turned the game's perspective to the pirate main base and took a deep look at the antenna located in the middle of the layers of military facilities. When he saw the pirate main base for the first time, he was confused that the style of this pirate main base was different from the other 3 main bases. That huge antenna didn't look like a military facility used for attack. Instead, it is more like a research facility used for astronomical observations. Although this strange pirate main base made Lu Feng think about it, it did not stop him from issuing the order to attack. Lu Feng stared at the antenna for a while and finally clicked the attack button on the control interface. As soon as the attack order was issued, the huge fleet stationed outside the meteorite launched a devastating blow that destroyed the entire meteorite and the facilities on it. You destroyed the pirate shipyard and gained 20,000 Imperial Merit Points. You destroyed the pirate shipyard and gained 15,000 Imperial Merit Points. You destroyed the pirate arsenal and gained 12,000 Imperial Merit Points. You destroyed the pirate arsenal and received 18,000 Imperial Merit Points. You destroyed 4/4 of the pirate main base, obtained 1 million Imperial Merit Points, and obtained 4/4 of the Neutron Star Battleship's starting core. You have destroyed the main bases of all pirate groups. The Wade Empire has regained peace, and no pirate groups will appear again. You have obtained 10 million Imperial Merit Points, obtained the discovery of the pirate group, and obtained the Super Starport construction blueprint. Chapter 29 Neutron Star Battleship Position Star Map obtained. In addition to the rewards he should have received, Lu Feng also received several additional system prompts. Oh, there are extra rewards for destroying all the main bases. Lu Feng counted them with half surprise and half joy. 10 million merit points. Adding his original merit points, his current merit points have reached a whopping 111 million. It is more than enough to exchange for the location drawings of the Neutron Star Battleship. In addition to collecting the startup core, he also obtained something called the discovery of the pirate group and the construction drawings of a super starport. I have to say that the harvest from this trip was very rich. Just when Lu Feng thought that this was enough, an emotionless mechanical female voice appeared in the entire game map, ringing in the ears of all online players through the mobile phones. The main pirate base and pirate fleet in the territory of Emperor Wade have been cleared by the Reverse Blade fleet. No more content related to the pirate group will appear in the game. Players are requested to obtain various materials and Imperial Merit Points through other channels. Is this a server-wide notification? This was the first time Lu Feng heard a server-wide notification in Galaxy Age. He had always thought that there was no such thing in the game Galaxy Age. Boss Lu, this is awesome. This is the first time I've heard of this kind of notification from this game. At this time, Su Jinxiang also sent a message excitedly. From his tone, he had never heard of the game Galaxy Age sending a server-wide notification. Lu Feng couldn't help but have a guess in his heart. Maybe it's not that this game doesn't send out notifications to all servers. It's just that no one has been able to meet the triggering conditions before. Destroying 4 main pirate bases was a very easy task for Lu Feng with his current strength. But in reality, it would be impossible to do, so even if a galaxy fleet of 20,000 warships was brought in, if he hadn't suddenly appeared, spent billions of dollars, and directly built a million-level fleet, it is possible that even after another 100 years, Galaxy Age would not have issued a server-wide notification. It is precisely this kind of major event that can trigger notifications for the entire server that can get higher hidden rewards. Thinking of this, Lu Feng couldn't help but understand. If I hadn't been reborn, I might have been kept in the dark my whole life. Taking a deep breath, Lu Feng calmed down his emotions and opened the warehouse to check the harvest. The first is the starting core of the neutron star battleship. 4 starting cores, each only a quarter of a sphere, have been collected. Lu Feng clicked on one of them at random. Immediately, a prompt popped up on the interface. You have collected 4 pieces of neutron star battleship's startup cores. Do you want to synthesize a complete neutron star battleship startup core? Lu Feng immediately clicked OK. The next moment, the 4 fragments disappeared and were replaced by a smooth, silver-white sphere of unknown material. Neutron star battleship's startup core. The activation core handed down from an unknown era can safely enter and activate the neutron star battleship. After getting the startup core, Lu Feng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, his heart full of anticipation. With this thing, the neutron star battleship will be in our pocket. After admiring it with satisfaction for a long time, Lu Feng turned his attention to other things in the warehouse. Something called the discovery of the pirate group and the construction drawings of a superstar port. Discovery of pirate group. The stars have lost their original orientation. Their guidance is ineffective and chaotic. God, are we the abandoned people? Lu Feng was confused by the introduction of the first item, titled The Pirate Group's Discovery. Why is the pirate group's discovery so mysterious? Since it is a fragmented narrative, does it mean it is part of a certain story, or perhaps the beginning of the next story? Lu Feng couldn't help but speculate, but at present there were too few clues to support him to get a definite result, so he had to give up. Keeping this introduction in mind, Lu Feng looked at the next item, the construction drawings of the superstar port. After brushing pirate fleets and pirate bases for so many days, Lu Feng often gets various blueprints. Even the blueprints of the 10th level battleships, the Flawless Nebula-class cruiser, the Wandering Temple-class battlecruiser, and the Dreadnought-class destroyer, were leaked. Now, I have obtained a new construction drawing, but the only thing missing is the drawings of the Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier. This made Lu Feng want to curse. Was it just bad luck, or was the dealer deliberately going against him? Do you think you don't need luck because you are too rich? Construction drawings of Superstar Port. The Superstar Port, with a radius of 2,000 kilometers, is equipped with a comprehensive weapon protection system and a huge shield, and is equipped with the largest hyperspace jump engine in history. It can simultaneously maintain 2 million warships and berth up to 20 million warships. The maximum scale of the production line is up to 10,000 warships at the same time. Wow, this superstar port. After reading this introduction, Lu Feng subconsciously called out. This data is a bit explosive. This superstar port is exactly what he needs now. He must build this superstar port. With a radius of 2,000 kilometers, the area is more than 10 million square kilometers, which is larger than the entire European continent. Lu Feng smacked his lips, imagining that one day, the people of Europe would look up and see not the moon or the sun, but his starport. After looking at the harvest in the warehouse, Lu Feng should prepare the main course. The starting core of a neutron star battleship has been obtained. Next, as long as we get the orientation star map, we can find the location of a neutron star battleship. Get the neutron star battleship as soon as possible to avoid any more trouble. He first recharged a full 5 billion star coins directly into the game. Looking at the soaring balance of star coins in his account, Lu Feng felt indescribably happy. But this money will be spent soon. Lu Feng opened the merit exchange interface of the Wade Empire and directly clicked on the first item that was shining with golden light. Neutron Star Battleship Position Star Map. Exchange requirements: 100 million Imperial Merit Points, 5 billion star coins. Are you sure to redeem? Sure. The next moment, 100 million merit points were directly deducted from the account. The 5 billion star coins that had been recharged previously were all deducted at once. The star map has also been obtained. You have obtained the Neutron Star Battleship Position Star Map. Lu Feng opened the warehouse with excitement. The first item in the warehouse is the Neutron Star Battleship Location Star Map. Lu Feng clicked it, but the expected introduction or coordinates did not appear. In front of Lu Feng appeared a download button. Feeling a little strange, Lu Feng clicked the download button. Then, the phone showed that he had downloaded a file to his phone. File? What do you mean? Shouldn't it be the coordinates in the game? Lu Feng felt more and more that something was wrong and found the file on his mobile phone. After clicking it, it was a dazzling star distribution map, and in the middle there was a white dot. Chapter 30 Neutron Star Battleship here. This is... Lu Feng couldn't help but frown as he looked at the star distribution map. Is this asking me to find the Neutron Star Battleship by looking at this picture? He flipped through the star map in Galaxy Age and kept switching screens to compare it with this star field distribution map. The star map of Galactic Age is reduced to the smallest size and is a galaxy-level map similar to the Milky Way. Lu Feng glanced at the map and then looked at the star distribution map. I haven't seen any similar shapes. Lu Feng pondered. This star distribution map doesn't have any names or significant landmarks for positioning. It seems that we can only zoom in on the map of Galaxy Age and compare it area by area to see if there are any overlapping or similar parts with this star distribution map. It was not very convenient to do this work using a mobile phone, so Lu Feng went directly to the hotel front desk and asked for a laptop. As a monthly subscriber of the luxury suite of this 5-star hotel, this small request can be met. As an expert with a computer background, Lu Feng checked the network environment of the laptop. After confirming that there was no problem, he formatted several hard drives of the laptop and reinstalled the system. After finishing everything, Lu Feng transferred the file of the star field distribution map to his laptop and opened the file on the computer. A clearer star field distribution map filled the entire computer screen. On the larger screen of the computer, Lu Feng looked at the star distribution map and vaguely felt that the small stars were flashing. It seems that this is not just a flat map, but a dynamic picture that is playing and automatically demonstrated. Lu Feng stared at the star distribution map for a long time, but with his astronomical knowledge, he couldn't figure out anything more, so he had to give up. He opened the Galactic Age and looked at the enlarged map of the Galactic Age and compared each area to find areas that overlapped or were similar to the star distribution map. This comparison lasted from the afternoon to the early morning of the next day. The bright sunshine is replaced by night, and the night is illuminated by the morning. When the dim morning light shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the desk, Lu Feng realized that he had unknowingly stayed up all night. His spirit suddenly relaxed, and fatigue surged up. He rubbed his bloodshot eyes, and the thoughts in his mind kept turning. The workload of this job is really too much. It is too complicated to compare a galaxy-level map piece by piece to find a place that may only occupy the size of several planetary systems. The Milky Way has a diameter of 200,000 light-years and contains more than 200 billion stars. Even if the accuracy of the Galaxy Age map is less than 1/billionth of the Milky Way, it will still be a huge amount of work. He only completed a small part of the map search work in one night. Lu Feng couldn't help but wonder if there were any other ways to replace manual retrieval. Hire someone to help him search the map? This is not reliable. Who knows if there are people from other companies or even the government monitoring him? If the location of the neutron star battleship is leaked and someone takes it first, we'll be finished. Although this is a low-probability event, low-probability events do not mean they will not happen, and this risk cannot be taken. Since humans can't do it, can we use machines? Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. Yes, AI can. Since humans use AI to assist in batch generation of papers and various articles. In the past, repetitive tasks, no matter how much, could be completed perfectly as long as they were within the computing power of AI. This kind of graphic comparison task can also be handed over to AI. The first thing Lu Feng thought of was his XAI. Although I am no longer the head of XAI, it doesn't matter. For the graphic comparison of two specific items, no complex AI functions are required. He only needed to borrow a little bit of XAI's computing power and add his own code for this special task. Thinking of this, Lu Feng downloaded several software that could only be used within XAI company, and then used the backdoor he left behind to enter XAI's internal server. Although his address was determined not to be in the XAI building, it stands to reason that these internal software would not be able to identify the correct address connection and would not allow access. But the backdoor solves this problem and ensures that his access will be extremely covert, will not trigger alarms, and will not leave any traces. Lu Feng's thoughts raced, and he wrote a simple program. The function of this program is to connect to Galaxy Era on one end to call out the map of Galaxy Era and to make a graphical comparison between the file given by Lu Feng and the map on the other end. Finally, AI will use its massive computing power to come up with a degree of fit, given the most likely locations for overlap or similarity, and marking them on the Galaxy Age map. After completing these tasks, Lu Feng looked at the lines of code floating on the screen in front of him, and he entered the file location of the star field distribution map file in his laptop. Then, he pressed enter. As lines of code change rapidly, XAI's search proceeds rapidly. Lu Feng didn't have to wait too long. In just 1 minute, XAI gave the final result. There may be overlap or similarities between the two, and the degree of fit is 0. Lu Feng looked at the number 0 on the bottom row and stood there in a daze for a moment. The fit is 0? This means that there is no place on the map of Galaxy Age that could possibly overlap or be similar to that star field distribution map. Lu Feng's brows were almost twisted together. This kind of thing is impossible. The hiding place of the neutron star battleship is not on the map of Galaxy Age. Could it be outside the map? Like the black hole where the void shadow is hiding, it is not a place that normal players can reach? So what is the purpose of this orientation star map? The neutron star location map, with 100 million merit points and 5 billion star coins, is unlikely to be a place that cannot be reached by normal means. This is not in line with the consistent style of Galaxy era. But suddenly, this sentence struck Lu Feng's mind like lightning. The usual style, Galaxy Age, is not a game that plays by the book. Who would have thought that half a month later, a fleet of troops would descend upon us? Did those players ever imagine that they would rise to the top of society overnight? In addition, when downloading this star distribution map, it is downloaded in the form of a file. But he was so eager to find a neutron star battleship that he ignored this point. Now that I think about it, this is very unusual. The neutron star battleship is not on the map of Galaxy Age, so it must be somewhere else. Lu Feng's brows gradually relaxed. He stared at the number 0. The corners of his mouth gradually curled up. His eyes were extremely bright, with a look of madness mixed with enlightenment. Lu Feng thought again of the discovery of the pirate group that he had just obtained yesterday. That's what it says above. The stars have lost their original orientation. Their guidance is ineffective and chaotic. God, are we the abandoned people? At first, he thought it was the mumbling words of a madman, but now Lu Feng gradually understood it. Apparently, it is not in the Galaxy Age. A crazy but extremely reasonable answer popped up in Lu Feng's mind. After eliminating all impossible answers, the only answer left, no matter how incredible or unbelievable it is, will be the correct answer. He looked up out the floor-to-ceiling window. The sky was dim and the sun had not yet risen. A bright crescent moon hung in the sky, with only a few visible stars next to it. Neutron star battleship, here. Chapter 31 target, Purple Mountain Observatory. Haha, you're amazing. Lu Feng stared at the space outside the floor-to-ceiling window and whispered something to the Galaxy-era game designer who might not even exist. To be honest, when Lu Feng first had this thought, his heart stopped beating at that moment. A strange feeling of surprise made him break out in a cold sweat. But after a few minutes, Lu Feng, who accepted this answer, just felt it was very interesting. Looking back now, everything about the neutron star battleship seems to contain an inexplicable charm. 2. Lu Feng closed his eyes and rubbed his temples. Neutron star battleship, although its specific power is unknown. But even the 6th-level civilization at the top of the Milky Way is not qualified to possess it. What it represents may be a symbol of a higher-level civilization. Lu Feng looked at the star distribution map on the laptop screen again. It is clearly a flat star distribution map, but when you look at it with the naked eye, it seems as if you can really see the stars flowing and flickering in front of your eyes. It's as if this is a real-time, dynamic image of the starry sky. Lu Feng suddenly closed his notebook and stuffed it into a backpack. He also packed a few sets of clothes and stuffed them in the backpack. After taking the most important mobile phone and charger and making sure nothing was left behind, Lu Feng picked up his bag and walked out of the room. Good morning, Mr. Lu. Does your room need cleaning? As soon as I went out, I met a special service team coming out of the luxurious private room opposite. Lu Feng shook his head. I'm going to be away for a while. Don't let anyone in during this time. He thought about it again and said to those people, I took a laptop from the front desk before. I bought the computer. Tell your manager, and the cost will be deducted directly from the room rate. Without waiting for a response from the other side, Lu Feng went straight downstairs. As I walked, I bought the earliest high-speed rail ticket to Dying City. His goal is the Purple Mountain Observatory, which ranks among the top 3 in the field of astronomy in China. There were his acquaintances from Huaqing University. After leaving the hotel and getting into a taxi, Lu Feng first sent a text message to a number and then closed his eyes to rest. After a night of no rest and the sudden shock, his brain was on the verge of overload. He desperately needed rest. Purple Mountain Observatory. A young student in a white robe broke into the office in the early morning. A white-haired old man was sitting at the only desk with the light on. The old man is academician Chen Jinwen, a leading figure in the field of astronomy in China, and a student who barged in rashly is his new doctoral student Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian waved the printed A4 paper in his hand ecstatically. Teacher, the results determined by the observatory in Europe are consistent with ours, which means that the device we discovered that looks like a Dyson sphere is very likely to be real. In other words, we have discovered traces of the existence of alien civilizations. Why panic? It's just an alien civilization. Astronomy has discovered something similar to what we found this time. There are more than a dozen devices that look like Dyson spheres in the entire Milky Way. Academician Chen Jinwen was very calm. He scolded the student a few words and continued to look down at the materials in his hand. Although his eyes were reading the materials, he was still encouraging his students. But don't be discouraged. To achieve success in the field of astronomy, you need years of accumulation and patience. You also need to rigorously demonstrate your results and write a convincing enough paper to conclude the matter. This will become your real achievement. Otherwise, if a loophole is discovered by others, you will never be able to raise your head in the field of astronomy in your life. Oh, teacher, I understand. Zhou Xian, who was familiar with Chen Jinwen's temperament, agreed weakly. Academician Chen Jinwen is well known in the academic community for his rigor. He never makes a conclusion without being 100% sure. Such a character also made him achieve great success. But the recent new achievements are so important that they are important enough to go down in history. So Zhou Xian was a little excited. Zhou Xian poured himself a glass of water, and after calming down, he continued to talk incessantly. Teacher, I suspect that the massive object that suddenly disappeared near the Dyson sphere left through a portal or a jump, which shows that the other party civilization has evolved to a high level. Hearing the students say such doubtful words again, Chen Jinwen couldn't help but frown. Although this irresponsible speculation sounds sci-fi, it does explain recent observations. They observed unexplained changes in a star not far from the sun. The star that was originally unobstructed and functioning normally suddenly lost a part. Just like a solar eclipse, the light of a star is gradually obscured. Finally, it disappeared. After several months of waiting, the star looked the same again. Logically speaking, if the obstruction accidentally drifted between the sun and the star, it would move away after a period of time. But since then, there has been no sign of the obstruction leaving. It's like being fixed around that star forever. This immediately caused speculation. The most reliable guess is a device like a Dyson sphere. A civilization more advanced than the one in the solar system directly wrapped up the star. This draws energy from the entire star. After the speculation, the observatory compared images and data from several months ago. It was discovered that during the period when the star was gradually obscured, overmassive objects disappeared and reappeared. This is consistent with the hypothesis that there is a spacecraft building a Dyson sphere near that star. To this end, Chen Jinwen asked his student Zhou Xian to contact the observatory in Europe and asked them to compare the images and data from a few months ago with the present. See if there is any difference in the observations on both sides. The final result is completely consistent. This indicates that the star is likely surrounded by a Dyson sphere. Moreover, this process has been completely observed and recorded by humans. This is the first time in history. Once the paper is published, Purple Mountain Observatory and myself and others will become historical figures. Just as Chen Jinwen was thinking about this, Zhou Xian started shouting again. Lu Feng is coming to our observatory. Lu Feng? Which Lu Feng? Chen Jinwen, who was oblivious to what was happening outside, became puzzled. Lu Feng, the famous head of XAI, was my roommate at Huaqing University. He just sent me a message saying he wanted to come to our observatory to ask for advice. Oh, Chen Jinwen nodded thoughtfully. He had heard of XAI, and it seemed quite powerful. Recently, many people in the field of astronomy have advocated the use of AI in the field of astronomy. There is indeed room for the development of AI combined with astronomy. Then let him come. It would be good to have more exchanges with such outstanding talents. Chapter 32 helped me take a look. As soon as Lu Feng got on the high-speed train to Dying City, he fell asleep leaning on the seat not long after. A night without rest and continuous mental stimulation had already made his nerves tense. Now that he relaxed, sleepiness swallowed him up. Because he booked a business class seat, which provided him with enough privacy, Lu Feng didn't think there would be any problems. So when he woke up from this sleep, Lu Feng had already arrived in Dying City. The flight attendant bent down and gently woke Lu Feng up. Sir, we have arrived at our destination. Lu Feng slowly opened his eyes and looked out the window, which was just a stone's throw away. It was noon when the sun was at its brightest. I sat there from early morning till noon. Lu Feng checked his backpack and made sure nothing was missing before he stood up from his chair. There were not many people on the train. Lu Feng got off from the empty exit. While getting off the train, he opened his mobile phone and took a look. Only then did he realize that his old classmate, Zhou Xian, had sent him a lot of messages and had missed many calls. Lu Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. He slept too soundly. He immediately called Zhou Xian back. Hey, Afeng, you're such a busy guy. I didn't even respond to your calls or messages. Zhou Xian's reckless personality has not changed. He speaks carelessly, as if he is afraid that others can't hear him. When Lu Feng heard this voice, he couldn't help but complain. But even though he complained, when he heard this familiar voice, he felt more nostalgic. It was as if I was back to the days at Huaqing University. You really haven't changed at all. You're already a PhD. Can you be more steady? He hit back bluntly, speaking as casually as he used to in the dormitory. Hey, why are you saying the same thing as my advisor without making such personal attacks? Do I, a PhD student, still have any dignity? After saying this, they both laughed at the same time. The unfamiliarity caused by years of separation disappeared without a trace in an instant. After Zhou Xian finished laughing, he coughed and tried to make himself more serious. Okay. I know you have your own things to do, and I don't intend to blame you. Have you eaten lunch? We have prepared a welcoming banquet for you. It is also a good way to celebrate the recent new discoveries of our observatory. Many young colleagues are waiting to meet you, the big star. Lu Feng smiled lightly and did not refuse. Sure, I just got out of the high-speed rail station. Send me the address, and I'll be there right away. After hanging up the phone, Lu Feng received the address sent by Zhou Xian. Lu Feng quickly walked to the exit of the high-speed rail station and took a taxi to the address sent by Zhou Xian. Half an hour later, Zhou Xian looked at the big hotel in front of him and was standing at the door. Next to Zhou Xian stood a white-haired old man. When Zhou Xian saw Lu Feng getting off the car, he immediately hugged him enthusiastically. I never thought that after just a few years, you would become the head of XAI, the best AI in the country. This is enough for you to brag about. Lu Feng just smiled and shook his head, letting Zhou Xian go. I've already sold XAI. What's going on? Are those rumors in the media true? I always thought they were entertainment news. The situation is complicated. We'll talk later. Who is this? Lu Feng looked at the old man next to Zhou Xian. Ah, this is my mentor, academician Chun Jinwen of the Purple Mountain Observatory. Teacher, this is Lu Feng. After listening to Zhou Xian's introduction, Lu Feng's eyes lit up. It turned out that it was the right choice to find Zhou Xian. The old man extended his hand to Lu Feng amiably. Many young comrades in our observatory like you very much and even admire you. When they heard that you were coming, they specially set up a welcoming banquet to welcome you. Welcome to dying, and also welcome you to visit our Purple Mountain Observatory. Lu Feng held the old man's hands with both hands. I came to see Zhou Xian this time because I have something to ask you. Oh, Chen Jinwen couldn't help but be surprised. What could the former head of an AI company ask about the field of astronomy? Chen Jinwen thought that Lu Feng might have come to Zhou Xian in order to expand into some new business directions or even to establish connections with him. There have also been many companies that have used academicians as a gimmick for publicity, and some academicians have been used as promotional materials without their knowledge. Just because something was said in the past, it became the basis for those companies to promote their products many years later. This couldn't help but make Chen Jinwen feel a little unhappy. Although he does not reject commercialization, his personality is such that he does not like dealing with hypocritical people in the business world. In addition, Zhou Xian has an irritable personality. After hearing what his college classmate, with whom he had a good relationship, said, he might become impatient again, wondering if he would abandon his studies and start business. Zhou Xian is a good candidate, but he still needs a long period of training to develop the character that an astronomical researcher should have. Too much external interference is not a good thing. However, Chun Jinwen did not show his displeasure on his face due to the steadiness he had developed over the years. He just nodded lightly. Zhou Xian didn't notice the subtle change in his mentor and pulled Lu Feng straight inside. Let's go in first. Many of my colleagues are your fans and loyal users of your XAI. Lu Feng did feel some subtle changes in the old man, but he didn't care. As long as someone could help him uncover the secret of the star distribution map, it would be enough. If Chun Jin-won refuses, there will be other people in the huge Purple Mountain Observatory. If all else fails, he can go to the National Astronomical Observatory farther away. Zhou Xian booked a large private room, which was filled with people from Chun Jin-won's group, including junior directors, researchers, as well as graduate students and doctoral students studying at the observatory. Many of them are young faces. As soon as Lu Feng entered the private room, he was warmly welcomed and many young students rushed to take photos with him. The scene was a bit chaotic for a while. This again made Chun Jin-won, who liked order and stability, unhappy, and he frowned slightly. If there were no outsiders around, he would have started scolding right now. But in front of outsiders, he could only hold back and not speak. He ignored the chaotic scene in the room and sat down at the top seat, silently waiting for the room to calm down again. Finally, it was Lu Feng who noticed that the old man was sitting alone at the table, as if he was sulking. He stopped the noisy crowd and asked everyone to return to their seats. Lu Feng's seat was arranged next to Chun Jin-won, and Lu Feng didn't hesitate to sit down. When Zhou Xian asked the waiter to serve the dishes, Lu Feng glanced at Chun Jin-won. He was sitting in his seat with a calm face and a blank expression. With his white hair, he looked like a nobleman. Lu Feng quietly opened his mobile phone and opened the file of the star field distribution map. He held the phone out in front of the old man. "Academician Chun, can you help me take a look at this thing?" Chapter 33, Irresponsible Conclusion. Chun Jin-won, who has a bad temper, was initially dismissive and thought, "What could you possibly want me to see?" He just glanced at it from the side and then looked away. But the next moment, he turned back and stared at Lu Feng's phone as if he had just reacted. He squinted his eyes and looked carefully at the picture on Lu Feng's phone, moving his head closer and closer. It seemed that the thing on Lu Feng's mobile phone was something extremely attractive, and the more he looked at it, the more attractive it became. This isn't synthetic? At the end, Chun Jin-won asked Lu Feng back as if seeking an answer, without any trace of his previous calm demeanor. Lu Feng didn't know the answer to this question either, so he could only give an ambiguous answer. This thing shouldn't be fake. Chun Jin-won's expression suddenly became extremely complicated, with disbelief, uncertainty, surprise, interest, and fascination mixed in. He suddenly stood up from his seat, not caring who the phone belonged to, grabbed Lu Feng's phone, and walked out of the private room with his head down. Chun Jin-won's actions stunned the other people at the table. Some of those who reacted quickly shouted, "Teacher," and ran out. What did the teacher, who was considered the most stable teacher in the observatory, see that made him so shocked? You know, the old man has experienced countless things in the industry for decades, but even those major events that affected the fate of the country could not make him change his color like this. Zhou Xian, who had just returned from the hall, saw the teacher walking out with his head down and couldn't help but shout, "Teacher, are you not going to eat this meal? Eat. All you know is to eat. Eat your head." Chun Jin-won shouted excitedly, and Zhou Xian's neck shrank when he heard it. Even when his teachers scolded him in the past, he did so calmly. The phrase "intimidating without being angry" is a very appropriate description of him. What happened to the teacher this time? He looked like he had eaten explosives. Who could have provoked him to this extent? He suddenly thought of a possibility. "Damn it. Often, you are not going to get into trouble, are you?" Zhou Xian quickly looked in the direction of the private room and saw a large group of people running out. When these people saw him, they asked him back, "What's wrong, teacher?" Zhou Xian was confused again. He spread his hands. "The people in your private room don't know what happened. It's not as if Lu Feng made the teacher run away without saying a word. This takes many years of practice." Lu Feng also came out of the private room at this time. When he saw Zhou Xian, he patted Zhou Xian on the shoulder. "Zhou Xian, you take care of the situation here. Academician Chun, and I will go take a look. This matter is very important to me." He didn't say much and followed in the direction Chun Jin-won left. Chun Jin-won was so shocked, he must have discovered something. That star distribution map is indeed related to this universe rather than the map of Galaxy Age. What about this dish? Should we pack it up? Zhou Xian shouted a few words from a distance, but no one answered him. Now that the minter has left and the owner has taken over, it is possible that he and the others will stay here and continue eating. Zhou Xian thought about it and returned to the hall. "Waiter, pack it up." It was the middle of the day, and he was very hungry. So many dishes could not be wasted. Ever since Chun Jin-won saw the image on his phone, he has been in a daze. He was determined to get back to the observatory. There are special instruments there to help him complete the identification. He didn't dare to draw a conclusion directly based on his naked eyes, because this conclusion is so shocking. It is enough to completely change the current academic and even public perception. On the roadside, Chun Jinwon waved to stop a taxi and sat down in the passenger seat. "Go to Purple Mountain Observatory, quickly." The back seat door was suddenly opened, and Lu Feng sat down without any hesitation. Chun Jinwon glanced at him through the rearview mirror, but didn't say anything. He just urged the driver to drive faster. The driver started the car without any suspicion and roared towards Purple Mountain Observatory. Purple Mountain Observatory. Chun Jinwon ignored the security guard and went straight in, but Lu Feng followed behind and was stopped. Chun Jinwon turned around and shouted directly, "He is with me." The security guard knew Chun Jinwon. Who doesn't know the famous academician Chun Jinwon from Purple Mountain Observatory? "Then please register and sign your name, and I'll give you a visitor pass." But before he could finish his words, Lu Feng was pulled in by Chun Jinwon. "Register for nothing. Don't waste my time. I'm leaving. If you don't agree, ask the station manager to come find me." Seeing Chun Jinwon taking Lu Feng in like this, the security guard stood there in a daze for a moment. Is this still the academician Chun Jinwon who is known for his amiability and steadiness? Why do I feel like I have suddenly become a different person? Forget it, never mind. It's just bringing someone into the station. What's the problem with having an academician guaranteeing him? The security guard decided it was better to mind his own business and pretended he didn't see anything. Lu Feng was dragged into Chun Jinwon's office. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. If he had known that this old man was so easily provoked, he would have shown the star distribution map to him later. Who would have known that just a glance at a star distribution map obtained from a game could stimulate the old academician to this extent? Well, although this star distribution map does hide a big secret, but Lu Feng was sure that what the old academician saw was definitely different from what he saw. There is no way the old academician could know the true secret of this star distribution map. Where did you get this? The old academician put on the glasses on the table, leaned close to the small screen of the mobile phone, and looked at it carefully, almost popping his eyeballs into it. As for the source, I actually don't know either. I can only say that I got this image by accident. Seeing how uncomfortable the old man looked at the images, Lu Feng took out the laptop from his backpack. He opened the laptop and pushed it in front of Chun Jinwon. Chun Jinwon looked up at the laptop before returning the phone to Lu Feng. The precision, the scale, the realism of the starlight. Chun Jinwon was obsessed with everything on the star distribution map, caressing everything on the screen as if he was caressing his lover. And most importantly, this image has been processed. The processing method does not belong to any existing academic method. It is very clever, turning the pale and boring starry sky into a beautiful image as bright as the Milky Way. Even, you see, these stars are still moving. After staring at this star distribution map for a long time, Chun Jinwon finally came to a conclusion. This image, if authentic, is not a human product. When this sentence was spoken, even Chun Jinwon himself was shocked. I am usually calm and composed, but I would actually say something as irresponsible as speculation. Chapter 34, Between Companion Galaxies. Not a product of human beings. Hearing this, Lu Feng's heart skipped a beat. Mr. Chun Jinwon really saw some clues. He couldn't help but show some strangeness on his face. Chun Jinwon didn't pay attention to the strangeness on Lu Feng's face. He just stared at the image for a long time and finally asked with emotion, "Do you know how long it will take for humanity's furthest-reaching spacecraft to leave the solar system?" Lu Feng shook his head. This knowledge was not in his repertoire. 30,000 years. Chun Jinwon's expression was inexplicably shaken. Then he continued to narrate. Voyager 1, humanity's first interstellar spacecraft, is now more than 20 billion kilometers away from our planet. But even at this distance, it is estimated that it will take 300 years to fly out of the Kuiper Belt and another 30,000 years to completely fly out of the solar system. It will take another 30,000 years for our spacecraft to leave the solar system. A lot of the astronomical data we can observe is not real time. It may be images from decades, hundreds, or even thousands of years ago. These data, including data and images, are all obtained from within the solar system. No probe outside the solar system can provide data on the universe outside the solar system. Our mapping of the universe relies on these data that are outdated in time and then combined with physical deductions, it forms a universe that humans set. This is the universe as we know it now. But these materials and data, no matter how precise and accurate they are, will still have a perspective problem, a perspective that is limited. It's like how people in the past thought the world was round and the sky was flat. But later, someone was able to ride a rocket into space and see for themselves that our planet is round and the sky is infinite. This is a second perspective on the world. And this image is likely a second perspective on the universe, a perspective that is completely different from the perspective we see from within the solar system. Although this perspective may not necessarily overturn our existing understanding of physics and astronomy, like the theory that the Earth is flat and the sky is round, it is undoubtedly of equal significance to mankind. As he spoke, Chun Jinwon narrowed his eyes again and looked at the image in fascination. This image is a supreme treasure in the field of astronomy and will go down in history. Seeing his expression, Lu Feng was afraid that Chun Jinwon would take his star field distribution map and never return it to him. Although he could understand Chun Jinwon's excitement when he saw such an image that was beyond his cognition, after all, this image was his, and he came here for bigger and more important things. Ahem. Lu Feng was just about to ask Chun Jinwon indirectly whether he had noticed some location information hidden in the image when he heard Chun Jinwon suddenly exclaim in surprise. This place seemed a little familiar. He pointed to a continuous star field in the upper left corner of the star field distribution map. The stars connected together to form a vaguely familiar shape in his eyes. A horizontal stream of stars, two slightly more concentrated star clusters, and the closer ones are obviously part of a larger river system. Chun Jinwon kept comparing the knowledge base he had learned throughout his life in his mind, trying to find the source of that familiarity. Hearing Chun Jinwon's words, Lu Feng's heart skipped a beat again. The most important part is coming. It is impossible that Mr. Chun Jinwon really discovered the most crucial information, the location. If that were true, this trip to Purple Mountain Observatory was really worth it. Once you know the location in the image, even just a rough area, it's very worthwhile. Can you identify the location in more detail? Lu Feng asked quickly. Can you tell what constellation it is? Or some river system? Chun Jinwon shook his head. Well, no rush. I still need a more rigorous comparison and confirmation. This image looks very complicated at first glance, but the information it contains is even more vast if you look closely. It is enough for me to study slowly for more than 10 years. After saying that, he turned around and continued to delve into the star distribution map, looking at everything obsessively. It really seems like it will take more than 10 years to study this star distribution map. Seeing Chun Jinwon looking so lost, Lu Feng suddenly became anxious. How could it be possible for you to study for more than 10 years? The warships will arrive in half a month. Even though he already had a million-level fleet, the Star Behemoth's Helachesis, the Void Shadow, the Reconstructor, and the Holy Spring, such a huge combat force. But he still wanted to know where the Neutron Star battleship was as soon as possible. After all, according to his speculation, the Neutron Star battleship might very well be a symbol of some kind of advanced civilization. No Level 6 civilization can possess a neutron star battleship, which must contain technological secrets that far exceed those of a Level 6 civilization. The value of a neutron star battleship is definitely not less than a million-level fleet. The neutron star battleship position star map alone is worth 5 billion. Academician Chun. Lu Feng shook Chun Jinwon. Don't spend more than 10 years studying to give me a result. But Chun Jinwon just stared at the star distribution map, and his oblivious attitude made people doubt whether he could hear others talking. Lu Feng looked at Chun Jinwon and thought about it, and an idea came to his mind. He said loudly, "Then I won't bother Academician Chun anymore. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." Lu Feng slammed his laptop shut and pretended to put it into his backpack. Chun Jinwon, who was looking at a laptop, suddenly lost his sight and looked up in a daze. Seeing Lu Feng like this, Chun Jinwon immediately became anxious. He also stood up and said, "Oh my, young man, don't be anxious. I meant that it would be enough for me to study for more than 10 years. I didn't say that I would study for more than 10 years." Lu Feng didn't say anything, but looked like he was about to leave. He also said, "I have acquaintances at the National Astronomical Observatory. I plan to go there and ask." As soon as these words were spoken, Chun Jinwon not only became anxious, but his face suddenly turned red, and his eyes also turned red. It's as if it has an irreconcilable feud with the National Astronomical Observatory. National Astronomical Observatory? What level can those people have? Although our Purple Mountain Observatory may not be as good as theirs on the surface, our actual strength is much higher than theirs. You are not allowed to go. Chen Jinwen pointed at Lu Feng, his hands shaking, and spoke breathlessly. The star stream running through the upper left corner should be the Magellanic Stream, and the two bright clusters next to it should be the Large Magellanic Cloud and the Small Magellanic Cloud. This image should have been obtained outside the Milky Way, in the vast space between the Large Magellanic Cloud and the Small Magellanic Cloud. That's right. Hearing this, Lu Feng couldn't help but smile. He knew about the Large Magellanic Cloud and the Small Magellanic Cloud. These are the two largest satellite galaxies of the Milky Way, just like the relationship between the solar system and the black hole at the center of the Milky Way. However, their relationship with the Milky Way extends far beyond the solar system to the center of the Milky Way. The Large Magellanic Cloud and the Small Magellanic Cloud are hundreds of thousands of light years away from the Milky Way. The solar system is only 30,000 light years away from the center of the Milky Way. And in a vast space hundreds of thousands of light years away from the Milky Way, in the Large Magellanic Cloud and the Small Magellanic Cloud, is the neutron star battleship located? While thinking, Lu Feng took out his laptop again and looked at the star distribution map. In the upper left corner of the star distribution map, there's a faint star stream passing through. Next to the faint star stream are two slightly more concentrated star clusters, one big and one small. That faint star stream must be the Magellanic Stream mentioned by Chen Jinwen. The large and small star clusters are the Large Magellanic Cloud and the Small Magellanic Cloud. In the lower right corner, only a corner of the brilliant galaxy is visible. According to Chen Jinwen, this should be part of the Milky Way. And in the very center, where there is endless darkness and only a few star dots, there's a neutron star battleship hidden. Now, Lu Feng finally understood this star distribution map. He also felt sad that if he hadn't obtained this star distribution map, it is possible that the NPC Wade Empire and the Pirate Group in Galaxy Age will never find the location of the neutron star battleship in their lifetime. To the Pirate Group, their stars are just a fictional world. No matter how much you compare this star distribution map, it is impossible to locate the direction of the Milky Way. Therefore, the stars in their eyes are naturally chaotic and ineffective, and of course they cannot get the correct guidance. Just as Lu Feng was staring at the star field distribution map with emotion, Chen Jinwen also came over. This is just my current speculation. I am more familiar with the Milky Way and the Large and Small Magellanic Clouds, so it looks familiar. But it does not mean that the location of this image must be between the Milky Way, the Large and Small Magellanic Clouds. We must be rigorous, understand? When saying this, Chen Jinwen looked like he was worried that Lu Feng would take the laptop away again. There was no trace of the dignity of an academician left in him. He was now like a student eager to obtain valuable information, looking at Lu Feng eagerly. I need to borrow instruments and programs to perform more accurate positioning. Chen Jinwen said what he wanted to say. It will probably take 2 or 3 days. Fearing that Lu Feng would disagree, Chen Jinwen added, "You can watch from the side, as long as it doesn't affect me." Lu Feng thought about it and nodded in agreement. After all, he used the tactic of playing hard to get to make Chen Jinwen reveal his speculation in a hurry. However, the speculation about the Large Magellanic Cloud and the Small Magellanic Cloud is not completely accurate, and no one knows whether there are other places in the universe with structures similar to the satellite galaxies near the Milky Way. To be on the safe side, Chen Jinwen should be asked to perform more precise positioning. As for whether Chen Jinwen would leak the place represented by this star distribution map, Lu Feng didn't care. Firstly, as a technology that can be controlled by a civilization above level 6, the neutron star battleship certainly cannot be controlled casually, and the launching core of the neutron star battleship is in his hands. Even if the location was leaked and the neutron star battleship was accidentally discovered by another civilization, Lu Feng also believed that at most they would get a neutron star battleship that was like an empty shell and could not be used. An uncontrollable neutron star battleship shouldn't pose much of a threat. Second, Lu Feng has a huge number of Krypton gold fleets, as well as star behemoths and special warships. There is also a super starport plan to be built in the future. These are his confidence. He is confident that he could defeat any civilization that gets the neutron star battleship first, snatch it away, and then use the launch core to start it. That's why Lu Feng dared to take out the complete star field distribution map and show it to Chen Jinwen. even allow it to perform precise positioning. Seeing Lu Feng nod, Chen Jinwen's face suddenly became ecstatic. He didn't care whether this was the nth time he had lost his composure today. Patting his chest, he assured Lu Feng, "Although I don't know where you got this image, I will definitely keep it confidential and only use it for private research. My reputation as an academician for so many years is enough to guarantee this. Even if it's Zhou Xin and others, I won't let them know a single word of it." Lu Feng nodded indifferently. Although academician means nothing to him, in half a month there will be a fleet of 1 million waiting for him to command. As long as he wants, he can get as many academicians as he wants. But Chen Jinwen's words show his attitude, which makes people more convinced. Moreover, after interacting with Chen Jinwen for some time, I also found that this old gentleman is a man of character and not so much hypocritical. He is a well-deserved researcher. Seeing that Lu Feng didn't say anything, Chen Jinwen thought that Lu Feng didn't believe it, so he handed Lu Feng several A4 papers on the table. "Although it's nothing compared to this image, in exchange, I'll show you a top-secret document. This document has just been verified with the observatory in Europe, and its authenticity is absolutely reliable. Once released, it will shock the entire human society." Chen Jinwen seemed to have forgotten how he scolded his students in the morning. He didn't pay any attention to his own inaccuracy and spoke in a confident tone, just to make Lu Feng believe that this was an amazing piece of information and then gain Lu Feng's trust. This can be regarded as indirect evidence of the existence of alien civilizations. Moreover, they are less than 100 light years away from the solar system, which means that within 100 years, an alien civilization has been active near humans. After hearing what Chen Jinwen said, Lu Feng immediately became interested. Indirect evidence of alien civilizations? Less than 100 light years away? He knew that alien civilizations really existed, but according to the timeline, humans at this time should not have come into contact with alien civilizations. So he looked at the A4 papers curiously, and the title on the top one read, "Report on the entire process of construction of a suspected Dyson sphere device detected by Purple Mountain Observatory." Dyson sphere. These words immediately touched Lu Feng. It made him shudder involuntarily. Dyson sphere is a symbol of the existence of alien civilization. Have humans observed the entire process of building a Dyson sphere? Have humans already begun to come into contact with various traces left by alien civilizations at this time? Today, I have combined 2 chapters into one and will be able to post pictures tomorrow. I will then post some pictures for reference. The day after tomorrow, I will start the first show verification. I hope everyone can follow the update and send free gifts to make the data look better. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 35, Building a Super Starport. Lu Feng read the report carefully. He couldn't fully understand the data in it, but he was basically certain. The massive object that disappeared near this device, suspected to be a Dyson sphere, should have left through a stargate. A Dyson sphere device that is large enough to cover the entire surface of a star can basically not be built on site in a few months. If the components of a Dyson sphere were built elsewhere and then moved here for assembly, it would not only be more convenient to implement, but it would also explain why an advanced civilization capable of building a Dyson sphere did not discover the nearby solar system and establish contact with it. After all, not all civilizations can afford to build a Dyson sphere. Some low-level civilizations also have the need to build Dyson spheres. According to what Lu Feng knew before his rebirth, there were specialized companies in the universe that provided this kind of service. If a civilization needs to build a Dyson sphere, they can provide the corresponding materials and tools, transport the constructed Dyson sphere components to the designated location, and assemble them. Each of these companies is extraordinary. Behind them are level 4 and 5 civilizations. As far as Lu Feng knows, the division of civilizations in the Milky Way is not based on the Kardashev civilization level. It is a completely new way of dividing levels. The Kardashev scale is based on the amount of energy a civilization can utilize. According to the Kardashev scale, a Type 1 civilization is able to control all the energy of an entire planet and its surrounding satellites. Humanity is just below Type 1 civilization at level 0.728. Type 2 civilizations can suddenly collect and control the energy of an entire star system. Type 3 civilization took another leap and was able to directly utilize energy at the level of an entire river system. The gap between the Kardashev civilization levels is too large, with the gap between Type 1 and Type 2 civilization being as much as 10 billion times. The gap between Type 2 civilization and Type 3 civilization is 100 billion times. Therefore, this classification method is not applicable to the classification of civilizations within the Milky Way. A completely new method of grading is adopted. In the Milky Way, civilizations like humans, which have not even been able to completely break out of their planets, all belong to level 1 civilizations. Only civilizations that can break through the gravity of planets and can freely navigate on a large scale within the planetary system belong to the second-level civilization. As for the third-level civilization, it is a civilization that can fly at superluminal speeds, break through the space between stars measured in light years, and reach other planetary systems. As for the advanced civilizations above that, Lu Feng didn't quite understand the specific principles of division. But as far as Lu Feng knew, there were a few level 6 civilizations at the top of the Milky Way. However, just from the division of these first, second, and third level civilizations, it can be seen that the generally recognized division levels within the Milky Way are based on the scope of activity. Roughly speaking, if the range of activities reaches a planet, it is a level 1 civilization. If the range of activities reaches the same planetary system, it is a level 2 civilization. And if the range of activities reaches a second planetary system, it can be considered a level 3 civilization. This range of activity refers to the ability to carry out normal daily activities on a large scale. It is not enough to just launch a probe. In this case, being able to independently build a Dyson sphere is something that only a level 3 civilization can do. Even an ordinary level 3 civilization is not enough. It must be a level 3 civilization or a quasi-level 4 civilization with a complete technology tree. But this does not mean that all Dyson spheres are only available to level 3 civilizations or higher. If low-level civilizations want to speed up their development and obtain more energy to liberate productivity, they can use licensing agreements to hand over the stars in their planetary system to large companies to build Dyson spheres. It is unknown what the specific content of the agreement will be and what price will be paid. This can explain the phenomenon observed by Purple Mountain Observatory, that there is a civilization that has built a Dyson sphere within 100 light years, but this civilization has no contact with humans. Because this civilization is also a low-level civilization. If it is a level 3 civilization, and one capable of building a Dyson sphere, its range of activities would have long-span planetary systems. It would be extremely easy to discover a place like the solar system where life exists within 100 light years. As for whether there is a third possibility, this is indeed a level 3 civilization. It has discovered the solar system long ago and has made contact with it, but it has been concealed by various countries. Lu Feng felt that this possibility was very small. If this is the third possibility, this level 3 civilization would be exposed immediately after the warships landed and would become widely known to humans. But this did not happen at the beginning, so he dared to conclude that this was a low-level civilization. After Lu Feng thought about it, he determined that this was a low-level civilization. He silently memorized the location of this civilization. This will be the first direction he steps out into the starry sky. I saw Chen Jinwen running over to a bunch of instruments to tinker with them, trying to more accurately locate the location on the star distribution map. Bored, Lu Feng sat down directly in Chen Jinwen's original seat and opened Galaxy Age on his mobile phone. He had previously obtained a construction drawing of a super starport, but it had not been built yet. He would take this opportunity to build the super starport. Click on the warehouse, and the first blueprint is the blueprint of the super starport. Click on the drawing. Construction drawings of super starport. The super starport, with a radius of 2,000 kilometers, is equipped with a comprehensive weapon protection system and a huge shield, and is equipped with the largest hyperspace jump engine in history. It can simultaneously maintain 2 million warships and berth up to 20 million warships. The maximum scale of the production line is up to 10,000 warships at the same time. There is an option below, Build, and Lu Feng clicked it directly. Building a super starport requires 1,000 level 10 docks and multi-joint movable robotic arms *20000000, gravity magnetic dual mode switching transmission devices *40 00000, and modular multifunctional production machine robots *60 0000000. Do you want to build it? When Lu Feng saw the materials needed for construction, he was shocked and first counted the series of zeros. Oh my god, they all start from 10 million. He took a look at the warehouse. These high-grade materials have been exploded many times before, so there should be quite a lot of stock. But even so, he went to the warehouse and counted again and again. Except for the modular multi-functional production robots, which numbered just over 10 million, the other two advanced materials were only worth a few million. Moreover, level 10 docks were not enough, as he only had 82 level 10 docks. It's still a long way from 1,000 docks. Lu Feng couldn't help but think of the pain of upgrading the dock to level 10 before. Now there are 1,000 of them. Who can bear it? He could only try to click confirm build. Your materials are insufficient. You need to spend 918 million star coins to purchase 918 level 10 docks, and 300 million star coins to purchase the remaining materials. Do you want to purchase them with star coins? Sure enough, it works. Lu Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the system directly pop up a prompt to consume star coins. Anything that costs money is not a big deal. He spent 3 billion to buy 1.6 million level 10 battleships, 1 billion to buy the ancient beast Helachesis, and 5 billion to buy the position star map of the neutron star battleship. Now he has more than 2.9 billion left. As Lu Feng clicked to purchase, the remaining 2.9 billion became only 1.7 billion. But a giant super building appeared where the dock used to be. Chapter 36, Silver Star City's First Voyage. Through the screen, Lu Feng could only see a corner of it. Densely packed entrances and exits marked with numbers are arranged like a honeycomb on a huge gray-black metal wall. One after another, the wandering Temple-class battlecruisers flew into these entrances and exits like birds returning to their nests. In front of this huge gray-black metal wall, the 5-kilometer-long wandering Temple-class battlecruiser looked as small as an insect or ant. This is just a corner of the entire superstarport. There is no telling how many entrances and exits like this there are in the entire superstarport. Lu Feng zoomed out while marveling at the grandeur of the superstarport. His sight was gradually freed from the corner of the superstarport, and he could gradually see the whole picture of the superstarport. A starport that looked like a 10th level dock magnified 1,000 times stretched across the center of the screen. But it is not simply an enlarged structure. The superstarport has more details than the 10th level dock. The thick gray-black armor makes people feel safe just by looking at it, and is equipped with semi-hidden close-in defense laser cannons and fixed orbital laser cannons. Hundreds of missile arrays and dense defensive laser arrays can be seen at regular intervals. If you zoom in, you can see long and thin lines appearing on the outermost armor of the starport. At this scale, you can clearly see those thin lines, and their actual size is definitely no shorter than a wandering Temple-class battlecruiser. That's a rotating planetary cannon. It was modified from a main gun of the wandering Temple-class battlecruiser. Each door is as big as a wandering Temple-class battlecruiser, and is supported by a lifting device and a rotating device to enable it to rotate and search for the enemy. Within the 4,000-kilometer diameter of the surface of the superstarport, there are as many as 100,000 such huge rotating planetary cannons. This is not just a superstarport, but also a super arsenal fortress. Lu Feng opened the shield of the superstarport again. Immediately, the surface of the superstarport was covered with a layer of blue light as faint as starlight. As the huge shield generator groups of the superstarport were activated one by one, the blue light covered a larger and larger area. Finally, it gradually covered the superstarport and the surrounding 500-kilometer area. If calculated by volume, the shield coverage area of the superstarport is larger than the volume of the moon. The radius of the moon is only 1,700 kilometers, but the radius of the superstarport itself is 2,000 kilometers. The huge volume is enough to install a huge number of shield generator groups in the superstarport. The power of these shield generator groups far exceeds that of the shield generators installed on battleships. Even a range of 500 kilometers around the superstarport is still not the limit. If some protective output power is given up, the shield can be expanded even larger. Such a superstarport can be called a mobile planet. Although Lu Feng's million-strong fleet was spread out across the starry sky and could cover the entire planetary system, the shock was not as great as seeing a huge mechanical creature like a planet appear before their eyes. After staring at the huge superstarport for a long time, Lu Feng withdrew his gaze with satisfaction. Click on the detailed interface of the superstarport, and you can see that the superstarport already has a name, Silver Star City. Like those special warships, these unique warships or buildings have their own exclusive names. This also saves Lu Feng the trouble of naming it. Looking at the Silver Star City, Lu Feng felt that the word city was quite appropriate to use for the super starport. Perhaps in the era of interstellar space, cities will be as large as super starports. In half a month, Silver Star City will be able to land in the real world. Lu Feng couldn't help but look up at outer space. The life in the past half-month was like a dream. He had already spent more than 10 billion on Galaxy Age. But this will not be the most dreamy thing. Half a month later, an even more dreamy era will begin. Su Jinxiang had just finished commanding the fleet to besiege a level 10 space beast, and he wiped the sweat from his forehead. It was not easy for his ragtag fleet to besiege a level 10 space beast. Every time he has to spend a lot of energy to fine-tune the fleet to reduce losses, otherwise the maintenance costs will be enough to give him a headache. But looking at the gains from killing the Starry Sky Beast, Su Jinxiang was still very satisfied, as a lot of level 10 materials were exploded among them. Just then, someone sent him a message. Jinxiang, I heard that you are collecting special warships everywhere, and you are collecting them on behalf of that generous boss of the Reverse Blade Fleet. Is this true? This person is a friend that Su Jinxiang added a long time ago, and he is also an old player. Su Jinxiang did not hide anything and directly answered the other party in the affirmative. The Reconstructor and the Holy Fountain were purchased directly by Lu Feng from the player exchange, so anyone interested can naturally find them. He also asked many of his friends if they had any information about special warships, so everyone in his circle knew that he was collecting special warships. Moreover, he collected it for Lu Feng, the boss behind the million-man fleet that has been in the limelight. Nowadays, anyone who pays a little attention to Galaxy Age knows that the Reverse Blade Fleet was built by Lu Feng, the head of XAI, at a cost of 3 to 4 billion. I have a message about a special warship. It is, how to describe it? It is a very, very special warship. Hearing his words, Su Jinxiang couldn't help but frown. He knows the only 3 special battleships in Galaxy Age. What other special battleships are worthy of being described as special? What are you going to do with this news? Su Jinxiang had already vaguely guessed what his friend meant. You want to sell news, right? But he didn't ask directly, because that would have handed the initiative to the other party, which would not have been conducive to the subsequent price negotiations. He had promised in his heart that he would help Lu Feng negotiate the lowest price. I want to sell the location of that special warship to Lu Feng. Can you ask him for me? Give me an expected price first, otherwise I won't be able to talk to him. Well, 10 million. When seeing the price, Su Jinxiang's first reaction was that this guy was crazy. He wants to sell one piece of news for 10 million. The second reaction was that this guy took Lu Feng as a fool. Su Jinxiang was immediately annoyed by this guy's exorbitant price. If you give a sincere price, we can still negotiate. Asking for such a high price is just a ripoff. No matter how rich a person is, his money doesn't come from the wind. Just when he was about to reply to this guy, he received another series of messages from the other side. Jinxiang, don't worry about the price for now. That boss is so rich, he won't care about the price. I'll give you a portion of it. Hurry up and contact Boss Lu. Otherwise, that special battleship may be gone if it's too late. He urged Su Jinxiang to contact Lu Feng as soon as possible, looking very anxious. Su Jinxiang immediately felt something was strange. At this time, someone else contacted Su Jinxiang with similar content, saying that he had information about a special warship and wanted to sell it to Lu Feng. And he also looked quite anxious. It's as if he's afraid that someone will get there first. Su Jinxiang immediately understood that it seemed that more than one person had received information about this special warship. In order to save money for Boss Lu, Su Jinxiang did not reply to the 2 men, but directly approached a few of his best friends to inquire. Sure enough, one of them said that he heard a piece of news. In the area closest to the border of the Wade Empire on the map, someone saw a huge golden ship. Calculated in proportion, its length is over 500 kilometers. But strangely, no one could get close to the huge golden ship. A huge golden ship? It is very likely a special warship. Su Jinxiang sent this free message directly to Lu Feng. When Lu Feng saw the message, he gave Su Jinxiang 100,000 star coins as a reward for collecting information without confirmation. What he didn't know was that Su Jinxiang helped him save a full 10 million yuan. This time, Su Jinxiang did not refuse and accepted the 100,000 star coins. He planned to give part of it to his good brother, who provided the information, and exchanged the rest for cash through a merchant. Then he sent a rough location to Lu Feng. Lu Feng received the location and looked at the operation list again. The first on the current operation list is the Superstar Port Silver Star City. This means that the Superstar Port Silver Star City can also jump. Lu Feng entered the approximate coordinates of the target location, selected Silver Star City, and a fleet of more than 1 million people in Silver Star City, all heading towards that coordinates. The jump of Silver Star City is different from the jump of Battleship. Even a warship of tens of kilometers can quickly enter hyperspace. I saw the Silver Star City begin to dissipate like a bubble from one end until it dissipated to the other end, and then the entire Silver Star City entered the hyperspace. The next moment, the Silver Star City completed the transition. The surrounding starry sky also changed. In the front, there was a dazzling spot of light that was emitting golden light all the time. Very conspicuous. Lu Feng knew in his heart that this was the golden giant ship that Su Jinxiang had mentioned. Lu Feng was not the only one around at this time. There are also some scattered fleets. When Lu Feng's Silver Star City appeared, it scared almost everyone here. What the hell? I was shocked. What the hell is this? Someone immediately took a screenshot and posted it to the World Channel. This immediately attracted a group of people from below who were also shocked. Someone noticed that this behemoth had the mark of the reverse blade fleet on it. Fuck, Lu Feng is really rich. This thing must be worth hundreds of millions. I want to submit an article to the entertainment media. Lu Feng has invested hundreds of millions in the game again. This rich guy has a bad brain. What's the point of buying this thing in the game? Can you drive it around the solar system? All of a sudden, the theme of the World Channel became Lu Feng's new superstar port. As the huge Silver Star City slowly approached the golden giant ship in front, Lu Feng could vaguely see the entire picture of the huge ship emitting golden light from the dazzling golden light. This is a spaceship that looks like a giant spear. Extending from the tail were several transparent wings emitting golden light. The wings were as thin as cicada wings and as smooth as silk, floating slowly in all directions in the void. The tail part where the light wing is located is the largest structure of the giant ship. As it extends forward, the body of the ship becomes thinner and smaller until the head, which is a bow with a sharp structure. The entire ship looked like a giant spear of light. Those light wings were almost as long as the giant spear itself, swaying around the giant spear, making it impossible for people to open their eyes. Chapter 37. Spear of Flowing Light. The size of this giant, spear-like ship is not small even in front of the Superstar Port Silver Star City. Using a scale to calculate, Lu Feng discovered that the length of this giant ship was about 500 kilometers, not counting the floating light wings. But the giant ship's body has many hollow structures, and the outer structure rotates around a main support that runs through the front and back in the center of the giant spear. Therefore, the actual size is not that exaggerated. It's just that the outer structure occupies too large a space, making the entire giant spear-like warship look very large. What interested Lu Feng the most were the light wings extending from the thruster jets at the rear of the giant ship. The golden wings of light wander aimlessly in the deep space. If you look closely, you can see that they are absorbing the light emitted by the surrounding stars. As more light was absorbed, the light wings of this giant ship grew larger and longer, as if they were growing vigorously. However, the part of the light wing that grew is really insignificant compared to the main body, so it is difficult to notice this. Seeing this, Lu Feng could be sure that this was a special warship. I just don't know its specific effects and how to obtain it. Lu Feng had no choice but to continue approaching the huge golden ship. As the distance got closer, Lu Feng actually saw a system prompt. A huge energy absorption source appears ahead, and it is impossible to approach. Energy absorption source? Are you referring to this battleship? Lu Feng became thoughtful. Since it is an energy absorption source, does that mean that this golden giant ship is absorbing the surrounding energy, so the system prompts that it cannot be approached? Lu Feng stared at the most suspicious light wings. Several light wings were still floating into space, not far away. Out of reach, Lu Feng tried to move Silver Star City closer. But just after moving forward a little, Lu Feng saw that the light blue shield of Silver Star City immediately dimmed a little. Then the shield range was gradually reduced. This is a symbol of the shield generator group's reduced output power. Seeing that even Silver Star City could not withstand the energy output, Lu Feng quickly led Silver Star City to retreat to a safe distance. But at this time, Lu Feng discovered that the huge golden ship in front of him had actually become bigger. To be precise, It is not that the hull has become larger, but that the light wings behind it have become several times larger. The sudden growth of the light wing is obvious to the naked eye. An idea popped into Lu Feng's mind. What would happen if this giant ship was well fed and watered? How big will its wings of light grow? Looking at the light wings that had now grown more than half their size, Lu Feng decided to let the Silver Star City try again. With all the energy output of Silver Star City, it would not be unable to fill even a warship that is less than 1/10 the size of Silver Star City. This time, Lu Feng directly let the Silver Star City step into the energy absorption range of the Golden Giant ship, and it is still moving closer to the giant ship. The light of the shield covering the surface of Silver Star City became dimmer and dimmer and continued to shrink in the dimness. Soon the radius of 500 kilometers was reduced to 400 kilometers, 300 kilometers, 200 kilometers, 100 kilometers, 50 kilometers, 30 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 10 kilometers. At the same time, the Silver Star City was getting closer and closer to the Golden Giant ship, even close enough to touch the transparent wings that were emitting golden light. The Silver Star City automatically adjusted its internal energy supply, and all the energy for close and defense weapons was supplied to the shield generator group. The orbital laser cannons and planetary cannons on the surface of Silver Star City went out one by one, as if a large-scale power outage had occurred in the city, and hundreds of thousands of artillery pieces fell silent for a brief period of time. As the energy supply was adjusted, the shield of Silver Star City lit up again. The shield that had been shrinking continuously also stopped, sometimes expanding a little, sometimes shrinking a little, falling into a state of one increasing while the other decreases. And in the next moment, the wings of light, which had absorbed more and more energy, had expanded to their limit. The wings of light spread out for thousands of kilometers in all directions, like a huge net, illuminating the starry sky like heaven. At the front end of this giant net is a connected golden ship. In front of the giant net, the ship is as small as an ant and looks quite funny. The players who were watching Silver Star City from a distance were stunned when they saw this scene. Then he took some screenshots and posted them on the World Channel. I thought the protagonist was the giant of the Reverse Blade fleet, but I didn't expect the protagonist to be this unknown golden battleship. It seems that this scene occurred after the giant of the Reverse Blade fleet approached. Could it be that Lu Feng has triggered something again? Why do all the benefits go to rich people like this? Some players at the scene immediately refuted the people above. We can't even get close. It was the giant of the Reverse Blade fleet who went in and did something to cause the unknown golden warship to change. Don't criticize blindly. You have to criticize to the point. Just as the players' discussion was getting more and more heated, a server-wide announcement rang out to all players. The special battleship spear of flowing light has absorbed enough energy and appeared at position XXX. XXX. The Wade Empire has determined that the spear of flowing light is an alien invasion entity with a threat level of X. Now a call is issued to summon players to defeat the spear of flowing light. At this moment, the World Channel became even more excited. Fuck you. The first and second server-wide announcements of Galaxy Era were both triggered by Lu Feng. Don't worry about it. From now on, all players should be able to get closer. Lu Feng has cleared the way for everyone. This should be a special battleship. If we grab it and sell it to him, we should be able to make a lot of money. Don't dream. Look at the number of warships in the Reverse Blade fleet, and then look at the behemoth right in front of you. What can you use to rob? On the other side, Lu Feng was controlling the Silver Star City and staring intently at the huge golden ship in front of him. After hearing the server-wide announcement of Galaxy Age, Lu Feng's eyes flashed. Here it comes. This is another event that is enough to trigger a server-wide announcement. Faced with the spear of flowing light, which was so close, Lu Feng did not hesitate much. The spear of flowing light, which had absorbed enough energy, had stopped absorbing energy from the Silver Star City. The energy of Silver Star City quickly recovered. The silent planetary cannons and orbital laser cannons lit up again and resumed power supply. Lu Feng selected the Silver Star City and directly issued an attack order to the spear of flowing light. An extremely spectacular scene appeared on the majestic Silver Star City. A full 100,000 star cannons entered the energy storage state at the same time, and 100,000 bright spots suddenly appeared on the wide floating fortress with a radius of 2,000 kilometers. The next second, 100,000 thick laser beams like a meteor shower covered the vision of everyone nearby. These 100,000 laser beams slammed down on the light wings that stretched for thousands of kilometers. In just a moment, the golden light emanating from the wings of light dimmed, and then the wings of light collapsed and disintegrated. The size of the light wing began to shrink rapidly. Eventually, it returned to its original appearance. This is also a server-wide announcement. The special battleship spear of flowing light has been defeated by the reverse blade fleet. This short server-wide announcement shocked all players. This is how long it has been since the last announcement. A special warship that can be listed as a threat level X by the largest NPC group in Galaxy Age and issue a call for submission must be a group boss-like existence. But this boss only existed for a dozen seconds before it was taken down by the reverse blade fleet. Various voices such as envy, doubt, etc. suddenly filled the world channel. You defeated the alien invasion body, the Spear of Flowing Light. You have obtained the Imperial merit value of 10 million and the special Battleship Spear of Flowing Light. Since you have completed the Call of the Wade Empire alone, the list of Empire merit points that can be exchanged has unlocked a special list. Lu Feng had no time to pay attention to the turmoil in the outside world. He stared at the system prompts and was delighted when he saw the second one. Special Battleship, Spear of Light. Lu Feng couldn't wait to open the battleship list to check the specific capabilities of the Spear of Flowing Light. Within a few minutes, when Lu Feng finished studying all the capabilities of the Spear of Flowing Light, a look of great shock appeared on his face. This special warship is actually a living thing, a living biological battleship. The light wings behind the Spear of Light are a special kind of biomass. It absorbs energy from stars and grows accordingly. No matter how far away, even the weak energy emitted by a star hundreds of thousands of light years away, the Spear of Light can capture and absorb it. The Spear of Light can use the absorbed energy in three aspects. The first one is the light bombing. Wherever the light from the wings of light can shine, the Spear of Streamer Light can carry out streamer light bombing, bombarding and striking designated places with a series of energy shocks. And there is no upper limit. This means that as long as there is enough energy, wherever the light of the Spear of Flowing Light shines, that is where the light flows. This is totally a super AoE. The second one is the Shield of Flowing Light. When the light wings are fully unfolded, they can transform themselves into an extremely large shield. And most importantly, this shield is an all-round shield. That is to say, neither kinetic weapons nor energy weapons can penetrate it. This is also the only warship under Lu Feng that can generate an all-round shield. Its importance is self-evident. The last one is also the one that Lu Feng thinks is the most important. Once the Spear of Light is fully deployed, it can dispatch energy to designated targets within the range of its light wings. You know, when the wings of the Spear of Light were fully unfolded, they were thousands of kilometers long. Even the Silver Star City was completely enveloped in it. If the Spear of Flowing Light serves as the backup energy source for Silver Star City, it means that Silver Star City will never fall. Energy must be the top priority in the interstellar age. A special warship that can absorb stellar energy and store it will be the absolute core in Lu Feng's mind. Lu Feng felt very happy to have obtained such a special warship. The protection his fleet could get became increasingly solid, and he felt more at ease. Lu Feng remembered that after defeating the Spear of Flowing Light, he directly gave it 10 million Imperial merit points, as well as the Imperial merit points redeemable list. A special list is unlocked. This made Lu Feng curious, and he clicked on the redemption list. The redeemable list clearly showed the complete blueprint of a level 10 battleship. Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier blueprints, Flawless Nebula-class cruiser blueprints, Wandering Temple-class battlecruiser blueprints, Dreadnought-class destroyer blueprints, and a blueprint of a level 10 engineering battleship that never appeared. Level 10 engineering battleship, Giant Whale-class engineering ship. A level 10 engineering warship used for both transportation and construction. You should know that all the engineering warships that could be built before were at most level 9 warships. There has never been a level 10 engineering warship. This may be the first and only level 10 engineering battleship in Galaxy Age. Its value is self-evident. Lu Feng immediately looked at the exchange price of these warship blueprints. The exchange price for all level 10 battleship blueprints is 10 million Imperial merit points plus a certain amount of star coins. The exchange price for the Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier blueprint is 10 million Imperial merit points plus 10 million star coins. The exchange price for the blueprints of the giant whale-class engineering ship is 10 million Imperial merit points plus 1 million star coins. The last time the pirate group was wiped out, a total of 110 million Imperial merit points were obtained, plus the 10 million merit points obtained from defeating the Spear of Flowing Light this time, minus the 100 million merit points obtained from buying the Neutron Star battleship's location blueprint. There are exactly 20 million Imperial merit points left. It is enough for Lu Feng to exchange the blueprints of these two level 10 battleships. As for the few star coins spent, they were nothing to Lu Feng. Pay directly. After deducting 20 million merit points and more than 10 million star coins, Lu Feng obtained the two missing level 10 battleship blueprints. You already have the blueprint of the Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier and can purchase the Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier. You already have the blueprint of the Giant Whale-class engineering ship. You can purchase the Giant Whale-class engineering ship. Lu Feng couldn't wait to open the store. The 4 level 10 ships at the top of the store were now 5, and all were open to him. Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier, the largest attack warship of 30 kilometers long. Price, 100,000 star coins / ship. Submit purchase quantity, 10,000 ships. Lu Feng's account balance dropped like running water. The balance of 1.7 billion directly deducted a full 1 billion star coins. But in the starry sky in front of Lu Feng, there were a full 10,000 30-kilometer-long Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carriers. The flat, land-like Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier appears as a sharp diamond shape from above. Each Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier carries 1,000 assault air and space fighters, 300 special air and space fighters, 100 combat delivery fighters, and several small landing craft. The Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier does not carry many weapon systems, and most of the space is used to accommodate fighter jets and combat troops. It is not only the mothership of aerospace fighters, but also the carrier and delivery vehicle of land forces. The more important anti-ship combat mission is assigned to the other 3 types of level 10 battleships. Moreover, the Behemoth-class aircraft carrier can not only serve as the mothership of aerospace fighters. When empty, its hangar can serve as a repair yard for Dreadnought-class destroyers. In Lu Feng's fleet, the Dreadnought-class destroyers are 100 times more numerous than the Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carriers. They are the sword-bearing guards and main combat group of the fleet. Once fighting away from a starport, the Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier is the fleet's life supply line. Chapter 38. Construction of a million-man fleet completed. After purchasing the Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier, Lu Feng turned his attention to the next target. The Giant Whale-class engineering ship is an engineering warship that is no smaller than the Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier and is 20 kilometers long. Price, 5,000 star coins / ship. Submit purchase quantity, 100,000 ships. In order to accommodate more things, the Giant Whale-class engineering ship abandoned many unnecessary systems. Most of the ship's space is used for loading. Therefore, its accommodating volume is larger than that of the Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier. As an engineering warship used for both construction and transportation, it has similar functions to the special warship rebuilder. When the hull is loaded with construction materials, it can construct buildings out of thin air in deep space without a foundation. But when the materials inside the hull are exhausted, it must return to reload, which is where it cannot compare to the reconstructor. A mighty 100,000 Giant Whale-class engineering ships were neatly arranged behind 10,000 Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carriers. Its round hull looks like a giant whale floating in the starry sky. After spending a full 1.5 billion, Lu Feng completed all the missing pieces of the puzzle for his fleet. After counting the total amount, Lu Feng spent nearly 12 billion to build a fleet of 1 million people. Main attack fleet, 1 million Dreadnought-class destroyers, 500,000 Wandering Templar-class battlecruisers, 100,000 Flawless Nebula-class cruisers, 10,000 Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carriers, Special Battleship Void Shadow, Special Battleship Spear of Light, Superstar Port Silver Star City, Star Beast Ancient Beast Xylaxis, Logistics Support Fleet, 100,000 Giant Whale-class engineering ships, Special Battleship Reconstructor, Special Battleship the Fontana. There is also a mixed fleet of 25,000 ships built in the early stage. Looking at such a large number of fleets, Lu Feng was quite satisfied, and he also started to think. Now that the fleet has been formed, is it time to consider reorganizing the fleet? Lu Feng felt that this was very necessary. Dividing the fleet and letting each of them be responsible for their own functions would be of great help in improving combat effectiveness. The armies of major countries today are all undergoing reforms and are adopting forms such as combined battalions to improve their combat effectiveness. In the past, each branch of the military had its own organization, but now a combined battalion includes all major branches of the military. There is no need for cross-organizational communication and command, which saves a lot of useless work. It's like 5 loose fingers clenched into a fist. The effect is quite significant, but it is not an easy task to reorganize an army of millions. It seems that I need to plan carefully. At this time, Lu Feng heard Zhou Xian's loud voice coming from outside the office, so he turned off his cell phone. I have been sitting in Chen Jinwen's office for a while. Calculating the time, Zhou Xian and the others are about to return from the hotel. Often, where's the teacher? Seeing Lu Feng, Zhou Xian first asked where Chen Jinwen was, and then showed Lu Feng the packing box in his hand. Lu Feng said a few perfunctory words and asked Zhou Xian and others not to disturb Chen Jinwen. By the way, I'm going to stay here for a few days. Can you arrange something for me? It would be best if it's in the observatory. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Zhou Xian's face lit up. It's a small problem, leave it to me. He spread out the takeaway box on the table and invited Lu Feng and the others to eat together around the desk. Lu Feng looked at Zhou Xian, who seemed to be only thinking about eating, and hesitated to speak. He wanted to say something, but said nothing. He hadn't eaten lunch and was starting to feel hungry. In the end, he silently followed the others and started eating at Chen Jinwen's desk. Under the arrangement of Zhou Xian and Chen Jinwen, Lu Feng moved into the dormitory of Purple Mountain Observatory. The environment of the single dormitory is very good. All the people living here are students and researchers, which gives Lu Feng the academic atmosphere he has been missing for a long time. Lu Feng's daily life is to open Galaxy Age and look for materials everywhere, stockpiling more materials so that he won't be faced with a penniless situation after the battleship arrives. Repairing and building warships consumes materials. Building various military buildings also consumes materials. Nothing is enough. Then he used the last 200 million star coins to buy some level 8 or 9 ships. For example, landing ships, mining ships, various professional transport ships, etc. What kind of refrigerated transport ships, mineral transport ships, special transport ships, gas and liquid transport ships. These can fill some of the shortcomings of the giant whale-class engineering ships. All in all, they bought about 300,000 or 400,000 ships. In this way, Lu Feng spent all his star coins. All 12 billion was spent. After spending all his money, Lu Feng felt relaxed and went to the library of Purple Mountain Observatory to read books all day. Go back from time to time to learn more about military formations. When it was time for dinner, he would wait for Zhou Xian to come and have dinner with him. Life is quite pleasant. After staying at Purple Mountain Observatory for a few days, Chen Jinwen brought him a piece of news. The specific location of the neutron star battleship's orientation star map has been roughly determined. About 100,000 light-years outside the Milky Way. It is approximately midway between the Milky Way and the Large and Small Magellanic Clouds. Lu Feng discussed this with Chen Jinwen in his office for a whole day and learned a lot about how to locate oneself in the universe. The most reliable one is to rely on pulsar positioning. Pulsars are a type of neutron star. Massive stars will disintegrate in their later years and become neutron stars after a brilliant supernova explosion. If a star is too massive, it will evolve into a black hole after it collapses. Stars that are not massive enough will become white dwarfs after they collapse. A neutron star is right between a white dwarf and a black hole. Some neutron stars emit radio waves, which are called pulsars. Pulsars rotate extremely fast and emit radio waves to the universe in a regular and continuous manner. It's like the searchlight of a lighthouse in the sea, constantly rotating and scanning the surroundings. Therefore, we can receive radio waves from pulsars at regular intervals in the universe. As long as we can use the recorded pulsars and use several of them, we can locate our position in the universe. It is interesting to use pulsars to search for neutron stars. After listening to Chen Jinwen's class, Lu Feng couldn't help but think so. But the more he learned about neutron stars, the more he marveled at the power that could turn neutron stars into warships. There are countless neutron stars in the Milky Way, but no civilization can build them into warships. Even just getting close was difficult. The extremely high density of a neutron star makes it a small black hole. Turn a small black hole into a battleship? Lu Feng shook his head. If he told others about it, academician Chun Jinwen in front of him would probably think he was a fool. Only a science fiction writer could possibly believe himself. Seeing that Lu Feng was in a daze while listening, Chun Jinwen could not help but cough to draw Lu Feng's attention back. After explaining pulsar positioning, I will now explain to you how to get to the location on the image. You must remember this positioning information. Look, these are the pulsars that can be used as positioning anchors. Chapter 39, Eve of Advent. Sea City. Dunan, who got the latest transaction record of Lu Feng, saw Lu Feng's new consumption record and couldn't help but widen his eyes. This guy actually spent all 12 billion. Even he wouldn't dare to spend money so casually. Although I had guessed that Lu Feng would spend all his assets on games, I didn't expect that he would actually spend all 12 billion on games. Dunan looked up at the secretary and said, I asked you to find someone to play the game and see what tricks are there. Did you figure it out? Hearing this, the secretary immediately wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, one person has built a third-level battleship, while most of the others have only built second-level battleships. Is this the result of everyone spending 10,000 yuan? Dunan was very unhappy. It's like this. In this game, it's very expensive to get a level 10 battleship. Just the blueprint for the lowest level 10 battleship costs 10,000. Dunan couldn't help but curse. This is a rubbish game. They only know how to cheat people out of their money. Seeing that his family had not produced any results, Dunan became bored and lost interest in Galaxy Age. He shook his head, picked up the phone, and dialed number. The call was connected and Ling Xingfa's voice was heard from the other end. Dunan, hee, Boss Ling, long time no see. How are you and your daughter? Dunan also investigated Ling Xingfa thoroughly and knew everything about Ling Xingfa's daughter. When Ling Xingfa heard Dunan say this, he immediately became unhappy and just replied indifferently. It's pretty good. Dunan snorted again. Ling Xingfa, I don't know what you talked about with that kid Lu Feng and how he got 6 billion from you, but do you know what he did with the 6 billion? Ling Xingfa was stunned. He had also heard some news from the media these days. But out of trust in Lu Feng and hope for his daughter's future, he just regarded the media's words as entertainment. It's his freedom to do whatever he wants with the money. I'm only responsible for providing the funds. As long as he can fulfill his promise, that's enough for me. There was still half a sentence that Ling Xingfa did not say in front of Dunan, and that involved a secret between him and Lu Feng. Hearing this, Dunan couldn't help but sneer again. Ling Xingfa, you're also a prominent figure in Hong Kong City. How come you're being deceived by a yellow-haired kid? Do you know that Lu Feng used all your money to top up the game? After hearing Dunan's words, Ling Xingfa remained silent for a long time. There's a big difference between media rumors and what the boss of a prominent capital institution says in person. Dunan was a well-known figure in the circle and would not lie to himself. Because if you want to find out, he could find out with some tricks. After hearing what Dunan said, Ling Xingfa actually became a little shaken. I really start to doubt Lu Feng. It has been almost half a month since Lu Feng got the 6 billion, and there's been no contact with him, as if he had disappeared from the face of the earth. At the beginning, Lu Feng vowed that it would be a subversive change that was beyond the imagination of human civilization. Is that kind of thing really possible? I never thought that at my age, I would be fooled by the same words used to coax a child. Was I possessed by a ghost at that time? Ling Xingfa couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. It wasn't his money that made him smile bitterly, but her own daughter. Moreover, Lu Feng ran off to Dying City, just a few days after getting your money. It's obvious that he's going to run away. Dunan continued to exaggerate. Look, has Lu Feng contacted you in all these days? Ling Xingfa on the other side didn't reply for a long time, which made Dunan feel happier the more he spoke. All the frustration of spending an extra billion in the initial auction was gone. Finally, Dunan remembered the latest research results of XAI Company, and Dunan decided to give Ling Xing a final blow. XAI is still operating without Lu Feng. Our latest AI brain-computer interface technology is mature and will soon be put on the market on a large scale. Boss Ling, are you familiar with this? How is it? Are you interested? Ling Xingfa, who had been silent, suddenly had his eyes twitch. His daughter is his lifeline. It was because of XAI's brain-computer interface that he saw hope and chose to believe Lu Feng. But unexpectedly, Dunan, who took over XAI, also made a breakthrough in brain-computer interface. But Ling Xingfa knew that Dunan was not an easy person to get along with, and he must have some ulterior motive for saying this. As bosses of capital institutions, what they always pursue is returns. What do you want? Ling Xingfa asked through gritted teeth. When Dunan heard what Ling Xingfa said, he knew that the matter was almost certain to be settled, and he immediately smiled triumphantly. 10 days later, bring your daughter and the equity transfer letter of your Gangxing factory to the XAI company building. I will have all XAI researchers create a bright future for your daughter. There are still 10 days left before the final round of brain-computer entity testing will be completed, and then XAI, which has entered version 2.0, will give Ling Xingfa a surprise. Dunan's calculations were quite detailed. Dunan, don't go too far. Ling Xingfa immediately became angry. Gangxing Factory is the foundation of his livelihood. Taking away the shares of Gangxing Factory would be equivalent to cutting off his foundation. You can ask for any money you want, even hundreds of millions or billions. I will find a way to get it together. But Duna remained unmoved. Then Boss Ling, wait and buy the commercially available version of XAI. As for whether it will be effective for disabled people, I don't know. This sentence directly hit Ling Xingfa's soft spot. You've been defrauded of 6 billion from Lu Feng. Do you still care about this little bit of shares? Dunan said again. Ling Xingfa was silent for a long time this time, and finally said in a deep voice, I understand. 10 days passed in a flash. Early in the morning, Ling Xingfa calmly combed his daughter's hair and then tied a blue cloth to cover her eyes. Xiaoya, today Daddy will take you to a place where the uncles and aunts will improve your brain-computer interface so that you can see things more clearly, okay? Lingyan nodded very obediently. I'll listen to Dad. But she tilted her head and asked, Is it Uncle Lu Feng? Ling Xingfa shook his head calmly. It's some other uncles. Lingya let out a soft, oh, and a hint of disappointment appeared on her little face. What about Uncle Lu Feng? Where did he go? Ling Xingfa's expression remained calm. He didn't say much. He just spoke lightly, as if he was talking to himself. Who knows? Lingya lowered her head and muttered softly. I don't think Uncle Lu Feng is lying. This time, Ling Xingfa didn't reply, but just pushed Lingya towards the elevator outside. After coming out of the elevator and carrying Lingya into the car, Ling Xingfa shouted to the driver, Go to XAI headquarters. Chapter 40, 12 o'clock. Today the sky in Dahai City is clear and cloudless. The visibility is very high, and the sky can be seen clearly. Ling Xingfa sat in the car, looking up at the sky from time to time. Along the way, he was nervous, both looking forward to what would happen next and worried. Soon, the car arrived at XAI's headquarters and slowly drove into the park. Dunan was already waiting in front with a group of new team members. Seeing Ling Xingfa getting out of the car, Dunan met Ling Xingfa's gaze with confidence. Boss Ling, welcome to XAI, which has entered the 2.0 era. Under the leadership of my team, XAI will become the greatest company in history, and you and your daughter will be witnesses of this change. There was not much expression on Ling Xingfa's face. He just looked up at the endless sky before he took his daughter out of the car and slowly walked towards Dunan and others. Gomein. Seeing that Ling Xingfa didn't like him, Dunan didn't care. He turned around and walked in front to lead the way. A group of XAI executives behind him also followed. I have asked someone to prepare it in the laboratory. After your daughter has completed a complete examination, we can help her install the second-generation brain-computer interface. During this process, we will make sure that the interface is fully adapted to your daughter's body and ensure that your daughter can regain the ability to interact with the outside world. Dunan introduced the company as he walked. Ling Xingfa did not say much, but signaled the driver beside him to take out a share transfer agreement. The agreement has been drafted. Please let your people take a look at it. As long as I sign it in the end, the agreement will take effect. Dunan was delighted and waved his hand to let the Minister of Justice take the agreement to see if there were any problems. The Minister of Justice took the agreement and ran aside to check the items inside. After a while, the Minister of Justice followed. Boss Du, no problem. All we need is Boss Ling's signature. Dunan nodded. He was not in a hurry. Ling Xingfa's meaning was very clear. He would only be willing to sign after seeing with his own eyes that his daughter was fine. Dunan was not in a hurry for the moment. He just waved his hand and asked the Minister of Justice to continue following behind. Although Dunan's expression did not change, a smile slowly blossomed in his heart. No matter what choice Ling Xingfa makes, he has only one way to go. He had no choice. Today, Du Nan is determined to defeat Ling Xingfa. At this time, Lingya hugged her father's hand tightly and whispered in Ling Xingfa's ear, "Dad, I'm a little scared." "It's okay, Dad is here." Ling Xing consoled him. "No matter what, you will recover today." The group took the elevator to a spacious and bright experimental center floor. The place is filled with cables connecting electronic instruments and screens displaying data status. Some independent laboratories is surrounded by transparent glass house primates used for experiments. An ape with a brain full of interfaces and cables stands in an independent laboratory like a puppet. Another ape, whose spine was covered with what looked like metal bars, walked in circles in a separate laboratory. Cables connect the metal bar to a large host computer behind it, which continuously outputs electrical signals by fine-tuning the current to control the monkey's movements. Looking at these shocking scenes, Ling Xingfa couldn't help feeling deeply worried and powerless. But the busy scientific researchers in white coats everywhere in the experimental center made him feel a little relieved. He understood it in his heart. Without the data these apes provide, there would be no improvement and development of technology. Only by inserting interfaces on monkeys and learning from the experience can we avoid inserting interfaces on humans and use electrode patches instead. According to his understanding, Lu Feng did the same thing when he was in control of XAI. Walking through these laboratories, they came to an independent laboratory located in a corner of the experimental center. In the independent laboratory, there's an entire scientific research team in white coats. Dunan introduced the people in the team to Ling Xingfa. Most of them are experts in the fields of computer science, bioinformatics, etc. from famous universities at home and abroad, and many of them were once professors in universities and research institutes. The strength of such a team is unparalleled in the world. Dunan felt that this introduction was enough to put Ling Xingfa completely at ease. So he signaled Ling Xingfa to send his daughter in. Ling Xingfa hesitated for a moment, but finally stepped into the independent laboratory and placed Lingya on the white laboratory table. After saying a few words to comfort his daughter, Ling Xingfa left the laboratory. Standing in front of the transparent glass, Ling Xingfa first glanced at the time on his mobile phone and then saw that the people inside had begun to conduct a comprehensive examination of Lingya. Important data, such as physical signs, blood tests, brain activity, etc. were checked one by one and displayed on the screen next to the experimental table. Based on this data, they will then tailor a brain-computer interface that is fully compatible with Lingya's nervous system. It takes a long time to wait for these data, but Ling Xingfa never left the glass, his eyes fixed on the situation inside, afraid of any unexpected events. Dunan also stood by patiently, and he had great confidence in his team. Several hours passed. It was already noon and almost 12 o'clock. All the inspection procedures were completed. The team in the laboratory did not stop, but prepared for the next step after the inspection. They took out a complete set of tools, which included cables and some extremely thin silver needles. One end of the silver needle is connected to the host, and the other end is designed with a special structure, which looks extremely sharp. It seemed like a tool specially made for piercing. Ling Xingfa suddenly had a bad thought. With today's human technology, the only way to establish a connection with AI without damaging the brain is through a brain-computer interface, such as an electrode patch. Although there's a way to pierce the brain and directly stimulate the brain nerves to establish a connection, the risk is extremely high. It is impossible to guarantee that the user's brain will not be harmed. He looked suddenly at Dunan. "What the hell are you doing? Doesn't XAI's brain-computer interface use electrode patches? Stop it." Dunan frowned and explained, XAI's brain-computer interface has always had two methods. One is convenient but weak in effect, and the other is troublesome but highly effective. The silver brain implant interface is the latter. Compared to the weak electrode patch, the brain implant interface is the hope for your daughter to see the light again. Ling Xingfa didn't care about that and cursed, "Bullshit, do you think I don't know how high the risk of implanting a brain interface is? Even Lu Feng doesn't dare to use it. How dare you use immature technology directly on my daughter?" Dunan snorted coldly. "Lu Feng doesn't dare, but I do." Besides, Dunan continued to stare at Ling Xingfa and said, "Do you think that apart from this, there is anything else that can help your daughter regain her sight? Did the first generation of XAI brain-computer interface do it?" This sentence made Ling Xing so angry that he had no place to vent. "Yes, The interface of the electrode patch can only allow Xiaoya to feel vague information input into her brain through AI, producing a weak interaction. But that was not enough to restore sight. Is there any other way besides the built-in interface? Ling Xingfa subconsciously glanced at the time, 11:59. Then he looked at the sky outside the window again, and his anxiety reached its peak. Do other methods really exist? Time passed slowly. Seeing Ling Xing staring out the window in a daze, Dunin couldn't help but look out in the direction of his gaze in confusion. But he saw nothing. Just when he was getting impatient and was about to let the people in the laboratory continue, the time came to 12 o'clock. Chapter 41 World in Chaos. The originally clear sky suddenly became dark. It was as if the sun was blocked by something. Everyone in the experimental center saw the sky darken, but the view of the sky was still clear without any clouds blocking it. Someone walked to the window curiously and looked up at the sky. Within the sight, one ship after another was seen breaking away from its virtual form and gradually gaining physical form, floating in the sky. Some of those ships are as bright as stars, and some are as huge as aerial fortresses. Even if you stand on the surface of the planet, you can see them clearly. The most important thing is that there are simply countless ships. Within the field of vision, from east to west, from south to north, every piece of the sky was covered with densely packed ships. Not only the sky, but also the space was filled with endless ships. International Space Station. The few astronauts stationed there stared blankly at the countless ships outside the space station that gradually changed from a virtual state to a solid entity. These ships seemed to appear out of thin air and directly surrounded the International Space Station. No. Several astronauts turned their perspective and looked outside the planet. Even our planet is surrounded. Countless majestic warships filled the entire universe as if they were free of charge. Some ships are several times the size of space stations, and some are dozens of times the size of space stations. Some ships are thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of millions times larger than space stations. Even their view of the sun was blocked by the overlapping fleets of warships. You know, the sun has a diameter of more than 1 million kilometers. It would take a huge number of warships to block the sun. Thousands? Tens of thousands? Hundreds of thousands? No, that's probably not enough. It needs to be at least several million. The astronauts recovered from their initial shock and quickly reported the news to the ground base. But long before they reported, countries on the ground had long discovered what was happening in the sky. All countries, regardless of size, entered wartime response status at the first opportunity. Fighter planes roar and take off urgently from bases or sailing aircraft carriers driven by their engines. Countless missile silos entered standby status at the same time, with the launch ports opened, ready to launch as soon as the order was given. All the missile launchers were pushed out from the bunkers, with towering missiles erected, facing the unknown visitor high in the sky. All troops of every country capable of detecting space conditions have entered combat status, and every legion has received orders, loaded their guns, and is ready to go to war at any time. All the satellites floating in orbit rarely shift their perspective from the surface of the planet to outer space. The Tokyo TV station, which was broadcasting the anime, switched directly to an emergency broadcast the next moment. The cameraman held up a high-definition camera and pointed it at the ships that appeared in the sky. The reporter was explaining in a panic while hearing unstoppable screams around him. Extreme news. The entire sky of Tokyo is completely covered with these things that look like space battleships that suddenly appeared. We have received the latest news. This is not only the case in Tokyo, but also in the entire world. We have just learned from a space center that the outer sky may also be occupied by these warships. Experts estimate that the number is at least over 1 million. The Self-Defense Forces and the stationed 7th Fleet of the United States have already taken action. Citizens, please do not panic too much, stay at home, and do not go out. But the screams around the reporter did not decrease at all. Not only her surroundings, but the entire Tokyo metropolitan area was in panic. The BBC, which was broadcasting a documentary, switched directly to a host with a serious face. According to the observatory, an unexpected incident occurred in space. A huge fleet appeared covering the entire solar system. 99.90% of these fleets are under the same team flag, which means they belong to the same force. As the host was speaking, suddenly a group of soldiers from country Y rushed in. The leading school officer ordered the host to be driven away, and he sat down and spoke to the screen. All news that has not been approved by the M country headquarters is false news. All citizens are requested not to spread unverified false news. The national network and television will be restricted. After the school officer finished speaking, he asked someone to turn off the TV program. As the program turned into a sizzling sound of snow, the people sitting in front of the TV, who were shocked and at a loss for words, looked at each other. But the next moment, a hacker directly hacked into the TV station's signal, and the program was resumed. But the picture shows the scenes in the sky around the world. Each place is marked with its name. Whether it is the northern hemisphere or the southern hemisphere, whether it is the South Pole or the North Pole, the scene in the sky is exactly the same. Endless ships blotted out the sky, obliterating the sun or lighting up the night like starlight. Country E's national television station. The screen switches directly to the head of state's office. The bald blonde man spoke coldly and sternly to the TV camera. The country has entered a state of emergency. The army will soon be stationed in the city. For any behavior that disrupts order, the local commander has the right to decide whether to shoot. Please don't worry, citizens. Our nuclear warheads are enough to protect our country from harm, even from alien civilizations. The major media outlets in Country M were originally arguing about this year's election. But in an instant, they all changed their camera angles and pointed their cameras towards the sky. Global emergency. Ships suddenly appeared in the sky. Alien civilization? Are they friend or foe? A candidate for the general election said in his speech that if elected, he would strive to get along with the civility represented by these ships. At present, all countries have entered a state of emergency. After the incident, a large-scale vandalism occurred in the western state. The local Crystal Bureau has been surrounded. The following is a picture of a gunfight in the Crystal Bureau. The highways from a city to the countryside are clogged, and all kinds of survival supplies on shopping platforms are sold out in 10 seconds. Someone went crazy on the street, shooting randomly and shouting that the lizard man had finally returned. He has now been shot dead by another hidden gunman. Due to the sudden incident, the army has accidentally opened fire on a neighboring country, resulting in the two countries declaring war. Currently, the two countries have become high-risk areas. Citizens in the area are requested to pay attention to self-protection. The fleet abroad has received a transfer order and will all return to the country to protect the safety of the people. The number of visits on various online social platforms increased dramatically in an instant. Almost everyone is asking, what happened? Some people are glad that the end of the world has finally arrived. Some people say that their fortress was built several years ago. But there are more videos and pictures aimed at the sky and taking pictures of those majestic warships. Twitter headquarters. Mr. Ma, it can't be deleted. The department head shouted anxiously to Schema, who had just walked in. Hundreds of millions of pictures and videos are being circulated on the platform every moment, and it is impossible to delete them all. Schema looked at him steadily. The military asked me to transfer all the rights of Starlink to them, and I did it without hesitation. I asked you to delete it, so you deleted it. Don't worry about whether you could delete it completely. If you can't do it, just leave. Otherwise, are you waiting for the soldiers to come in and put a gun to your head? Just for reference, the rest is up to you to imagine, blah blah. Chapter 42, Level 1, Combat Readiness. According to the urgent order of the Military Commission, the country has entered a first-level combat readiness state. The North Sea Fleet will protect the Gyeonggi region. The East Sea Fleet will enter Dahai City, and the South Sea Fleet will ensure the stability of the Zhu Triangle area. The North Sea Fleet stationed in Ludao City, the East Sea Fleet stationed in Ningxue City, and the South Sea Fleet stationed in Jianshui City received orders from the highest level at the same time. At this time, only 1 minute had passed since the fleet was discovered in the sky, and the state machine was already operating at full capacity. The newly commissioned 100,000-ton electromagnetic catapult nuclear-powered aircraft carrier of the East China Sea Fleet was sailing in the Miyako Strait. Upon receiving the order, it made a large angle turn. A big circle was drawn directly on the sea surface. The dozens of accompanying destroyers, frigates, supply ships, and even submarines underwater all changed direction in unison. East China Sea Fleet, all personnel, sail at full speed, target Dahai City. Cooperate with the Eastern Theater Command to stabilize Dahai City and its surrounding areas. The headquarters on the aircraft carrier issued clear orders to the entire fleet. The captain of the East China Sea Fleet looked up at the huge warships filling the sky, and the more he looked, the more shocked he felt. Even though those warships were at an altitude of 10,000 meters, the complete outlines of the ships could still be seen from below. If these warships really came close to the surface, how big would they be? He added another command. All ships release their fire control locks. If anyone obstructs or an unknown target approaches, open fire immediately. As the order was issued, the three 10,000-ton 055 destroyers in the fleet immediately activated their close-in defense guns, and the vertical launch ports also entered standby mode. At Haidong Airport in Dahai City, on the huge screen displaying the timetable, all the flights waiting to take off were turned into canceled flights. Those who were sitting in the terminal hall and had not yet seen the sky immediately ran over to inquire. The entire terminal was in a mess. Why? Why were the flights suddenly suspended? Some people gathered near the boarding gate and shouted at the security personnel. The security personnel stood in a row with expressionless faces to ensure order at the scene. I still have to go to Country M to see my wife. A ticket costs $30,000. You can't sell the ticket and not let people fly. Someone was holding up the ticket and was indignant. Sir, please go over there to refund your ticket. We have received notice from above that we cannot let you board the plane. This applies not only to our flight, but all flights. The airport staff repeated the words over and over again to calm the angry crowd. Suddenly, a loud broadcast sounded. Including Dahai City, the airspace of the entire country has been designated as a no-fly zone. The country has entered a Level 1 combat readiness state. All aircraft flights have been grounded. The airport will soon enter a control state. All passengers are requested to leave in an orderly manner. For a moment, the broadcast drowned out the noise in the terminal hall. But the next moment, as if a rebound, an even louder noise rang out. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Look outside," and the crowd turned their eyes to the glass wall of the waiting hall. Like a surging tide, the originally noisy terminal suddenly became silent, and everyone stared blankly at the sky outside the terminal. The sky that should have been clear and unobstructed was now replaced by a series of ships that did not look like human products at all. Some ships are so huge that they look like stars and can be seen clearly even from the ground 10,000 meters in the air. Many people's minds finally reacted. What does it mean for a country to enter a Level 1 combat readiness state? At Wuching Airport near Dahai City, an entire J-20 brigade took off urgently. Self-check complete. Ammunition loaded, ready to take off. The ground crew quickly dispersed from the fighter plane. The pilot who received the signal immediately called out, "Tower, I'm ready, requesting taxi." Tower received, clear to taxi out. Squadron 1, proceed to runway 1. Squadron 2, proceed to runway 4. Squadron 3, head to runway 5. Methodical instructions were issued from the tower, assigning the entire squadron to available runways. One after another, the fighter jets slid out of the hangar like strolling elephants and drove onto the runway, with the canards on both sides raised high. Squadron 1 is ready, requesting takeoff. Runway 1 is clear for takeoff. With the roar of the fighter engines, the streamlined silver-white fighters flew into the sky one after another. Sitting in the leading fighter plane was the captain of this fighter brigade. As the altitude rose higher, he saw that the ships above his head were getting closer to him. Against the dark background of the universe, the densely packed ships emit a silvery white light. Some ships guard larger ships like swimming fish. Some ships have a huge gun muzzle at the front. With a gun muzzle of that caliber, would the power of the fire directly destroy a city? The captain couldn't help but shudder. After waiting for all 12 J-20 fighter jets of his squadron to take off, he gave commands on the channel. Everyone, start boosting your strength and rush to Dahai City in the shortest possible time. 12 fighter planes activated their afterburners at the same time in the air, with their thrusters spurting out blue-white flames, allowing the fighter planes to break the speed of sound in a short period of time. At this moment, people in the entire Wuching heard a huge sound like an explosion. Amid the huge sonic boom, the entire brigade headed straight for Dahai City in the east. Lu Feng stood by the Pujiang River with his hands behind his back. Behind him was the headquarters of XAI Company, whose gate faced the Pujiang River. He had already returned to Dahai City. Looking at the surging Pujiang River, Lu Feng actually had a feeling that the pastime was like the river, flowing into the sea and never coming back. At 12 o'clock sharp, all the ships in the Galaxy Age will appear above the heads of humans in the solar system. After 12 o'clock, the fate of countless people will change drastically. Leap from the bottom of society to the top of the pyramid, or fall from the top of the pyramid to the bottom in an instant. The original order will no longer exist, and many things will lose their original value, such as currency. This would be a devastating blow to related industries. Lu Feng laughed. These had nothing to do with him anymore. He doesn't care about that either. Looking up at the warships like stars, Lu Feng felt no fear at all, only pride. All these warships belonged to him. Thinking of this, Lu Feng turned around and glanced at the XAI company headquarters, especially the experimental center on the 7th floor. The entire experimental center is covered with one-way glass. Although the scene inside cannot be seen from the outside, people inside can definitely see the changes happening outside. Lu Feng sighed softly, took out his cell phone, and dialed a number. With a beep, the call was connected immediately. "Boss Ling, how is it? Is it correct?" Lu Feng said softly with a smile on his face. Ling Xingfa on the other end of the phone remained silent. It was not because he didn't want to talk, but because he was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. He opened his mouth and finally closed it. After a while, he opened his mouth again, but finally closed it again. This happened several times, but Ling Xingfa still couldn't say anything. The people around Ling Xingfa, Dunan, and those XAI executives all looked up at the sky of the high city in astonishment, just like him. In fact, he had communicated with Lu Feng a few days ago. But Lu Feng didn't say much. He knew that once the seeds of doubt were planted, even the most credible words would become pale and powerless. Only by seeing the facts with your own eyes. Lu Feng only told Ling Xingfa a time point and look up at the sky. Such a sentence. This is also the reason why Ling Xingfa appeared very calm throughout the whole day and looked up at the sky from time to time. Chapter 43, Fleet Enters the Atmosphere. Lu Feng was not in a hurry, even though he didn't hear Ling Xingfa's reply. He knew that this scene would be difficult for many people to adapt to for a while. Looking at the dense fleet of warships overhead, he didn't say much to the person on the other end of the phone, but to operate the fleet. After all fleets land, a simple AI without self-awareness will be automatically generated. It only has the function of simply manipulating the fleet. It's similar to the game and can be understood as a control system. Although the current functions of this AI are very simple, if someone has the ability, it can naturally be modified and upgraded. The master of all fleets will automatically establish a connection with the AI of each fleet. Operate your own fleet through AI. While other Galaxy Age players were confused, Lu Feng, who had had experience once, had easily connected to his AI. Your fleet is online. Please issue a command in your sea of consciousness. I will convert the command into a signal and transmit it to every warship in the fleet. As soon as the AI was connected, Lu Feng heard the AI's emotionless and neutral voice. There was no need to adapt. Lu Feng gave instructions skillfully. Check the fleet list. A list was instantly transmitted to Lu Feng's sea of consciousness. Just like a sudden enlightenment, a complete list instantly appeared in Lu Feng's mind. With just a little thought, he scanned the entire list. After reading the fleet list, Lu Feng couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Missing a few battleships. The Superstar Port Silver Star City, the Spear of Streamer, the Star Beast Halaxis. These are not in the list of ships that have appeared. After thinking about it, Lu Feng discovered that these warships or organisms all had one common characteristic. That is, the volume and size are too large. Lu Feng couldn't help but reveal a thoughtful expression on his face. But fortunately, the Void Shadow, the Holy Spring, and the Reconstructor all appeared. It was hovering tens of thousands of meters above the high city. Lu Feng laughed softly and issued an order. At supersonic speed, the J-20 Brigade arrived over the high city in just a few minutes. Connect to the AWACS. An early warning aircraft that had been hovering high in the sky above the high city received news that a new fighter squadron had joined. The crew immediately called the J-20 Brigade. Kongjing 2000 is online. I am a guide aircraft. I will identify your targets and assign you targets to attack. Your mission this time is to block the sky above the high city and ensure the safety of the high city's airspace. Got it. The entire team responded in unison on the channel. After the mission was determined, the leading captain gave the order, form 2 by 2 and cruise at a constant speed throughout the city. But just after the order was given, the crew of the early warning aircraft exclaimed in the channel. The captain quickly asked what happened. After a period of silence, The crew of the early warning aircraft spoke in an incredulous tone. Those warships are descending. And it's facing Dahai City. The co-pilot of the early warning aircraft crew added loudly, his tone full of disbelief. Unexpectedly, those warships really headed for the surface below. It is also facing the sea city. In his field of vision, the warship, which was originally about the size of small bird, was getting bigger and bigger. The distance between them is shortening. As the distance got closer, he discovered that the battleship was at least 1 kilometer long. The giant aircraft carrier on the sea is no match for this battleship. The combat power of this battleship alone is enough to make a country disappear. But this was not the most terrifying thing for him. What frightened him the most was that this 1 kilometer long warship was only the smallest among those that descended. In front of those larger warships, this smallest warship was just like a swimming fish guarding around them. This made him feel like he was about to suffocate. But fortunately, the pilot had a strong psychological quality, and he quickly suppressed his emotions. Seeing this smallest warship entering the atmosphere and gradually blocking the view of the sky above the early warning aircraft, the crew of the early warning aircraft decisively chose to lower its altitude. At the same time, air raid sirens rang throughout Dahai City. 12 J-20s were still guarding the sky over Dahai City, flying over the buildings at high speed. The J-20's fire control system has been turned on, and every pilot realizes that these warships are likely heading for Dahai City. They really have to fight these guys. The channel fell into deathly silence, and everyone knew it. Compared with these giant battleships that can float in the air, their fighter planes are like mayflies trying to shake a tree. They're no match at all. The captain swallowed hard and said, "Several armies in the east are already gathering in Dahai City, and the East China Sea Fleet will be here soon. We are not without hope." No one responded in the channel. They all knew that the captain was trying to comfort his teammates. If a real fight breaks out, the actual possibility of survival is zero. Above Dahai City, with the shadow of the void as the core, it is escorted by 5 Flawless Nebula-class cruisers and 1,000 Dreadnought-resistant Trident-class destroyers. An entire fleet was passing through the planet's atmosphere and slowly descending. In these warships, all positions requiring operation are operated by robots. The command can be transmitted to all robots through the fleet AI in an instant. Entering the atmosphere, propulsion engines shut down, anti-gravity engines turned on. This message, automatically sent by the fleet's AI, could be heard from all the warships that entered the atmosphere. The huge Flawless Nebula-class cruiser, with its fortress-like silver-white hull, sparkles with brilliant and spectacular colors. These magnificent colors gradually appeared in the eyes of everyone on the ground who was looking up at the sky. And around the Flawless Nebula-class cruiser, there were 1,000 Dreadnought-class destroyers, which, like fish guarding whales, firmly occupied the sky of Dahai City. Lu Feng did not activate the invisible position of the void shadow, as that might cause many accidents when the fleet entered the atmosphere. He directly led the small fleet to approach Dahai City. Come in front of him. The fleet was getting closer and closer to the surface. 50,000 meters, 40,000 meters, 30,000 meters, 20,000 meters, 10,000 meters. The 10-kilometer-long giant figure of the Flawless Nebula-class star cruiser has occupied the view of everyone in Dahai City. Just one Flawless Nebula-class star cruiser has made them unable to see the sky. 5 Flawless Nebula-class cruisers directly filled the entire Dahai City, including the undeveloped suburbs and all the sky. The Dreadnought-class destroyer was flying through the clouds, shuttling around the Flawless Nebula-class cruiser. The semi-hidden laser cannon on the ship's hull is clearly visible. Chapter 44: Global Attention. As the distance got closer, the Flawless Nebula-class cruisers and the Dreadnought-Trident-class destroyers descended more slowly. At the same time, there was no movement in the weapon systems on the ship. It just kept descending. But even if those weapons did not move, the long muzzles of the laser cannons flashing with metallic light were enough to be a deterrent. Not to mention the 5 huge ships. Even the small ships next to them have hundreds of such gun muzzles each. There are also laser arrays ready to be launched. It was like having artillery positions directly overhead. "Captain, what should we do?" Watching this fleet of the same size as Dahai City approaching, the people in the J-20 squadron became a little restless. The captain gritted his teeth and thought for a long time before he squeezed out a sentence. "Wait for the order from the headquarters. Do not open fire first. He was not sure what the purpose of such a fleet approaching Dahai City was, but he knew that once an engagement occurred, the 12 J-20s on his side would not be enough. Air raid sirens rang throughout Dahai City, and the streets were already jammed with cars. The highway out of the city was jammed for dozens of kilometers. There was a mixture of yelling, crying, and honking. But then a roar like a dragon's roar was heard, and 2 fighter planes flew low over the highway. This made people along the way feel a little more at ease. Our fighter planes are coming. That's the J-20, our country's most powerful fighter jet. Many people looked up at the fighter planes as if they saw hope. He also stopped rushing to escape from the city. But before long, someone shouted in horror. Look, those ships are coming down. The growing shadow of the Flawless Nebula-class cruiser obscured their vision. When looking from tens of thousands of meters in the sky, you can only see its outline. But when it got really close, everyone realized how huge this ship was. One such ship is enough to cover an entire district in Dahai City. The smaller ships next to it were each larger than several streets. This is something many people cannot imagine. In an instant, the little hope generated by the arrival of the fighter plane was shattered. The yelling, crying, and honking of horns were louder than before. Almost everyone abandoned their vehicles and ran out of them, squeezing toward the outside of the city on the congested highway. At about the same time, media around the world turned their coverage to Dahai City. In the entire world, only the warships above Dahai City descended. Satellites from various countries have also focused their attention on Dahai City, doing everything possible to take on-site photos of Dahai City. Although there were already a large number of warships parked over Dahai City, some photos of the scene were still leaked during the intervals. The latest news is that a group of warships are heading towards Dahai City. They have not yet revealed their attack methods, and their specific purpose is unknown. The first city to be attacked, Dahai City, the first battle started. The country's troops have been mobilized, and a world war may begin from here. On platforms such as Twitter, videos and photos of fleets of warships descending on Dahai City have become popular. The number of comments under those videos is increasing by tens of thousands every moment. Without exception, they all expressed horror or fear about where the next city would be. But among these comments, some people gradually saw the full picture of the warships that landed in Dahai City. It is no longer a vague outline tens of thousands of meters in the sky. These few people exclaimed, "Isn't this the strongest battleship in Galaxy Age? A level 10 battleship." But these comments were quickly drowned out by the sea of comments and did not attract enough attention. Eastern Theater Command Headquarters. The command post was surrounded by senior commanders. Everyone's face was filled with shock and fear. Staff officers are constantly reporting information here. The Sioux Province Naval and Air Force Base has launched all available fighter jets and will all rush to Dahai City. The same is true for Jiang Province. These are the 2 nearest provinces. Ground mechanized forces cannot arrive that quickly. Only the Air Force can provide timely support. Where is the East China Sea Fleet? The East China Sea Fleet will take several hours. If a fight really breaks out by the time the East China Sea Fleet arrives, there won't be a trace of Dahai City left. There was constant debate among the commanders sitting here about making decisions. To fight or not to fight. This is the core of their argument. Even if all of our armies were deployed, it still wouldn't be enough. We can't just sit there and wait, leaving our fate in the hands of these unknown visitors. Even if we gather all the military power in the country to Dahai City, even if we win, what about the rest? There are these things overhead all over the world, and in space too. Can we defeat them all? Then what do you say we should do? Just give up? Lao Li, as a soldier, don't you have any sense of responsibility? The commanders were divided into 2 factions. There was a fierce argument between the 2 factions. But in the end, it was the commander-in-chief sitting in the main seat who held down people from both sides. Everyone stopped for a moment. He frowned and pressed his temple. Let's take a look at the situation at the scene first. A deep sense of powerlessness emerged in his heart. He knew very well that no matter whether it was conventional combat power or nuclear combat power, even if the entire world were put together, they would not be a match for these uninvited guests. But he couldn't just give up. The large screen in front immediately showed the image captured by the high-definition camera on board the early warning aircraft. Around the camera, I saw many warships that were a full kilometer long passing by. In front of the camera, each of these warships brings a great sense of oppression. The tallest building in Dahai City is less than 500 meters, and a 100,000-ton aircraft carrier is less than 400 meters. There are 2 to 3 times as many Dreadnought-class destroyers as them, and just one of them is enough to make people breathless. Not long after, a huge ship as bright as stars slowly floated in front of the camera and slowly sank. The people present were so quiet at the scene that not even a breath was made. The early warning aircraft shuttled among so many warships, like a small insect walking through a maze, and warships were everywhere it saw. The warships are densely covered with gun muzzles, and the caliber of each gun muzzle far exceeds that of the artillery equipped by their ground forces. How powerful would it be if so many warships fired at the same time? I can't even imagine it. The first-person perspective of this camera gave such a strong sense of immersion that everyone present couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. It really felt like I was sitting on an early warning aircraft, watching so many warships passing by. Suddenly, no one talked about fighting anymore. Fortunately, these warships did not take any hostile action towards the early warning aircraft that just passed by like a small insect. This made the commander-in-chief breathe a sigh of relief. They show no tendency to actively attack, which is a good thing. But another problem arises. What were these battleships for? Everyone present was smart, and they immediately thought of this, staring at the big screen intently. The altitude of the warships soon fell below that of the early warning aircraft, came to 10,000 meters below, under the watchful eyes of everyone, including all the pilots of the J-20 Brigade, all the citizens of Dahai City, the media around the world, satellites of various countries, and the commanders of the general headquarters. This huge fleet consisting of more than 1,000 warships descended slower and slower, and finally slowly hovered 1,000 meters above Dahai City. It was as if a dark cloud was covering the entire Dahai City area. The 5 Flawless Nebula-class cruisers were all aimed in one direction, and the 1,000 Dreadnought-class destroyers were distributed in the gaps between the 5 Flawless Nebula-class cruisers, also aimed in the same direction. In that direction is the Void Shadow, located at the center of the entire fleet. Experience the suffocating feeling of vision. Chapter 45, Void Shadow lands in Pujiang. The unique shape of the Void Shadow immediately attracted everyone's attention. The Void Shadow is smaller than even a Dreadnought-class destroyer, but its simple and angular appearance with beautiful lines makes its styling look completely different from the Dreadnought-class destroyer and the Flawless Nebula-class cruiser. They were startled, thinking that this might be the flagship of the fleet. What is this flagship going to do? This is the question that arises in everyone's mind. They noticed that the location of this flagship was right in the most central and prosperous area of Dahai City. Below is the Pujiang River and the buildings of many companies along the river. This uniquely shaped flagship was still descending in altitude and soon fell below 500 meters. If you stand on the roof of the tallest building in Dahai City, you can already touch this alien ship. It did not stop there and continued to approach the city below. The 100-meter-wide ship faces the wide Pujiang River. It looks as if it is about to stop on the surface of the Pujiang River. At this time, the people sitting in the command post discovered that in the picture of the high-definition camera, just below this flagship, on the bank of the Pujiang River, there was a figure standing. The figure stood firmly by the Pujiang River, looking up at the descending flagship with great calmness. Descend altitude and zoom in. The commander spoke quickly. Upon receiving the message, the crew of the early warning aircraft immediately lowered their altitude, while the camera screen was firmly locked on the Void Shadow, approaching the river surface and the human figures on the riverbank. That man seems to be Lu Feng, a young officer who knew Lu Feng exclaimed. Boss Ling, you can bring Xiaoya down now. Lu Feng whispered into the phone, which had not yet been hung up. There has been no sound on the other end of the phone for a long time. But Lu Feng's words broke the long silence. Lu Feng's voice came through the mobile phone. In the quiet experimental center, everyone who was close to Ling Xingfa heard Lu Feng's words. Dunan, in particular, was staring in horror at the giant beast in the sky that was getting closer and closer to him and his companions outside the window. At the same time, he heard the voice coming from Ling Xingfa's phone in disbelief. He immediately leaned over to the glass facing the Pujiang River and saw a figure standing by the river. He was very familiar with that figure. It's Lu Feng. Lu Feng calmly faced the giant beast that was slowly descending over the Pujiang River, as if it was not a scary, uninvited guest at all, but a well-behaved and obedient little animal raised at home. Moreover, it seemed that Lu Feng was right below the giant beast. A terrible idea burst into Dunan's mind. Impossible, right? He felt that his worldview of the past few decades had been completely overturned, and in an instant, all thoughts in his mind went blank. But Ling Xingfa's breathing became extremely heavy at this moment. Even though I had just seen so many ships appear above the city, I was not as excited as I am now. He vaguely understood what Lu Feng meant. What Lu Feng said not only came true. Moreover, he has to fulfill his promise. That was the promise he paid 6 billion for. Ling Xingfa looked at Ling Ye, who was still lying on the experimental table with trembling eyes, clenched his fists, then rushed in and picked up Ling Ye. Xiaoya, let's go. Dad said that no matter what, you will recover today. Ling Ye grabbed the corner of her father's clothes and asked quietly, Is it Uncle Lu Feng? Yeah. Ling Xingfa nodded heavily. Ling Ye's little face curled up slightly, revealing an extremely happy smile. Before leaving, Ling Xingfa also instructed the driver who came with him, but now looked confused to take the share transfer certificate away. Although the driver's head was still buzzing, he still did what the boss said without hesitation. After taking the share transfer certificate, Ling Xingfa walked out of the experimental center without looking back. Dunan, you take care of yourself. The gradually fading sound reached Dunan's ears from the direction he left. Dunan realized it vaguely. The 6 billion that Lu Feng got from Ling Xingfa may have played an extremely crucial role. This is how the scene before our eyes came about. He looked at the direction Ling Xingfa left, gritted his teeth, and followed unwillingly. He still had one last hope in his heart. Ling Xingfa rushed out of the door of XAI, holding Xiaoya in his arms. As soon as he looked up, a very shocking scene was deeply imprinted in his mind. The huge aerial battleship slowly stopped across the wide Pujiang River. You should know that the length of the Void Shadow is about 600 meters, which is smaller than the Dreadnought-class destroyer. But this is still the length of 2 aircraft carriers, and its total volume is several times that of an aircraft carrier. If 2 aircraft carriers appeared on the Pujiang River, it would be powerful enough. Not to mention the Void Shadow. In front of this angular and powerful warship, the tall buildings on both sides of the Huangpu River seem extremely small. Lu Feng was standing by the Pujiang River, in front of the warship, looking at him with a smile on his face. Looking at Ling Xingfa coming towards him, Lu Feng said, Boss Ling, congratulations, this is the ticket you bought with 6 billion. Your original choice was not wrong. Standing in the wind, hearing these words, tears silently dripped from the corners of Ling Xingfa's eyes. Ling Xingfa will definitely remember this scene for the rest of his life. It was not only the shock brought by the arrival of the Shadow of the Void, but also because this day was the day Xiaoya was reborn. The people who came out with Ling Xingfa also looked up at the stunning Void Shadow hovering above the Pujiang River. He was also looking at Lu Feng, who was standing in front of the Void Shadow. Lu Feng smiled at these people. This might be the last time they met. When his eyes fell on Dunan, Lu Feng nodded slightly. Then he turned around and gave orders to the Void Shadow, which looked quite large to the naked eye. A tractor beam shot out from the side of the Void Shadow. The next moment, Lu Feng, Ling Xingfa, and Ling Ye, father and daughter, disappeared directly by the Pujiang River. At this moment, the last thought in Dunan's heart disappeared. Those warships really belonged to Lu Feng. He looked up again at the dense fleet of warships above the high city. Everything is true. He recalled that after he acquired XAI shares, he said to Lu Feng, You missed an era. But at that time, Lu Feng had a completely nonchalant expression. He missed a major change that could have changed the existing order. But suddenly, Dunan thought of something. He grabbed the collar of the day's secretary beside him like a madman. With a grim look on his face, he asked, What about those people who played Galaxy Age? Inside the command post, through the high-definition camera of the early warning aircraft, everyone present saw what was happening on the bank of the Pujiang River. Although there are some things behind the scenes that they don't understand. But what they can be sure of is that the warships that appeared above the humans' heads were most likely owned by humans. Everyone present calmed down their thoughts quietly. Although no one spoke, everyone understood. The world is about to change. Investigate everything as soon as possible. I need to go to the high city. The commander-in-chief made a quick decision and immediately walked out of the command post. On the other side, a small drone captured the entire scene of the Void Shadow landing and hovering over the Pujiang River. The owner of the drone originally wanted to record this turning point of the era, but I didn't expect to capture something else. For example, Why does this battleship hover over the Pujiang River? Because its owner is human. Moreover, many people know that person. The owner of the drone covered his pounding heart and carefully removed the camera from the drone. Afterwards, a long video quietly appeared in major forums on the internet that had not yet been blocked. Chapter 46: Half carbon-based and half silicon-based life form. Satellites from various countries could only see the actions of the Void Shadow, but could not see Lu Feng, who was right beside the Pujiang River. But this long video directly makes up for the missing information. Even though platforms like Twitter intend to control this information, its spread is too powerful. In just half an hour, almost everyone has watched it once. Some unknown information was also unearthed. Galaxy Age. Battleships are coming. These are the two most critical pieces of information. But when people went to check Galaxy Age, they found that the game had disappeared from the internet without leaving any trace. Like a ghost, silent and motionless. Only those former players of Galaxy Age can serve as proof of the existence of Galaxy Age. The panic in the whole world gradually stabilized. At the same time, one name became the most talked about. That is the owner of the countless fleets in outer space, Lu Feng. Lu Feng spent tens of billions of dollars in Galaxy Age and built the largest fleet in history. This is what creates the magnificent scenery within the solar system. His feats in Galaxy Age were also spread to the public by some players with ulterior motives. In addition, the most popular ones are other players of Galaxy Age. Some players wantonly displayed their warships, and some even followed Lu Feng's example and flew their warships over the city, causing chaos. More players have not yet changed from their original lives and feel confused about the future. What will happen to them after they get the warship? What kind of life will they lead? And a thought that pops up from time to time, Lu Feng is really scary. In the world channel of Galaxy Age, his name is on the screen every day. In reality, you can see his fleet just by looking up. This made them determined from the bottom of their hearts not to provoke Lu Feng. Just as everyone was trying to adapt to the new era, Lu Feng brought Ling Xingfa and his daughter into the Bridge of the Void Shadow. The Bridge of the Void Shadow is quite spacious, and through the portholes all around, one can see the endless army of warships quietly floating in the universe. The Void Shadow and the 1,000 ships have taken to the air again. The Fountain of Holy Songs also came to the side of the Shadow of the Void. Lu Feng tried to use the Fountain of Chant to treat Lingya's eyes. The Font of Psalms, Healing Stance unfolds, current mode, organism mode. The emotionless voice of the fleet rang out on the chant fountain. The biological healing field of the font of him unfolded, and a light green ripple emanated from the font of him, enveloping the nearby shadow of the void. Lu Feng and others were all in the treatment position. When he was in the stance, Lu Feng immediately felt an inexplicable change in the surrounding space. In this space, it seems natural for organisms to recover faster. It's just like the gravity on the surface of a planet must cause objects to fall, and positive and negative charges attract each other. It is the rule of nature. It is not some external technological force that leads to the accelerated recovery of organisms. It's a pretty amazing feeling. Lu Feng felt that at this moment his body was 10 years younger, and his body's metabolic level had completely returned to that of his teens. Even he feels this way, what about Xiaoya? Lu Feng couldn't help but look back at Lingya. Lingya had taken off the blue cloth on her eyes. Her empty eyes were looking straight ahead, which was very scary. But there was no obvious change around her eyes. After waiting for a while, Lu Feng noticed that there was not much change in Lingya's eyes, and doubts immediately arose in his heart. Ling Xingfa stayed beside his daughter, waiting anxiously. He also felt the changes in the surrounding space. Some of the ailments in his body caused by work, such as cervical spondylosis, were miraculously relieved in this space. He felt that this would definitely help his daughter. However, after waiting for a while, he did not see any obvious changes in his daughter, so he asked anxiously, "Xiaoya, don't you feel any changes? Especially your eyes." Xiaoya turned her head blankly in the direction where her father was speaking and shook her head. "I feel a little uncomfortable," she whispered. Hearing this, Lu Feng frowned subconsciously. Is the font of Psalms ineffective? Or is it because of insufficient time? Or is it that the font of Psalms cannot bring back the dead to life? But he couldn't answer the answer to this question by himself. So he connected to the fleet AI again and issued instructions in his sea of consciousness. Let it connect to the onboard host of the Fountain of Anthem and query the database to see if it can find relevant information to explain the current situation. Almost the next second after the command was issued, the fleet AI responded. After checking the database of the Holy Poetry Spring, it was found that the biological model treatment stance cannot have an effect on carbon-based objects. The only answer is the Ascended One. The Ascender is a special being that transforms carbon-based life into silicon-based life. It can be considered a half carbon-based and half silicon-based life form. The Upgrader. Lu Feng paused when he looked at Lingya. Half carbon-based, half silicon-based life form. Is this why she was chosen to be transformed into a fairy warrior? What about Ling Xingfa? Lu Feng issued an order to have the Fountain of Holy Songs conduct tests on all living organisms within range. The results are out. There are only 2 organisms in the range, but there were 3 present, because there is one who is not a human. This result made Lu Feng ponder over it, and all kinds of thoughts emerged in his mind. Lingya was the only one who was promoted, but her father was not? This meant that this thing might not be inherited. After all, the species has changed, and perhaps the rules of heredity no longer apply to her. But humans emerged through natural evolution, and the tone of carbon-based life was set. Why did this sudden transition from carbon-based life to silicon-based life occur? In other words, this may be a gene passed down from ancient times, which will not stand out, such as Ling Xingfa. But in some people, this ancient gene would suddenly become dominant, leading to the transformation into an ascender like what happened to Lingya. Doesn't this mean that silicon-based life also has something similar to genes, except that the pentose in the genes has turned into pentasilicon crystals or similar substances? If it is really the genes of the ascended ones inherited from ancient times, then did humans really evolve naturally in ancient times? Or maybe some other civilization mixed the genes of the ascenders into the process of human evolution, leading to the emergence of Lingya. Lingya was chosen by a civilization that happened to invade humanity and was successfully transformed by a legendary machine from another disappeared empire. Is this really just a coincidence? Or everything was planned? Chapter 47, Chuck 6. Lu Feng would not be able to get the answers to these questions if he just thought about them on his own. He thought that perhaps he should go to the disappeared empire and the civilization that transformed the fairy warrior. I believe they will be happy to tell me some information. What? Disagree? I'm sorry, but my fleet wants you to agree. Thinking of this, Lu Feng recalled the civilization discovered by Purple Mountain Observatory within 100 light years of the solar system. That would be his first stop. However, before that, he still has a lot of things to do. After thinking it over, Lu Feng decided to tell Ling Xingfa part of the truth. Boss Ling, Xiaoyao's treatment is not yet complete. This is just the first step. Lu Feng concealed the information of the upgrader and only said that some special instruments were needed to complete it. After hearing this, Ling Xingfa did not show any obvious disappointment. He has seen the true dawn, a technology far beyond human level. After temporarily dealing with the affairs of Ling Xingfa and his daughter, they were arranged to stay on the Shadow of the Void. The Void Shadow is the smallest compared to other warships, but its huge volume of several hundred meters is larger than 10 aircraft carriers. It has a crew living room inside, so it is the easiest thing to arrange for 2 people to stay there. Lu Feng began to study his own fleet. Although the fleet has arrived at his side, controlling a fleet in reality is not as easy as in the game. He must master all matters concerning the fleet as soon as possible. Lu Feng kept issuing instructions to the fleet AI in his sea of consciousness. Although the fleet AI can carry out most of the instructions, some instructions that are too sophisticated cannot be completed by the fleet AI's intelligence. This fleet AI is still too simple. Lu Feng couldn't help but sigh. I asked with the idea of giving it a try. Why didn't the superstar port Silver Star City, the star Behemoth-class, and the spear of flowing light appear? I don't know what you were talking about. This AI cannot give you an answer. Lu Feng felt that he was really stupid. He was stupid enough to ask AI such a question. He took out his cell phone to see if he could still log into Galaxy Age. To his surprise, Galaxy Age was still saved on his phone. After logging in, he could still see the game interface. But at this moment, the game interface is empty. All the stars and starlight backgrounds of the past have disappeared, leaving only deep darkness. In the darkness, 3 huge objects were suspended there quietly. This made Lu Feng breathe a sigh of relief. He tried to select the three huge objects and saw an option in the control interface. Transfer. I see. Lu Feng smiled and felt completely relieved. After confirming it, he looked at the darkness curiously again. At this moment, Galaxy Age was like a small dark room, dark, silent, and lifeless, with only him in it. Even the other star regions have disappeared and cannot be entered. Lu Feng seemed to be the last user of this game, floating alone in the endless darkness. You should know that under normal circumstances, Galaxy Age will automatically disappear from the mobile phones of all players after all the warships have arrived. Not a trace will be left. But for Lu Feng, Galaxy Age was preserved. After spending a lot of time exploring the game to see if there was anything left, Lu Feng gave up after confirming that there was nothing but endless darkness. He issued an order in his sea of consciousness, and the next moment, all of Lu Feng's fleets in the entire solar system received the new order. Hyperspace drive activated, travel distance, 1 light year. Unlike in the game, after the hyperspace drive is activated, the fleet will disappear and reappear like teleportation. Standing in a battleship, Lu Feng saw the space around him being stretched and lengthened, as if all dimensions had disappeared. This process took 30 seconds. In 30 seconds, the entire fleet disappeared from the inner circle of the solar system and appeared in the outer circle of the solar system. Traveled a distance of 1 light year, and the solar system once again returned to its empty state. Only the remaining ships of other players remain above the planet. 1 light year away, the Void Shadow arrived in the real deep space. It is 1 light year away from the sun and 3 light years away from the sun's neighbors. Looking at the sun from here, you can only see a star. And it was the same sun from a year ago. The light that reaches here was emitted by the sun a year ago. In the boundless deep space, a huge fleet appeared. Lu Feng simply converted it. The hyperspace engine does not reach the destination instantly, but enters the hyperspace state and transforms to another place through hyperspace. Transitioning in hyperspace also takes time. This speed, calculated at 30 seconds per light year, is almost 1 million times the speed of light. At this speed, it would only take a few months to cross the entire Milky Way. If we travel through the void area outside the Milky Way and reach the location of a neutron star battleship, the round trip will only take 1 year. Lu Feng now had an idea in his mind. He began to weigh the plan in his mind. With a hyperspace engine that travels 1 million times the speed of light, the vast dark areas between planetary systems can no longer block his range of activities. He could do a lot of things. Right now, the solar system has just been filled with warships from the entire Galaxy Age. It is expected that within 2 years, someone will come into contact with another civilization, causing many civilizations to covet the solar system. Although Lu Feng was able to integrate all the warships with his powerful crushing strength to build an integrated fleet. But that's not what he wanted. He wanted an army of humans dedicated to their own civilization, not one that would fall apart as it raced against the tide. This requires a screening. Screen out and eliminate those unqualified scum. Lu Feng thought silently and had a specific plan in his mind. As for whether the countries would fall into chaos and cause a doomsday-like scene, Lu Feng was not too worried. With common people like Su Jinxiang, the basic base will be stable. Thinking of this, Lu Feng turned his gaze into space. As for him, he took the lead to gather information about civilizations around the solar system. This voyage was just a test. After achieving the expected results, Lu Feng changed direction. Based on detailed data and directions obtained from Purple Mountain Observatory, directly pointing to the civilization building a Dyson sphere located 100 light years away. This is a planetary system that has been in darkness for hundreds of years. This planetary system, like other planetary systems, has a star and several planets orbiting the star. On one of the planets located in the habitable zone, an intelligent race was born. This race called their home planet Chuck. Chuck, which also has blue skies, green land, and oceans that cover more than half of the planet's surface. But in the sky of Chuck, there are 3 stars with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers floating. The 3 stars are evenly distributed in the 3 corners of the planet Chuck. Every celestial body can emit endless light and heat like a star. This ensures that at the same time, there is a star that can illuminate half of the star Chuck. The 3 companion stars are constantly rotating. This is a star replacement purchased at a great cost after the stars in our planetary system were covered by the Dyson sphere. At the same time, on the outskirts of the Chuck planetary system, on the 6th planet, Chuck 6, explosions continued to occur. A synchronous space station is built in the space orbit of Chuck 6. Half of the space station has been destroyed in the battle. The remaining areas are still being fought over and over by the two sides. Send me a message to Chuck Prime. The commander of the Chuck 6 guard shouted. The rebels are about to capture the Chuck 6 space station. Once this station falls, we will lose control of the wormhole channel of Chuck 6. Since 100 years ago, all the planets in the Chuck planetary system can no longer receive the light and heat from the central star. Quite a number of Chucks could not accept this and chose to rebel. But the commander of the Chuck 6 escort just wanted to call these people idiots. A wormhole passage was discovered in the Chuck planetary system. If we don't want those greedy alien civilizations to occupy this wormhole and the entire Chuck planetary system, we have no choice but to agree to their plan. Trade benefits for benefits. Chapter 48. The lower civilization of the Sea Spirit civilization. The commander couldn't help but recall the scene 100 years ago when he witnessed the emergence of civilizations more advanced than the Chuck civilization in the planetary system. At that time, the Chuck people had just stepped out of their home planet not long ago. At that time, they could still enjoy the light from the stars in their own planetary system. Their home planet, Chuck, is not yet surrounded by 3 huge companion stars that serve as artificial light sources. When exploring near the 6th planet in the Chuck planetary system, the Chuck people were surprised to find that there was an abnormal fluctuation in the space outside Chuck 6. Any data representation within this space is completely different from normal space. After rigorous research and calculations, the Chuck Science Institute speculated that this is most likely a natural wormhole. How lucky this is! In a planetary system where civilization happened to be born, and inside the planetary system, right next to a planet, there is a natural wormhole. The probability of this happening in the universe is lower than winning the lottery, because if this wormhole is used properly, it can directly double the activity radius of the Chuck people. Otherwise, with the technology of the Chuck people, their range of activities can only be within their own planetary system. It's hard to step outside the galaxy, because the distance from outside a planetary system to the next planetary system is 6 light years. It is a chasm that is difficult to cross for the time being. But wormholes are different. As long as you are lucky, if the other side of the wormhole is also in a planetary system, it means the Chuck people's territory spans 2 planetary systems at the same time. This is equivalent to directly doubling the wealth of the Chucks. With such a mood, the Chucks sent a team to go through the wormhole. God's good luck seems to be favoring the Chuck civilization. The Chuck people carefully passed through the wormhole and were surprised to find that the other side of the wormhole was actually in a planetary system. This is a super large planetary system, with more than 20 planets of various sizes orbiting the star. The resources and minerals on those planets are innumerable and so rich that the Chuck scientists almost fainted from surprise. But not long after reaching the other side of the wormhole, the Chuck people made a horrified discovery. Their original idea that this planetary system had only 1 star was wrong. There are 2 stars in this planetary system, but one of them is wrapped in densely packed modular equipment. That's the Dyson sphere of another civilization. Even though the Chuck civilization quickly withdrew from the planetary system on the other side of the wormhole, a trace of it was still captured. Soon, the traces left by the Chuck people in the planetary system opposite the wormhole were traced by a powerful civilization. The civilization followed the traces and found a wormhole in a hidden corner. So, that day, the Chucks experienced the fear of being dominated by a huge battleship. Countless aircraft they had never seen before appeared in the Chuck planetary system. Those aircraft had performance that the Chuck people could not imagine. The curvature engine alone shocked the Chuck scientists collectively. After starting the curvature engine, the warships were instantly wrapped in the warp bubble and reached several times the speed of light. When he appeared again the next moment, he was already close. Elusive. The leading flagship is several kilometers long. One battleship is larger than all the Chuck warships combined. Faced with such an existence, the Chuck people had no ability to resist. The commander of the Chuck 6 escort team remembers the scene clearly. The Chuck fleet was directly penetrated by a laser main gun from the several kilometer-long warship. The laser brushed past the side of the battleship he was on. If it had been a little off, he would have died at that moment. However, after a single encounter, the Chucks announced their surrender. Then it's a matter of the Chuck people becoming dependents and choosing to transform the stars in their own system. The warships led by the alien civilization announced directly to the entire Chuck planetary system. The Chuck civilization has been identified by the Orion Arm Civilization Circle as a Level 2 primary civilization, which means that it has the ability to navigate within a planetary system with a maximum speed of no more than 0.05 times the speed of light, uses kinetic weapons and high-yield hydrogen bombs, and obtains energy through nuclear fission or nuclear fusion. According to the Galactic Civilization Treaty, the Chuck civilization should join the Orion Arm Civilization Alliance, and civilizations above its level are prohibited from interfering with its development. However, in view of the strong hostility it displayed during the contact process, according to the Orion Arm Civilization Circle Convention, within the Orion Arm, the Chuck civilization should be classified as the first civilization to discover it and become a lower-level civilization. The wormhole channel discovered in the Chuck planetary system belongs to its upper-level civilization. The superior civilization, the third-level peak civilization, the Sea Spirit civilization, now announces this result to the entire Chuck planetary system. The language of the Chuck people was deciphered long ago by this civilization. The translated Chuck language floats over every planet in the Chuck planetary system. The Chuck people had not yet figured out what the Sea Spirit civilization meant by the details of the Galactic Civilization Convention and the Orion Arm Civilization Circle Convention. The Chuck people became a subordinate civilization of the Sea Spirit civilization. Although in the world of the Sea Spirits, words such as the Milky Way and the Orion Arm that refer to galaxies and spiral arms are completely different from those of the Chuck people. But they refer to the same thing, and the words translated from the language of the Sea Spirits naturally become words that the Chuck people can understand. Recalling this, the escort commander couldn't help but smile bitterly. The strong hostile behavior is just an excuse to better occupy the wormhole discovered by our civilization. Fortunately, the Sea Spirit civilization, which was at the peak of Level 3, seemed to be afraid of something and did not completely destroy the Chuck civilization. At the initiative of some Chuck people, the Hailing civilization signed a large number of procurement contracts with the Chuck people. These include the Dyson Sphere and 3 huge companion bodies that can simulate the light and heat of stars, in exchange for the Chuck people's partial autonomy in the wormhole. But the cost is undoubtedly huge. First of all, not to mention the impact of the lack of a star on the entire Chuck civilization, the procurement contract alone almost drained the then Chuck civilization down to skin and bones. Even the resources and scarce minerals used to pay for the debt were given in installments and have not yet been fully repaid. And after the Dyson Sphere was built, the biggest beneficiary was not the Chuck civilization. A considerable amount of energy was taken away by the Sea Spirit civilization. With the help of the convenient wormhole, this place has become a back garden of the Sea Spirit civilization. But fortunately, after paying a huge price, they still retain some autonomy of the wormhole. But now, this autonomy is about to be destroyed by the rebels. These idiots, once the Chuck 6 base station is occupied, the Sea Spirit civilization will be qualified to take back our remaining wormhole autonomy on the grounds of threatening the wormhole, and what our civilization has paid a huge price for will disappear. All those costs will be in vain. Chapter 49. The huge fleet that appeared on Chuck 6's side. The commander of the escort couldn't help but get emotional. They have been developing silently over the past 100 years, and the huge energy obtained through the Dyson Sphere device has enabled them to make continuous breakthroughs in many scientific and technological fields. Especially for aircraft, the fastest flying speed has reached 0.05 times the speed of light. According to the Milky Way's civilization level classification, they're about to break through the second-level primary civilization and reach the second-level intermediate civilization. With such forbearance and development, there is still a chance to break away from the Sea Spirit civilization in the future, restore the identity of an independent civilization. But these rebels completely destroyed all these efforts. Sir, the space station's defense line has moved back again, and the front line can no longer hold on. Just as the commander of the Chuck 6 Guard was getting excited, the adjutant rushed in. Half of his body was covered in blood, and it was obvious that he had been in a fierce battle. Fortunately, the field medical officer simply treated the wound and stopped the bleeding. The adjutant dragged his injured body and shouted at the commander. The only quantum communicator rented from the Sea Spirit civilization has been occupied by the rebels. It will take half a galaxy to transmit information to Chuck Prime through conventional means. It took a galactic hour for the main star to send the message, and by then the rebels had already completely occupied the space station. Sir, let's retreat. The space station still has several docks under our control. The retreating ships are waiting there. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. The adjutant panted and persuaded the commander. The rebels are powerful and have become a force to be reckoned with. They had been planning the capture of the space station for a long time, and it was simply beyond the ability of the guards stationed in the space station to resist. The commander gritted his teeth and pounded the table. He clearly understood the current situation. Even though he was unwilling, he could do nothing about it. These space station guards are not the main force in protecting the space station. But not long ago, an order was issued from the main star to recall all the main fleets guarding the space station. Only these guards were left. How could the guards, who were mainly responsible for maintaining daily public security, be a match for the experienced and well-planned rebels? The commander became extremely angry when he thought of this. There must be traitors on the main planet. I never thought they were powerful enough to transfer an entire main fleet. That's 1,000 Vanguard-class battleships. Vanguard-class battleship, the most advanced new battleship of the Chuck civilization. It is 200 meters long, and its tonnage reaches the most astonishing million-ton level in history. It is equipped with the latest electromagnetic space artillery, which can reach an astonishing 100 times the speed of sound in outer space. Although this is only a fraction of the speed of light, this speed is far beyond any missiles and thermal weapons used by their civilization. On the space battlefield, this weapon has more advantages than missiles and thermal weapons. The commander recalled the data of the Vanguard-class battleship and thought with annoyance. As long as there are 500 ships, no, 100 ships would be enough. As long as there are 100 Vanguard-class battleships, these rebels will have no chance of attacking the Chuck 6 space station. Thinking of this, the commander suppressed his anger, took out his Gauss pistol, and looked at his adjutant. You take the injured to the evacuation ship, and I will stay here. Sir, there is no need for you to stay. It will only increase the loss of our civilization. Retain your strength. There may be opportunities in the future. The commander shook his head in silence. You are from a generation born after that. He just asked softly. The adjutant was stunned for a moment. Then he understood what the commander meant by after that. The darkest hour of civilization. When the fleet of the Sea Spirit civilization appeared, the commander stroked the Gauss pistol in his hand and continued to mutter. The only shot fired by their flagship in that battle passed by the battleship I was on. I saw with my own eyes that a battleship nearby was pierced and destroyed by the energy torrent in just a moment. The entire battleship was shattered, and the wreckage and charred body parts all flew past the porthole in front of me. I also saw my good friend, who was the navigator of the warship and had the same position as me. We often went to the small restaurant on Bar Street to enjoy the freshest sea fish. He also told me that the restaurant's proprietress was very gentle and had a beautiful smile. His head floated past me, and everything below the neck disappeared, with the broken ends as neat as a mirror. Since then, I have been thinking that one day, our civilization will be able to reach their level. But I'm old now, I may not see that day. The commander patted the adjutant on the shoulder. I'll leave it to you, the next generation, to preserve my strength. I want to give an explanation to the me from 100 years ago. He suddenly straightened his chest, as if after saying all this he was finally qualified to face himself again. The adjutant fell silent. It was also the first time he heard his superior confide these things to him. The average life expectancy of the Chuck people is 150 years old. Especially in the past 100 years, technology in various fields has developed by leaps and bounds, and the average life expectancy has increased to 200 years. Therefore, there's still many eyewitnesses of that incident. But the adjutants are a generation born after that. He had never personally experienced what happened 100 years ago, but only read about it in history books. Even though I am angry, it is hard to understand the feelings of those who experienced it. But at this moment, he seemed to have returned to 100 years ago and saw the laser torrent that penetrated the entire Chuck fleet. He looked at the commander who had straightened his chest again and silently performed his standard Chuck military salute. Sir, best wishes. The adjutant didn't say anything. He just turned and left, but his fists were clenched and drops of bright red blood were dripping from them. The commander looked at his adjutant who turned and left and smiled gently. He vaguely saw himself facing the Sea Spirit fleet 100 years ago in the adjutant. With the faith of their fellow tribesmen, they will become the pillars of this civilization for the next generation. The commander saw the last few of his spaceships slowly leaving the space station and the rebels' gunfire was getting closer and closer to his command room. He took his Gauss pistol and went outside the command room. Together with the soldiers who chose to stay, they guarded the last line of defense. But the rebels' number was several times theirs, and the escort team did not have many heavy weapons, so they could only rely on Gauss rifles to face the enemy. Gradually, the commander emptied his pistol, turned his head, and looked around. Only a few injured soldiers were left. The commander smiled softly. It's finally over. At this moment, he felt extremely relaxed. But at this moment, he saw that the endless deep sky above his head was filled with ships that stretched as far as the eye could see. Those ships seemed to appear suddenly and silently, and appeared next to the planet Chuck 6 in an instant. The commander looked at the huge fleet and was stunned. He didn't know how to describe it. Many of the ships were even bigger than the Chuck 6 space station. This is a ship even larger than the flagship of the Sea Spirit civilization. Chapter 50: Discovery of the Wormhole Channel. The huge ship was suspended outside Chuck 6's space station, just one step away. From the space station, you can clearly see the densely packed weapons on those huge warships. The huge caliber of the laser railgun made the chucks on the space station shudder just by looking at it. How did these warships appear silently? Where do they come from? The space station is equipped with a warp bubble detection device obtained from the Sea Spirit civilization. If a warp engine's spacecraft approaches, the space station will sound an alarm. It is impossible that no alarm will be sounded at all. Suddenly, the commander of the escort team remembered some rumors he had heard from the Sea Spirit civilization. It is said that the flight engines carried by some spaceships of advanced civilizations are more advanced than warp engines. The speed of that engine may be more than 10,000 times that of the warp engine. They appear and disappear in a pattern that is incomprehensible to their civilization. Even with the current technology of the Sea Spirit civilization, it is difficult to touch its boundaries even a little bit. The implications of owning such an engine are even more daunting than the technological gap. That is a civilization at the top of the galaxy. They often dominate an entire spiral arm, spanning tens of thousands of light years. They represent supreme power, is the maker of the galaxy's rules. Could this fleet be one of the advanced civilizations? The commander was filled with shock and fear. Not only him, but the rebels not far from him also froze in place. The Chuck's most advanced Vanguard-class battleships are what they fear the most. Now that the Vanguard-class battleships are away, they dare to launch a massive attack on the space station. But unexpectedly, just when they were about to completely capture the space station and take control of this transit station leading to the wormhole, countless warships, more powerful than the Vanguard-class battleships, arrived. The sky was filled with warships, surrounding the entire planet Chuck 6. Some of these huge warships are probably even larger than the strategic fortresses of the Sea Spirit civilization. Even if the Sea Spirit civilization came in person, it would be impossible to make such a big noise. Where on Earth is this fleet coming from? Such questions arose in the hearts of almost every rebel. Such an uninvited guest gave the rebel leader a bad feeling. The plan may be failing. Unexpected changes occur. Is this a friend or an enemy? For a moment, he did not dare to act rashly and gave up the attempt to capture the last command post, fearing that any unexpected event would cause the fleet to misunderstand and lead to a battle with it. Facing such an enemy, they could not win no matter how hard they fought. He then came to the occupied quantum communicator and sent a message to a target. All sudden changes in the space station are sent to the other party through the quantum communicator. The convoy commander, noticing the rebels' actions, immediately saw hope. He rushed back to the command room and started operating. The Chuck civilization had experience with other civilizations and knew how to establish contact as quickly as possible. A message was sent indiscriminately by the commander to the surrounding fleets using conventional means, and it also included a Chuck dictionary information. The so-called dictionary information is a database set up for interpreting text. This database contains a large amount of Chuck textual materials and a large number of images, and also provides Chuck annotations for these materials. When other civilizations receive this dictionary information, they can decipher their own language based on this data, thus achieving communication. With the level of technology represented by these fleets, they would certainly be able to decipher Chuck the moment they receive the dictionary information. The escort commander was extremely confident. As for whether this fleet is willing to accept his request, he can only pray. No matter how low the possibility is, he will give it a try. Unknown message received. Standing on the bridge of the Void Shadow, Lu Feng heard the emotionless and neutral voice of the fleet AI. "Show it on the screen." Lu Feng raised his head and looked at the holographic screen in front of the bridge. But a piece of text that was completely incomprehensible appeared on the screen, followed by a large section of text and image data with millions of words. Lu Feng was stunned. "This is activate the decryption function and display the decrypted message on the screen." Lu Feng issued another order, asking the fleet AI to activate its existing interpretation function. This time, Lu Feng finally saw clearly what the content of the message was. "Dear superior civilization, we are the Chuck civilization, a second-level civilization in the Orion Arm civilization circle. Our space station is under attack by the rebels. If you can help us, our civilization will definitely give you a reward. Commander of the Space Station Guard, Sharon, respectfully presents. Orion Arm civilization circle." Lu Feng paused when he saw this. The Orion Arm is a short spiral arm of the Milky Way, also known as the local arm, close to the Perseus Arm. According to the latest research from Purple Mountain Observatory, the Milky Way is composed of two main spiral arms, the Perseus Arm and the orbital arm, which extend symmetrically outward. This overturned the previous theory of four main spiral arms. The other spiral arms, including the Carina-Sagittarius Arm, the Outer Arm, the Centaurus Arm, and the Orion Arm, all branch off from the two main spiral arms. Among the civilizations that attack the solar system, many belong to the Orion Arm civilization circle. Lu Feng couldn't help but think of the name he heard before his rebirth. Although the solar system also belongs to the Orion Arm, it is not qualified to join this circle of civilization. The Orion Arm civilization circle sounds like a civilization circle, but in fact it is more like a super alliance. "See you again so soon." Lu Feng chuckled. He remembered the names of all the besieged civilizations. As for the rest of the content, Lu Feng shook his head after reading it. "I was not persuaded. What kind of rewards can a second-level civilization give? He doesn't really care. He came here mainly to collect information. Get information about nearby star regions. It would be even better if there is relevant information about other civilizations." At this moment, Lu Feng received an automatic warning from the fleet AI. "Warning, gravitational lensing effect detected 5,000 kilometers ahead. Wormhole channel found." Wormhole passage? Lu Feng was slightly surprised. Use the equipment on the battleship to look at the area where the battleship AI issued a warning. About 5,000 kilometers away, the space in an area seemed to be distorted. Looking over there, one can clearly see that the bending of the starlight behind that area is not normal. Around the wormhole channel, Lu Feng also saw quite a lot of man-made equipment in operation. Image source, Purple Mountain Observatory. Related results were published in the Astrophysical Journal. XDM, please give me a 5-star praise. Thank you very much. Chapter 51. First contact with the Chucks. Apparently, the Chucks also discovered this wormhole. Lu Feng immediately realized that this space station was built for a wormhole passage. This should be the transit station for the Chuck people, and their ultimate destination is the wormhole passage. In other words, the so-called rebels are likely to come for this wormhole channel. Lu Feng immediately issued instructions to some ships in his sea of consciousness. 1,000 Flawless Nebula-class cruisers, 10,000 Wandering Temple-class battlecruisers, and 50,000 Dreadnought-class destroyers. Clear out all the armed forces around the wormhole and occupy this side of the wormhole. After Lu Feng arrived near the Chuck planetary system, he only brought 100,000 ships into the planetary system. The remaining ships were stationed 0.3 light-years away, and once they entered hyperspace, they could reach his position within 10 seconds. In an instant, half of the warships brought by Lu Feng were transferred to the direction of the wormhole. Propelled by conventional thrusters, it sailed directly away from the surface of Chuck 6. Tens of thousands of blue flames left a spectacular sight in the deep space. Seeing this scene, the escort commander Sharon was first fascinated by the magnificent and splendid scene before him. But when he saw the direction the warships were flying, he suddenly came to his senses. The wormhole channel has been discovered. The rebel leader's face suddenly turned ugly. In this way, this mission can be said to be a complete failure. He gave orders into the rebels' communication channel. Everyone, evacuate immediately and flee to the surface of Chuck 6. As soon as the order was given, all the rebels immediately ran towards the nearest airship. The rebel leader had never seen what the warships of advanced civilizations looked like. In his imagination, The warships of the Sea Spirit civilization were already the ceiling. He felt that if he and his companions dispersed and escaped, they still had a chance to survive. After all, he didn't know what would happen if he stayed in the space station and was captured by that fleet of unknown origin. He didn't dare to gamble either. He just wants to take his destiny into his own hands. The rebel leader and a group of loyal rebels boarded a small airship. The next moment, 700 or 800 airships of similar size rushed out from all directions of the space station, breaking through from different directions and heading towards Chuck 6. The rebel leader flew an airship and mixed in with the group. With his skills, he was confident that he could dodge the attack and return safely to the surface of Chuck 6. He saw warships that were several times the size of the Vanguard-class battleships, and hundreds of laser cannons suddenly appeared on each of them. Then, thousands of laser rains enveloped the space station. It's like a big net that is impenetrable. He was stunned, but he didn't have any more time to think, because he only saw a flash of light, and then the entire airship exploded. In the end, no airship was able to fly away from the space station, and all of them turned into fragments and scattered in the orbit above Chuck 6. Lu Feng looked indifferently at the battle results scattered on the ground in front of him. Originally, he wanted to send a full band message in the language of the Chuck people, asking everyone in the space station to surrender. But now, it seems that it is no longer necessary. Now, all the rebels in the space station should have become part of the universe. However, to be on the safe side, Lu Feng still asked the fleet AI to send a message. Use Chuck language to order everyone in the space station to surrender. Otherwise, this place will be destroyed. A radio signal in the Chuck language was also transmitted via full frequency to every corner of the space station. Then, a Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier above the space station also opened its hangar. On the side of the huge ship, 10 combat delivery aircraft loaded with combat robots slowly approached the dock entrance of the space station. The reorganized combat robots rushed towards the space station from the delivery aircraft. Both the Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier and the Flawless Nebula-class cruiser carry a certain number of combat robots. This type of robot is of the same level as the 60 million modular multifunctional production robots used to build the super starport at that time. As a modular robot, the modules it can carry can be used for production or replaced with attack modules. Quite a panacea. But this kind of robot is not of long-term use to Lu Feng. Moreover, their intelligence is affected by the control of the fleet AI and is at the level of mentally retarded. If no clear instructions are given, they will simply follow the set procedures. Complex instructions are difficult to execute thoroughly. Fortunately, their cost is low enough, their production is fast, and there are mineral resources, so they can be produced as much as possible and can be used as cheap consumables. In the future, they will inevitably be replaced by arms that are more suitable for combat. The combat robots followed the instructions for cleaning and capturing prisoners and checked all areas of the space station. The remaining Commander Sharon and other Chuck warriors did not resist and were guarded by combat robots. Only then did Lu Feng see the full picture of the Chuck people through the equipment on the combat robot. This is a humanoid race that is about the same size as humans, but their skin is extremely pale, kind of like the engineer in the movie Prometheus. They were holding long, flat-looking guns which, upon inspection, were confirmed to be Gauss rifles. Lu Feng collected the Gauss rifles together and curiously established a communication connection with the Saren in the command post. Dear Superior Civilization, I am Sharon, the commander of the Chuck people stationed in this space station. Lu Feng did not show up, but Sha Lin still respectfully performed a strange gesture towards the wave symbol on the screen. This should be a gesture of respect by the Chuck people. The first time he came into contact with the Chuck people, Lu Feng realized that there must be a lot of differences between the two races. The space station you Chuck people built here is for that wormhole passage. Although he was quite curious about the Chuck people, Lu Feng decided to ask the most important question first. His words were automatically translated into Chuck language and floated into Sharon's ears. Sharon's heart tightened. The wormhole passage was a core interest issue for the Chuck people. In order not to let the efforts of his predecessors go to waste, he chose to live and die with the space station. But the current situation, even without the rebels, has caused greater concerns. The civilization represented by this fleet might be as interested in wormhole channels as the Sea Spirit civilization. They may be more domineering than the Sea Spirit civilization and directly occupy this wormhole. After all, Their warships are more advanced than those of the Sea Spirit civilization. It is at least at the level of 4th or 5th civilization. Sharon replied bitterly, "Yes, this is the only transit station leading to the wormhole channel. There should be a fleet guarding here, but..." Shaolin briefly introduced the causes and consequences of what happened here. "You said your adjutant led a group of people to escape to Chuck Prime. Why didn't you leave?" "This story started 100 years ago." Shaolin smiled bitterly and began his narration. From the discovery of the wormhole to the contact with the Sea Spirit civilization. Then the Chuck people chose to surrender to the Sea Spirit civilization and paid a huge price in exchange for partial ownership of the wormhole channel. Chapter 52. Orders from Chuck Prime. After listening to Shaolin's narration, Lu Feng noticed several key points. The Galactic Civilization Treaty, the Orion Armed Civilization Circle Treaty rules, the Sea Spirit civilization, and the Sea Spirit civilization's strange attitude towards the Chuck civilization. Although the Sea Spirit civilization belongs to the Orion Armed Civilization Circle, it is not among the civilizations that invaded the solar system. As for the attitude of the Sea Spirit civilization towards the Chuck civilization, although it had clearly accepted it as a lower-level civilization, it was still quite restrained and even allowed the Chuck civilization to exchange for partial ownership of the wormhole. I guess it's subject to the so-called convention. This was a bit beyond Lu Feng's expectations. Based on my experience before rebirth, I thought that the Milky Way was a world where the strong preyed on the weak, and there was no civilization between civilizations. It now appears that the invasions of the solar system by many civilizations were likely carried out secretly without the knowledge of certain advanced civilizations. Otherwise, advanced civilizations will not allow anyone to break the conventions they have established at will. The rest, such as the construction of the Dyson sphere of the Chuck civilization, is similar to what Lu Feng guessed. With the level of the second-level primary civilization of Chuck civilization, it is simply not enough to build such facilities. The third-level peak civilization, Sea Spirit civilization. Lu Feng pondered the name and felt it sounded vaguely familiar. He thought carefully and realized that among the civilizations that invaded the solar system, there was no Sea Spirit civilization, but, by the way, in the later stages of the solar system battle, a fleet of a level 3 civilization had clearly penetrated the lunar defense line, but turned around and left at the last moment. Later, after the solar system was occupied, we learned about it from other civilizations. This third-level civilization was attacked directly on its main star by the newly promoted fourth-level civilization, the Sea Spirit civilization, in an unknown way. The Sea Spirit army directly turned the main planet of the third-level civilization into ruins, and the ruling class living on the main planet were all turned into ashes. More than a dozen habitable planetary systems and dozens of mineral resource planetary systems belonging to this third-level civilization all became the property of the Sea Spirit civilization. It turns out that the Sea Spirit civilization is still at the peak of level 3 and has not yet broken through to level 4. It seems that the gap between them will be broken by the Sea Spirit civilization in the next 10 years or so. Thinking of this, Lu Feng turned his attention to the wormhole channel 5,000 kilometers away. What breakthrough can be achieved in the next 10 years to allow the hailing civilization to reach the 4th level of civilization in one fell swoop? It is very likely related to this wormhole channel. What kind of technology is hidden in the wormhole that can be explored by the Sea Spirit civilization? Lu Feng's interest in the wormhole channel also increased. One of the main fleets of the Chuck civilization, the Guardian Fleet, is led by 5 Guardian-class battleships, with 1,000 Vanguard-class battleships as the main force. The Guardian-class is the fastest warship built by the Chuck people in hundreds of years of technological development. The huge space inside can be filled with fuel. The Guardian-class battleship's nuclear reactor continuously accelerates the battleship in the universe. It can be accelerated to 0.05 times the speed of light at the fastest. But this is only the theoretical maximum speed of the Guardian-class battleship. When this speed is reached, the huge amount of fuel carried within it will be exhausted, and the Guardian-class battleship will become an unpowered iron hull floating in the universe. Even so, the Guardian-class battleship is the pride of the Chuck people. This is the fastest warship the Chucks have ever built. On the Guardian 1, Fleet Commander Sarek had just received an urgent communication from the home planet. If the space station is attacked, immediately change direction and eliminate all enemies you encounter. No matter who the enemy is, you must fight the enemy to the end with all your might until the support of the Sea Spirit civilization arrives. Otherwise, the Chuck civilization will perish soon. When the quantum communicator on ship number 1 received this communication, Sarlacc was very confused. What does this mean? Not long ago, the Mother Planet sent a message asking the Guardian fleet to set sail for the Mother Planet immediately without explaining any reason. Although Sarlacc was very strange, he had to obey the orders of the Mother Planet unconditionally, so he followed the orders and led the entire Guardian fleet back home. On the way back, ship number 1 received communication from the Mother Planet. This time, the communication was completely opposite to the order to return. Are you sure that the instructions you received are safe? Sarek couldn't help but ask the technical officer on the ship. The technical officer nodded subconsciously. This is a product from the Sea Spirit civilization. Coupled with the encryption of quantum communication, it is almost impossible to forge it. In his mind, coming from the Sea Spirit civilization means reliability, and he feels that something of this super civilization level cannot possibly go wrong. Not under any circumstances? Sarlacc asked again. The technical officer hesitated now. In most cases, no, unless this order was not issued by the king, but this is not a problem with the quantum communicator. The Sarlacc waved his hand, stopping the tech officer from saying anything more. The quantum communicator on the Mother Planet was placed in the palace of King Chuck and was controlled by the king himself. All fleets outside are commanded by the king or those authorized by the king, ensuring the concentration of military power. If there was a problem with the king, he would rather think that there was a problem with the quantum communicator, because this was not something he could guess. Send a signal to Chuck's 6th space station. The Sarlacc's powerful voice shouted, and the technical officers immediately sent a confirmation message containing the key to the Chuck's 6th space station. Multi-segment quantum communication technology can send information to a designated quantum communicator at a speed far exceeding conventional communication. But after waiting for a long time, there was no response from the Chuck 6 space station. Instead, it says, communications off. Sarlacc knew in his heart that something must have happened at the Chuck 6 space station, and immediately, the entire fleet rushed towards the Chuck 6 space station. As the planet Chuck 6 became clearer and clearer from a small point of light, the Chuck Guardian fleet discovered several ordinary man spaceships. Those spaceships bear the mark of the Chuck 6 space station guard, and the direction they were flying from was exactly the Chuck 6 space station. Sarlacc immediately commanded, let the Vanguard-class battleships intercept those spacecraft. Immediately, dozens of Vanguard-class warships surrounded those ordinary manned spacecraft. Those manned spacecraft also noticed this fleet of more than 1,000 warships. The adjutant of the Chuck 6 escort team, who was in charge of operating the spacecraft, immediately sent a communication request in the direction of the fleet. Seeing the communication request, Sarlacc immediately answered it and saw a familiar figure. Why is it you? Where is Saren? What happened to the Chuck 6 space station? Sarlacc was a little surprised. Upon hearing Sharon's name, the adjutant, who thought he had died along with the space station, clenched his fists and his voice suddenly became extremely low. Chapter 53 Battle with the Guardian Fleet. Sarlacc, have you betrayed our civilization? Why did you leave with the Guardian Fleet so early? If it weren't for you, Commander Sharon wouldn't have died on the Chuck 6 space station. Sarlacc frowned, sensing something bad was wrong. Something happened at the space station? He thought of the instructions sent from the quantum communicator and realized that everything in those instructions was true. Although there were still many doubts, he had no time to think about it, and he immediately took command of the fleet. Guardian Fleet, all personnel, move at full speed toward Chuck 6 and take back our space station. On the Chuck 6 space station, Lu Feng got a lot of information about the Chuck civilization and the Sea Spirit civilization from Sharon. What is the situation behind the wormhole? Lu Feng asked casually. Saren answered without hesitation. The Sea Spirit civilization has deployed a large number of armed facilities behind the wormhole, and a supergiant mobile fortress is facing the exit of the wormhole. It can be said that it is completely blocked. They have set up many facilities there that are difficult for our civilization to understand, and they prohibit us from entering and exiting the wormhole at will. We can only pass through after passing their strict review. Judging from Sharon's appearance, it seems that the Chuck people have suffered a lot of grievances from the Sea Spirit civilization in the wormhole. This end of the wormhole is controlled by you, the Chuck people? Shayla nodded. Although there are many limitations, the value of the wormhole itself is incomparable. Not only the Sea Spirit civilization, but our scientists are also studying wormholes nonstop. Our scientists suspect that being able to fully master the technology of wormhole channels is one of the conditions for advancement to a level 4 civilization. Hearing Shaolin say this, Lu Feng couldn't help but nodded. It seemed to be similar to his guess. Shaolin took the initiative to remind him, "Dear superior civilization, if you're also interested in this wormhole passage, please be careful of the undead warriors of the Sea Spirit civilization." Undead warrior? Lu Feng was slightly surprised when he saw this translation. Yes, undead warrior. The individuals of the Sea Spirit civilization are composed of some special particles. The main star of the Sea Spirit civilization is a planet covered by a sea of special particles. It is rumored that all of their individuals were born on this planet. Sharon continued, "After the death of individuals of the Sea Spirit civilization, they will not die like carbon-based organisms like us Chuck people. They will turn into particles and return to the main planet of the Sea Spirit and be resurrected again." The Sea Spirit civilization, relying on the inspiration from the Sea Spirit planet, developed a micro-device. When a Sea Spirit person wearing this device dies, the particles that make up their body will still be reorganized under the restraint of the device and will not return to the Sea Spirit planet. That is to say, the undead warriors will gain an extra life or even several lives and be resurrected on the battlefield. And those micro-devices are extremely difficult to destroy. If they're not destroyed, it means that the undead warriors will not return to the main planet. The Sea Spirit civilization took advantage of the undead warriors' ability to be reborn after death and sent them on infiltration missions to detonate enemy warships from the inside. Lu Feng was stunned for a moment. Is there such a fighting style? Are there any other weaknesses? At this time, Shaolin raised his head and looked at the zigzag wave on the display screen with a sharp gaze. Yes, destroy the main star of the hailing civilization and destroy the planet covered by particles completely. He has his own selfish motives. He hates the Sea Spirit civilization. Hate the hailing civilization for depriving the Chuck civilization of its future. How much did the Chuck civilization pay for the Sea Spirit civilization? Originally, this resentment could only be hidden deep in his heart, but now he saw hope. When Lu Feng heard Shaolin say this, he understood the meaning of Shaolin's words. "You really want me to deal with the Sea Spirit civilization?" Shaolin did not hide it and said honestly, "Yes, respected superior civilization. For an existence like you, destroying our Chuck civilization and hailing civilization may not make much difference. Please allow me to offend." Lu Feng could not deny it. This is what happened to other people's civilization, and he can only empathize with it to a limited extent. He currently has more important goals to do. As for those civilizations that have invaded the solar system, Lu Feng now needs to find the locations of their civilizations. However, thinking of the solar system before his rebirth, Lu Feng also understood the current humiliation of the Chuck civilization. He didn't dwell on the subject any further. Instead, he turned his attention to the wormhole 5,000 kilometers away. Although he was somewhat interested in the so-called undead warriors of the Sea Spirit civilization, what lay before him was this wormhole passage. This wormhole channel is worth exploring. But at this moment, the fleet AI sent an alarm. A small fleet gathering outside the wormhole has been detected. Lu Feng looked over immediately and saw on a hologram on the command console a fleet of about 1,000 ships appearing about 10,000 kilometers away from the wormhole channel. And it was getting closer and closer, and it was obvious that it was not a good person. He immediately issued an order: let the fleets around the wormhole channel prepare for battle immediately. No matter what purpose these fleets come with, he will not let go of the wormhole passage. Inside the Guardian Fleet's number 1 ship, Fleet Commander Sarek received a call from a technical officer. The technical officer's voice sounded panicked, and he stuttered. "Sir, the wormhole has been occupied by a fleet of unknown origin. This fleet, I can't describe it. I think you should see it for yourself." The technical officer's words were intermittent, which made Sarlacc quite unhappy. As an officer, you must not lose your composure like this no matter what the situation. "Give it here," he said lightly. At a distance of thousands of kilometers, nothing in the universe can be seen by the naked eye unless seen through a machine. The tech officer hastily handed the Sarlacc an image. When Sarlacc saw the image for the first time, his eyes widened. What is this?" He looked blankly at the technical officer beside him. How could there be a fleet of this size? Is that distorted space area really our wormhole? Compared to a wormhole with a radius of hundreds of kilometers, that battleship is not much smaller. The entire fleet has surrounded the wormhole. Sarlacc couldn't believe his eyes. Even if it was the Sea Spirit Army itself, it wouldn't be this large. In the image taken by the machine, the wormhole with a radius of hundreds of kilometers looks like a basketball surrounded in the middle. And all around were fleets of warships. Those huge fleets completely surrounded the wormhole in three-dimensional space, covering an area of at least thousands of kilometers from front to back and up to down. Chapter 54. The Fleet That Destroyed Themselves. In three-dimensional space, how many warships can be accommodated in a space with a length, width, and height of 1,000 kilometers? This question suddenly popped into Sarlacc's mind. He initially thought he had seen it wrong, but after seeing the spatial units marked on the image clearly, he looked at it several times before he was sure that he had not seen it wrong. Sent a message to the main star to confirm that the enemy is these warships. Although Sarlacc did not know the origins of these warships, nor was he sure of the specific level of civilization they represented, he understood that once a fight broke out, the entire Guardian fleet would be in great danger. The technical officer who received the order immediately sent the images taken here to the main planet. Soon, the main star was confirmed. Destroy this invading fleet. These few words contain an unshakable will. Sarlacc leapt up from his commander's seat. Destroy? Destroy this fleet? How is that possible? With the size of this fleet, if only 1% of the warships were allocated, the entire Guardian fleet he led would be destroyed. This is simply a way to commit suicide. Sarlacc suddenly turned his gaze towards the direction of the main star. Your Majesty, is this really your decision? Are you going to send one of our Chuck civilization's main fleets to die? Even if the Sea Spirit civilization would send reinforcements, their fleet might not be able to hold out until that time. Ever since he joined the army of the Chuck civilization, he has never doubted the king's decision. The king would execute every decision he made without hesitation, even if it was to use force to suppress and purge those who opposed the Chuck civilization. His hands were stained with countless blood, but today his belief began to waver. Sarlacc fell into a long silence. He stood there motionless for a long time, but in the end, he still spoke and gave the order. His voice was extremely hoarse. All Guardian fleets, protect our wormhole passage, avenge our compatriots who died on the Chuck 6 space station, and open fire on the invading enemy. He is the commander of the Guardian fleet. He takes orders from the king of the Chuck people, and it is his duty to obey orders. After the order was issued, a small-scale riot broke out throughout the Guardian fleet. Some Vanguard-class warships have stagnated and are even showing signs of retreating. Some captains of the warships also understood the current situation and questioned his order, which was tantamount to suicide. But Sarlacc decisively ordered the inspectors on those warships to arrest the captains who disobeyed orders and let others take command in place of the captains. After some adjustments, the Guardian fleet went into full gear and headed towards the wormhole with its thrusters running at full speed. The electromagnetic weapons and missiles on the ship are all ready to go. Lu Feng also discovered the changes in the Guardian fleet. Immediately, Lu Feng also gave the order. Send a warning in Chuck to this fleet, asking them not to come any closer and to identify themselves, otherwise we will attack them indiscriminately. The fleet AI translated Lu Feng's words into Chuck and sent them out through the full frequency band. But no response was received. Instead, more than 1,000 warships were seen approaching. The muzzle of the electromagnetic gun was aimed at the wormhole channel, and the missile launch ports were also opened one after another. Seeing this, Lu Feng immediately issued a second order. The Wandering Temple-class battlecruisers and Dreadnought-class destroyers around the wormhole can open fire freely and eliminate the enemies within a radius of 10,000 kilometers around the wormhole. He didn't know why this fleet took an attacking stance right from the start, but he certainly couldn't wait until the other side fired the first shot before counterattacking. His safety standards are in his own hands. Chuck Prime, a large palace built on a broad metal platform. This is where the current rulers of the Chuck civilization live. On the highest floor of the palace, a pale and thin young Chuck man stared intently at the night sky outside the transparent glass above his head. A huge artificial star is suspended overhead, emitting a deliberately simulated soft light. It is nighttime now, and the brightness of artificial stars has been turned down to the lowest setting. Behind him, a special communication device was lighting up, and the holographic figure projected by the device was a creature whose entire body seemed to be made up of deep blue sea water. The creature has pointed ears and a tail. If Lu Feng could see this kind of creature, he might exclaim on the spot, Isn't this the legendary siren? The young Chuck withdrew his gaze from the starry sky and sighed silently. All costs are rewarded. Sarlacc, your sacrifice will be remembered by our civilization. Soon, our entire civilization, including your family, will be reborn. So rest assured and prepare for the rebirth of civilization. It was he who issued the order for the Guardian fleet to leave Chuck 6 space station early. It was also he who trained the rebels on the planet Chuck 6 and secretly led many operations. He is King Chuck's biological son, Prince Chuck, who was supposed to succeed to the throne decades later. After receiving the message from the rebel leader, he made a decisive decision and ordered the Guardian fleet to turn around and meet the enemy, if for no other reason than to make the entire fleet a sacrifice to achieve the goal. On the holographic projection behind Prince Chuck, the siren-like creature was shaking its tail, and it looked as if it was really in front of him. Prince Chuck looked toward the creature. Sea Queen, I have sent the Guardian fleet that was supposed to be stationed in Chuck 6 to fight against the fleet that appeared out of nowhere. I believe it won't be long before the entire fleet will be destroyed. When will your fleet arrive? The Sea Queen, whose real body was on the other end of the communicator, smiled softly, and the image on the holographic projection also smiled in the same way. I didn't expect that the original plan would not work at all. I used the rebels you raised to capture the Chuck 6 space station, and then I could send my fleet to completely occupy the wormhole. This way, I could perfectly avoid the supervision of that serious and boring level 5 civilization. It's a pity that such an uninvited guest suddenly appeared halfway. According to the description of your men, this fleet may be at the level of a 4th level civilization. There was a hint of doubt and fear in the eyes of the Sea Queen. But this doubt and fear only existed for a short time. Although they had not seen the scale of the fleet with their own eyes, they thought that their sea spirit civilization was enough to deal with it. So the Sea Queen continued speaking as if she didn't care. But fortunately, this uninvited guest can also be used. The Parliament has been trying to stop me from completely controlling the wormhole. Many of them have been bribed, and some are even monitoring me on behalf of the supervisor civilization. Having said this, a hint of anger appeared on the face of the Sea Queen. Chapter 55, The New Plan of the Sea Queen. They're not thinking about the future of their own civilization, but are pursuing their own interests. I will get rid of this bunch of scum sooner or later. As long as they are around, our civilization will be delayed in advancing to the 4th level. As for the most critical technology, how long will it take to make a breakthrough? Prince Chuck asked casually, but the Sea Queen just raised the corner of her mouth without any fluctuation. Don't bother to know these things now. Maybe I can tell you in the near future, but now, the time is not right yet. Prince Chuck was not disappointed and just nodded. What are you going to do this time? The initial plan was disrupted by the sudden arrival of the fleet, but the Sea Queen quickly came up with a new plan. The Queen of the Sea Spirit said slowly, this time, the Parliament will receive a wrong message. A fleet of a 2nd-level advanced civilization has occupied the wormhole of the Chuck civilization and attempted to interfere with the wormhole. When the survival of a lower-level civilization is under clear and ongoing threat, the higher-level civilization must not stand idly by. This is the stipulation in the Orion Armed Civilization Circle Convention. Your civilization has only one of the 2 main fleets left. Soon, your main star will be under fatal threat. Under such circumstances, I believe that the people in the Parliament will have no reason to refuse to send troops. After sending troops, the Sea Queen smiled meaningfully. The fleet belonging to the Council will be purged, but your direct fleet will be retained, right? Prince Chuck couldn't help but smile mockingly at this. As the Queen of the Sea Spirits, you are being sidelined by the people in the Parliament. Now you have fallen to the point where you need external forces to help you deal with the powerful Parliament. The Sea Spirit Queen heard the sarcasm in his words, but she was not angry. She just smiled faintly. Isn't what you did to your father even more ridiculous than what you did to me? For hundreds of years, your father tried his best to seize power from our civilization, but you simply turned it into ashes. All the efforts of the 100 years were in vain. Prince Chuck disagreed. My father and I have chosen different paths. It's none of your business. You just need to do what you promised. The Queen of the Sea Spirit smiled and said, don't worry, I will definitely do what I promised. Prince Chuck nodded and did not question this. The path he chose was good for both parties, so the Sea Queen had no reason to refuse. He asked again, if you send out your troops and anger that fleet, are you sure that the fleet won't go through the wormhole to cause trouble for you? According to the plan of the Sea Queen, She was only going to use such a fleet to harm the fleet belonging to the Parliament. But if by chance you get yourself into trouble, you will end up losing more than you gain. He remembered the description of the huge fleet sent to him by his men, the rebel leader. They blocked out the sky and surrounded the entire Chuck 6. The largest battleship was like a huge meteorite as big as a city, surrounded by countless escort ships like swimming fish. The escort ships alone were several kilometers in size. Although he had never seen the scale of this fleet with his own eyes, the description alone was enough to make people fearful. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Queen of the Sea Spirit shook her head. That fleet is likely to belong to a level 4 civilization. As for a level 5 civilization, it is unlikely. There's only one level 5 civilization in the Orion Arm. When it comes to this 5th level civilization, the Sea Spirit Queen feels angry and helpless. This civilization claims to be the only level 5 civilization in the Orion Arm. After gaining recognition from other level 6 civilizations in the Milky Way, it formed the Orion Arm Civilization Circle and proposed the Orion Arm Civilization Circle Convention rules. He acts as a supervisor, monitoring the civilizations within the Orion Arm Civilization Circle. It has a bit of the flavor of Orion Arm JC. There are some things he can do by himself, but not other civilizations. For example, the Sea Spirit Civilization versus the Chuck Civilization. You can't annex the Chuck Civilization, but becoming a lower-level civilization is fine. Becoming a lower-level civilization does not mean that the Chuck Civilization has become a complete subordinate. The rules of the Orion Arm Civilization Circle Convention provides considerable protection for the rights and interests of lower-level civilizations. It was for this reason that old King Chuck was able to snatch partial ownership of the wormhole from the Queen of Sea Spirit. As a result, a new discipline, cosmic politics, has developed. However, Queen Sea Spirit also understood that the level 5 supervisory civilization itself had secretly done many things that violated the Orion Arm Civilization Circle Convention rules. Their surveillance is only to block the technological development of other civilizations, especially the 3rd and 4th level civilizations, just to ensure the unique identity of the supervisory civilization in the Orion Arm. Everything, in the final analysis, depends on strength. The supervisor civilization will not allow a second level 5 civilization to appear in the Orion Arm. Since this fleet comes from a civilization below level 4, there is nothing to worry about. The Sea Queen smiled disapprovingly. The fortress behind the wormhole is so strong that even a fleet of a level 4 civilization cannot get through it safely. I have absolute confidence in this, so don't worry. This is probably a fleet of a level 4 civilization that passed by unintentionally. After the mission is accomplished, we can just give them corresponding benefits in exchange for appeasement. They will not fight to the death with a quasi-level 4 civilization just for a wormhole. After hearing the words of the Sea Queen, Prince Chuck calmed down a little. He responded, "Well, everything went according to plan then." The Sea Queen didn't say anything more and just turned off the communication device. Prince Chuck looked up at the sky for a long time, then sighed again. "I hope everything goes well." He felt a constant sense of uneasiness in his heart, but he suppressed the emotion. Afterwards, he walked out of the secret room, where he communicated with the Queen of the Sea Spirit, passed through a long corridor, and passed through more than a dozen tightly guarded doors, and came to another secret room in the basement. Sitting on the metal chair in the middle of the secret room was an old man who was also pale and looked 80% like Prince Chuck. The old man's face was wrinkled, and his hands and feet were chained to a metal chair. Seeing the door of the secret room being pushed open, a pair of weathered eyes looked at Prince Chuck. "Shahrukh, do you still think that the path you have chosen is the right one?" The old man's voice was extremely hoarse, and he kept coughing while speaking, causing his chains to shake and clang. Prince Chuck stared at the old man in front of him without saying a word. After a long while, he shook his head helplessly and said with a painful look on his face, "Father, do you think it is really a good idea to sacrifice the freedom and expectations of several generations under the suppression of the Sea Spirit civilization and to develop with the power of the entire civilization?" Hearing his son say this, the old man couldn't help but get excited. "That's better than your delusion of becoming a sea spirit. If you do that, you'll drag the entire civilization into the abyss. No, only in this way can we truly bring our civilization into a new era." Prince Chuck shook his head. It seemed that their father simply could not comprehend their great ideas. Chapter 56. Capture of Enemy Warships. Outside Chuck's 6 space station, Lu Feng stood on the void shadow, watching the images coming from the warship in front. The 1,000 warships attacked his fleet from a considerable distance. The missiles launched from those warships spewed out arcs of light with tail flames, attacking the Guardian fleet around the wormhole. He looked fearless and brave, as if he had a deep-sea grudge against Lu Feng's fleet. This made Lu Feng frown. His warships did not stop either. The planetary cannons of the wandering Temple-class battlecruiser have not yet been launched, but the orbital laser cannons on the side have been activated, and thousands of lasers have cut through the deep universe, weaving together a dense firepower network. Before the missiles flew too far, almost half of the fleet, along with the missiles and warships, were destroyed in this wave of attacks. Only 1 in 10 of the remaining intact warships survived, and they had obviously lost the ability to fight again. It would be better to say that from the very beginning, they had no ability to fight Lu Feng's fleet. Lu Feng also noticed that among the remaining warships, there was another larger warship that looked like a flagship. He selected some warships and gave specific instructions to them in his sea of consciousness. Disarm the remaining warships and bring them over. With 10 Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carriers as the center, 100 Flawless Nebula-class cruisers provide a shield and escort, surrounded by large and small wandering Temple-class battlecruisers and Dreadnought-class destroyers. In the eyes of the Guardian fleet, led by Sarlacc, such a fleet is an absolute behemoth. As the distance got closer, the huge fleet reflected in Sarlacc's eyes became as bright as stars. From a distance, it looks like a star. Sarlacc couldn't help but think with nostalgia. Yes, it's been a long time since we last saw our star. He looked around. The Guardian battleship was in ruins. It had been severely damaged in the first wave of enemy attacks, and there were urgent alarms everywhere. There is no point in resisting any longer. He gave up resisting. Allow those huge and majestic warships to approach, and then the combat robots will swarm in on the Guardian-class warships on transport fighters. Finally, the entire damaged Guardian battleship was incorporated into those huge battleships like catching a chicken. The Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier has completed capturing the remaining enemy warships. The emotionless voice of the fleet's AI reappeared. All the remaining warships on the battlefield were captured by the Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carriers without any resistance, and combat robots controlled the crew members in all the warships. Among them is a Chuck who is suspected to be the fleet commander. Bring them all to Chuck's 6th space station. As the order was issued, all the surviving Chuck people were soon sent to a Dreadnought-class destroyer and sent to the Chuck's 6th space station. As the hatch of the Dreadnought-class destroyer opened, Sarlacc and other Chuck people saw that they were being sent to a familiar place. Is this Chuck's 6th space station? Sarlacc was stunned, and the person who greeted them in the space station was someone he didn't expect. Sharon, you didn't die in the space station. Sarlacc blurted out, not daring to imagine seeing Sharon again. And looking at Sharon's appearance, he seemed quite free and not restrained, and did not look like a prisoner at all. The great and respectable superior civilization saved me and the entire space station. Otherwise, we would have been destroyed by the rebels along with the space station. When Sharon saw Sarlacc, he was not very happy, but just said lightly, regarding your attack on the superior civilization, I think you need to explain in detail. Not only the superior civilization, but I also think that what you are doing is dragging our civilization into an abyss that is more terrifying than the rule of the Sea Spirit civilization. He had already learned from Lu Feng that the fleet led by Sarlacc had taken the initiative to attack Lu Feng. When Sarlacc heard Sharon call them superior civilization, he realized that he had caused a huge disaster. This was most likely a fleet of a civilization that was more powerful than the Sea Spirit civilization. But he couldn't come up with any reason to refute it, so he could only stammer, "Aye." Under the guard of combat robots, Sarlacc was led by Sharon to the command post of the space station. This is the highest place in the entire space station, overlooking the entire space station, including Chuck 6. The tens of thousands of warships docked outside Chuck 6 can be clearly seen with the naked eye. As Sarlacc walked, he took a close look at the huge fleet of warships that occupied all of Chuck 6's orbit. The more he looked at it, the more frightened he became. With a fleet of warships like this, it would only take a thought to destroy the Chuck civilization. Perhaps he should have stuck to his own judgment and not obeyed the king's orders. Sarlacc felt remorseful. Arriving at the command post, Shailen saluted at the tilde on the screen. Respected superior civilization, the commander of the Guardian fleet, Sarlacc, has been brought here. Standing in the bridge of the void shadow, Lu Feng said in a deep voice, I think you should give me an explanation. Sarlacc also performed a Chuck etiquette to the wave number on the screen. Although he was unable to see the true appearance of the superior civilized race, he still did not dare to slack off. He decided to narrate the story from the beginning, perhaps in exchange for the tolerance of the higher civilization. We initially received an order from the main planet, asking us to return to the main planet immediately. After listening to Sarlacc's account of the whole cause and effect, Lu Feng's doubts were not only not answered, but he became even more confused. Completely contradictory orders. Lu Feng murmured. It was understandable that they transferred this fleet to allow the rebels to capture the space station, but what did it mean to send such a weak fleet to die afterwards? What does that so-called king mean? It seems that the only way to figure this out is to go to Chuck Prime. For Lu Feng's fleet, it only took a few seconds to get from Chuck 6 to Chuck Main Star. Shaylin, take the rest of the people and board the warship that Sarlacc came on. Lu Feng decided to bring Shaylin and other Chuck people with him as well. Sharon and Sarlacc did not refuse. They wanted to return to the main planet immediately more than Lu Feng did, as they wanted to know what was happening there. Thank you, kind, great, and respectable superior civilization. Shaylin also expressed his heartfelt gratitude for Lu Feng's decision. Lu Feng's fleet did not conquer the Chuck civilization by force without any explanation like the Hailing civilization did. He neither harmed the Sharon nor showed any desire to conquer the Chuck civilization. Although it might be because in the eyes of the superior civilization, his civilization was as weak as an ant. But with the comparison of the Sea Spirit civilization, Shaolin still felt deeply grateful for what Lu Feng had done. Sarlacc also reacted at this time and bowed to express his gratitude. If he knew that the superior civilization was like this, perhaps his guardian fleet could have been preserved. What's more, it is possible that they will be separated from the Sea Spirit civilization. But the attack order he issued destroyed this possibility. It is enough that the superior civilization is magnanimous and does not pursue his own problems, and he dare not pursue more. Chapter 57. Higgs's position, assimilation begins. The two of them had different thoughts in their minds, but Lu Feng had no time to pay attention to their thoughts. The fleet AI has obtained the exact location of the Chuck Prime planet from the host of the captured Chuck warship. After watching the two people board the Dreadnought-class destroyer docked at the space station, Lu Feng issued an order to the 50,000 warships left behind at the Chuck 6 space station to march towards the main star of Chuck. Chuck Prime. This is a blue and beautiful planet. But at this moment, the main star of Chuck was immersed in darkness. The three artificial companion stars that were originally used to replace the star's light are now silent. We should have maintained the light of 6 galaxies here. Why is it gone today? I need light, I need light. Many Chucks question this. The Chucks were not originally pale. They originally had normal skin color. But since the Chuck people's star was covered by the Dyson sphere 100 years ago, the Chuck people lost the light from the star, the balance in their bodies was broken, and their skin became paler and paler. There are even many diseases caused by lack of light. Fortunately, this situation was slightly alleviated after the appearance of 3 companion stars. The companion star simulates the light of a star through controlled nuclear fusion, allowing the people on the main star Chuck to feel the long-lost light again. The Chuck people, who once suffered from light-deficient diseases, must get enough light exposure every day. Just as many Chuck people were puzzled, the 3 companion stars began to emit light again. The light is coming. Some Chuck people were just rejoicing, but the next moment, they were surprised when they saw the color of the light shining on the earth. This time, the companion star emitted a hazy light blue. It was like a layer of blue light that continued to spread, expanding and covering, and finally, through the 3 companion stars, it covered the entire Chuck main star with a layer of light blue light. In the control facilities built on the 3 companion stars, siren-like sea spirit scientists are observing the status displayed on the instruments. Higgs force field amplifiers number 1, number 2, and number 3 are operating at full power and are in stable condition. The position assimilation range has covered the main star of Chuck and has reached its maximum. Assimilation can begin. Hailing scientists continue to report the summarized information. On the ground, a metal platform covering an area almost as large as the city was filled with Chuck people wearing black robes. Densely packed Chuck people crowded on the same metal platform, chanting something towards the companion star, emitting blue light in the sky. In the front is Prince Chuck, standing in front of the palace gates with his arms outstretched to the sky. He heard the voice of the sea spirit scientist coming from the tiny earpiece, his eyes shouting fanatically. Begin assimilation. The next moment, the sea spirit scientists on the companion star started the next step. Higgs force field amplifier number 2 begins to resonate, initiating assimilation. Higgs force field amplifier number 1 begins to resonate, initiating assimilation. Higgs force field amplifier number 3 begins to resonate, initiating assimilation. The blue light emitted from the companion star is no longer just an untouchable light. The light seemed to have gained substance, like streams of sea water formed by particles, stretching down from the 3 companion stars. At first, it was the city below the companion star. The scattered blue light turned into solid sea water, submerging the entire city in the blue ocean. Then, with this city as the starting point, the surging ocean of particles continued to expand in all directions, swallowing up everything on the surface of the planet Chuck. In those cities swallowed by the ocean of particles, protrusions continued to extend from the ocean, like cocoons, with something waiting to break out and be reborn from inside. At the same time, there are 3 points in the world where the ocean of particles is constantly spreading. Higgs field amplifier number 1 assimilation progress, 22%. Assimilation progress of number 2 Higgs force field amplifier, 25%. Assimilation progress of number 3 Higgs force field amplifier, 19%. As the spread continues to accelerate, hailing scientists are also constantly reporting progress. The global assimilation progress has exceeded 20%, and the speed is still accelerating, and it is about to reach an irreversible critical point. Some scientists were also whispering, although this is the first time we have performed assimilation outside of the Sea Spirit Prime star, the model calculations are correct and perfectly match the predicted model. This assimilation directly consumed 10 years of energy reserves of Chuck's Dyson sphere. The energy consumed by the stance amplifier is really too terrible. This energy consumption actually has little impact on our civilization. According to the agreement, 90% of the energy output of the Chuck Dyson sphere belongs to our civilization each year, and the remaining 10% is supplied to the Chuck civilization. Oh, the former Chuck civilization. After a while, the Chuck civilization will no longer exist. By the way, is the technology of the wormhole project about to break through? I think things are not going well in the main civilization recently. The Queen and the Parliament are not getting along. We can't talk about this kind of thing casually, but once the technology over there breaks through, we will break through the technological blockade of the supervisor civilization and directly advance to a level 4 civilization, becoming the 19th level 4 civilization in the Orion Arm. The hailing scientist sitting in the first seat heard his subordinates whispering. His pointed blue ears moved, and the particles in his body spread out in circles like ripples in the sea. After receiving the warning signal, the whispering sea spirit scientist stopped talking and continued to concentrate on the work at hand. The capital of Chuck is located not far from a companion star. Soon, the particle ocean was not far from the capital of Chuck. The closer the particle ocean got, the more rapid and louder the voices of hundreds of thousands of Chuck people chanting became. For a moment, a loud and majestic voice like the words of a god floated over the city. Below the palace, the old Chuck king heard the sound of hundreds of thousands of Chucks gathering together. He knew that assimilation had begun. He swung his chained hands and feet vigorously, roaring helplessly. Shalak, you are destroying our civilization. It is meaningless to become another civilization, even if you retain your memories. His voice echoed in the secret room, and was soon drowned out by the chanting of hundreds of thousands of Chuck people. Shalak looked up at the ocean of particles that was getting closer and closer, and the corners of his mouth gradually curled up. There is more than one path for civilization to survive. My choice will be proven to be correct. Father, let us live forever together. As he finished speaking, he became more and more excited and fanatical. Chapter 58. Chuck Prime Fleet arrives. On a vast metal platform, hundreds of thousands of Chuck people watched the ocean of blue particles coming towards them. A Chuck child was held by his parents' hands. He looked at the blue ocean of particles and asked curiously, "Can I bask in the sun every day? Can my mother's illness be cured?" "Yes, child. When we become one of them, we will regain everything we have lost." The adult just stroked the child's head. The ocean of particles carrying an unstoppable momentum, gradually engulfed the entire metal platform. Those chucks in the ocean of particles were gradually decomposed into basic particles, but there was no pain on their faces, but rather expectation. Being promoted from a lower civilization to a higher one, they will no longer need to fight for the stars they have lost, fight for the deformed society they have created in order to develop technology. In Chuck's civilization, technological development is the priority. Everyone will undergo a brain examination when they are young, and only those who meet the screening criteria will be sent to the unified school. Those who fail to meet the requirements will be directly regarded as reserve labor force, with no chance to learn and only able to do low-value repetitive labor throughout their lives. Those Chucks who are sent to unified schools will receive and learn basic knowledge in the shortest time possible, then develop their basic scientific research capabilities and be sent to one huge laboratory after another to fill the lowest level researchers. They are not allowed to do any work other than scientific research. Everyone has only one goal: to become a scientist. Scientists, on the other hand, are faced with endless new problems. When they met the Sea Spirit civilization, it was already a second-level elementary civilization and had just managed to leave its own planet. But 100 years later, they are close to becoming a second-level intermediate civilization, and they can navigate freely in their own system. They took 100 years to complete a journey that a normal civilization would take 1,000 years to complete. The 10% energy provided by the Dyson sphere is indispensable to this. Although it is only 10% of the energy of star, it exceeds the total energy mined by the Chuck civilization over countless years. Energy has become the cheapest thing. The huge amount of energy means that they have no bottlenecks in many fields. In the face of such huge energy, the cost of many materials and experiments becomes infinitely low. But the problem is that the energy of a single scientist is limited, and a problem that used to stump a scientist for years may be solved very quickly. The discovery of new materials and the success of new experiments. New breakthroughs occurred in countless fields, and when the scientists of the original civilization were too busy to take care of all aspects, King Old Chuck created a new social system in order to advance the technological level of civilization. Scientists are produced continuously like products on an assembly line. Social activities and economic development were greatly suppressed under the power of King Chuck. The army is becoming increasingly powerful with new power engines, new hull armor, and new electromagnetic guns. Society has become a deformed shape, but all this has come to an end now. As long as they can become life forms like the Sea Spirit civilization, they will gain endless life and can do whatever they want. Society will no longer be oppressive, and they will no longer have to fight. The vast ocean of particles submerged them, and the entire Chuck Palace was also submerged, including old King Chuck, who never stopped roaring. For Lu Feng, it only took a few seconds for him to arrive outside the main planet of Chuck from Chuck 6. But what appeared before him was a strange scene. The three companion stars float above the main star Chuck like three small moons. The ocean of blue particles connects the main star Chuck and its three companion stars. The blue ocean spread at an extremely fast speed. In a short while, it had spread across the entire globe, covering the entire main planet of Chuck. Through the equipment on the shadow of the void, Lu Feng clearly saw that on the surface, countless Chuck people were voluntarily and even running towards the ocean composed of blue particles. It looks like something big is going to happen here. Lu Feng immediately issued instructions to the fleet AI. Gather my fleet. Have all of them enter hyperspace and surround this place in a dense formation. The next second, the voice of the fleet AI sounded in every warship belonging to Lu Feng. Hyperspace drive start. Target Chuck Prime. Half a minute later, Lu Feng saw countless lights gathering around the void shadow and gradually condensing into a solid entity. A scientist from the Sea Spirit civilization on the companion star looked at the planet that was gradually covered by dark blue, his eyes full of satisfaction. He looked around and saw one of his companions staring blankly at the starry sky on the other side. What's something good to see over there? He also moved his gaze over there, but the next moment he was also stunned. A fleet larger than the space occupied by the entire companion star was suspended there abruptly. There are at least thousands of supergiant battleships in such a fleet, some of which are even longer than the flagship of their Sea Spirit fleet. Around those supergiant battleships, there are three different sizes of battleships arranged in circles. There were so many weapons on the ship that he couldn't even count them. He turned his head blankly and looked at the curvature bubble detector not far away. Why? With such a huge fleet approaching, the detectors didn't sound any alarm. But this is just the beginning. As warships of varying sizes suddenly appeared one after another in the space around this fleet, the number of warships in the entire fleet was still increasing rapidly. Among them, the number of such supergiant battleships is increasing by hundreds. The three sizes of warships surrounding them are increasing in thousands or even tens of thousands. The remaining Chuck main fleet outside the Chuck main star was turned into space debris by a wave of concentrated fire as soon as it made a slight attack in the face of such a large number of warships. The hailing scientist looked at the warships that seemed to have emerged from a void, and his mind came to a standstill for a moment. What is happening? The Queen of the Sea did not reveal the fleet that appeared outside Chuck 6 to the scientists on the companion planet. This group of scientists has its own responsibilities. It was at this time that the gravity detector on the companion star detected the presence of the warship. Warning, gravity in space has surged. A large fleet has been detected approaching. Estimated number, 100,000. But the next moment, the warning sound of the detector changed immediately. Gravity surges, fleet size refreshes, estimated number, 200,000. Refresh, estimated quantity, 500,000. The dense and urgent alarm sounds echoed throughout the facilities on all three companion planets. Chapter 59, Destruction of Companion Star. What's going on? Where did these fleets appear from? How did these warships bypass the curvature bubble detector silently? The number of these warships is still increasing and has already exceeded 1 million. Could it be a hyperspace engine? Only a hyperspace engine can approach so silently without any warning. Is this a level 5 civilization? If it's a level 5 civilization, we may not have a chance to return to the main planet and revive. Did the supervisory civilization discover what we did? Impossible. Even the supervisor civilization doesn't have millions of warships equipped with hyperspace engines. The fuel for hyperspace engines is dark element. Those level 6 civilizations will never allow the supervisor civilization to extract dark element on such a large scale. The fleet size has exceeded 1.5 million. We, including the main planet of Chuck, are all surrounded. There were sea spirit scientists looking outside in despair. Outside the main star of Chuck, every additional ray of light means an additional battleship equipped with a hyperspace engine. Those warships that had condensed into a shape gathered together in a dense formation, completely surrounding the space around the main star of Chuck. Warning, fleet size is being updated. Estimated number, 1.6 million. Analysis of the fleet's composition shows that there are tens of thousands of ultra-giant warships with a length of over 30 kilometers. There are giant warships with a length of 10 kilometers, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. There are 500,000 large warships with a length of 5 kilometers. There are millions of warships 1 kilometer long. The latest gravity detectors from the Sea Spirit civilization and various other auxiliary detectors meticulously summarized the data from the scene and announced it word for word to all Sea Spirit scientists. With every sentence they heard, the hearts of the hailing scientists sank a little. In the end, my heart was chilled. A total of 1.6 million warships equipped with hyperspace engines represent far more than their apparent combat power. Only a level 6 civilization could possess such a large fleet of hyperspace battleships. A level 6 civilization appeared in the Orion Arm. All the scientists of the Sea Spirit civilization couldn't help but panic. Quickly report what happened here to the Queen. The Sea Queen has just reached an agreement with the Parliament regarding the invasion of the Chuck civilization by a second-level civilization. It was finally decided to have the Speaker of the Sea Spirit Council lead a main fleet of Sea Spirits to assist the Chuck civilization. Faced with this result, the Sea Queen slowly raised the corners of her mouth. This time, Speaker Hai Ling will definitely not return. At this moment, an urgent signal interrupted the Sea Queen's thoughts. Someone made an emergency call. She frowned and chose to answer the call. 1,600,000 warships equipped with hyperspace drives appeared. The Sea Spirit Queen, who was slightly dissatisfied in the last second, suddenly widened her eyes in the next second. She hurriedly asked the panicked subordinate on the other side of the holographic screen. What? Tell me more clearly, where is it? In Chuck main star, everywhere. The entire Chuck main star has been surrounded. The face of the Sea Queen suddenly became uncertain. Her heart was shaken. 1,600,000 warships equipped with hyperspace engines. What does that mean? Even the supervisor civilization cannot produce such a number of hyperspace drive warships. Dark Element, the only energy source capable of running a hyperspace engine, can be said to be the most strictly controlled energy source in the entire galaxy. The supervisor civilization would never dare to resist those level 6 civilizations. Could it be that this is the fleet that suddenly appeared before? How could there be so many of them? They are so huge. A total of 1.6 million ships. She could hardly believe the conclusion. Is this a level 6 civilization that came here from another spiral arm? Those high-ranking level 6 civilizations rarely leave their own territories on such a large scale, as this represents an invasion of other civilizations. It is easy to cause friction between civilizations. Her dark blue face was gloomy and her expression kept changing. After a fierce ideological struggle, she immediately announced to her subordinates. Contact Speaker Tassel immediately and ask him to stop the action. All fleets are not allowed to pass through the wormhole at all. At the same time, have all the sea spirits on the Chuck's side commit suicide and return to the main planet immediately, right now, before this fleet discovers the existence of our civilization. Once it's too late, no one can save them. Let the wormhole fortress block the wormhole passage. No ships are allowed to pass through the wormhole passage. Close all communication channels with the Chuck civilization and cut off all contact with the Chuck civilization. Hearing her say this, her subordinates were stunned. They did not expect that the consequences of this fleet appearing on the main planet of Chuck would be so serious. Assimilation on Chuck Prime seems to be almost complete. The Sea Queen's face darkened. Even if they're assimilated, they're still far from being our kind. Moreover, they have no chance of survival in front of this fleet. Giving up is the best option now. Outside the main star of Chuck, Lu Feng's fleet has assembled. The deep blue planet in front of us has also turned into a sea of blue particles. The 3 companion stars are still connected to the main star Chuck. Further out, a fleet numbering millions surrounded the area. Under normal circumstances, there will be a distance of tens of kilometers between ships. But at this moment, the distance between the ships was shortened several times to only a few kilometers. On the surface of Chuck Prime, the cocoons formed by blue particles gradually unraveled. One by one, sirens that seemed to be made up of deep blue water jumped out and appeared in a new world composed of deep blue particles. Lu Feng, who witnessed this process, finally understood what happened. That siren-like existence is probably the form of existence of the sea spirit civilization. All the Chuck people on the planet were assimilated into sea spirits. This couldn't help but make Lu Feng feel a little chilly. Looking at the 3 companion stars connected to the main star of Chuck through the blue ocean, he directly ordered, fire the planetary cannon and destroy it. Immediately, the 3 wandering Temple-class battlecruisers adjusted their positions towards the 3 companion stars. Planetary cannon activated, charging 3-2. The next moment, 3 huge beams of light were fired from the planetary cannon at the front end of the wandering Temple-class battlecruiser and slammed into the companion star. As the interior of the companion star collapsed under the bombardment of ultra-high energy levels, the 3 companion stars began to collapse from the inside out. A lava-like flame border spreads across the companion star. In those scientific research facilities, the scientists from the Sea Spirit civilization either chose to commit suicide or turned into ashes in the lava or fell into unfathomable cracks. Finally, they all turned into invisible particles and dissipated outside the main star of Chuck. The 3 companion stars instantly turned into a fiery hell, illuminating the main star, Chuck red. Chapter 60, Crazy Civilization Aggregate. With the destruction of the 3 companion stars, the ocean of blue particles spreading from the companion stars gradually disappeared. On the surface of the main star Chuck, on the broad metal platform, hundreds of thousands of new sea spirits were born at this moment. But these sea spirits all had dull eyes and floated quietly in the ocean of particles. As the ocean of particles disappeared, they gradually revealed their forms in front of Lu Feng. At the front of the platform, a newborn sea spirit who looked exactly like the Chuck Prince Shaluk was covering his head madly. Memory carries the memory of civilization. He held his head tightly, feeling countless memories converging into his mind. The memories of every Chuck on the planet flooded into his mind. This is why our assimilation should have been smooth. He looked at the hundreds of thousands of Chuck people who had already been assimilated and couldn't understand why the body has been assimilated, but the mind has not been preserved. He was suddenly attracted by the fiery red light above his head. What came into view was a companion star heading towards destruction and that huge fleet. His mind was so crowded and confused that he couldn't think about how those huge fleets appeared. He stretched out his hand frantically, trying to hold up the fiery companion star, and kept shouting, Higgs Field! Higgs Field! It's not enough. Following his actions, the hundreds of thousands of sea spirits on the metal platform turned back into particle form. The next moment, a huge dark blue hand formed by hundreds of thousands of sea spirits shot out into the sky. It broke through the surface of the main star Chuck and grabbed the companion star that was on the verge of collapse. The companion star was like a scorching fireball, and the magma ejected from it was sizzling and roasting the dark blue hand. The dark blue hand seemed to be constantly melting, and the entire palm gradually became flat. The disappeared part did not turn into particles and return to the main star of hailing like the previous hailing scientist did. Instead, it returns to the surface of Chuck Prime. Just as Lu Feng was looking at this scene in shock, an even more shocking scene occurred. All the new sea spirits on the entire Chuck Prime planet disappeared, and instead, a face large enough to be seen from space appeared on the surface of Chuck Prime planet. All the sea spirits gathered together to form a huge face on the surface of the planet. That's on a Dreadnought-class destroyer. Sharon and Sarlacc looked at the face in disbelief. Your Highness Sha-Luke. The face on the main planet of Chuck was the Chuck Prince Sha-Luck, whom they were very familiar with. It reminds me of what happened at the Chuck 6 space station and the scenes on the Chuck main planet. A terrible idea came into their minds. It was Sha-Luck who led the assimilation of the Chuck people on the entire planet into sea spirits. It was a hellish scene. Sharon and Sarlacc couldn't believe it. The huge face on the main planet of Chuck opened its mouth and narrated words that had no logic and could not be connected at all, like the ramblings of a madman. Lu Feng directly gave the order to concentrate fire. As the voice of the fleet's AI rang out, countless laser cannons fired at the giant face. The entire giant face suddenly became riddled with holes. But the next second, they gathered together again. Lu Feng thought of what Shaolin said about the characteristics of the sea spirits. If Chuck Prime becomes the place where those particles gather again, these sea spirits assimilated by the Chuck people will condense again on Chuck Prime after death, which means that they cannot be killed at all. In other words, it cannot be killed by conventional means. After being attacked, the giant face stared strangely at the huge fleet in space after recovering. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. Ha ha! I will live forever. He stretched out another slender hand and grabbed Lu Feng's fleet. The big dark blue hand continued to extend like rubber, but in the process of extending, it was completely destroyed by the concentrated fire of Lu Feng's fleet. In other words, the form after condensation is a real material form and can be destroyed. But after being destroyed, it will turn back into particle form, and this particle form cannot be destroyed. Lu Feng observed this, and something came to his mind. Higgs boson, the God particle. Its property is to give other particles mass. The surface of Chuck Prime is now likely covered by the Higgs field. At this moment, the fleet AI sent a notification that Sharon was requesting communication to Lu Feng, and Lu Feng immediately chose to answer it. Respected superior civilization. Sharon slowly spoke out the terrible idea that he and Sarlacc had thought of. A plot led by a prince to lead the people of the entire planet on the path of assimilating into another civilization. Shaylin. Lu Feng sorted out his thoughts in his mind and said slowly, Do you want such new sea spirits to be preserved? Sharon was obviously stunned when he heard this. He looked at the giant face of Sha-Luck on the Chuck main star below with complicated eyes. The crazy giant face still stretched out its slender, giant hands relentlessly trying to grab the battleship in space, just like an ignorant child looking up at the starry sky and trying to catch the stars. Among them are people I am familiar with, my former family and friends. But now, they have all become part of this horrific scene. Are they still Chucks? No. Are they considered sea spirits? Saren didn't know either. But Shaylin felt that at least they could no longer be called the same kind. Not only him, but every Chuck who saw this scene, such as Sarlacc, silently had such thoughts. Finally, Shailen shook his head. No. In fact, the Chuck civilization is inhabited by more than one planet, Chuck Main. The Chuck people have established colonies on many planets in the Chuck planetary system. For example, there are hundreds of millions of Chuck people living on the planet Chuck 6. Therefore, Chuck Main Star does not represent the entire Chuck civilization, and Chuck civilization can still continue on other planets. According to Shalook's original plan, once the main planet is successful, every Chuck planet will be assimilated next. But unfortunately, he never had the chance to carry out his plan. Hearing Sha Lin's denial, Lu Feng nodded and said, "The existence of this thing has already endangered the safety of the entire planetary system. Since you have no objection, I will destroy it. Conventional means are ineffective against these new sea spirits, but he has unconventional means." Shailen said nothing. He expected this result. For the superior civilization, it may be easy to destroy these new sea spirits. Just as Sharon was thinking this, he noticed that most of the fleet surrounding Chuck Prime had disappeared, leaving only a few ships far away. Among them were the Void Shadow, the warship where Lu Feng was on, and the warship that Shailen and others were on. What happened next was something that Shailen would never forget in his life. Chapter 61, Devouring of Helachesis. A huge star that looked like a god appeared, spewing blue flame ribbons, slowly appeared from under the main star Chuck. It has been many years since Shailen last saw a star, and for a moment he didn't know how to describe it in words. This star has an orange-yellow surface that looks like a blaze, but also has several blue ribbons made up of high-temperature plasma. The combination of yellow and blue is magnificent. Compared with this star, Chuck Prime is as small as a sesame seed, with a size difference of at least 10 million times. By this calculation, this star is probably more than 10 times the size of Chuck's star. Shailen was shocked. A huge star 10 times larger than the Chuck star appeared below the Chuck main star. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but at this moment he not only felt the temperature around him rising, but even the Chuck main star was slowly falling towards it under the attraction of the star's huge gravity. There was still a faint sound lingering in his ears, as if it came from his soul, which made him shudder from the bottom of his heart. Could this be the method used by the superior civilization to destroy the Chuck Prime planet? Shailen was trembling slightly, somewhat incredulous. To him, such means were undoubtedly a fantasy and miraculous. He turned his gaze to the Void Shadow, not far away, his heart filled with awe. Except for him, all the survivors of the Guardian fleet were shocked to see a supergiant star suddenly appear below. A superstar slowly swallowed up the entire Chuck Prime star like a sesame seed. The giant face on the surface of Chuck Prime struggled feebly, but could not stop the fact that the entire planet was getting closer and closer to the star. The surface of the planet Chuck has become extremely hot. The rocks have melted into magma, the earth has cracked, and the sea water has disappeared completely in a short period of time, leaving behind the fiery red surface of the planet. Not only the main star Chuck was affected, but the entire Chuck planetary system was greatly affected. The Chuck people on other planets found that the dark sky became extremely bright. A huge fireball was suspended just above his head. The moment the fireball appeared, everyone heard a faint sound that seemed to come from the depths of their souls. An image involuntarily emerged in their minds, of an unknown giant beast galloping through the vast darkness of the universe. Is that our star? Some Chuck people looked at the huge fireball in confusion and shock, feeling the temperature around them rising steadily. The old Chuck people who were hundreds of years old and had seen the Chuck star immediately shook their heads. No, that's not our star. It's even bigger and more beautiful than our star. On this day, the huge blue and yellow stars were deeply imprinted in the hearts of every witness. They will never forget this scene in their lifetime. Lu Feng looked at the huge star under his feet. He knew that it was actually a huge alien beast. He chose to transfer Helachesis to the real world. When Helachesis appeared, he actually heard Helachesis' voice in his mind. Although the voice spoke words he could not understand, he could understand its meaning. Hello. The voice was a little childish and contained a hint of confusion from someone who had just woken up from a long sleep. Lu Feng's expression suddenly became extremely strange. Why did the voice of this ancient beast sound like that of a child? Why, you talk like a kid. Lu Feng communicated with Helaxis in his sea of consciousness. Based on the genetic level, it is easier to develop a protective emotion when facing a child in order to achieve the continuation of the species. The cup form can make people let down their guard to the greatest extent and can enhance the relationship between the two sides more quickly. If you want, I can also change my style. Halaxis answered in a childish and slightly confused voice, but the second half of the sentence turned into an old man's voice with a hint of a Beijing uncle. You should just use your previous voice. Lu Feng felt that this guy's painting style was not very reliable. Let's not talk about anything else for now. Help me devour this planet with a big face. No big deal. Halax's voice sounded a little confused, but he did his work meticulously. It aimed at the sesame-sized planet above its head, and like opening a big mouth, a crack appeared on the surface of the star, swallowing the entire planet in. The giant face of Shaluk disappeared along with the main star of Chuck. After finishing, Halaxis even made a sound similar to smacking his lips, as if he was still not satisfied. Listening to that extremely human voice, Lu Feng was afraid that this guy would swallow other planets as well. So he quickly spoke to it. Stay away from this planetary system. If you stay any longer, the entire planetary system will be swallowed up by you. The size and mass of Hilaresis are so huge that the mere moment of its appearance has affected the entire planetary system. Even the star wrapped by the Dyson sphere had its orbit changed, not to mention other planets. Lu Feng knew that stellar behemoths had the ability to move at superluminal speeds, and that there also existed a type of alien bee civilization in the vast universe. It has two development directions. One is to develop into a densely packed army like a swarm of insects, devouring everything wherever it goes. One is like Halaxis, evolving the individual to the limit, which naturally includes the ability to move at superluminal speeds. In Halaxis's real senses, the world he sees is completely different from what Lu Feng sees. This unique sense gives him different abilities. After swallowing a planet, Halaxis was not greedy and disappeared obediently to an unknown place. The next moment, the Chuck planetary system, which had been illuminated, returned to its previous darkness and silence. Only those stars whose orbits have completely shifted can prove that a supermassive object once appeared here. Even though Halaxis has disappeared, the light it shone at the moment of its appearance will remain forever in the hearts of all Chuck people. It turned out that where the main star of Chuck was, there was only nothing left. Lu Feng observed for a while and breathed a sigh of relief only after he was sure that the new sea spirits had really disappeared. Sure enough, to deal with something like the God particle, unconventional means have to be used. There was no sound from Shaylin for a long time. Lu Feng could also understand it. After all, anyone who saw a giant like Halaxis would be shocked. He was surprised for a while when he saw it in the game. So Lu Feng was about to turn off the communication, but he heard Sha Lin speak at this time. Supreme and respectable great superior civilization, I have a small request, and I hope you can agree to it. Lu Feng planned to listen to what this guy wanted first. Tell me what it is specifically about. As long as it's not too troublesome and doesn't take up my time, it's fine. Please give me a little time. Chapter 62 Complete Secondary Primary Civilization Technology. Lu Feng stayed in the Chuck planetary system for half a day. This half day was mainly spent waiting for Saren. Saren did not say what exactly would be done. Half a day later, Sharon once again arrived at the Void Shadow on the Dreadnought-class destroyer. Around Sharon, there gathered a group of Chuck people. Those are the administrative managers of the Chuck colonies on various planets. Shaylin led the group of people and bowed deeply to the wave number on the screen. A huge document was also packaged and sent to Lu Feng. Lu Feng opened it and took a look. This is Controlled Nuclear Fusion Technology, the latest photon computer composed of 1 million photon CPUs, lifespan improvement technology based on carbon-based organisms, a series of application and storage technologies based on the development of light energy and electromagnetic technology used in weapons such as electromagnetic guns and Gauss guns. New materials artificially developed using stellar energy, radiation-resistant and heat-insulating materials suitable for space travel, high-strength and lightweight materials suitable for building space elevators, and high-hardness materials suitable for warship armor. Lu Feng immediately realized what it was. The scientific and technological knowledge of a complete second-level elementary civilization. All the technological accumulation of the Chuck civilization over the years was displayed in front of Lu Feng. Lu Feng did not read the huge document carefully, but just by looking at the translated directories, he understood that Shaylin had presented the most cutting-edge technology of the Chuck civilization to him without reservation. supreme and respectable great superior civilization. Although you may sneer at our technological level, we hope you will accept it as a token of our sincerity in seeking your protection. Saleen and the administrators of the Chuck colony around him all bowed their heads. What you did saved the entire Chuck civilization, but your Highness' actions may have been tacitly approved or even supported by the Sea Spirit civilization. We may very well face hostility from the Sea Spirit civilization. Please allow me to seek asylum from you out of selfish motives. I hope that our civilization can continue to survive. We, the Chuck civilization, hope to survive in exchange for our loyalty. Supreme and respectable great superior civilization, we have all witnessed your great power, and we sincerely hope that you can agree to our small request. Shaylin slowly spoke out the words that he had considered countless times in his heart. During this half-day, taking advantage of the residual power of Lu Feng summoning Halaxis to devour the Chuck main planet, Shaylin decisively unified the Chuck people on the remaining planets. The main research and development base of the Chuck civilization is not on the main star Chuck, but on the planet Chuck 1, which is closest to the Chuck Dyson sphere. Sharon and Sarlacc came to the planet Chuck 1 on the Dreadnought-class destroyer and gained the highest authority on Chuck 1 without any resistance. Sharon shared information with Sarlacc and other administrative managers, and learned that Chuck Prime had become similar to Sea Spirit Prime due to the rebellion of His Royal Highness the Prince, and all the Chuck people on it had been assimilated into Sea Spirit people. All the Chuck administrative managers who heard this were shocked. This was definitely the biggest crisis facing Chuck civilization, a crisis that would destroy Chuck civilization from within. They are all old Chuck people who firmly followed King Chuck and experienced the darkest moment 100 years ago. Unexpectedly, the biggest traitor came from within. When they heard that it was the superior civilization that summoned a superstar to devour the main star of Chuck, they all fell into a state of mental stagnation. They had all witnessed the huge size of superstars, and they had never heard of any civilization being able to summon such superstars at will. After a discussion with Sharon, the Chuck people understood the current situation of the Chuck civilization. It was unanimously agreed that the best way out was not to join the Sea Spirit civilization again, but to follow the civilization represented by this mysterious fleet. In addition to the awe and expectation of this strength, there is also hatred for the Sea Spirit civilization. Not only Sharon, but almost all the older Chuck people hate the Sea Spirit civilization. There is a possibility that they are unwilling to turn to the Sea Spirit civilization again. So, Sharon took out the best thing that the Chuck civilization had, all its knowledge. Although the knowledge they possess is worthless in the eyes of advanced civilizations, it represents their sincerity. They gave up everything just for a chance to survive. Lu Feng listened to Sha Lin's unreserved words and heard his sincerity. Finally, he nodded and agreed. I understand. I accept everything you have. Since the Chuck people came to him on their own initiative and brought such a big gift package with them, he couldn't just turn them away. Moreover, the Chuck planetary system is also a good place for Lu Feng to set up a base. There's a wormhole here that connects two civilizations. It is not far from the solar system and can be said to be an important transportation route. In ancient times, it would be a battleground for military strategists. Upon hearing Lu Feng's answer, Shaylin and other Chuck people showed joy on their faces. In this way, the threat from the Sea Spirit civilization will no longer be a threat. As long as they don't run to the other end of the wormhole, the Sea Spirit civilization probably won't dare to come to this side of the wormhole to cause trouble for the Chuck civilization. Lu Feng continued to scan the information provided by Sharon and also saw the origin of the Dyson Sphere. Chuck Dyson Sphere. Client. Hailing civilization. Construction. Pobreria United Heavy Industry. Just 3 short lines. Seeing the client and the builder, Lu Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't it the Sea Spirit civilization that built the Dyson Sphere?" Sharon answered honestly, yes, it was another, one could say that the existence of the Enterprise opened up the Stargate to build it. It seems the Sea Spirit civilization is not yet capable of doing this. It was the Sea Spirit civilization that commissioned the construction, because we could only afford the lowest level Dyson Sphere, which is a fully enclosed, fixed Dyson Sphere, which caused us to lose the light of the star. Lu Feng nodded thoughtfully. It seems that Dyson Spheres are also divided into different grades. More advanced Dyson Spheres may be able to collect the energy radiated by stars without blocking the light of the stars. I have an idea about the Dyson Sphere. When Shaolin heard Lu Feng mention the Dyson sphere, he immediately became nervous. Now, they can be said to have severed ties with the Sea Spirit civilization, and the Sea Spirit civilization will no longer be able to extract the stellar energy stored in the Chuck Dyson sphere. This means that the energy that the Chuck civilization can obtain has increased from the original 10% to 100%, a full tenfold increase. How much contribution will this make to the development of Chuck civilization? However, if the superior civilization needs it, then it can only be supplied to the superior civilization first. This Dyson sphere, dismantle half of it. It's good to have abundant energy to support the development of civilization, but sometimes people also need some comfort. Just like the sun to human beings, it represents more than just a star, but also a symbol. If not forced by circumstances, it is estimated that no civilization would be willing to completely surround the star of its origin. In the settings of some science fiction works, there's also a restriction that Dyson spheres cannot be built on habitable planets. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Shaolin was stunned at first, and then he couldn't help the urge to cry. As carbon-based creatures similar to humans, their emotional expressions also include tears. In fact, those rebels chose to fight for the stars, but he also wanted to do so, and so did all the Chucks. But he chose to follow the old king, to be patient, to bide his time, and to exchange the hope for the future of civilization for the light of the stars. But now, there is no need to endure anymore. At this moment, Shaolin completely surrendered himself to the great existence he had never met before. Yes, benevolent, supreme, respectable, great superior civilization, as you wish. Chapter 63, 100,000 Chuck Army. When Lu Feng heard Shaolin changing the way he addressed him again and again, he couldn't help but smile softly. According to his observation, Sarlacc and those colonial administrators have shown signs of being led by Saren. In their eyes, Sharon is the Chuck people closest to the great beings of the higher civilization. It seems that the Chuck civilization will be gathered again in Sharon's hands. Lu Feng did not intend to care about these details. Since the Chuck civilization belonged to him, he did not intend to interfere too much as long as incidents like Prince Chuck did not occur again. Moreover, he calculated the time, and it was time to return to the solar system. When the warships arrived, all of them arrived together. In front of his absolute number of warships, it could be said that no one dared to move. The global order will also be in his hands. Whatever he says is what it is. His fleet is absolutely deterrent. But this is not what Lu Feng wants. Because beneath this seemingly peaceful order, there are countless turbulent undercurrents. Those scum who obtained the battleships were mixed in with them. There are also many Adventists with evil intentions and different thoughts for normal people. No matter how tragic and unfair their past was, Lu Feng had no ability to change the past, nor could he indulge them out of pity for their past. All he can do is try his best to shape a new society. He needs to eliminate those undercurrents hidden beneath the surface as much as possible. He was not afraid of external enemies, but he was afraid that he would fight to death outside, and as a result, a fire broke out in the backyard due to instigation by someone. Therefore, he needs a screen. The day he left the solar system was the first screening. Those scumbags who jumped from the bottom and obtained powerful warships absolutely cannot suppress the desires in their hearts. Without the deterrence brought by Lu Feng's huge fleet, the world will be in chaos, just like before Lu Feng was reborn. However, this time, Lu Feng was behind the scenes to conduct a sting operation. And, thinking of this, Lu Feng couldn't help but take a look at the vast knowledge of the second-level civilization in front of him. Lu Feng also brought a huge technological gift package to human civilization. Before leaving, Lu Feng sent a final communication to Shaolin. Shaolin, mobilize the most elite troops of the Chuck civilization. There will be an aircraft carrier to carry them. When Shaolin heard Lu Feng's request, he did it without hesitation. Although he had doubts in his heart, he was smart enough not to show them. There are some things you don't need to ask too much, just get them done. The surface of the planet Chuck 5 is filled with sandstorms that make it impossible for people to open their eyes. Outside the base, it is impossible to survive without wearing protective clothing. A 100,000-man Chuck corps equipped with individual exoskeleton armor and Gauss rifles was standing in a colonial base, waiting silently. They received the highest level of instructions and are waiting here. The order did not mention what to wait for, but Brigadier General Sean, who was in charge, wisely did not ask any more questions. He had heard about the changes in outer space a long time ago, but that was not something that the Army could participate in. I think the highest level instruction this time is related to changes in space. Sean thought silently in his heart. Cool. Do we need to mobilize troops from elsewhere to suppress it? Just as he was thinking about it, a huge black shadow slowly approached in the endless wind and sand outside the base. The black shadow slowly descended from the sky, almost as big as the entire base. You know, the base where they are stationed is a city-level base. Doesn't that mean that this black shadow is about the same size as a city? Shannon's pupils dilated involuntarily. What is this? A battleship? Chuck's most advanced battleship is probably not even 1% bigger than this shadow. The black shadow got closer and closer to the base, and finally stopped on the sandy plain outside the base like a huge wall. All the sweeping sand and wind were blocked by this huge wall, allowing everyone to see the true appearance of the giant wall. It was a huge diamond-shaped battleship that was as flat as land. The ship's hull is covered with entry and exit hatches, with large and small semi-hidden laser weapons embedded between these hatches. Just as Sean was staring at the battleship that looked like a land monster, he received a call from a new president of the Chuck executive, Sharon. Commodore Sean, as the most elite and loyal legion of our civilization, I order you to lead your legion aboard this warship from the great superior civilization. From now on, you will obey the orders of the superior civilization. Sharon solemnly announced the new order. Sean only then realized what they were going to do. He immediately saluted to Sharon. Yes, I will definitely lead my legion to bring glory to our civilization. Good luck, Brigadier General Sean. Sean nodded, turned around, and began to give orders to the entire legion. All troops, stand ready, board the ship. Upon hearing the order, the Chuck soldiers who were still in shock immediately regrouped and marched in an orderly manner towards the isolation wall at the edge of the base with their weapons. The gate of the isolation wall slowly rose up with a red warning light flashing. The battleship, as big as a mountain, is right ahead. Rows of fully equipped Chuck soldiers walked towards the giant mountain with trepidation and excitement. Transport vehicles and tanks loaded with supplies and provisions also formed a long line passing through the base's isolation wall. The bottom hatch of the Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier opened wide, and a legion of 100,000 people boarded this behemoth that they had never heard of like a colony of ants. Brigadier General Sean was the last to leave the base. He passed through the windproof and sandproof isolation wall made of high-strength material and walked step by step towards the battleship that looked bigger as it got closer. He felt his whole body trembling. Follow the superior civilization on the journey to the starry sky. He never thought that this day would come in his life. His long-lost passion burst out again at this moment. Lu Feng led millions of warships and disappeared in the Chuck planetary system. Although he is gone, the Hyraxis is still wandering in the deep space several light years near the Chuck planetary system. Lu Feng told it to play there by itself for a while, not to eat the planets or run around. Be careful, or advanced civilizations may capture you and take you back for research. Hyraxis agreed crisply. With Hyraxis here, the Chuck system may be the safest place in the galaxy. Lu Feng also hinted this to Sha Lin, telling him not to worry after he left. The million-strong fleet entered hyperspace within the Chuck planetary system and appeared on the outskirts of the solar system about an hour later. Lu Feng ordered the army to stop here and let the 100,000 Chuck troops transfer to 10 Flawless Nebula-class cruisers. The Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier is too large, and the Void Shadow cannot wrap the invisible field around the huge size of the Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier. The Chuck Legion can only be transferred through the ship-to-ship channel. After the transfer was completed, Lu Feng commanded the Void Shadow to activate the invisibility field, leading 10 Flawless Nebula-class cruisers, 50 Wandering Temple-class battlecruisers, and 500 Dreadnought-class destroyers, all into an undetectable state. Such a fleet entered the inner solar system quietly. Chapter 64, 24 hours after Advent. On the hailing civilization side, Lu Feng was not in a hurry at this moment. He had already guessed that the key point for the Sea Spirit civilization to be promoted to the 4th level civilization lies in the wormhole. Based on the experience of previous lives, the Sea Spirit civilization only successfully advanced to the 4th level civilization in the late stage of the solar system battle and carried out a surprise attack on the main star of a 3rd level civilization. It's still more than 10 years away. As for whether they dare to pass through the wormhole, Lu Feng doesn't have to worry about it. What happened on the main planet of Chuck must have involved the Sea Spirit civilization, and they may have already known what happened at that time. I don't think they would dare to enter the Chuck planetary system at will. Even if it really came, Lu Feng would not be afraid. As for dealing with the Sea Spirit civilization in the future, given the size of Alaxis, he definitely won't be able to pass through the wormhole, so he has to find another way. The Neutron Star battleship is so far away from his current location that even with the top speed of the hyperspace engine, it would take more than a year to travel back and forth across the straight-line distance of hundreds of thousands of light years. This is still theoretical, provided there are no problems. In reality, it takes more time than this. The first thing to do now is to prepare for a joint invasion of the solar system by civilizations. It could be as short as a few months or as long as 1 or 2 years. Given the performance of the battleships in Galaxy Age, those street urchins who couldn't help but drive the battleships out for a stroll would definitely encounter other civilizations. At that time, a carefully calculated joint invasion would begin. After silent probing and investigation, multiple Level 3 and even Level 4 civilizations jointly dispatched fleets to surround the solar system. They attacked with both verbal and military force, and encircled the enemy from both inside and outside, tightening the encirclement while creating all kinds of conflicts within humanity. Some of these methods are so shameless that even the most shameless politicians in the world would be ashamed of themselves. So Lu Feng needs to complete his screening plan as soon as possible. He couldn't control those players who left the solar system, but he wasn't worried either. Those civilizations would meet sooner or later. All he could do was to stabilize the rear before the meeting, reduce the possibility of trouble. The Void Shadow led this not particularly large fleet gradually deeper into the solar system and arrived beyond Neptune. At this time, Lu Feng noticed that there were flashes of fire in the orbit beyond Neptune. On one side, there were more than a dozen Level 6 or 7 warships. On one side are 3 Level 7 battleships. The 3 Level 7 battleships were simply unable to withstand the firepower of more than a dozen siege warships. When the energy shields outside the battleships were about to be exhausted, the 3 Level 7 battleships chose to start their hyperspace engines under the laser rain. However, the energy shield of one of the 3 Level 7 battleships was exhausted during this period, and the entire spaceship turned into a sea of fire in the explosion. The remaining 2 entered hyperspace and escaped. When a dozen or so Level 6 or 7 battleships saw the enemy enter the hyperspace and escape, they did not continue to chase. Because they have no means of positioning, they don't know where the other party's hyperspace destination is. I had no choice but to give up. Lu Feng, who observed the whole process, couldn't help but think. Has fighting started even on Neptune? Looking at the dozen or so Level 6 or 7 warships, Lu Feng ordered the Void Shadow to slowly approach. Hundreds of Level 10 warships surrounded them in the middle before appearing. On one of the dozen or so warships, Zhou Heng, the owner of these warships, looked hatefully at the 2 warships that had just escaped through hyperspace. Just a little bit more, and we can get rid of this guy. We finally found him on Neptune, but he ran away again. Thinking of what this guy did in the High City, Zhou Heng felt so angry that his teeth were itching. When the battleships landed in the solar system, the world went into a temporary shock. Especially after the video of Lu Feng taking Lingya and her daughter into the Void Shadow was exposed, the oppressive feeling brought by Lu Feng's fleet made all Galaxy Age players dare not act rashly. All players who are slightly active in Galaxy Age know Lu Feng's name and the huge number of his fleet. Therefore, within the first hour of the Advent, there was not much movement among the players of Galaxy Age. Some have not yet recovered from the sudden change. Some are still getting familiar with the warship, and some are still worried about a warship that needs repair in the dock. Some people also immediately realized that the opportunity to change the situation had come. But in front of Lu Feng's millions of warships, all the little thoughts were suppressed, and no one did anything extreme. Even after Lu Feng's fleet suddenly disappeared from the solar system, this deterrent force still remained in the hearts of people around the world. 2 hours after landing, some people began to follow Lu Feng's example and let the warship enter the atmosphere and take themselves into the warship. For hours after the arrival, warships could often be seen whizzing past in the skies around the world, and some people got the thrill of flying warships by letting go. Others used the battleship to observe the global situation and verify whether Lu Feng had really left. 6 hours after the Advent, conflicts began to arise between players, with some being outdone by others in terms of racing battleships. Some of them covet other people's higher-level warships. After seeing that Liu Feng's warships never appeared in the solar system again, small-scale battles began inside and outside the atmosphere. But up to this point, everything is still under control, and the owners of the warships are still under human control. 12 hours after the arrival, some people found that those conventional weapons had no effect on their warships at all. They became the new masters. So, some people began to release their animal desires. They had forgotten all about Liu Feng's million-strong fleet. Even if Liu Feng was really in front of them, they might even invite Liu Feng to build a new country together. They will not repent for their mistakes. They will feel that they should be the creators of a new era. With these super powerful warships, they do everything as a matter of course. In the 12 hours that followed, the global situation took a sharp turn for the worse. Many countries collapsed, and coups became commonplace. Except for a few big countries, especially in Eastern Asia. An owner of dozens of level warships quickly united a considerable number of players, established an existence called the Order faction, and stabilized the situation in the area. The founder of the Order faction, Su Jinxiang, is an old-school player with unfathomable connections. Even Wang Zhua, who was once number 1 on the battleship list, was persuaded by him to join. Zhou Heng is also a member of this Order faction. Their aim is to establish an order in the new era that conforms to the way of survival in the new era, regardless of each other's past identities. But even so, some tragedies still occurred in some areas. The guy who just escaped was a player who sold the special battleship and regretted it, and even felt resentful. He launched an attack recklessly into High City. Although most of the warships in his fleet were quickly destroyed by Zhou Heng and others, leaving only 3 warships, he still managed to escape from High City. Among those affected were Zhou Heng's family. But unfortunately, even though they chased him to Neptune, that guy still escaped in the end. Zhou Heng was secretly resentful. Chapter 65, 2 lists. At this moment, Zhou Heng suddenly saw a large number of warships slowly emerging around him. Those warships seemed to appear out of thin air and directly surrounded Zhou Heng's dozen or so warships in the center. Zhou Heng took a closer look and saw the Flawless Nebula-class cruiser that was as gorgeous as a nebula. A total of 10 Flawless Nebula-class cruisers surrounded them. That's a level 10 battleship. There are only a handful of people in the entire galaxy age who can build a level 10 battleship. Either you're a hard worker or you're a spendthrift. Given the niche nature of galaxy age, most of these people are hardcore gamers, but there are very few big spenders. Zhou Heng looked at the other warships again. Damn, a wandering temple-class battlecruiser. How many ships? Zhou Heng took a quick look and couldn't count them. He looked at the remaining warships. They are all Dreadnought-class destroyers. The Dreadnought-class destroyers were densely distributed around the Flawless Nebula-class cruisers and the wandering temple-class battlecruisers, with at least hundreds of them. There is so much of it that it seems like it's free. Zhou Heng suddenly felt as if level 10 battleships were everywhere in the street. Communication is being connected. Zhou Heng's fleet AI received the other party's communication, and Zhou Heng clicked OK without hesitation. Disarm all opposing ships and open ship-to-ship channels. Otherwise, you will have no chance of escaping into hyperspace. Hearing this, Zhou Heng felt a chill in his heart. But I did it anyway. Otherwise, the outcome will be the same. Just listening to this voice, Zhou Heng inexplicably felt somewhat familiar. It feels like I've heard it somewhere before. Looking at those level 10 warships that suddenly appeared, Zhou Heng thought carefully. He owns numerous warships, and I have heard his voice somewhere before. Oh shit, it's Liu Feng. The next moment, Zhou Heng suddenly thought of someone. A man whose experience can be described as legendary. Liu Feng is back. The impression Liu Feng had left on him was that of a fleet of tens of thousands acting together, especially the overwhelming warships on the day of the landing. Millions of warships have almost become synonymous with Liu Feng. This was why he didn't think of Liu Feng the first time he saw this fleet composed entirely of level 10 warships. The previous impressions were too deep. Whether it is the Galaxy Age period or the Advent period, Liu Feng is like a sun and cannot be avoided no matter what. During the Galaxy Age period, there were several server-wide announcements, as well as subsequent media hype. It can be said that Galaxy Age also became a little popular thanks to Liu Feng's name. Not to mention, Liu Feng is very likely related to the Order faction to which Zhou Heng himself belongs. It is said that their Order faction has an invisible boss behind the scenes, but Boss Su has never revealed who it is, only saying that we will know when the time comes. Many people privately speculated that the person was most likely Lu Feng, the current #1 on the battleship list. Because in the country, apart from Lu Feng, only Wang Zhuo's galaxy fleet can suppress the current Su Jinxiang. A few days before Boss Su's arrival, he madly poured all his assets into the game, and the size of his fleet also expanded a lot, which was incomparable to the past. Wang Zhuo has openly joined the Order faction and cannot be the boss behind the scenes. Then, this mysterious boss behind the scenes can only be the even more awesome legendary figure, Lu Feng. Thinking of this, Zhou Heng asked tentatively, "Excuse me, is this Lu Feng?" The other party did not answer directly, but just nodded lightly. Zhou Heng was now certain, and he no longer had any psychological burden, so he shouted directly, "Boss, please accept my respect." He even wanted to kneel down on the spot and acknowledge him as his godfather. With the support of this great god, is there anything in this galaxy that can stump them? This scared Lu Feng. How come there is a new little brother out of nowhere? What's going on? Explain it to me first, he asked quickly. Zhou Heng explained everything to Lu Feng in detail. He talked about the collapse of the global order, the establishment of the Order faction, and his pursuit of the evil guys into High City. Lu Feng finally understood. Speaking of which, the establishment of the Order faction was indeed something he hinted to Su Jinxiang to do in the last few days before his advent. Otherwise, it would take some time for the civilians to form such a joint fleet. He can be considered one of the founders. Unexpectedly, Su Jinxiang said that he was the boss behind the scenes. Su Jinxiang is indeed capable. He has established a rudimentary organization in such a short period of time and has basically maintained stability in the eastern region of Asia. However, Wang Zhuo was found by Su Jinxiang and persuaded to join the Order faction. I don't know what his current condition is, but from what Zhou Heng said, it doesn't seem good. Well, there's also the guy Zhou Heng is chasing. He is resentful because he sold a special battleship, so he launched indiscriminate attacks into High City. This reminded Lu Feng of the discoverer of the Void Shadow. Before Lu Feng was reborn, this guy was a member of the Advent sect, and he transported a fleet into the solar system to cover the invading civilization. It's not a good thing. Even if he had experienced misfortunes in life or individual life, which led to his extreme character and made him choose to indiscriminately attack others into High City, it cannot be a reason to indulge him. Lu Feng felt that if he had the chance, he could easily deal with this guy if he met him. But this guy's escape didn't affect anything, just 2 battleships. What those civilizations want cannot be filled by 2 warships. As for chasing, Lu Feng didn't want to chase. All warships have hyperspace drives, and the only difference between different levels of warships is their performance. The characteristics of the hyperspace engine determine that it is not as easy to track as the warp engine, which tracks the curvature bubble that wraps the warship by detecting the curvature of space. But the hyperdrive only creates fluctuations when entering and leaving hyperspace. If Lu Feng wants to track it, he has to install detection equipment within hundreds or thousands of light years around it. This is hardly realistic. This is also why Lu Feng chose the screening plan. It is unrealistic to want to control all players from the beginning. Unless he destroys them all, he selects those who want to do evil things if they stay in the solar system. If you behave yourself, he will not bother to interfere even if you leave the solar system to play on your own. But if you stay in the solar system and cause trouble for me and do disgusting things behind my back, why should I indulge you? Thinking of this, Lu Feng turned his gaze back to Zhou Heng. Since he was one of them, Lu Feng did not ask Zhou Heng to disarm and accept inspection by the Chuck Corps. But Lu Feng still kept Zhou Heng's ships surrounded by his fleet, and necessary caution was still required. Have you, the Order faction, established internal communications? Lu Feng asked at this time. Zhou Heng nodded immediately. Yes, we found that the communication facilities carried by the warships in Galaxy Age are all superliminal communication facilities. Although we don't know the specific principles, they are very useful. Hearing what Zhou Heng said, Lu Feng couldn't help but keep it in mind. Later, we will study these warships that descended from the Galaxy Age and fully analyze their technological composition. Let's see to what extent the civilization division in the Milky Way can be achieved. Judging from a degree of respect that the Chuck civilization has for these warships, and the degree to which the coalition of civilizations that invaded the solar system desires the Galaxy Age warships, the battleships in Galaxy Age definitely contain super technology. Don't announce my return yet. Contact Su Jinxiang alone and tell him to prepare 2 lists. Zhou Heng immediately nodded and did as he was told. A list of players of Galaxy Age, and a list of players with no criminal records. Lu Feng said indifferently the 2 lists that he had planned to make in his heart a long time ago. Zhou Heng was also a smart man. When he heard Lu Feng say this, he felt a chill in his heart. It seems things are going to change again. At this moment, Zhou Heng suddenly felt extremely fortunate. Fortunate that he was not swallowed up by desire, and fortunate that he followed Su Jinxiang's advice and joined Order Faction. Chapter 66 Conference at the Potsdam Institute for Astrophysics. Europe. Potsdam is located southwest of Berlin. The world-famous Potsdam Institute for Astrophysics is located in Potsdam. Not long ago, the Potsdam Institute of Astrophysics held a global research conference related to astronomy. What was being discussed was the new suspected Dyson sphere device discovered at the Purple Mountain Observatory in Dying City. Purple Mountain Observatory has compiled the relevant papers and data into a paper and plans to publish it for the first time at this global research conference. The team was led by academician Chen Jinwen and his team, which included researchers from Purple Mountain Observatory and his students. Zhou Xian was also among them. The Potsdam Institute for Astrophysics, located in the suburbs, has a beautiful environment, and the conference lasted for 5 days. A conference that brought together the world's top astronomers made various inferences about the discoveries made by Purple Mountain Observatory. Is the star whose light gradually dimmed over a few months actually surrounded by a Dyson sphere? When civilization develops to a higher stage, does it really need something like a Dyson sphere? Is there a civilization within 100 light years of the solar system that has reached the 2nd or even 3rd level of the Kardashev civilization level? Various questions were raised by many astronomers at the conference. Many old hypotheses about civilization were raised, and new hypotheses were also proposed. The discussion was quite heated. This isn't the first time this has happened. Whenever a research institute or observatory in the academic community discovers a new suspected Dyson sphere, such a conference is always held again. But because humans know so little about what lies beyond the solar system, they can only rely on speculation and inference. Therefore, such questions can only be discussed in the imagination of astronomers, and no practical results can be obtained. In the end, it is often just a formality to give a name to the newly discovered suspected Dyson sphere device and record it on the human astronomical map. Everyone should come here for a funded tour and exchange ideas and research progress with colleagues around the world. Chen Jinwen brought Zhou Xian and others here to attend the conference with this in mind. Let Zhou Xian and others gain more experience in assimilation and communication, and at the same time increase the presence of Purple Mountain Observatory in the global astronomical community. While eating and drinking, the conference entered its last day. But on this day, a groundbreaking event occurred that shocked the world. The sky above Europe was covered by countless warships. The world's top astronomers gathered at the Potsdam Institute for Astrophysics, who had just discussed the Dyson sphere, were shocked to see so many warships. Suddenly my head buzzed, and all I could think about was the same thing. Aliens are attacking. A group of elderly people gathered together, staring at each other, and rushed towards Chen Jinwen, asking him whether he had sent any signal to the Dyson sphere discovered by Purple Mountain Observatory. Chen Jinwen and Zhou Xian were so anxious about this group of people that they were sweating profusely. They hurriedly explained that even if they sent out a signal, it had only been a few days and it couldn't reach there. When everyone calmed down and thought about it, they realized that this was indeed the case. They were so frightened for a moment that they thought of this. After all, this was the first time they had seen such a scene in all these years. It is quite difficult for a normal person to keep a calm mind when in extreme shock, let alone a group of elderly people. Young people of Zhou Xian generation are accustomed to checking the internet when they encounter major events. This is amazing to see. It is not only like this in Europe, but also in the world. European countries have entered emergency response status. Not long after, something even more shocking happened to Zhou Xian and others. A video of what happened in Dahai City went viral on websites that were still functioning normally. It was a video of the entire fleet lowering its altitude and coming directly to the Pujiang River. In the video, a super battleship several hundred meters long hovered directly over the Pujiang River and took away the people on the riverbank. Zhou Xian could tell at a glance that the leader among the people on the bank of the Pujiang River in the video was Lu Feng. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Zhou Xin was so stunned that the only words that came out of his mouth were, "What the hell?" This guy Lu Feng. Chun Jinwen, next to him, was also attracted to watch the video. The moment he finished reading it, Chun Jinwen felt a chill running down his back. This guy Lu Feng is really not a human being. He was able to produce images of the starry sky that were clearly not produced by humans, created a leading technology company at a young age, and then retired at the height of the company's success and sold his shares. All signs indicate that this guy is definitely not a human, but an alien in disguise. Zhou Xin shouted with great regret at this time. Shit, when Lu Feng asked me to play this game, I had no money and was busy writing my thesis, so I didn't even build a single ship. Oh, my thesis ruined me. But Chun Jinwen slapped Zhou Xin in the face after hearing the nonsense he was saying. What are you talking about? Don't you want to graduate? Zhou Xin covered his head and glanced at the fleet of warships above his head and said weakly, "It's already like this. Why go to school? Dogs don't even." I didn't dare to say the second half of the sentence in the face of Chun Jinwen's murderous gaze. Chun Jinwen is still in shock. How could I have been so obsessed that I didn't even think he was an alien? Zhou Xin was confused. What aliens? Isn't this the battleship from the game that came to the real world? He guessed that the old man didn't understand some of the new things, so he showed Chun Jinwen the comments under the video. The comments wrote that these battleships are all from the game Galaxy Age. All players of Galaxy Age will have access to the warships available in the game. There was a series of envy and disbelief below. Some people are still shouting that they don't believe it, saying that the whole world must be conspiring to deceive them and that it's all a conspiracy. After reading it, Chun Jinwen fell into a daze. It's not that he doesn't believe it, but he has to believe it. That Lu Feng seems to be the owner of the largest fleet in the game. He had heard Zhou Xin mention this before, and the media was hyping it up at the time. And those warships all came into reality? How much is this number? He looked at the dense fleet of warships above his head. The sky around the world was like this. How many of them belonged to Lu Feng? Chun Jinwen immediately covered his heart and felt his heart slow down. He didn't know whether it was out of shock or surprise. Zhou Xin immediately supported the trembling old man who looked like he might fall down at any time. "Teacher, we have been issued. With Lu Feng here, we will not have to worry about lack of funding in the future. You must not leave at this time, otherwise how can I use your name to cheat that guy of funding?" Chun Jinwen was so angry that he stood up on the spot. "Cheating the funding. Cheat the funding. I'll let you cheat the funding." After slapping Zhou Xin several times, Chun Jinwen felt his heart come alive again. Zhou Xin covered his head and didn't dare to fight back or say anything. Chapter 67 Gradually Chaotic. Afterwards, Chun Jinwen and Zhou Xin, who obtained this key information, shared the news with other astronomers. This kind of news has spread everywhere, and everyone will know it sooner or later. There is no need to hide it. But Chun Jinwen deliberately concealed one thing. That was the star map that Lu Feng used to locate him, and he did not leak any information about it. Even his student Zhou Xin didn't know the existence of such a star map at this time. Are all these warships from the game? Or is the owner in this video someone you know? Anthony, a famous astronomer at the Potsdam Institute of Astrophysics, couldn't believe it was true. This was beyond his imagination and completely beyond the scope of physics he knew. Even if you say that it was an attack from aliens, he would be more accepting of it. Chun Jinwen, who has been friend with Anthony for many years, patted him on the shoulder with a nonchalant look. "Old Anton, you have to learn to accept new things. You weren't like this before." Zhou Xin covered his heart with his hands, imitating Chun Jinwen's previous behavior. Chun Jinwen glanced at Zhou Xin with gritted teeth, and Zhou Xin immediately shut up. "Then, what should we do next?" Anthony asked in a daze, expressing the thoughts of everyone present. As soon as the question was asked, all the astronomers sitting together fell silent, including Chun Jinwen. No one knows what kind of changes will happen when a new era comes. And where will they be? Even tomorrow, it is unknown whether they can see each other. Chun Jinwen whispered to Zhou Xin, "Can you still contact Lu Feng?" Zhou Xin shook his head. "Only Twitter is still usable. Other social apps are temporarily restricted, as are international calls." Chun Jinwen always had a bad feeling in his heart. Does Lu Feng know that we are abroad? Zhou Xin thought about it seriously and shook his head again. "I haven't told him. Have you told him?" Zhou Xin stared at Chun Jinwen eagerly. Chun Jinwen gritted his teeth and said, "If I told you, I would ask you, what should I do?" I originally booked a flight for the evening, but now I guess all flights are not available. If I want to return home, maybe the embassy can't help me. Zhou Xian also knew that all countries were now in a state of emergency and traffic had been suspended immediately. Chun Jinwen was also helpless. I can only stay here and wait for the situation to become clearer. But at this moment, someone exclaimed. Everyone present followed his gaze and looked up at the sky. Most of the warships in the air disappeared. Only a number of warships with markings of different colors remained, representing the fleets owned by the many players. It was still early morning in Europe at this time, and the morning sun was no longer blocked and began to shine on the Potsdam Institute of Astrophysics. Because of this sudden incident, all the astronomers who were originally scheduled to leave today were forced to cancel their trips and had to continue staying at the Potsdam Institute for Astrophysics. Fortunately, there is still enough food in the Potsdam Institute of Astrophysics, which makes many astronomers feel a little relieved, and at least they can stay. At this time, the sky above Europe has become a playground for many players. They came to their warships and drove them to release their inner excitement. Nation? For them, the concept no longer exists. The soldiers could only tremble in fear when they saw their huge warships, and their incompetent officers did not dare to order to open fire and could only watch them sail their warships around. They felt a profound sense of empowerment. This feeling is so delicious. Although many players did not participate, they saw other people's warships lowering their altitudes and flying in the air in a domineering manner. They also had to ask the fleet to lower its altitude and come to their side to protect the safety of themselves and their families. They understand the situation in their own country, and in this free atmosphere, there is no guarantee that a madman who is having too much fun or taking too much drugs may launch an attack. Once they are affected, they will be in trouble. In some small places, there may be only one galaxy-age player, and one player can control the entire town. But in big cities, the sky has been divided up by warships from many different fleets, and hundreds of warships are shuttling around the city either conservatively or unbridled. The atmosphere was becoming tense among the increasing number of warships. It has only been a few hours since the warships arrived, and everyone is still restrained and has their human nature. But once a gun goes off accidentally, no one knows what will happen. The smarter ones had already taken their families on their warships and headed into space. But space is not a safe place either. It is also occupied and ravaged by chaotic small fleets. As for those slightly larger fleets, no one dared to go around them, and everyone avoided them tacitly. In an increasingly tense atmosphere, some astronomers looked worriedly at the giant warships flying overhead from time to time. Some people even ignored the dissuasion of others and insisted on returning to their country and going to the nearest big city to seek help from their country's embassy. These people formed their own team, and several researchers from the Potsdam Institute of Astrophysics drove their own vehicles and took them northeast to Berlin. They agreed that if it didn't work, they would come back. Potsdam is not far from Berlin and can be reached in a few hours by car. But until night fell, these people never came back. At this time, 12 hours had passed since the battleship arrived. Europe also entered the night from early morning. People at the Potsdam Institute of Astrophysics also saw thick fire and smoke in the direction of Potsdam City. The Potsdam Institute for Astrophysics is not located in the city of Potsdam, so it is unclear what exactly happened in the city. But the flames and thick fog in the direction of the city gradually evolved into the sounds of artillery and gunfire. The sky above the city was even illuminated by the lasers fired by the warships, and countless lasers cut the mid-air area into pieces. The pungent and choking smell gradually came from the city. There was a sudden panic at the Potsdam Institute for Astrophysics, and everyone was guessing what had happened in the city. Military melee? Riot? But whatever it was, the city must be in chaos at this time. The Potsdam Institute for Astrophysics is far away and is not affected by the chaotic city. But everyone knows that it won't be long before this place may be affected at any time. For a moment, everyone was looking for a way out, whether it was asking for help from officers they knew or asking for help from the country. All kinds of means were tried by this group of astronomers. Chapter 68. Transformed into a military facility. But under the current circumstances, we can hardly protect ourselves. So who has the ability to take care of a group of astronomers in a foreign country? Their various means of communication were naturally ineffective. Zhou Xian and others tried various methods, but to no avail. Teacher, what should we do now? Zhou Xian looked at his cell phone, which kept beeping with a worried look on his face. Chen Jinwen knew that he couldn't panic at this time. As the backbone of the group, he had to show a strong attitude now. Don't worry, there will always be a way. Just then, the sound of a car was heard outside the gate of the Potsdam Institute for Astrophysics. Someone immediately wondered, are those people who went to Poland before coming back? Zhou Xin also subconsciously thought that those people had returned. But when he listened to the rough engine sound, he always felt that something was wrong. Are the engine sounds of those D-country researchers who drive small displacement cars so rough? There were 2 guards at the gate, but at this moment, no voices of the guards could be heard. This gradually made Zhou Xin feel confused. He quietly took Chen Jinwen and others to a building of the Potsdam Institute of Astrophysics, where they could see the gate from the side. Leaning against the window, Zhou Xin saw what was happening outside with the help of the car lights below. Those were not the people who had returned before. They were army green cars filled with white-faced soldiers, and there were huge machine guns gleaming on the armored vehicles. Zhou Xin, who had never seen such a scene before, felt his legs trembling a little. "Teacher, are we going to be captured?" he asked Chen Jinwen behind him tremblingly. Chen Jinwen silently glanced at the situation outside, then slapped Zhou Xin in the face and said calmly, "I told you to watch fewer movies. What's in your head? If they really wanted to capture us, they would have attacked us long ago. Didn't you see that the convoys were parked outside in an orderly manner? They were obviously regular troops." After hearing Chen Jinwen's words, the people at Purple Mountain Observatory were visibly relieved. But Chen Jinwen hesitated again whether he should say it. The current situation is not good for us. Zhou Xion's heart was in his throat again because of Chen Jinwen's words. Seeing that Chen Jinwen had no more to say, he couldn't help but complain. "Can you please say it all at once?" Chen Jinwen slapped Zhou Xion hard in dissatisfaction. Seeing Zhou Xion covering his head with a wronged look on his face, he felt better and said, "Have you noticed the location of the Potsdam Institute for Astrophysics?" He glanced at the crowd, but everyone shook their heads in confusion. Chen Jinwen looked out at the endless plain with a heavy heart. Country D's hinterland is mostly plains, and it's hard to find a slightly higher place. The Potsdam Institute of Astrophysics is the highest in the surrounding area. There are also radio telescopes, radars, and other equipment here, as well as towering walls and buildings. If these professional soldiers were to choose a base, they would definitely choose this place. This means that our location will be transformed from a civilian research facility to a military facility, and the possibility of being attacked will increase. Chen Jinwen's thinking is still stuck in the past war thinking. Not only him, but also those soldiers from Country D. Such a facility would indeed be easily defensible against a conventional enemy. However, if air superiority is lost and the enemy is allowed to roam the sky freely, such facilities will be quite conspicuous. But even if they understood this, there was nothing the regular troops could do, as they now had nowhere to go. The base was paralyzed by a wave of bombing, and the fighter planes were as small as ants in front of those warships. The city is a high-risk area. These regular troops are the most conspicuous among the thugs and have the highest priority for attack. Thinking of this, Colonel von der, the temporary commander of this detachment, felt somewhat depressed. When did the young people in their country become like this? Colonel von der recalled some of the sporadic messages he had received over the radio. Rumor has it that the situation in the eastern area has been taken control by a group of young warship owners who have united together. They try their best to shape a new order and ensure that no incidents endangering the country or the people will occur. But here, the situation is completely different. The first ones to destroy the city's order are not the warship owners, but the low-class elements who take to the streets to cause trouble. After they started destroying shopping malls, making $0 purchases, setting fire to buildings, and so on, order gradually got out of control. Then a small number of battleship owners joined in, and things went out of control. Thinking of this, Colonel von der sighed. They didn't know what the future would be like, but tonight, if they didn't find a place to spend the night, they might have to sleep together on the plains. After sleeping on the plains for a night, it is hard to say whether you can see the sun the next day. Colonel von der has been pushed to this point. Even though he knew that the research facility in front of him might be attacked as a military facility, even though he knew that the facility in front of him would be vulnerable to those warships, he still had to move in here. Colonel von der glanced at the guard who was controlled by his soldiers, strode into the institute, and the soldiers with guns followed him in one after another. They pushed open the big iron gate and allowed the convoy behind them to drive into the institute. Many chariots had signs of burning and even a smell of blood. Obviously, there had been quite a fight. The astronomers who were still gathered in the conference hall saw teams of soldiers rushing in and surrounding them. Von der Leyen recognized the director of the institute, the famous astronomer Anthony, at a glance. He walked up to the white-haired Anthony and announced solemnly, "Mr. Anthony, Country D has entered a state of emergency. The current situation is serious. My troops need to requisition this research institute. I hereby announce this." Vonder saw a trace of anxiety on the face of the old man in front of him. "You can't do this. There are astronomers from all over the world here. The elite of the global astronomy community are all here. If something unexpected happens, no one can take the blame." Vonder looked at the various faces in the conference room, and finally he shook his head helplessly. "Mr. Anthony, times have changed. You astronomers have become the most useless people in the war era." He didn't say the rest of the sentence. From his perspective as a professional soldier, he took it for granted. But from a human perspective, he softened his attitude. "Take good care of these astronomers, but don't let them run around. Also, gather the engineers in the Institute. We need to figure out how to use the facilities in the Institute to save ourselves." Last night, one chapter was stuck in review and was not passed until this morning. I will not write about some things in detail later, and I will weaken them as much as possible. If there is any sense of disobedience, please understand. Chapter 69, Signal Amplifier. The soldiers cleaned out the entire Research Institute, and Joe Exine and others were unable to escape. They were led by soldiers to the great meeting hall where all the astronomers were gathered. Colonel Vonder was shocked when he saw several obvious Oriental faces entering the conference hall, and he quickly asked Anthony, "Where are they from?" Anthony looked at Chen Jinwen helplessly. "The Purple Mountain Observatory in Dying City. That's academician Chen Jinwen. Dying City." As Vonder muttered this exotic word, an idea slowly emerged in his mind. He switched to the international common language and said to Chen Jinwen, "Academician Chen, please follow me. I hope you can serve as our special advisor." His previous tough attitude towards those astronomers disappeared all of a sudden, which surprised Anthony, who was standing by. Is Colonel Fong such an easygoing person? Chen Jinwen was also a little dazed. He and Anthony looked at each other, neither of them knowing what the colonel was going to do. "You won't interrogate me secretly, will you? I really didn't send any signals to the aliens." Chen Jinwen coughed innocently and said, "I hope to be with my students and colleagues." He felt more at ease knowing that there were acquaintances around, and he also had a companion on the road to the underworld. "No, there's strength in numbers when running away." Vonder nodded immediately. "No problem, Academician Chen. The people behind you can come along too." When Zhou Xian heard this, he wanted to go with Chen Jinwen, and he immediately burst into tears. "Teacher, I don't want to go. You go by yourself." But all he got in return was a light slap from Chen Jinwen. Vonder tried his best to show that he was approachable and gave a kind smile to Chen Jinwen and others, hoping to win their favor. But Chen Jinwen and Zhou Xian felt a chill down their spines when they saw Vonder's smile. "This guy, nothing is really going on." Zhou Xian leaned close to Chen Jinwen's ear and whispered, "Teacher, you didn't offend old Anton, did you? Did old Anton say something bad to this guy? Otherwise, why don't you drag old Anton down with you so that we can die together? Good boy, you finally used your brain in the right way." Chen Jinwen felt that what he said made some sense, although not much. So he said, "Old Anton should come with us. He knows this place best." Vonder continued to smile gently and nodded, "No problem, no problem. Whatever Academician Chen says is what we have to do." Anthony couldn't help but look at Vonder in surprise again. He agreed so readily. Could it be that this old man Chen is the father-in-law of some important person or something? Anthony, who has known Chen Jinwen for decades, was puzzled. He thought, this old man Chen is just a mediocre academician. What's so great about him? Suddenly, he remembered what Zhou Xian had said before. They seem to know someone who owns a battleship and the largest fleet. At this time, Vonder had already led the team away in front. Chen Jinwen patted Anthony on the shoulder and followed. Anthony finally reacted and followed the team. The group came to the bottom of a huge facility. This is the signal station used by the Potsdam Institute of Astrophysics to communicate with satellite phones. Vonder looked at the huge spherical facility and slowly spoke out his plan. "Everyone, the situation outside is very dangerous. The entire European continent is like this. It is very likely that there is no clean land left here." Everyone's faces were solemn. They knew the situation was bad, but they didn't expect it to be this bad. But in the east, order is maintained. After these words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed. Chun Jinwon, Zhou Xian, and others were all overjoyed. They felt relieved that everything was fine at home, and a huge weight had been lifted off their shoulders. Anthony was even more shocked. How can order be maintained in this situation? Funden nodded slowly. Yes, according to some news we received, a young man named Su Jinxiang led the formation of an order alliance, which is composed of powerful warship owners. The entire Far East is guarded by them. If we want to live under order, we must go to the east. Listening to von der Leyen's words, no one questioned whether what he said was right or wrong. Instead, everyone saw hope. To the east, there is also an area of order. A fleeting trace of yearning flashed across Anthony's face, and his eyes were full of envy as he looked at Chun Jinwen. Old man Chun, you are blessed. Chun Jinwen was also shocked by this sudden news. It was the first time he knew this information. He also knew why the colonel in front of him was so respectful to him and others. Zhu Xin, Zhou Xian, what's wrong with you? At this time, someone shook the dazed Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian stood there in a daze, trying hard to recall something. When he heard his classmates calling him, he spoke subconsciously. Su Jinxiang. I seem to have heard this name somewhere before. After a while, he suddenly shouted, by the way, Offing told me that he has a friend in the game named Su Jinxiang. As soon as these words came out, everyone present looked extremely shocked. What? You know Su Jinxiang? Founder looked incredulous. Are we saved? Anthony couldn't believe it either. You kid, why didn't you tell me earlier if it was such a big deal? Chun Jinwen slapped him in annoyance, but his hand was raised in the air and didn't fall down. He was afraid that what if this kid got angry and threw him here on purpose? Although everyone was communicating in the international common language, Zhou Xian subconsciously shouted out his words in Chinese, and Chun Jinwen helped him translate them. Vonder rushed to Zhou Xian. He felt that his decision to bring these Oriental people out was absolutely correct. Sir, we have a full-band signal transmitter here. By using the satellite phone-level signal station of the Institute, we can expand the signal transmission range to a very large extent. The signal we transmit can be received in the order zone. He was extremely excited at the moment and asked Zhou Xian carefully and even in a pleading tone, can you help us? Zhou Xian nodded without hesitation. This was not only to help Vonder L, Anthony, and the astronomers in front of him, but also to help themselves. He also didn't expect that the order zone was established by Su Jinxiang and others, which surprised him quite a bit. Founder hugged Zhou Xian happily and said, very good, let's get started. Vonder directed his soldiers to bring a backpack-like instrument, which was a military full-band signal transmitter. The engineers at the Research Institute dismantled the huge outer shell of the signal station, revealing the delicate lines inside. The backpack instrument is connected to the signal station through several lines. The high-power transmitter of the signal station can increase the signal power of the transmitter hundreds of times. Everything was ready, but then someone raised a question. We haven't designated a communication channel. Does that mean people outside the order zone can also receive the signals we send? Chapter 70, Distress Signal. This question made everyone present hesitate. They all had a pretty good idea of what it looked like outside the order zone. What will happen once people outside the order zone receive the signals they spread and track them down? No one dares to take the risk. At this time, a faint roar was heard above the Potsdam Institute for Astrophysics, like thunder in the distant sky. Von der Leyen was familiar with the sound. That's the roar of a battleship. His face changed drastically. He immediately asked the scouts to report the situation. Sir, there are 3 warships ranging from 300 to 400 meters in size, hovering at an altitude of 500 meters, about 10 kilometers away from us. Vonder's heart suddenly became uneasy. Are these warships coming towards them? He did not dare to act rashly. At this distance, once the signal was sent out and received by the 3 warships, they would be able to reach the sky above the Potsdam Institute of Astrophysics in an instant. If these warships had malicious intentions, they would not be able to survive until support from the order zone arrived. For a moment, no one in the Institute dared to act rashly, and they just waited quietly. It was not until the early morning of the next day that the scouts noticed that the 3 warships seemed to be farther away, and the people who had been frightened all night finally breathed a sigh of relief. But not long after, the 3 warships appeared in sight again, and this time, The three warships flew towards the research institute again with a large number of thugs. The thugs drove modified pickup trucks, even holding flamethrowers in their hands, and followed the battleship in a mighty manner. As they rushed towards the research institute with a lot of noise, the three warships above the mob followed slowly, as if they were escorting them. Vonder put down the telescope, walked down from the reconnaissance attic, and said to Chen Jinwen and others, "Everyone, no matter how great the risk is, we have no choice." Following his order, engineers turned on the signal station's high-power transmitter. Adjust to maximum power. A high-intensity signal source, strong enough to penetrate the atmosphere and reach outer space, is emitted from the Potsdam Institute for Astrophysics. The military full-band signal transmitter connected to the signal station began to output regular signals. After being enhanced by a high-power transmitter, the signal strength and radiation range suddenly increased by hundreds of times. This is the Potsdam Institute for Astrophysics. This is the Potsdam Institute for Astrophysics. We're facing a situation of being attacked by thugs. I repeat, we're facing a situation of being attacked by thugs. We have astronomers from all over the world here, including academician Chen Jinwen from Purple Mountain Observatory and his student Zhou Exine. We're now asking for help from the order zone in the east. If you have the strength to spare, I beg you to send assistance. Otherwise, we will not be able to survive a wave of attacks. I repeat, this is the Potsdam Institute for Astrophysics. This is the Potsdam Institute for Astrophysics. A strong signal spread out from the Potsdam Institute for Astrophysics, with electromagnetic waves spreading in all directions at a speed close to the speed of light. If you can see invisible waves with your naked eyes, you can see that the Potsdam Institute for Astrophysics is like a strong beam of light reaching the sky, constantly broadcasting distress signals. Satellites and warships of various countries in orbit above Europe all receive this signal. A big country in the east, the Order United Fleet, headquartered in Dahai City, received an urgent message. Those who received the news took it very seriously, and the news soon reached the hands of Su Jianxiang, Commander-in-Chief of the Combined Fleet. "Boss Su, we received a distress signal from Potsdam via our relay satellite." Su Jianxiang looked carefully and took a closer look at the names of Chen Jinwen and Zhou Exine. From Purple Mountain Observatory, Su Jianxiang began to calculate how much manpower could be transferred to Europe from the country. After all, there's a melee over there now, and it is not easy to suppress it with their own strength. It will take some time for Lao Wang's 20,000 level 10 battleships to be repaired. Just as Su Jianxiang was thinking, another new message came. "Boss Su," the news came from the Potsdam Institute for Astrophysics. They said that Zhou Exine is a friend of Lu Feng. Su Jianxiang immediately stood up from his chair. "Notify all members of the Combined Fleet to withdraw all warships not on garrison duty. Target Potsdam." Originally, there were only 100 or so warships on daily patrol floating in the sky above Dahai City. But the next moment, rays of light from hyperspace engines appeared in the low Earth orbit above Dahai City. A fleet of 500 warships suddenly appeared, followed by a fleet of 300. Countless warships that were urgently gathered from all over the country arrived in Dahai City. The space orbit above Dahai City is like a big umbrella. Soon, the number exceeded 1,000 and was still increasing. Although the quality of the warships is mixed, the gathering of so many warships together is still a very objective force. Su Jianxiang commanded this battleship. With their numbers, it would be quite easy to deal with a few small enemies as long as they were not facing all the battleship players in Europe. But what they fear most is that this external force of theirs will arouse the hostility of all European players and lead to their collective attack. Su Jianxiang looked at the fleet of tens of thousands of ships gradually gathering together. At this moment, he received a message from Zhou Heng, a member who was out on duty. Su Jianxiang's pupils couldn't help but shrink when he saw the news. "Those guys, speed up." The sentry who had been observing the enemy immediately reported to Vonder. Vonder was worried, and what he feared most happened. The three warships also received the signal after it was sent out by the Potsdam Institute of Astrophysics. It seemed to be annoyed. Its speed increased suddenly, and the huge explosion that broke the sound barrier made people around cover their ears. Hyperspace drives cannot be easily used within the atmosphere, so anti-gravity drives are mainly relied upon. In a matter of seconds at most, he could descend upon these nasty bugs and turn them all to a charged state with his powerful firepower. Seeing the warship approaching at a high speed, Even with his many years of experience, Chun Jinwen couldn't help but feel frightened. Zhou Xian was so frightened that he hugged Chun Jinwen's thigh. "Teacher, I haven't married yet. I don't want to die." Chun Jinwen wanted to curse as usual, but found that his lips were trembling so much that he couldn't speak, and his thighs were shaking like sieves. "Asshole, it must be that bastard Zhou Xian's doing. It's definitely not me who is scared." Chun Jinwen cursed in his heart, but in his pupils as he looked towards the sky, the reflection of the battleship became clearer and clearer. Chapter 71. The Spear of Flowing Light shows its power for the first time. It's too late, Chun Jinwen thought. Even if the country sent aid at this time, it would be too late. They will definitely die first under the fire of this battleship. Just when everyone was in despair, a dazzling golden light suddenly came from the sky above. The golden light was so dazzling that it was hard not to wonder if it was the kingdom of heaven that had arrived. Wherever the golden light went, everyone felt warm and full of strength. People all over Europe looked up at the sky at this moment and saw a huge spot of light emitting golden light in the space. In the strong golden light, there are several faintly visible wings of light. Countless people felt that it was the arrival of an angel. They knelt down on the spot, believing that this must be the devil sent by their Lord to punish those devil-like guys who caused the disaster. A light golden torrent followed the light and rushed straight towards the earth, like a new star falling into the world of Europe. The new star disappeared in a flash, carrying huge energy and directly piercing through a warship above the Potsdam Astrophysical Institute. When everyone in the Potsdam Institute of Astrophysics was staring blankly at the charred battleship that looked like a pile of rubbish, two golden torrents penetrated it one after another. With a loud bang, the remaining two warships were turned into the same charred slag. Although one of the ships tried to evade consciously, the golden torrent was still following it like a shadow, rushing straight towards it. Wherever the golden light shines, nothing can escape detection. Angel. This is an angel sent by the Lord. Those religious astronomers knelt down and prayed on the spot, and even those with strong consciousness like Colonel Von Der began to doubt. Is this a real angel? Anthony bowed his head devoutly. Lord, please take me into this golden kingdom of heaven. Zhou Xian still held Chun Jinwen's thigh, staring blankly at the charred residue flying in the wind. He subconsciously patted his teacher. Teacher, stop shaking. Throughout Europe, most people knelt down in the golden light, and their prayers merged into one. Then, against the dazzling golden background, a fleet of more than 500 warships slowly emerged. It is like the spokesperson of God emerging in the golden light, deeply imprinted in everyone's heart. The fleet gradually lowered its altitude and entered the atmosphere. Each battleship switched to anti-gravity engines and arrived in Potsdam with incomparable majesty. In the fleet, a huge Flawless Nebula-class cruiser stopped directly on the surface. Brigadier General Sean, who was on the Flawless Nebula-class cruiser, watched the hatch in front of him slowly open. His exoskeleton armor slowly closed, and the Gauss rifle in his hand was ready to go. First Army, follow me. Behind him was a full 10,000-strong army of fully equipped Chucks. The hatch door fell heavily to the ground, and Brigadier General Shannon stepped forward with the sound of uniform steel footsteps behind him. In compliance with the orders of the great superior civilization, all rioters will be eliminated. Yes, not far outside the hatch was the group of thugs whose target was the Potsdam Institute of Astrophysics. They were holding guns, RPG flamethrowers, and modified pickup trucks equipped with huge machine guns. They first stared blankly at the golden light that inexplicably appeared in the sky and instantly killed the three leading warships. And then they saw a huge warship that was hundreds of times larger than the previous three leading warships landing. Hundreds of hatches on the huge battleship were all opened, and armies armed to the teeth rushed out. Accompanied by the lasers fired by their own warships, they exploded in the center of the thug group. Sean raised the Gauss rifle in his hand and shot the few fish that had escaped without hesitation. The entire army began to sweep through every corner of Potsdam like a sweeping storm. If a hostile warship attacks from the air, it will be immediately destroyed by their own Dreadnought-class destroyers. Their main goal is to control areas that are inconvenient for warships to handle, such as buildings in the city. The message has been loaded. The Spear of Flowing Light has scanned all areas touched by the light and can provide all-round support. In the shadow of the void, Lu Feng looked at the spear of light above his head with satisfaction. At this time, the wings of the spear of light had not yet been fully unfolded, but with a basic length of only 500 kilometers, it already had such power. If it absorbs enough energy, the wings of light can reach 2 to 3,000 kilometers when fully expanded, just like a small sun. The fleet is approaching, signal received. At this time, another fleet of 10,000 ships appeared in orbit above Europa. The signal is received from there. Lu Feng saw a strange face. Boss Lu, nice to meet you. I am Su Jianqian. The person opposite greeted him with a smile, and the two of them were so familiar with each other, like friends who had known each other for a long time. Lu Feng couldn't help laughing. Don't call me boss. I have no money anymore. Su Jinxiang couldn't help rolling his eyes when he heard what Lu Feng said. Boss Lu is really modest. Let's not talk about this for now. How do you plan to deal with this situation? Lu Feng said without thinking. To establish prestige, prestige is built through fighting. Just letting people watch will only make them fear you, but not respect you. Cooperate with my army and start cleaning up the mess here. After saying that, Lu Feng walked out and saw the images transmitted by the sensor of the Void Shadow. In the picture, he saw two familiar faces in the Potsdam Institute of Astrophysics. Lu Feng walked out of the bridge and arrived at the Potsdam Institute of Astrophysics through the Void Shadow's transmission device. At this time, the Potsdam Institute for Astrophysics had been occupied by the Chuck Corps led by Sean. The original soldiers had no resistance in front of these Chuck soldiers who were equipped with exoskeleton machines and looked like monsters, so they gave up resistance obediently. Sean was guarding the door of the Potsdam Institute of Astrophysics. He had just received news that the Great Superior Civilization would be visiting in person. As the light flashed, Lu Feng's figure gradually became solid, and in front of him was Sha An, who saluted solemnly. It was the first time that Sean saw the true appearance of the Great Superior Civilization. In terms of body shape and appearance, they were very similar to the Chuck people. Sean also recalled the results of the tests conducted by the equipment he carried with him when he first entered the planet. The composition of the entire planet is highly similar to their main planet. Chuck, even the races that were born, they are very similar. But out of caution, they cannot breathe the air here directly. All the Chuck Corps rely on the breathing filtration system built into the exoskeleton armor. Thinking of this, Sean felt that his thoughts were somewhat offensive to the Great Superior Civilization. He said respectfully, "Great Superior Civilization." Lu Feng nodded and turned his eyes to see that the foreigners in the gate, including a few yellow faces, were looking at him in shock as if he were a monster. Chapter 72, Astronomers Catch All. Although they could not understand the language spoken by the humanoid being wearing exoskeleton armor, they could see that this guy respected Lu Feng very much. People with insight, such as senior military officers like Vonder, could see at a glance that these exoskeleton armors were not human technology at all. The rifles in their hands are also completely different from the hot weapons used by humans. He even felt that those rifles looked familiar, as if they were electromagnetic weapons that various countries were secretly developing. However, even the United States chose to give up on electromagnetic weapons after decades of research and development. Only one country has tried to make a shipborne electromagnetic gun. This shows how difficult it is to develop electromagnetic weapons. Even so, at the human level, it is still far from being able to miniaturize and rifleize electromagnetic weapons. These sudden troops are actually equipped with miniaturized electromagnetic weapons. Moreover, no one knows what material their exoskeleton armor is made of. When we were fighting those thugs before, ordinary rifle bullets couldn't penetrate them at all and could only leave a little white mark. Compared with the soldiers under his command, such a legion is like a divine army. Vonder felt as if his throat was stuck and he couldn't utter a word for a long time. The person who can lead such a legion is actually this young man in front of me. Wait, this face. Isn't it Lu Feng, the owner of the largest fleet in the galaxy era, who has been widely rumored in the intelligence and listed as a level 1 target of attention? The intelligence department was still operating normally a day ago, and they immediately identified Lu Feng's identity. I didn't expect that we would meet here in this way. The waves in Vonder's heart could not calm down for a long time. Unlike Vonder's shock, Zhou Exine and Chen Jinwen were surprised when they saw Lu Feng. They were surprised at Lu Feng's sudden change of identity and also at Lu Feng's appearance here. But then, Chen Jinwen breathed a sigh of relief and smiled with satisfaction. Zhou Exine rushed over, hugged Lu Feng's thighs, and cried, "Ah Feng, I had a hard time when you were not around. You can't leave me alone. How can I live without you, Ah Feng?" Seeing Zhou Xian looking so embarrassed without caring about the presence of others, Chun Jinwen suppressed a frown on his face and silently clenched his fists. Lu Feng laughed, not caring about Zhou Xian's pretense. "Don't worry, I will definitely arrange it for you." Then he changed the subject and looked at the white-haired elderly people present. "I heard that there are astronomers from all over the world here. They're the elite of the elite. I wonder if you want to participate in the new era. If you agree, follow me on board." Before he could finish his words, Chun Jinwen raised his hand without saying a word. "On the first one, don't grab it from me." As someone who had been deeply involved in Lu Feng's analysis of the location of the neutron star battleship's star map, he naturally knew that Lu Feng had good stuff in his hands. Not only that, the warships that could enter the starry sky also made him see new changes in astronomy. A great revolution that is more important than all the astronomical knowledge accumulated over the past few thousand years. Whoever can get there first will be the founder. Enough to be remembered forever. For Chun Jinwen, who had no other desires after becoming an academician, leaving his name forever was more tempting than anything else. Even with his usually calm personality, his blood boiled when he thought about this incident. In general, following Lu Feng is the right choice. Anthony, director of the Potsdam Institute for Astrophysics, couldn't help but curse inwardly when he saw Chun Jinwen jump out to express his opinion before Lu Feng even finished speaking. Although it was his first time meeting Lu Feng, he had also seen the video of the Pujiang River from Zhou Xian. There were also hundreds of warships that descended on Potsdam, and such a land army that made Vonder's face change drastically. All belonged to the young man in front of him. In just one day, he experienced the orderly society on the verge of collapse, and stopped just when one foot was about to step into chaos. At this moment, he was extremely eager to return to order and regain his rightful position. Anthony always kept Vonder's previous tough attitude in mind. The director of one of the world's leading scientific research institutes is actually treated as useless and does not receive the slightest respect. There was a hint of stubbornness in Anthony's eyes. He wanted to prove that scientists like him could play a role far beyond that of ordinary soldiers. He was the second to raise his hand. As the director of the Potsdam Institute of Astrophysics, and on behalf of all researchers at the Potsdam Institute of Astrophysics, I would like to announce my joining. Anthony had a feeling that if he missed this opportunity today, he might regret it for the rest of his life. With these two people taking the lead, other astronomers from all over the world responded. Lu Feng looked at all the researchers present and nodded happily. "Very good. Follow me aboard." Vonder, who had been left out, became anxious at this time. "What about me? What should I do? I haven't even boarded the ship yet." "Mr. Lu Feng," he called out hastily, "I think I can help you solve some of the problems you will face in the future. Once this powerful force led by Lu Feng leaves, who knows what will become of this place?" Lu Feng stopped and turned around to look at him curiously. "What's the problem?" "Public security war," Vonder said with great certainty. Then he came to Lu Feng and whispered under Shannon's vigilant eyes. "I am the former head of the countermeasures department of the Northern Contract Group. I have detailed information on almost all major interest groups in the West. If you want to establish a new order in the world, these groups will be the obstacles you must eliminate." Lu Feng looked at the officer in front of him with slight surprise. He did take that into consideration. Even though the emergence of battleships is enough to subvert the previous order, the new order is also made up of people. The influence of the vested interests in the past covers all aspects, and it is impossible to simply eliminate them by force overnight. If he doesn't handle it well, he may face the quagmire of a public security war. Lu Feng needs a stable human society to produce all kinds of talents needed for development. So this situation must be eliminated. The simplest way is to solve the problem at the source. However, Lu Feng did not intend to do this personally. It would be better for him to choose an agent. A native agent who could enforce his will. To the east is Su Jinxiang. So, Lu Feng looked at Feng Deer with a scrutinizing eye. "Congratulations, you are now in the probation period, but I think I need to see your performance and sincerity." When Vonder heard Lu Feng's words, he breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that the past national order no longer existed and that a new era would surely follow. And he most likely has one foot on this revolutionary space elevator. Chapter 73, Welcome to the Order Zone. Founder grinned at Lu Feng and said, "I will prove it to you, Your Excellency." Take your soldiers and board the 10-kilometer-long battleship next to you. I have a mission for you to carry out. That was the Flawless Nebula-class cruiser that Shannon and his army of 10,000 people were riding on. Lu Feng walked out of the gate of the Potsdam Institute for Astrophysics and looked up at the sky. In the sky, the spear of Streamer, as dazzling as the sun, was still hanging high in the sky, providing streamer bombing support for Su Jinxiang's fleet. The fleet brought by Su Jinxiang has been used to quell the recent unrest in the big city of Bolin. Shannon's 10,000-man army is expected to suppress the entire plain with Bolin as the center, and the remaining legions will also be deployed to other areas. And that's besides the point. Lu Feng looked towards the deep space around the Spear of Light. In places invisible to the naked eye, outside the atmosphere, they have been blocked by countless huge warships. His fleet was in place. A brutal crackdown began. Biologist Leo opened the curtains a little and looked out cautiously, fearing that someone would know that there was someone in the house. The streets outside were littered with burned cars, and the pungent smell was everywhere. After making sure that the thugs who had just passed by had left their neighborhood, Leo hurried back into the house. That group of people just left. We have to leave immediately. We can't stay in the city any longer. But where can we go? Llorente answered without hesitation. Go to a place with few people. I know the residence of a retired old professor. He was my former colleague at the Max Planck Society. His place is very remote and will not be affected. The Max Planck Society is one of the world's top scientific research institutes, bringing together many scientists in basic fields such as biology, physics, and chemistry. Llorente is a leader in the field of biology. His research is on the issues of human cell reproduction and activation. After dozens of generations of division and proliferation, human cells will gradually lose the ability to divide again. Except for cancer cells that can divide indefinitely, no other cells can escape this curse. Currently, there are many hypotheses in academia to explain this phenomenon, such as the telomere theory and the free radical theory. Leoant is studying how to prolong cell activity as long as possible so that cells can divide for more generations and achieve the goal of extending human life. His research had reached an important stage, although the problem that troubled him was like a black curtain that completely blocked his vision. But he could feel that as long as he could break through this layer of darkness, he would be able to break through the current research progress and make it possible to extend human life. This is definitely an achievement that will go down in history. Liani hurriedly packed up all the information that could be taken away from the study, and these materials must not be left behind. The whole family spent last night in anxiety. After a terrifying night last night, he no longer dared to stay in the city of Bolin, not only for his own safety, but also for the safety of his research results. After packing up, Lianti urged his family with rapid breathing, and they tiptoed towards the garage with their luggage. As they got into the car, the garage door slowly rose, and Lianti became more and more nervous. He was afraid that their movements would attract someone. Fortunately, no accidents occurred after the garage door was raised. Liant also drove the car quickly and turned into a small road. The noise of driving was really conspicuous, and he didn't want to drive away from the city unless he had to. But without a car, the hope of leaving the city is slim. As the path that runs through the community was right in front of us, several battle-hardened cars carrying a group of thugs crossed the road and blocked the way. The thugs looked at Loani, whose face had become extremely terrified, with a joking look, and slowly lowered the muzzles of their guns, aiming at Loani's family. Liani's mind went blank in an instant, and the crying of his wife and children kept echoing in his ears. When the thug saw this scene, the smile on his face became even wider, and his knuckles gradually increased the force on the trigger. But a few crisp sounds of breaking wind frightened Liani so much that he trembled. He looked at his wife and children in the car and found no one was injured. Isn't that a gunshot? What was that? Lianti looked over in confusion, only to see the bodies of the thugs scattered all over the cars opposite. Heavy footsteps sounded on the left. Dozens of burly soldiers wearing exoskeleton armor approached from that direction, holding strange gun-like weapons in their hands. Lianti stared with wide eyes at the grand appearance of such a team with such an incompatible style, and there was only one sentence in his head. When did military technology become so advanced? There were 3 humans in regular military uniforms in that team. The leading officer confirmed Billion's appearance and the list in his hand. Professor Lloyd of the Max Planck Society, the Order Zone welcomes you. The officer spoke the standard local language and had a standard local appearance, but his words made Liani feel dazed. Order area. The officer continued, please come with me, you and your family. We will ensure your safety. Where are you going? When Lion heard this, he was a little confused. But the next moment, the familiar yet unfamiliar roar of a warship came from overhead. A brand new, 1-kilometer-long giant battleship was crossing the sky, and driven by its engine, it slowly appeared in front of Lyot. These were warships that Lyot was familiar with, but they were also unfamiliar and of a style and size that he had never seen before. This can't be coming to pick me up. Liani was filled with disbelief. In their eyes last night, these devilish warships actually came to greet them today. As Lianti and his family looked on in confusion and shock, the battleship hovered 3 or 4 meters above the ground. The hatch at the bottom slowly opened and landed on the ground with a loud bang. Inside the hatch, there were soldiers wearing exoskeleton armor and holding strange guns guarding the entrance to the hatch. There were also soldiers in regular military uniforms busying around, and there were also some faces that were extremely familiar to Lyot. Professor Schneider, Professor Buan. Liani stared at the familiar faces with wide eyes, and those familiar faces were also smiling at him. Now, Liani finally began to believe that this warship was really coming to greet him. Under the smiling escort of the officer, Lianti and his family boarded this super battleship that came from nowhere. As he watched the Earth getting farther and farther away from him and the hatch slowly closing, he gradually became certain of one thing. He really came to the order area. Chapter 74, Global Strike. All warship owners, disarm everything, stay where you are, and wait for inspection. Unauthorized units that show any abnormal movement to increase altitude or have a tendency to activate hyperspace engines will be destroyed indiscriminately. Repeat. A message was sent by Lu Feng to the entire European continent, most of Africa and Western Asia. This is exactly where the light of the spear of light can shine. Wherever the spear of light shines, it can carry out indiscriminate bombing at the same time. The control means are extremely powerful. In fact, this is also thanks to the players who got the battleships and drove them to the surface. Hyperspace drives are extremely susceptible to gravitational fields, so entering hyperspace very close to the surface of a planet is extremely risky. No matter how small a planet is, its gravitational field has a significant disruptive effect on its surface. So if all these warships were in orbit in space, Lu Feng would really have a hard time controlling the owners of these warships. The characteristic of a hyperspace engine is that it can travel into hyperspace, which means that it can only be detected when it generates fluctuations when entering and leaving hyperspace. Others will not know the destination of the battleship that has entered hyperspace, and there is no way to track it. The current situation is just the opposite. All the warship owners are like prey trapped in a spider web, unable to move. They can only wait for Lu Feng to come and capture and control them all. But even so, Lu Feng still received many prompts after the message was sent. Hyperspace engine startup fluctuations detected. Hyperspace engine startup fluctuations detected. Some warships were quietly increasing their altitude, trying to break through the interference range of the planet's gravitational field. Looking at these tips, Lu Feng sneered. Directly order the spear of light. Indiscriminate bombardment. Destroy all warships that increase their altitude or attempt to forcibly activate their hyperspace engines. The light wings of the spear of light were bathing in the sun's rays, slowly absorbing energy. After receiving the order, the wings of light slowly stretched out, and rays of light shot out from the wings as they stretched. A fleet composed of about a dozen players, with about 100 low-level warships. After a night of fierce fighting, they drove off or destroyed fleets smaller than theirs until they occupied the entire city of Paris. A group of people gathered on the Paris Tower, overlooking the entire city that would soon belong to them, feeling very happy. Could they have what they have today? They didn't care at all as they watched the riots still raging in the city. The current situation is the result of their indulgence. Although their targets last night were the owners of the warships, they also condoned the riots in the city. Just when they treated the entire city of Paris as their own backyard and were ready to enjoy it unscrupulously. One of the members of the fleet saw a strong golden light come into their eyes. That is, angels. They strangely saw a thing appear above their heads that looked extremely similar to the legendary angel. In the dazzling golden light, Wings of light stretched out in all directions that seemed to appear and disappear. They were street thugs who disdained religion and lived at the bottom of Paris. After getting the battleship, their confidence swelled to the point of being insolent. Someone spat in disdain, hugged his muscular arms, and shook the dreadlocks on his head. Even if an angel comes, I will send it back to heaven. After spitting, he saw that one of the gang members was shaking constantly. He grinned. Hey, you're not really afraid of the so-called angels? Are you scared to the point of peeing? His words caused everyone to laugh. But the trembling man pointed at the golden light above his head, his mouth trembling as if he wanted to say something. But the uncontrollable fear in his body made it difficult for him to speak. Then, someone is getting impatient. What is that? Please tell me. Someone couldn't help it and slapped him twice. Can you talk properly now? I've seen that golden light. That's a special warship. Special battleship? Everyone was shocked. Is this a special warship owned by some powerful warship owner? They knew very little about special warships, and due to language barriers, their intelligence on non-Western language areas was almost zero. They only knew of two powerful Eastern warship owners. One was once the #1 on the fleet list and the boss of the Galaxy fleet. The other is Lu Feng. Just a day ago, most of the warships that descended in overwhelming numbers belonged to one person, Lu Feng. It was hard for them not to know Lu Feng's name. But Lu Feng had disappeared. As for other powerful fleet owners, they only knew that Great Britain and the CIS each had a level 10 fleet of more than 1,000. Could it be that this particular battleship belongs to one of them? That special battleship belongs to Lu Feng. I saw with my own eyes that a land-sized super battleship of Lu Feng subdued this golden light. Lu Feng is back. Just as everyone's face changed, on the European continent illuminated by the light, all the owners of the surviving warships received a message. All warship owners, disarm everything, stay where you are, and wait for inspection. Unauthorized units that show any abnormal movement to increase altitude or have a tendency to activate hyperspace engines will be destroyed indiscriminately. Repeat, everyone in the entire gang had a bad feeling. Waiting for review. Waiting for what review? They think of everything they have done. Someone realized. It seems that they are preparing to purge the players around the world. But some people were not convinced. Fisk, even though he has many warships, I'm not afraid. At worst, we can just start the hyperspace engine and hide in space. What else can he do to us? But we are still on the surface. According to the shipboard AI, we are easily affected by the gravitational field of the planet within 1,000 meters. Once the hyperspace engine is forcibly activated, the consequences are unknown. What are you afraid of? It's just a gamble. I've done it before. After saying that, the man went straight back to his battleship and ordered, start the hyperspace engine. The loyal AI immediately activated the hyperspace engine, and the battleship slowly faded away. But the next moment, several streams of light rushed towards all his warships, and almost instantly pierced through all of them. The shields of each battleship were like non-existent and could not provide any resistance. The battleships were turned into charred fragments by the impact of the stream of light containing powerful energy. The faces of the others changed drastically when they saw this scene, and invisible fear spread among their group. They estimated that once they were controlled by Lu Feng, based on their actions, they would most likely not have a good ending. Although some people are optimistic and think that since they own more than a dozen warships, Lu Feng might be interested in them. In the end, most people decided to take a chance and forcibly activate the hyperspace engine to escape the solar system. They gathered the warships together, trying to use them as human shields to resist for a while longer and give themselves a chance to survive. The Arhut formed by dozens of warships stacked together in a haphazard manner looked quite strange. Under their commands, all the warships enter the hyperspace. Almost instantly, he was hit by at least hundreds of streams of light. The shields formed by the stacked battleships did not last even a second before they were all turned into charred fragments. But in the center of countless layers of warships, there was a lucky man who found that he was not hit by the stream of light. He watched in surprise as the warship entered a completely virtual state and entered hyperspace in a few seconds. At this moment, an invisible disturbance passed by, and the virtual warship suddenly shattered into thousands of pieces like broken glass. The battleship eventually disappeared, leaving a hole in its place. The owner of the battleship didn't even have time to be happy before he turned into tiny pieces and disappeared. Chapter 75 New Pattern. The first one to do so was the Spear of Light, followed by the entire blockade fleet, including Lu Feng, which entered the atmosphere and launched indiscriminate destruction of the anomalies. But the fleet was too large in number and not as convenient to use as the Spear of Flowing Light. One Spear of Flowing Light could blockade 3 continents. Wherever the light shines, no warship can escape, all turned into charred fragments. But on the other hand, for areas where the light of the Spear of Light cannot reach, such as America and Oceania, the fleet can only enforce the blockade, treat all those who make changes equally, and deliver devastating blows to them all. As for the cooperating warships, they were all placed under control and guard, awaiting inspection. There are about hundreds of thousands of scattered warships around the world, and soon the control over the warships was initially completed. What made Lu Feng feel relieved were the owners of relatively large fleets. For example, the British, who once ranked third in terms of the number of warships, only second to Wang Zhua, had a fleet of over 1,000 ships, all of which were level 10 warships. The fourth-ranked CES has a fleet of just over 1,000 ships, which are basically level 10 battleships. They did not follow those crazy guys to subvert the past order by following the concrete form of the battleship. Those who can build a fleet of this size are the ones who customize the rules in the old era. They don't need to subvert their own order. These people are either rich second generations like Wang Zhua or heirs to 1,000-year-old families. They basically stay in their own cities to guard their areas and watch the chaotic situation outside. According to Lu Feng's experience in his previous life, in a while these people will take action, form major joint fleets, and gradually divide up the entire world. But unfortunately, Lu Feng is here now. Faced with Lu Feng's tough attitude, they had no choice but to disarm and wait for Lu Feng's review. A week later, the gathering of scattered soldiers from various regions belonging to the former Northern Contract Organization has been initially completed. All organizations have been reorganized according to your wishes, and officers have been reassigned by Brigadier General Shan. Vonder reported the work during this period to Lu Feng. Lu Feng found several cryptographers and linguists and asked them to compare the dictionary of the Chuk civilization, and also made several comparative dictionaries of human writing. And let some computer software experts create a universal translation tool that can be used as soon as possible. This is to be able to establish a communication system between the Chuk people and ordinary humans. Because he planned to let Officer Chuk lead the reorganized army in the short term, at least in key positions. He has no team of his own and no one he trusts, so he has no choice but to do this. Otherwise, even if these soldiers who originally belonged to the Northern Pact organization were reorganized, he would most likely be sidelined in the end. But this is only temporary, and Lu Feng does not intend to let Officer Chuk exist in the human system for a long time. It's just that now is a period of temporary peace in the chaos, and many things need to be replanned. His team is also being quietly trained under Vonder's organization. All reorganized soldiers were sent to various locations to cooperate with the Chuk Corps to complete the pacification mission. The original national structure has almost disappeared, and there are no national borders between many countries. This will be of great help to future restructuring. In addition, 389 special operations teams have completed their missions and brought back 1,272 great scientists and engineers from various fields around the world, including 83 Nobel Prize winners. Ordinary researchers from many scientific research institutes have also completed their migration and have all been taken away from their original units. Listening to Vonder's report, Lu Feng nodded with satisfaction. More than 1,000 outstanding scientists and engineers in various fields are definitely the essence of human civilization. The development and advancement of civilization is by no means achieved overnight. Even if these concrete warships were placed in front of these scientists and asked them to analyze them, they would still be absolutely confused and at a loss as to what to do, because there are too many technological black boxes involved. In the real world, decades of technological advancement have made it impossible for scientists in backward countries to even complete disassembly and reverse research. Looking at the technology of leading countries is like looking at black technology, and it is impossible to understand the operating mechanisms inside. Not to mention the gap in civilization levels of thousands, tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. If you give a battleship to scientists to dismantle, they may only be able to dismantle it, but not put it back together. At this time, the importance of the previous technology tree comes into play. Fortunately, Lu Feng brought back a complete second-level primary civilization technology tree of the Chuck civilization. For the solar system civilization, which is still at the first level of the Milky Way civilization, it is the most suitable research object. While Lu Feng was thinking about it, Su Jinxiang on the other side was also reporting on his work during this period. He has not had a single day of rest since that day when he led the assembled fleet of more than 10,000 ships to Europe. The review of the warship owners is nearing completion, and both lists are nearing completion. Lu Feng nodded. Regarding the reorganization of Dahai City and other eastern regions, you will be in charge. Although it has been very stable there are many undercurrents. I don't want to be exposed one day in the future, so I will take advantage of this global reshuffle to complete it all at once. Su Jianqiang noted that he had already started working on this matter a long time ago. Although his own personal influence is mostly in the player's circle, the Wang Zhou family, as a family of considerable size, still has considerable influence. He has begun to eliminate possible hidden dangers by utilizing the Wang family's connections and other means. Lu Feng didn't need to worry about the restructuring of the East, so he turned his attention back to the group of scientists he had brought back. It's time to go meet them. Chapter 76, Scientist Conference. Lu Feng came to a huge hall, which was large enough to accommodate 3,000 people for meetings at the same time. It was easy to see just 1,000 scientists. The front row in the hall was already packed with people, but the seats in the first row were deliberately left empty. That is a place reserved for Nobel Prize winners. The following rows include academicians from various countries or international organizations, as well as some famous members of academic societies. The synagogue was filled with noise at this time. No one expected that the world's most cutting-edge scientists from various fields would gather here in this way. It is difficult for experts in different fields to communicate with each other on a daily basis if they do not have the same social circle. At most, we have an impression of each other's names after seeing them on TV or in the news. But today, those famous figures are sitting here alive. Professor Llorente and his colleagues were arranged to sit in the third row. When he looked around, he saw that the people sitting in the front were either Nobel Prize winners, such as Emmanuel Charpentier, a biochemist who won the Nobel Prize for discovering the technology called gene scissors. This was his colleague, but he had never had the chance to discuss him in person. Now he saw him with his own eyes. There is also Carl Barry Sharpless, who won the Nobel Prize twice. There are even many legendary figures who are gray-haired and are nearing the end of their lives. Theoretical physicist Yang Zhenning is absolutely the number one among the scientists still alive in the field of theoretical physics. There is also Peter Higgs, the physicist who proposed the Higgs boson. He proposed the existence of the Higgs boson, or the God particle, 50 years ago, but the God particle was not suspected to be discovered in the real world until 50 years later. These are all elderly people over 100 years old, with heads full of white hair, but still sitting strong in the front row. An idea suddenly popped up in Professor Lyon's mind. If a blind missile fell here, the entire human civilization might be regressed by 50 years. Lu Feng watched as people gradually gathered in the hall, and he slowly walked out from behind the scenes. The door of the synagogue was heavily shut by fully armed Chuck soldiers, and there was an entire Chuck army guarding and patrolling outside. All the scientists were surprised when they saw that a young man came out. "Is this the host of this meeting?" An old man sitting in the front even shouted, "Young man, don't bother with these formalities. Just let the people who have the right to speak come out." Lu Feng knew in his heart that these scientists looked down on him because of his young appearance. But he was not upset. "Everyone, welcome to my order zone." With just one sentence, the originally noisy hall became silent. Everyone present was seeing Lu Feng for the first time. They had never thought that the person who could establish such a global order would be so young. Most scientists are focused on their own research and turn a deaf ear to what is happening outside. There are many people like Chen Jinwen. People who don't use social media naturally wouldn't be able to recognize Lu Feng's appearance. But not everyone. An old man stared at Lu Feng tremblingly, as if he remembered something. "Are you the Lu Feng? The one who built XAI?" When Lu Feng saw the old man's face, he naturally recognized him and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that Mr. Yang would recognize me." "Lu Feng? Is he the owner of the largest fleet?" Professor Bu, an Arabic professor sitting next to Professor Lyant, called out immediately. He was more concerned about current affairs and naturally had heard of the name Lu Feng. Unexpectedly, the real person appeared in front of him and others. Professor Liani was also shocked. Lu Feng, the Lu Feng from XAI? He once discussed physiological issues related to brain-computer interface with people from XAI, including Lu Feng. But at that time, Lu Feng was just the founder of a small startup company. He respectfully called himself professor just because he could provide some solutions to brain neurology problems. Unexpectedly, after not seeing him for several years, when we met again, his status was completely different from mine. There was a low whisper in the hall, and many people were exchanging the information they knew. Some are about the arrival of the warships, and some are about Lu Feng. In the end, everyone gradually understood one thing. A new order was established under Lu Feng's leadership. Lu Feng continued to listen to the discussion with these scientists. After waiting for a while and seeing that they were almost done, he spoke up. "You are all precious treasures of mankind, so I've specially sent people to bring you back to a safe place, which is now the orderly area." After hearing what Lu Feng said, quite a lot of people began to feel more familiar with Lu Feng. At least he was no longer a cold stranger. But there are also a few people who are dismissive of this. Another impatient ruler who, once he gained disproportionate power, could not wait to have the most capable people in the world submit to him in order to show his greatness. A person sitting in the corner looked around at everyone present with an all-seeing gaze, especially the first row. He thought that his achievements were good enough to win the Nobel Prize. But the people who presented the prize were too mediocre and could not see how much fruit his great discovery would have in the coming decades. Since he failed in the elections every year in the past few years, he felt that he had seen through all the hypocrisy in the world. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shout loudly, "Mr. Lu, just tell us what you want from us scientists." As soon as he said this, several other voices rang out. "Yes, if it is for the intelligence of our country's confidential scientific research projects, I will not say a word even if you put a gun to my head." A white man shouted with an indignant expression on his face. Liani looked in the direction of the voice. He knew the white man, a well-known radical nationalist in the scientific community. He had said many outrageous things at various international conferences and therefore had a very bad reputation. I don't know how this guy got in. I guess he forced his way in while rescuing others. Anyway, those soldiers don't understand anything about the scientific community, so they can't recognize what he's talking about. Thinking of this, Lianti couldn't help but curl his lips. The country will no longer exist, and some people have not yet recognized their place. Lu Feng nodded, noted the locations of these people, and continued talking about his own things. Regarding civilization, I wonder where you think human civilization stands in the galaxy. Here I have a document from the Orion Armed Civilization Alliance, which contains a very detailed definition of the level of civilization. As soon as these words were spoken, all the scientists in the audience suddenly burst into an uproar. Orion Armed Civilization Alliance? Is this an alliance of alien civilizations? Even if a super-realistic warship appeared, it has only been a few days, and has contact with alien civilization reached this level? What speed is this? Chapter 77 shocks all scientists. Lu Feng stopped the noise in the room and continued speaking. A first-level civilization has not been able to break through the gravitational constraints on a large scale and can only develop on the origin planet. The resources it uses basically come from a very small part of the energy radiated from the origin planet and the star, and the energy utilization efficiency is low. The definition of a level 1 civilization is fairly simple, so there are no detailed numerical limits. But by the time of level 2 civilization, sufficiently specific definitions began to appear. A level 2 civilization is one that has the ability to navigate within a planetary system. Its maximum speed does not exceed the speed of light. Its weapons include kinetic weapons, high-yield hydrogen bombs, low-power light weapons, low-power energy weapons, etc. Its energy is obtained through controlled nuclear fusion or low-energy matter. It can be divided into 3 levels according to the different development directions of each civilization. A level 3 civilization can break through the speed limit of light and expand its territory beyond the local planetary system and into the local arm. In addition, the communication between the planetary systems is uninterrupted and they will not split into a second civilization. The weapons they use are gravity weapons, force field weapons, energy weapons, etc. The energy is obtained through proton-neutron decay or medium energy matter. They can be divided into 3 levels according to the different development directions of each civilization. Lu Feng slowly stated the definition of civilization levels that he had received from the Chuck civilization. A group of scientists below were discussing this. Is this really the definition of civilization in the Milky Way? It seems that Kardashev's civilization level is not applicable. After all, the gap is too large. There have been objections from the academic community before, but Kardashev's civilization level is the most widely spread. The indignant white man before shook his head with a look of disbelief. Don't really think you can define the level of civilization just because you have a few warships. Great science cannot be polluted by an outsider like you. Do you think you can fool a scientist with this little thing? Lu Feng chuckled. These all come from the database of a second-level primary civilization, which is a lower-level civilization of a third-level peak civilization. In addition, I brought back the entire technology tree of this second-level primary civilization. At this moment, the hall became extremely silent. Lu Feng played the list of technologies directly on the big screen behind him. A series of application and storage technologies based on the development of light energy. Electromagnetic technology used in weapons such as electromagnetic guns and Gauss guns. The latest photonic computer composed of 1 million photonic CPUs. Controlled nuclear fusion technology. New materials artificially developed using stellar energy. Radiation-resistant and heat-insulating materials suitable for space travel. High-strength and lightweight materials suitable for building space elevators, and high-hardness materials suitable for warship armor. Lifespan improvement technology based on carbon-based organisms. One by one, technological names translated into Chinese and English were displayed on the big screen. The list continued to scroll down, and with each new technology that appeared, the breathing in the hall became heavier. Especially when technology such as photonic computers, controlled nuclear fusion, and new materials emerged, scientists in related fields stood up from their seats. He stared at the screen with wide eyes, as if trying to see if those words were real. It's not that they don't have doubts. This is just a big lie made by Lu Feng. But the people present here are the world's most elite scientists. Is Lu Feng trying to break his promise to them forever by painting this rosy picture for them? Obviously, Lu Feng couldn't do such a thing. Then, there's only one possibility left. These are all true. At this moment, many scientists remembered that among the soldiers who came to rescue them, there was one who was wearing particularly exaggerated exoskeleton armor. They knew that the battleships were coming, but Lu Feng was the only one who had these soldiers wearing exoskeleton armor. The strength of those exoskeleton armors is so incredible that even ordinary rifle bullets cannot penetrate them. And those soldiers didn't feel tired at all wearing exoskeleton armor. Some people in the field of material science immediately realized that the superb properties of this material were by no means possessed by humans. And the exaggerated Gauss rifle, the electromagnetic weapon, is rifled and can be used stably. This means that the relevant technology is already mature. Electromagnetic technology used in weapons such as electromagnetic cannons and Gauss guns. Could it be that those soldiers came from the second-level primary civilization that Lu Feng mentioned? These scientists had never seen the true faces of those soldiers. They just thought they were very aloof. Now thinking about it, maybe it wasn't that they were aloof, but that they couldn't communicate in the same language. Many scientists couldn't help but shudder when they thought about the fact that they had been rescued by aliens and had spent some time with them. This is really so exciting. When the technology list scrolled to the item lifespan improvement technology based on carbon-based organisms, dozens of gray-haired elderly people sitting in the front row all trembled with excitement. Theoretically, human lifespan is 500 years, but in reality, the average human lifespan is less than 100 years. This is a very realistic thing. Countless generations of scientists have been working to solve this problem. But now, the results of our hard work are before our eyes. Leo Annie, a biologist who specializes in the study of lifespan, stared blankly at the big screen. The shock in his heart was even greater than when he saw a super battleship coming to greet him. His research has been stagnant for a long time, and the problems that have troubled him are like a black curtain that completely blocks his vision. But now, this layer seems to have been pierced, and the results are before us. Liani swallowed hard, wondering if he was dreaming. He glanced subconsciously and saw the white man who had shouted angrily before, now staring at the screen in disbelief, shouting, "It's all fake, all fake. God, is this real?" Two-time Nobel Prize winner Carl Barry Sharpless struggled to stand up and try to get closer to the screen. How he wished he could live longer, giving him more time to uncover more natural laws. For the past 10 years, he has wondered every day whether today would be his last day. But now, there seems to be a chance that he will no longer be affected by this. Peter Higgs originally thought that he was just there to keep up appearances. Although the young man in front of him saved him and brought him to the order area, he did not intend to really work for him. After all, I am so old that I can't even lift the experimental equipment. But now, he might understand why this young man invited him here. If these are all true, I would give everything I have to see them. He shouted this sentence with all his strength. Taking in everyone's reactions, Lu Feng nodded. That's why I invited you all here. The development of science is not just about individual efforts. But before that, Lu Feng changed the subject and said, please leave first. You have lost the qualification to continue. Lu Feng pointed to several people, including the angry white man and the guy sitting in the corner who thought he saw through everything. The faces of these people suddenly changed. Chapter 78. The general administration of science and technology is established. They are used to being rampant in their respective fields and use their connections and status to build insurmountable barriers around themselves. They are the emperors of this barrier. In a graduate school, they have the final say. A letter of recommendation is enough to allow students to study in the best universities. It can be said that they control the lifelines of all students. Even when meeting with those big shots, they would not express their dissatisfaction directly. Accustomed to such rules, they couldn't imagine that Lu Feng would directly drive them out of the venue. Moreover, the list of technologies on the screen in front of them also aroused their curiosity. Regardless of whether it is true or not, there are so many scientists present here, and they will know for sure after just one look. But they couldn't even see it. What a shame it was in public. Why? I'm a member of the Academy of Engineering of 2 countries and have won countless awards. How can you treat a great engineer like this? The white man was the first to speak out, but Lu Feng remained indifferent. He waved to the soldiers on the side. Immediately, 2 soldiers came to the white man and lifted him up. You all saw it. This is how he treats scientists. He doesn't respect us at all. Why should we serve him? He shouted relentlessly as he was dragged away by the soldiers. No one in the meeting hall responded to him. They all watched quietly as he was carried up by the soldiers. Many people even showed their joy in their eyes that the garbage has finally been cleaned up. No one had mercy on him. Seeing that he was about to be taken out, he changed his words and said, "This must be fake. He is using it to deceive us into willingly serving him. He is the ultimate dictator who wants to control the scientific wealth that belongs to all mankind in his own hands. This is tyranny." Tyranny. As he was dragged away from the synagogue, his voice gradually faded away, leaving only a tiny echo. Lu Feng looked at the first person who was cleared out of the venue, and then nodded to the remaining guys who were frozen in place. You probably don't want to be dragged out. Those people were silent for a while, and after realizing that Lu Feng's decision was firm and unshakable, they finally stood up one after another and took a deep look at the big screen behind Lu Feng. They seemed to realize that what appeared next on that big screen could change the entire scientific community. A comprehensive and more thorough technological revolution will break out again. However, they missed the opportunity to participate in this technological explosion. They are now still scientists at the same level as the more than 1,000 people in the field. But after a while, maybe less than a year, they will be left far behind. By then, the gap between them will be the gap between times. But at the same time, there was still a glimmer of hope in their hearts, just like what the white man who was dragged away shouted. All of this is fake and is a means for this extremely unreasonable dictator to deceive us. After Lu Feng watched those people who were called out leave the field, he slowly smiled at everyone on the field. It has been a week since you came to the order zone. During this time, you must have learned something about the changes in the world. As the smartest people in the world, I believe you must understand that the future will no longer be an era of nations, but an era of civilization. If we take a long-term view, leave our planet, and look at the entire galaxy, we should realize that the internal frictions that occurred between human kingdoms in the past were extremely ridiculous. But now there is such an opportunity to break down and then rebuild. All the old ideas of the past need to be abandoned, and mankind must be reintegrated as a new whole, no matter how difficult it may be. From now on, there will no longer be scientists divided by nationality. There will only be one common title, Scientists of Human Civilization. I will set up a general science and technology bureau, which will be divided into academic fields, and positions will be divided only based on level and contribution, and corresponding authority will be obtained. And if you join the general administration as the first batch of scientists, you'll have the right to view this second-level elementary civilization technology tree. But this is not a free lunch. Those who join the general administration must sign relevant treaties and strictly abide by them. If there is any violation, Lu Feng grinned slightly when he said this, but a serious cold light flashed in his eyes. This smile made many people's hearts tremble. They understood that the young man in front of them was not easy to fool. Now, you can make your choice. If you don't want to join and think I'm cheating, you can leave now. As soon as he finished speaking, all 83 Nobel Prize winners sitting in the front row raised their hands. I'm in. I would like to join the Science and Technology Administration. Count me in. Finally, there's a decision maker who is bold enough and farsighted enough. The future of mankind should be very interesting. I will join in too. In a world where warships can land, nothing is impossible. I'm almost 100 years old and have witnessed history all the way. I must be included in such a major event. Hey, even if it's fake, I don't have many years left to live, so it doesn't matter. But if it's true, then I don't know how many years I can live, so why not give it a try? One after another, old voices came from the front row, and all the Nobel Prize winners expressed great interest in the general administration of science and technology proposed by Lu Feng. Lu Feng looked at the first wave of scientists who expressed their opinions. It seemed that the effect of this technology list was better than he expected. Originally, I estimated that 80% would be good enough, but now it seems that the number may be far more than I estimated. He also knew that what most interested these scientists was the technology to improve lifespan. These scientists are not completely free of desires. It's just that many times their needs are beyond what the average person can satisfy. And it just so happens that he is the only person on the planet who can satisfy them. With these top Nobel Prize winners taking the lead, there's no need to say more about the rest of the scientists. As the Nobel Prize winners expressed their collective opinions, the more than 1,000 scientists present understood that the establishment and growth of the general administration of science and technology had become an unchangeable fact at this moment. In the future, the general administration of science and technology will be the only one in power. Scientists raised their hands one after another, and responses came one after another in the field. Professor Liani originally thought that if one wanted to see the technologies from the second-level civilization with one's own eyes, it would require a huge price, such as serving one person for a lifetime. Unexpectedly, just joining a technology organization would be enough. No matter how strict the terms of joining the organization are, it is what he wants in his opinion. In the old days, joining any country's core scientific research project required signing a lot of agreements. The Arabic professor beside him had already raised his hand. Looking at the dazed Lianti, Boone hurriedly urged him a few times. Liani, your project is related to lifespan. You will definitely shine here. I am optimistic about the future of the Science and Technology Administration. What are you still hesitating about? No, I just can't quite believe it. Liani's mind came back to its dazed state. How many times today had he fallen into this stagnation? Looking at Lu Feng, who was calm and composed in front of more than 1,000 top scientists on the stage, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. He's very ambitious. Boone couldn't hear clearly what Liandi said in the increasingly noisy meeting hall. Boo! Liandi shook his head and raised his hand as well. Looking at the big screen in front of him, his eyes were full of expectations for the future of the Science and Technology Administration. Let's hurry up and witness this scene that is destined to go down in history. Boone also smiled in agreement. From now on, they will no longer call themselves scholars of the Max Planck Society. They are scientists of human civilization from the General Administration of Science and Technology. Chapter 79, A Brief Introduction to Technology. In the end, except for the 5 troublemakers who were expelled by Lu Feng at the beginning, all 1,272 scientists chose to join the General Administration of Science and Technology. Among them, there may be scientists who choose to join the Science and Technology Administration because they are confused about their future and don't know where to go. There are also scientists who choose to join because of the atmosphere. But no matter what, the final result was a joining rate of 99.6%. The first large-scale incorporation of scientists by the Science and Technology Administration was a complete success. Looking at the scientists who all stood up from their seats and applauded, Lu Feng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Honestly speaking, the psychological pressure of being able to speak freely in front of more than 1,000 scientists was not small. If he had not acquired relevant skills during his time at XAI, he might not be able to control the situation today. Since all the scientists present have expressed their support, Lu Feng also decided to release some real examples. After the situation in the venue had stabilized a little, Lu Feng signaled everyone to sit down and not get too excited no matter what they saw. Lu Feng began to use the big screen to show the Chuck civilization's research and development of various technologies. The star of the Chuck civilization is surrounded by a Dyson sphere from a higher civilization, which leads to... After a brief introduction to the Chuck civilization, the following scenes begin to show scenes of Chuck's civilization scientists creating new materials on the planet Chuck 1. The concentrated stellar energy bombarded conventional matter. During the bombardment, some new substances with strength beyond imagination were produced. After repeated experiments and process optimization, the Chuck civilization finally came up with a complete process for mass production of this substance. This material has high thermal insulation and excellent radiation resistance. It is not only suitable for building space battleships, but also used to build the exoskeleton armor of the Chuck army. From this new material bombarded by stars, the Chuck people have developed several mature new materials, which have different properties depending on their physical structure. For example, this is a new material that has been developed. This material not only has the properties of radiation resistance and heat insulation, but also has the characteristics of light texture, compact structure, and strong toughness. This is another new material derived from it. It is radiation resistant and heat insulating, and has extremely high strength. It is used in the outer armor of warships. When scientists in many material fields heard this, they couldn't wait to get some of these new materials to study in the laboratory. The picture shows some specific data from the Chuck civilization experiments. Although they do not know the Chuck word, they can still understand some material structure diagrams. Seeing this, they were already 70% convinced. As long as they have the physical objects in hand, they are confident that they can quickly understand the respective properties of these materials and start practical applications. In fact, material science is not like physics, mathematics, and other majors that require genius talent. Materials science often requires hundreds or thousands of repetitions. The discovery of a new material is often the result of a research institute testing hundreds of different materials. The difference in composition between materials may be only 1%. One by one, materials with different compositions were taken to test various aspects of their performance. In the end, hundreds of experimental samples may produce useful materials that could be presented on stage for publication. Therefore, the threshold of material science is not as hopeless as that of physics and mathematics. In physics and mathematics, there is such a huge difference between geniuses and ordinary people that one can never catch up in a lifetime. But in material science, sometimes all that matters is a little bit of luck. Therefore, Lu Feng feels that material science is the field where the gap between humans and Chuck civilization is the smallest. As long as we master the material manufacturing process and can implement mass production, we can quickly raise the human material level to the same level as the Chuck civilization. After briefly introducing the materials, Lu Feng continued to introduce the next section: photovoltaic battery. Since the Chuck civilization has abundant stellar energy, most of which is light energy, how to store and utilize light energy has become the biggest issue for the Chuck civilization. Lu Feng was on the stage introducing knowledge about the field of photovoltaic cells. Although it was just some simple knowledge, it was a new door for the more than 1,000 scientists in the audience. It had been a whole morning since the conference started, but no one felt hungry. All of them were staring at the big screen intently. The scene looked like Lu Feng was giving a lecture to more than 1,000 students. From time to time, the students in the audience would express their admiration for the advanced technology of the Chuck civilization and the novel ideas of the scientists of the Chuck civilization. Lu Feng actually enjoyed this feeling. He spoke more and more powerfully. In the end, he spent an entire afternoon briefly introducing several examples of the advanced achievements of the Chuck civilization in various major fields. Finally, under the eager gaze of more than 1,000 scientists, the conference gradually came to a close. As soon as the conference ended, many scientists, especially Nobel Prize winners, gathered around. I believe everything you said. I don't believe any person or organization can compile such detailed and extensive scientific research data. Regarding the question of our authority after joining the Science and Technology Administration, when can we see the complete secondary civilization technology tree? Yes. A lot of details are hard to figure out just from a brief introduction. I can't wait to see the full content. Lu Feng signaled to everyone not to worry. The details would be announced later, and they would soon be able to see the technology they wanted to see, and by then, everyone would be busy. But even so, Lu Feng was questioned again and again by a large number of scientists, and in the end, he almost fled out of the hall in panic. He couldn't help but sigh that the energy and interest of these scientists were truly terrifying. Chapter 80, A New Era, is coming. After getting rid of a group of scientists, Lu Feng found Chun Jinwen. At this time, Chun Jinwen was obsessed with the astronomical knowledge of the Chuk civilization brought back by Lu Feng. As one of the earliest people to participate in Lu Feng's neutron star discovery work, Chun Jinwen did not even have to attend a conference and was awarded the position of head of the astronomy branch of the General Administration of Science and Technology. The reason why Chun Jinwen was given this position was not because Lu Feng was familiar with him. The position recognition of the General Administration of Science and Technology is based on a comprehensive assessment of contribution and level. This is the general tone. Chun Jinwen himself is one of the world's top astronomers, and his level is comparable to that of Anthony and others. Each has some areas of expertise. Therefore, Chun Jinwen's level is convincing enough. Furthermore, Chun Jinwen helped Lu Feng crack the star map of a neutron star battleship, and Lu Feng also gave Chun Jinwen the credit for this matter. When it is made public later, he will also be counted as having cracked a secret mission. Overall, it is quite appropriate to let Chun Jinwen be the head of the astronomy branch of the Science and Technology Administration. Academician Chun is busy. Hearing Lu Feng's voice, Chun Jinwen did not dare to neglect and raise his head to look at Lu Feng. Is the conference going well? It went quite smoothly. I came here because I have another thing for you to do. Oh, Chun Jinwen said curiously. Lu Feng explained, I need you to lead the astronomy division to redraw the most accurate image of the Milky Way ever. Considering that the relationship between civilizations in the Milky Way is not peaceful now, let's start with the Orion Arm. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Chun Jinwen immediately became interested. That's exactly what I was thinking. I got the general idea of those warships from Su Jinxiang. They are very powerful and can be used for interstellar exploration. I plan to go to Proxima Centauri, the closest star to the solar system, to take a look. You can go to other stars, but just be careful. This galaxy is not peaceful. Lu Feng did not stop them. Human beings will leave the solar system sooner or later and cannot stay in the solar system forever because of fear of danger from the outside world. Moreover, within a few dozen light years around the solar system, human military force is the strongest and can provide support in the first time if any problems arise. Don't worry, I will also complete the image of the Milky Way. Chun Jinwen rubbed his hands impatiently. He had never been to the sky in his life, but he would soon be able to go there and take a look. Hey, where are the scientists from the astronomy department? I have to see who they are first. Chun Jinwen couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth when he thought about the expressions on his old rivals' faces when he revealed his identity as the head of the astronomy branch in front of them. Lu Feng couldn't help but shake his head at this, feeling that the astronomy department would not be a peaceful department in the future. However, let the astronomy department arrange its own affairs. No matter how much noise there is, it cannot affect him. He is only responsible for the overall coordination. Thinking of this, Lu Feng left Chun Jinwen. He needed to arrange other things next. Sea City. After the warships arrived, Dahai City experienced only a brief period of chaos before being brought under control in an orderly manner. Apart from the appearance of those warships, people's lives were no different from before the advent, and they had not yet been directly impacted. However, the financial market was hit by the chaos outside the orderly zone and was in a slump. After the establishment of the joint fleet in the order zone, strong control was intervened and the financial market was almost banned. In today's situation, we no longer need finance, a double-edged sword, to promote social development. At times like this, strong control is needed to stabilize the situation. Sitting in the top-floor office that once overlooked the entire Pujiang River, Dunan sighed as he felt how fast the world was changing. In just 1 week, the world turned upside down. Moreover, the starting point of the earth-shaking change happened right before my eyes. Thinking of the time when he saw Lu Feng and Lingya, father and daughter, being taken onto the warship across the Pujiang River, Dunan couldn't help but sigh again. Perhaps if he had been more farsighted at the beginning and invested in Lu Feng like Ling Xingfa, perhaps he would have had the opportunity to participate in this earth-shaking change today. Today, most of the employees in the entire building are unemployed and at home due to the financial depression. The empty building looks extremely deserted. At this time, someone pushed the door open without saying hello. Dunan's face changed drastically when he saw the person coming in. Yang-Chi, why are you here? This Yang-Chi was once his subordinate. When he sent people to study the galaxy age, the one who built the most warships was Yang-Chi. Yang-Chi spent a lot of money and built 3 warships, 1 third-level battleship and 2 second-level battleships. But after the warship arrived, Dunan made a friendly attempt to recruit Yang-Chi, wanting him to work for him, but unexpectedly, Yang-Chi directly refused. This made Dunan very angry, but he also understood that they no longer needed to be bound by people like him who followed old rules, and they could be said to have made great progress overnight. This was what Yang-Chi had originally planned. After getting the warship, would he still have to work for others in exchange for what he wanted? Just take it directly. Just when he became familiar with the operation of the warship and was about to talk to Dunan about life, the joint fleet formed by Su Jinxiang quickly took control of most of Eastern Asia and designated it as an order zone. This made Yang-Chi lose a good opportunity to take action. However, today he had a chance that he had finally gotten. Boss Du, long time no see. Do you know about the establishment of the Science and Technology Administration? General Administration of Science and Technology? It was the first time that Dunan heard this name, and he was quite curious. It doesn't matter if you don't know. You just need to know that the higher-ups have decided to requisition several nearby buildings that originally belonged to various investment institutions and use them as the major subject divisions of the Science and Technology Administration, including the one under your name. Upon hearing the news, Dunan took a deep breath. Expropriate the building? Doesn't this mean that the building he spent billions to build has gone to waste? Yang-Chi, what do you mean by this? The capital in Dunan's hands has been shrinking again and again during this period. Most of them are stocks of major companies, which are worthless in this special period. His total assets have shrunk to less than 1/10 of their heyday, and this building, as a fixed asset, accounts for half of his current assets. Its value to him is unimportant. Hey, I'm just delivering a message. Yang-Chi stood up from his chair again. Boss Ling, who is in charge of the economic system reform in the new era, has already said that not only will the building be requisitioned for the Science and Technology Administration, but also related companies with broad development prospects will be incorporated into the Science and Technology Administration according to their conditions. The Science and Technology Administration will provide them with technological reforms, and XAI will be incorporated into the computer division, with top scientists leading the way. What does this mean? Dunan was a little dazed. Yang-Chi shook his head. I'm just a lowly warship owner. I don't know much, but I do know one thing. The Science and Technology Administration is made up of 1,000 of the world's top scientists, including nearly 100 Nobel Prize winners. Their vision is to improve the technological level of all mankind and strive to raise the level of human civilization to a higher level within 10 years. Dunan could understand every word Yang-Chi said, but when they were put together, he could not understand their meaning. Yang-Chi also touched his hair and said, "Anyway, this is the general trend. You can't change it." Dunan remained silent and finally asked before Yang-Chi left, "Who is that Mr. Ling?" He had already guessed an answer in his heart, but he was not willing to believe it. Yang-Chi grinned. "Mr. Ling Xingfa. Mr. Ling asked me to say hello to you." After saying that, Yang-Chi walked out of the office, leaving Dunan alone looking at the familiar, yet unfamiliar scenery outside the floor-to-ceiling window. Times have really changed, and he was truly abandoned by the times.